If this holds up, that's the ball game. Obviously, the defense are going to take a look at it.
Arizona has challenged.
But this will be really interesting. This game is over.
Oh, my goodness.
Pack them up, folks.
Patrick Bailey, you are worth your weight in gold.
Oh, baby! Geraldo Perdomo, what are you doing? You don't run against Patrick Bailey. You don't even get off of first base. You get picked off there to end the game. And you know why I'm fired up? And I'm going to say this as I say good morning to everybody. Get off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, getting ready for work, what is happening? Overnight dancers, janitors, plumbers, Big John out there at the water department got me fired up this morning at Starbucks. Also, Aaron was out there. He said, Bonte, I'm a diehard. That was a big win. Just at the Starbucks, I said, you know what? I feel them because Farhan and that organization got crushed. But you know what, folks? You know what? With this team leading the wild card race. Yeah, I know they didn't make any trades. We're going to get into it all. I know they didn't bring in any reinforcements other than A.J. Pollock. Hell, I know they sent down Marco Luciano for A.J. Pollock. But those guys in that dugout, starting with the leadership of Brandon Crawford, Patrick Bailey coming up, throwing out guys at first base. That team, I don't give a damn what anybody says. They got a lot of heart. They have a lot of pride. And these youngsters, along with these journeymen, we're going to see what they do the last 2 months. But damn it, that's a good win. Down 3-0 to Zach Gallen and Brandon Crawford, the 2-run jack to tie it. Spinotti, I'm on fire this morning. I'm fired up.
You are fired up, man. Giants getting a big dub. Patrick Bailey saving Farhan Zaidi's legacy last night.
Late night Lamont. Come on.
Brandon Crawford, that was a fun win. Like say what you will about like the inactivity. It was gutsy. And the question is, how long is this going to last for the Giants? But right now, just enjoy it. You're enjoying this win with these young guys. And Patrick Bailey, say what you want. This is going to be the face of the franchise moving forward, I believe, in Patrick Bailey for the San Francisco Giants. This is the dude, Bonnie. It's not Casey Schmidt. It's not going to be Luciano. It's not going to be Doval, though. He's sexy. He got a night off last night. Huge save for Sean Manaea. That was big time. Huge. It's going to be Patrick Bailey. And dare I say, Bonte Hill, we're already seeing the greatest defensive catcher in the history of the San Francisco
Giants.
All
right, just calm down, dude.
I'm already saying it.
No, you don't. Just calm down. Calm down. Don't do this.
Since he has joined the league in the bigs.
Oh, I get it.
He's had more caught stealing than anyone. Six more than the leader, who's Shea Langoliers.
I hear you.
Since
Let's
joined.
not do this. He's played for 2 months. Let Buster Posey
I've already seen what I needed to see.
This guy may fall off the map and be in AAA next year. We don't know. Let it play out.
Is it the greatest defensive stretch you've seen?
No, Buster Posey won Gold Gloves. Are you kidding me?
Just one.
He should have had more. You know why he didn't win more?
Because Yadi
Molina was out there in St. Louis, and he got the sympathy Gold Gloves.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Patrick Bailey, since coming up, is already the best defensive catcher in baseball.
He might be. But look, before we compare to Buster Posey,
future face of the franchise. I'm saying it, man.
Future face, we'll see, because you still got Marco Luciano. You still got Luis Matos.
This guy's been clutch.
Hey, Luis Matos, man. I know he's only batting 260. His eye, that at bat in the bottom of the sixth inning.
Yeah.
You know, that at bat. To get that double in the gap there, to give this Giants team life. Remember, they had a double play that inning. It was like, oh, boy, it's just not going to be their night. Yeah. What a dreadful day. No trades. The fan base is down on the whole organization. Farhan's Q rating is down, is at an all-time low. We'll get to Farhan and what they didn't do at the trade deadline and what they should have done at the trade deadline. I kind of agree with what they did at the trade deadline. Look, man, that sixth inning, let's just go through it play-by-play. J.D. Davis gets the single. All right, Jock, who they probably should have let. That's the guy. If you want to trade anybody, you trade his ass. To me, Jock does nothing. You telling me you're going to send down Marco Luciano for A.J. Pollock and keep Jock? I'd rather have just Marco DH. Just find a DH. Just get Jock out of here.
It was disappointing to see him get sent back down.
So he hits double play. Nobody on, 2 outs. Get Zach Gallen, bottom of the 6th. You're down 3-0. So Blake Sable goes up there, grinds out of the bat, and gets a single.
I like Sable.
Luis Matos, who look, man, I like me some Matos. 6-pitch at bat. He's grinding. He's down 1-2. He looks at a couple balls there, spits on them. Then he hits double to right center. I'm like, okay, now it's 2 outs. All right. Obviously Sable scores on the double because it's 2 outs and he's running on the pitch. So he scores all the way from first base. And then Brandon Crawford. Brandon Crawford hitting that second pitch off of Zach Gallen, 420 feet to tie that baseball game up. That's a lot of pride. And Brett, I got some numbers on Brandon Crawford.
He's been clutch. Say what you will about his average this year, just batting 214, 286 on base percentage, 348 slugging. Not the best, but he's been clutch as hell. And that's what you need for a veteran. Putting the team on your back occasionally. That's what you got to do. And he's been doing it this season for them. When they needed it most, Brandon Crawford has stepped up. I will give him that.
Spadoni, listen to these numbers here from Brandon Crawford. I know he's been hurt. Yeah. The knees are messed up.
Old,
the legs
man.
are messed up.
He's old.
But look at this. This season with runners in scoring position, Brandon Crawford's batting 364. 20 at 55, and his average with 2 outs with runners in scoring position, he's batting 370.
There you go.
Veteran leadership.
That's clutch right there.
That's clutch right there. That's clutch for this baseball team. And it got life in that ballpark. And in the next inning, of course, off of Castro, Lamont Wade Jr., late night Lamont goes to right field, and he hits a solo shot. And boy, did he need it, Spadoni. Yeah. This team needed it. This fan base needed that shot in the arm. And now it's a 1-1 series. You got 2 more games left against the Diamondbacks. Let's see how it works. I don't know how they're going to get through August with this pitching staff. I don't know how they're going to get through August with this lineup. But you know what? The experience the youngsters are getting, the veteran leadership of a guy like Brandon Crawford. One thing you can't take away from this team, and we'll get to Farhan in a second. They got a lot of heart, Spadoni.
Yes.
They got a lot of pride, man. And they're grinding out games here as we get through the dog days of August.
And you got to win when your all-stars are pitching, right?
Yep.
Alex Cobb pitching last night. It was a quality start. 6 innings, 3 run, 4 hits, 4 Ks. That was solid. 3 home runs, not the best. But you know what? He grinded through it. Ryan Walker, that was impressive. That was gutsy.
That was gutsy.
And I'll give credit to Gabe Kapler going to Sean Manaea. I got nervous there, Bonte.
We all did.
I got nervous.
We all did.
Because what does Sean Manaea like to do? He gives up bombs.
We all got nervous.
He gives up bombs.
We all got nervous.
That was his first save in his career, by the way, for Sean Manaea.
No doubt.
So 2/3 of an inning there. So clutch there all around. And again, you got Logan Webb going back on the bump tonight. You got to win when your all-stars are pitching. Webb and Cobb, those are must-wins.
This is a must-win tonight for Logan Webb.
On August 2nd, it's a must-win.
Well, you know what? Bookmark a win like yesterday.
Yes.
Because think about the day. Think about how the day started.
It was a downer.
Everybody's crying about making a trade.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, I don't know what you're going to sell off other than the Jock Peterson. What are you going to get back?
Yeah.
You're not getting a Verlander back for that. The Astros gave up one of their top prospects in single A.
Of course they get Verlander back.
Yeah, of course.
I just hate it. The AL West is so stacked. It's like, hey, Angels, they get Giolito, and then it's like, you know what? Rangers are going to go get Scherzer, and the Astros and Montgomery, and then the Astros go get Verlander, and then Valdez tosses a no-hitter against Cleveland yesterday. It's like, I hate it, man. They're so damn good.
They're so good. They're so good. But you know what? I don't know what the Giants were actually going to get for those low-level prospects. I mean, for big boys like that.
That's fair. They're trying to shop Joey Bart. They're trying to shop him. They couldn't get nothing.
But Joey Bart has no value.
None.
It's
pretty sad.
It is sad.
Yeah.
He's got no value whatsoever. So what do you expect to get? So 888-957-9570. Are you disappointed with the Giants for not doing nothing at the deadline? I'm not. I think you stay the course. You let the youngsters play. I know Luciano will be back up at some point. You let these guys play it through. You let Patrick Bailey play it through, and he's playing like an all-star behind the dish. No doubt. I'll give you that, Spadoni. That throw down to first base was an absolute seed. You can't run on the guy. You just can't. The experience Luis Matos is getting in a pennant race, folks, because that's what we're in now. Yeah. It's the last 2 months. It's a race to the finish line. The Giants right now lead the wild card race. Matos is getting experience. He is. Casey Schmidt, I know he's struggling at the plate. Man, I want him to hit. He needs a hit just for Joe Shasky's sake, for his mentals. But you know what? Let him stay with the big league club. Again, I said this earlier this season, Spadoni. Let him be around Brandon Crawford and learn how to be a pro. Learn how to be a pro. All right? So at the deadline, they do nothing. I'm not that upset about it, Spadoni. I'm really not.
Okay. Well, it helps when you get a win like that last night. I'll say that, because the narrative would have been a lot different had they lost that game.
Oh, boy.
You would have been at worst a split. You lose 2 heading into August now. It'd be massive. But they got the win. It was a huge dub. In a walk-off, pick-off attempt, there is something about that to me. And I think Bailey's done it multiple times this year where he's thrown a runner out at second or now throwing back to first and getting the pickoff. Like, there is something special about walking off and doing like that. I know it's kind of weird. We also had a balk-off in the league last night. The Mets losing on a balk-off to the Royals. Like, just thinking of ways to lose games, a pick-off and a balk-off. Just funny things. Shout out to Bakov, former goalie for the San Jose Sharks, getting all over the place here. But it was fun last night, and it was a vibe. Like, it wasn't the biggest packed crowd. It was Tuesday. It was cold.
It was nasty.
It was nasty. It was cold in the East Bay. It was just chilly all around, and I love it, by the way. I can deal with the 50-degree weather. But it was loud still. It was loud. They were showing out last night at Oracle, and it was fun.
You know, I was watching the pregame show with Laura Brisshaw, SS, and Carlos Ramirez.
Doing a hell of a job.
Hell of a job. And they zoomed in on that crowd to start. I said, oh, boy.
Chilly.
Well, nah, I didn't think that. I go, this fan base is down on the organization. There's nobody there. It's a big game against the Diamondbacks.
It is. It's a Tuesday, though. Tuesday nights are...
But it's a Tuesday. Alex Cobb against Zach Gallen.
Okay.
That crowd, to me, when I watched the opening shot, I said, oh, boy, that's a protest of Farhan Zaidi and his organization for not doing anything. Because everybody's down on Farhan. Okay. Everybody. And even me. But I do agree with him, Spinodi, that not making a move just to make a move was the smart play. You got to keep building this farm system up. And when you sign guys like Minaya and Stripling and Jock Peterson and you tie your money up, as well as Mitch Henniger, who is coming back at the end of the month, Flim told us that yesterday, that kind of ties you up. That puts your hands behind your back and you say, you know what, I really can't do anything.
Yeah.
And that's where my frustration with Farhan Zaidi is. At the deadline, does it scream that, hey, he's not going for it? I think I got to play the course with this team, man. I really do.
It was interesting because Dan Dibley of Willard and Dibbs yesterday doing a hell of a job from 2 to 6. He had this interesting quote, and it came along my timeline. And he's like, quote, Farhan Zaidi does not believe in this team is good enough. I butchered it. Farhan Zaidi does not believe this team is good enough to win the World Series. If you really believed in this team, you would add to it. That's him talking about the lack of production at the trade deadline. Do you believe in that? Because it is, I mean, in fairness to Farhan Zaidi, is this team like just a pitcher or two away from winning World Series? I made the argument yesterday that they could make a run, but Sam Lubman and I were talking before the show here, producer extraordinaire and host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, doing a hell of a job, Sam Lubman. But he was saying, and he was talking with Alex Pavlich yesterday, who covers the team for NBC Sports Bay Area, that, you know, Farhan's from that Billy Beane school of thought that if you get into the playoffs, it's a crapshoot.
It is.
Like, so maybe from that perspective, like, hey, listen, maybe we can go on a run, but also if we get in a series against the Spencer Striders of the world and Max Frieds of the world, maybe it's not going to go well. But at the same time, just give yourself a shot, right?
I've seen the Giants beat up on Spencer Strider.
Okay.
I've seen them beat up on them. And you never know what, on any given day with this lineup, with the way they platoon everybody and play the matchups, the Braves back into the bullpen, I'm not that high on them.
Okay.
I'm not. Now, they're loaded. They are loaded. I mean, Matt Olson's having an MVP type season.
Who would have saw that coming? Interesting.
I mean, yeah,
you'd like to keep the guys like a Matt Olson or Sean Murphy or Marcus Semien. You know, those are good players.
I mean, but he's not going to win the MVP because Ronald Acuna Jr. is on this team, and he's probably going to steal the MVP. I mean,
literally steal it. No pun intended, or pun intended. There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
guys got 50 of them.
But listen. I mean, you never know what happens in the playoffs, but you got to get there. You got to get there. We see this team. We saw this team sweep the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium earlier this season.
Yeah.
We didn't see that coming.
First time in what?
In a long time. In a long time. Now, would I like to see them get a pitcher? Absolutely. But for what people were asking for and what you're trying to do for the long-term future, I just don't, like, are you going to trade? Are you really Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Do you still want to trade Kyle Harrison for that pitcher? Do you want to trade Wisenhut for that pitcher? You're not going to get anything for DeSclafani. You're not going to get anything for Sean Manaea. You're not going to get anything for Ross Stripling. You just need those guys to pitch better. They have to pitch. And you know what? Sean Manaea's credit. Last 2 outings for him.
Clutch.
I'm surprised.
Yes.
I'm surprised.
Well, yeah, I've seen a lot of his games in Oakland. He does like to give up that long bomb, and him getting that save yesterday coming for Ryan Walker, who, again, did a great job in relief of Alex Cobb. It was impressive. But I think the question's going to ultimately be answered in the offseason, Bonte, when it comes to Farhan Zaidi. He's going to have to, nut up or shut up during this trade deadline or past the trade deadline to the free agency period come hot stove time, because that was it. We were so down on him at the start of the season. We were. That the only thing we were looking forward to is, can we just get some young guys? Yeah. Because if you're not going to get the big boys and the Judges and Correas, I'm going to need to see it with the Matoses, with the Lucianos, with the Harrells, the Baileys. And we're seeing it now. We are seeing it.
I'm cool with that.
But you're going to need to add on top of that at some point. Ultimately, you're going to become a contender if you get another big boy through a trade or through free agency, I believe.
Lubman, another young guy is Ryan Walker, right?
Yeah.
Ryan Walker's a young guy.
I'll give him,
He's been pitching to some big games. He's getting some experience
Tristan Beck, I'll give him credit for that one.
Tristan Beck.
Okay.
Camilo Duvall's getting a lot of run.
I will give him credit.
I'm not mad at that. We're seeing the youngsters here. And the great thing about these youngsters is they're able to partake in a pennant race.
Yes.
In a race to the playoffs.
That is
they're
big
getting
experience.
a lot of experience here.
Yes.
And where the moment's not too big here. I'm telling you, man, that win last night That win last night was very impressive to me. To be down 3-0 against the National League All-Star starter, Zach Gallen, who was just being filthy. I mean, he had them befuddled. They couldn't do anything. They were lifeless.
I'm a big Zach Allen guy.
Yeah, I like
He's
Zach
got the
Gallen a
look.
lot.
He's got the swag. He's got
like
the glasses.
Zach Gallen.
Like, the glasses always remind me of Gagne. Like, no one pulled him off like Eric Gagne, but Zach Gallen, he's kind of
Right.
winning me back with the specs.
To get the single, and when Jock hit that double play in the bottom of the 6, I said, gosh, this is going to be ugly. Tomorrow's show is going to be nasty. And then get the single for Blake Sable. You get the double for Luis Matos to score a Sable. You get the 2-run homer for Brandon Crawford. I said, even Anna goes, oh my God, I can't believe they tied it. Yeah. I said, me either. And then the next inning, you get Lamont Wade Jr., and you could feel the juice through the Bay Area when it came to this Giants team last night. You could feel the juice saying, all right, they're still fighting. They're still showing some heart. Now let's get to Logan Webb Day. Can you win Logan Webb Day? Down the stretch here. And it reminds me kind of, that's my computer right there.
Oh, it's all good.
My bad. There you go.
Was that Mickey D's? I had Mickey D's last night. There you go.
Infomercial on
Shout out.
ESPN.com.
There you go.
You had Mickey D's last night?
I did. Well, young Benjamin, unfortunately, a quick side here, got a lot of bug bites overnight last night. I didn't realize that when I picked him up. He had a lot of lotion, calamine lotion on and stuff like that. So I had to clean out his whole room, vacuum everything, wash the sheets, do all that. So poor guy, he gets him bad like his mom. So I had to sneak a little Benadryl into that Gatorade so they get the swelling go down. But we got Mickey D's for him. Give him that Happy Meal. SOTAweightloss.com. You're not about that.
No.
I had the 20-piece with some hot mustard and sweet and sour sauce. It was delicious. As I digress, Bonte Hill.
I haven't had McDonald's in so long.
It's still so good. I don't care. I'm never going to be good enough for McDonald's.
Well, I already know. No, listen.
The Golden
Trust
Arches,
me.
man.
Listen.
They do
Is the
something.
chicken sandwich still 99 cents?
I think $1.29 inflation, but that's all right.
Inflation. That breakfast, man. I used to drive for Uber back in the day. I used to be Ubered like 4 in the morning to those airport runs.
We door dashed it last night.
Those sausage burritos and sausage McMuffins.
It's $2.29 for the chicken sandwich. Oh,
It's $2.29 for the chicken.
That's criminal.
Yes.
Inflation's really tough these days.
That's too much.
Damn, they really inflated that bad boy. That got me through college.
Yeah.
The chicken sandwich.
You just got to go to Taco Bell now. They still got dollar stuff. Soft potato taco. But again, SOTAweightloss.com.
Damn, Taco Bell. I haven't been there in a while.
Taco Bell. So damn good.
I actually went there last night.
There
Really,
you go.
Taco Bell? Damn. It hits hard, huh?
Hey, their
Cheesy gordita
breakfasts are
crunch.
good too.
Oh, my God.
Their
It's cheesy
breakfast-
gordita crunch.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
Crunchwrap
my favorite.
Supreme.
My only issue with Taco Bell is just they've been taking all the good stuff off the menu. Thank God the Crunchwrap's still there, but if that ever goes, oof,
Well,
it's gonna be a rough day.
the double-decker Taco Supreme was my go-to, and I don't know why they got rid of that. The double-decker Taco Supreme with a gordita crunch used to be the go-to.
I see. My order is Crunchwrap. I go 2 soft potato tacos, and I get a beefy 5-layer burrito. There you go. I'm sounding horrible right now. Shout out Alex in Atlanta on the YouTube chat and search 95.7 The Game and like and subscribe Twitch and YouTube. Ring the
Taco
bell
Bell.
is like
So damn good.
thank you. Alex in Atlanta. McFlation is what we're calling it. That's a 4.
McFlation.
That might be a 5
Oh,
today.
boy. Dad,
We're feeling good.
How do we get from Giants to Taco Bell to McDonald's? Oh, my God.
Well, we're talking about Farhan Zaidi and bargain hunting and
He is
value.
bargain
We're
hunting.
going value
He
meal,
is
Bonte
bargain
Hill.
hunting. He is bargain
But
hunting.
and what
AJ Pollock with a forgettable debut for the Giants.
forgettable.
0 for 3.
It's kind of like the cheesy roll up. It's a little forgettable. But if you go, Patrick Bailey, that's a crunch
man.
wrap right there. It's a
Patrick-
high guy right there.
Patrick Bailey, huge yesterday. Didn't even get to start yesterday. Comes in late. What a pick off there to end the baseball game. Giants win 4-3 over the Diamondbacks. They lead that wild card spot. Diamondbacks now 2 back of the Giants for that top wild card spot. Let's see where we go here, man. We're in the dog days of August. Giants are in the playoff hunt. Let's see where it goes. And they're going to get tested this August. We're going to see the Braves 6 times, Spadoni. We will see them.
We'll see the Pods.
We'll see the Pods.
Big win last night for them.
We'll see the Phillies.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what happens
I'm
here
excited.
in the month of August.
I'm
I am
fun.
excited.
It's
Let's
gonna
see
be
what
fun.
happens here. We got a lot of football talk coming up. Mike Sando with his quarterback tears, 7:30. We're going to get a report from Carolina. Bobby Rosinski works out there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Afternoon rush on 7:30 in Charlotte. Let's see what happens. Let's hear about Sam Darnold's tenure with the Carolina Panthers and what we can expect from Sam Darnold if he does play. Because quietly, Spadoni, Brock Purdy, rib injury last year, torn UCL. We sure his body's going to hold up for 17 games? We better get to know Sam Darnold as we get to know Trey Lance as well. I believe one of these backups are going to play this season.
We'll give you an over-under on the other side here on Brock Purdy starts potentially, and I'm not going to be taking the over. Let's just say that.
Wow. Chris Alvarez as well, ABC 7. That's our buddy.
Can't wait.
He was at Oracle Park last night. He's been at Niners camp, so we could go around the horn with him here in the Bay Area sporting scene. Giants win 4-3. What a win for them. 888-957-9570. Are we still down on Farhan now? I want to hear your over-under on Brock Purdy, but I got some Farhan thoughts as well because his Q rating is at all-time low. He's got to start endearing himself to this fan base here. The youngsters on the team are playing hard. The Giants on the field are playing hard. But Farhan Zaidi, we need to see a little more from him. It's time for him to endear himself. And as you mentioned, this offseason, he's got to net a big fish.
Yeah.
He's got to net a big fish. There's no doubt about that. But, hey, I'm going to be excited about last night. What a win for the Giants. As this segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. We're going to try to take your phone calls. Giants fans, how you feeling? 888-957-9570. And we got Spinotti's thoughts on the Brock Purdy over-under games played. I can't wait to hear that here on The Roast.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7-Eleven is the perfect frozen accessory.
does it again.
He just didn't have time. Now, here's a guy whose average pop time is 1.86. And a perfect strike to Crawford, who slaps the tag.
Back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby.
Little AT aliens. Let's go.
There's a little outcast.
Dude,
Andre 3000 was at the fight Saturday night.
Was he?
They said, it's a big fight. When he comes out the house, Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford.
Was he sitting next to Draymond?
No, he was not. Draymond Green. Boy, all ball
Cooler
Steph.
than polar bear's toenails?
Dude, he said he's watching for the Laurel Cook. Come on, man. By the way, I had a tweet Saturday night, and I said, not a hot take. Not a hot take. Terrence Crawford beats any version of Floyd Mayweather Jr. I think that highly of Terrence
That was
Crawford.
on X that you X that?
Twitter, X, whatever.
I'm going to keep doing it, by the way. I'm sorry.
I'm going to keep calling it Twitter.
That's fine. You have to get with the times eventually,
I got
Bonte.
TweetDeck open and it says X Pro.
There you
so
go.
whatever it is.
Dude, you X-Pro'd
So
it, dude.
ESPN at Ringside and SportsCenter picked up that tweet. And they posted it on their page.
You?
Yeah. And let me tell you, the DMs are nasty. That's next level. That's next level. Like,
So we're going stands, like we were talking about Steph Stan, LeBron
there's
fans.
a lot of Floyd Mayweather stands.
Brock Purdy stands. We got the Floyd stands coming at you now. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Good luck, Bonte. Can't help you with that one.
Yeah, that's
That's an interesting
That's rough.
convo. I do wonder, when it's all said and done, where people rank Floyd Mayweather. Maybe it's a conversation for another day. Because he is one of the greatest boxers of my lifetime. Maybe the greatest. Like, I was too young for the Mike Tyson. He was kind of fading out at that point. But in my day, it's him, Manny Pacquiao. Like, I'm seeing Tyson Fury. But
Well, see, Floyd, the problem with Floyd's a great boxer. Don't get me wrong. Floyd was unbelievable.
Masterclass. Yeah.
But he was also a master in picking and choosing when to fight a guy.
Yeah.
When to fight a guy.
And that was a turnoff for a lot of people.
That was a turnoff, dude.
Yeah.
It's not like he ducked or dodged anybody, but he was very strategic on when he fought a guy. Like, he fought Shane Mosley a little too late.
Yeah.
Fought Pacquiao a little too late.
Yeah.
He fought Canelo after he had beat down a couple times.
And Canelo's super young, right? Yeah. And he
Or,
knew
excuse me,
he fought.
not Canelo. He fought Canelo when he was super young.
Yes.
Miguel Cotto is when he fought after he got beat down by Pacquiao. And he had a war with Mosley. And he got beat down by Margarito the first time around with loaded gloves.
And he handled Canelo early on there. But again, that was Floyd knowing he was going to beat these dudes every single time. He would never go to a fight knowing he wouldn't win. I actually enjoyed the Conor McGregor one when they fought because Conor was a little like, he touched him up a couple times.
Couple times.
And Conor got paid too. He got paid.
Got paid big time. So, Canelo was undefeated, but he was still very young. That ring IQ wasn't there yet. So Floyd picked his battles well. Floyd, if Terrence Crawford was in his era, Floyd would have ducked and dodged Terrence Crawford. He would have waited a long time before he fought Crawford. Because Floyd had difficulties fighting southpaws.
Yeah.
Crawford could go southpaw, orthodox, it doesn't matter. And Floyd and Crawford, when he goes southpaw, he's got a hell of a right jab, and he's got power in both heads, and his speed is right there with Floyd.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, Crawford.
That's a good one if. That's a good what if scenario. Yeah. What's the next big one coming down? Fury's fighting Ngannou, right?
Yeah, he's fighting Ngannou.
That's gonna be
fighting
fun.
Charlo, which is a good fight. You got some good fights out there. It's been a hell of a 2023 for the sport of boxing. Why is it softy like Bonte talking boxing? Weird behavior.
We talk everything on the roast. Relax.
Seth Wiley, what would you like me to talk about?
A softie as if like all the people commentating on boxing are big boxers themselves.
Right,
yeah. Stephen A. Smith, big boxing guy. Come on.
I'm getting to the square circle throwing them things.
God.
Yeah, stop it, man.
Relax.
Stop.
Name calling.
Seth Wiley, 2 days in a row, man. What is up with? I feel like
He's
that's a burner count.
Is what he's doing.
It's a burner count. That's a burner. I know who that is. I know who you are.
He ain't Dante.
Shasky burner.
We love Dante.
It ain't Dante
Shasky.
Wiley. No, it ain't Shasky. Let me see.
How was Shasky feeling yesterday after that emotional win last night for the Giants?
He was tweeting nonstop. It's like, dude, take a vacation. Take a vacation.
Can't.
Stop tweeting at me.
Can't.
Stay away.
Can't do it.
Stay away. You're too close. That's why when I tell people to go on vacations, don't go to Santa Rosa. Go, I don't know, to Santo Domingo.
Go to San Diego.
San Diego.
Yeah, go
How
down
about a place that doesn't have cell reception?
There you go.
That too.
Go to Tahoe.
I don't check out of sports. I I keep my ear to the street when it comes to the sport.
Well, you relax. Like, that's fun for you still. Like, we're in this business. It's our job, but also we get into this business because we freaking love it, right? Like, we love sports. So we're going to check on it occasionally, but we're not going to be reading the in-depth articles, maybe, do that sort of stuff. No.
I still read. I still read.
But you're like you read books and novels, too,
I read books and novels, but I also read articles just to make sure I don't fall behind.
See, I don't read books.
I'm not going to be tweeting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be tweeting. I'm not going to be FaceTiming.
All right.
I'm not going to be IGing all day long. I'm not going to do that.
Fair enough.
I saw a tweet from Chaz yesterday. I started getting worried about Bosa, man. Like, am I going to post? Like, dear God, thank God he's not on the air.
He's thinking it's the Khalil Mack situation 2.0. But I was like, no, dude, these guys will pay him. All right. John Gruden's coming into a situation where he didn't want to hamper the team down. He got rid of him. It was a horrible move. The Niners aren't doing it. They're not running their organization like the Raiders have. All right.
Yeah.
And now the Raider fans are going to be on my road. Calm down. It's okay. Jimmy Garoppolo looked good in practice yesterday.
Did he?
He did. All accounts. Him and Max Crosby getting into it. Jimmy getting on Max Crosby.
What happened
Max
there?
Crosby had, a little scuffle. Max isn't used to his quarterback talking back at him.
Wow.
Yeah. Raider fans like that.
James C. _1982. You live in Santa Rosa? No, I'm not saying nothing. Nothing's wrong with Santa Rosa. I'm just saying when you go to vacation.
Yeah. That's like
when
me going.
When you go on vacation, maybe travel past Santa Rosa.
That's like me going back down to Monterey. It's like, that's not far enough.
That's not far
family are near me. It's like, no. I need to be going down to LA, San Diego, something like that, up north, Pacific
I'm
Northwest.
leaving the state.
There you go.
I'm leaving the state.
Go to Hawaii.
Go to Maui.
There you go.
Go to New York. Go to Myrtle Beach.
Go to Miami.
Go hang out with Clark the Shark in Myrtle Beach. Go to St. Louis and be with Cat Open the Cow. You know? Go with Mia down in Birmingham, Alabama, or Tyler, Texas, wherever she's from. Or what's our girl from Detroit?
It's hard to sell me in Alabama in August if I'm not going to a game or something.
What's our girl from Detroit who has all these inside takes?
Yeah, who is that? She needs to call back. Maybe part of the Draymond Green circle.
I'm saying.
Tia in Houston, Texas? Was that where she was calling from?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth. There you go. Thank you. There you go.
You know?
That's hot there, too.
It is hot. Come on, man.
I'm not mad at this weather lately.
Go to
here in the Bay Area.
Miami. Go to MIA.
Shout out to Nicole Diaz on the chat. Miami's own. Hang out with Pitbull, Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide.
R_Q. Bonte flew first class again to Maui. Actually, we flew first class back from Maui. And I'll tell you why.
Is that supposed to be like a shot or a dig? God bless you. I wish I could.
Well, no, listen. We flew economy. We got a cheap deal on economy. And these two girls in front of us talked the whole damn time, and my knees were hurting. I can't sit in economy no more. I'm too big.
There you go.
I'm just too tall.
It's become out. You're getting older. Like, your knees can't handle that.
They need to renovate these planes.
Yeah, it's tough.
All right?
At least it's not Spirit Airlines.
So on the way back, I said, you know what? We're going to fly first class. Got a good deal on that. Slept, chilled, finished my Bill Walsh book, watched the movie, called it the day. That's what we do.
How long's the flight? Like 5 hours?
5 hours.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That's like an East Coast trip, too.
Yeah,
It's not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
Okay. Because we're thinking about going next March, maybe.
Yeah.
April.
Exit rows are all gone, Alex, in Atlanta. Couldn't get the exit rows. They're all gone.
Those are the best.
And the short people get them. Why do short people need exit rows?
It feels like that. The missus has gotten the exit a couple times. Jade, love you, but she's like 5'2".
Under 5'5".
Yeah.
No, I don't discriminate against short people, but you don't need an exit row.
No.
Leave that for the 6'2" and over
Can
guys.
you sleep on planes, by the way?
I can.
It's
in first class.
It's there you see, there it is. There it is. Well, that champagne helps, doesn't it?
That champagne does
there
help.
you go.
That glass of champagne does
Do they
help.
give you the lay, too, if you're doing Hawaiian Airlines?
Oh, my God. No, they didn't. They didn't give us the lay, but boy, I leaned back, and it was knocked out.
I can. Very
Once you
difficult
go
for me
first class, you never go back.
Red eye, though, I can fall asleep. I did a red eye from SFO direct to London Heathrow. I passed out, which was nice. It was like at midnight, and I was really tired.
By the way,
as we digress here on flights,
Guru getting in some trouble yesterday.
Oh, no. Oh, I heard.
That was hilarious.
Someone called him. Oh, can we tease that, Bonte, for the other side? There was a special guest that called Guru yesterday, plus my Brock Purdy over-under starts.
We got into boxing, and then Seth Wiley told me I was too soft to talk boxing. Yeah. So there's that.
That's a slip up there.
Not like a tough internet guy. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Brock Purdy over-unders. I heard the slip. I'll just keep it moving. Let's go to break, Big John.
Guys, I'm screaming from the rooftop, S.
hits a high drive. Center field. Out of here. And this game is tied.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Kipe on the call. Dwayne Kuiper, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area. Brendan Crawford tying the game in the bottom of the sixth inning with that 2-run blast. And Brendan Crawford has been special with runners in scoring position this season. Very, very clutch. When he has runners in scoring position with 2 outs, Brendan Crawford batting a robust 370. 370. He's 20 of 55 when it comes to coming to the plate with runners in scoring position. 20 of 55, 364 average. And when it's 2 outs, he's batting 370 with runners in scoring position. Brendan Crawford, man, showing some leadership, showing some heart, and the Giants get a much-needed win. Just psyche. Just think about, good Lord, the trade deadline. They don't get anybody other than A.J. Pollock. They send down Marco Luciano. You're thinking, boy, they're limping into August. Nobody's hitting other than Wilmer Flores. It's a big-time win for them last night against the D-backs of Zach Gallen.
Well, it's funny. I'm looking over at our rundown right now, and Sam Lemon does a hell of a job getting all these different topics and things. And he has Giants/MLB, and the first talking point, it's right here. It's like one of the more emotional days for Giants fans in recent memory.
It is.
It was emotional. You know how I knew it was emotional, Bonte? We had like 50 texts in the thread yesterday.
50 straight.
50 straight from Sam Lubman. We got into Larry Bear. We got into Farhan. We got into everything. We got into Sabian. It was just a lot of, passion. And that's what a lot of Giants fans are. They're very passionate. And I think this fan base deserves, just a little bone here or there on a trade deadline day.
Listen, that's what I want to do right now. I'm going to get a little bit going here. Let me get Big John on the Major League beat. You know the Major League beat I love from the movie.
If you go on Spadoni Beds, John, it should be in red, highlighted red on the bottom. That should help you.
There you go. And I want the Brendan Crawford home run again because Lubman has this bullet point here. And I'm going to pour water all over it. Lubman types, this team deserved to make a playoff run. And Farhan Zaidi poured water all over that.
Poured water?
He's so emotional. He's so emotional. Also, another bullet point. Did the Giants make the right move not making any moves yesterday? I believe they did. But go ahead, hit the beat, Big John, and give me the Crawford home run. Because this is how I'm feeling here. This is how I'm feeling with the Giants. Look at that.
Crawford, it's a high drive. Center field. Out of here. And this game is tied.
Big time. Let the beat ride, baby. This is where we're at. We thought this team sucked before the season. We thought they sucked, but you know what? These guys ain't half bad. They got hearts of champions. Hearts of champions. Late night Lamont. Patrick Bailey. Give it to me. Inject into my veins, baby. What a win. What a win. Come on, Lubman. What a win for the Giants. Come on.
No one thought they were going to be awful. Let's relax. They were expected to be good or above average.
500.
What was their win total, Bonte?
It was like 84 and a half.
Yeah, come on. That's above 500. Let's go.
They might exceed those expectations.
I think they're going to. And listen, it's coming down to the young guys. And Patrick Bailey, again, I think this guy has future star written all over him just from what he does defensively. I mean, are you kidding me? Since he's been called up into the bigs, he has the most caught stealing. Mm-hmm. He's second only now to Shea Langoliers. I think it's only 6 or 7 behind him. And Shea Langoliers has been starting for the A's all season long. So this guy's for real. He is special. He's got swag. He's young. He's exciting. And that's all you needed from the Giants this season. Young and exciting.
Yep.
Because he hasn't been hitting on the big stars, the big kahunas, the Aaron Judges, the Carlos Correas. You weren't getting those guys.
No.
So I need to see it from the Duvals. I've been seeing it. I need to see it from the Patrick Baileys, Matoses, the Schmitz. Even he started off hot. He's fading. But you know what?
Real quick.
Ryan Walker.
Can we pause on Matos for a second?
We can.
That at bat in the bottom of the 6th inning. And by the way, we don't even talk about his glove in center field. He glides to the ball. Yeah. He's got some showmanship with the one-hand catches and whatnot. I love it. Yeah. I feel like you got a center fielder for the next 7 years. I'm dead serious. Once you get him up in the lineup with the speed so he can start running around the base pass and start showing you some action on those base pass, that at-bat, the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 outs and Blake Sable on first base, that got everything rolling. He hits it in that gap to right center field. Blake Sable's on his horse to get the home plate. And that was a 3-2 count, man. 3-2 count against Zach Gallen. Matos stayed cool, calm, and collected. Nobody's talking about him. Patrick Bailey's getting all the shine. We all look at Casey Smith and his struggles. Luis Matos, Spadoni, has been steady Eddie in center field, man. I'm very impressed with this young man.
I am too. And you mentioned Blake Sable. That's a guy I've been impressed too with as well. You know, you think of these under the radar kind of guys for the Giants. I think Blake Sable. Who? Like, that was who we were talking about at the beginning of the season. Blake Sable?
Blake Sable.
Isn't Sable kind of a whitefish or something? I was thinking of like Larry David when he had the sandwich for a Curb Your Enthusiasm. If any of you are fans, 888-957-9570. But I was like, who is this guy? Out of SC? You know, I guess Troy Polamalu, there's a relationship there with him. Like, oh, that's cool. I don't expect much. You know, this catcher position specifically, and we'll get back into Matos here in a second, you know, it was a big question mark. You thought Joey Bart was going to be that dude. He's faded. They were trying to ship him yesterday. Couldn't get anything for him. Nothing for that guy. And then you come in with Patrick Bailey, and we'll see what's going on with him. Yeah, maybe the bat's just not great. We'll see. Yeah, defensively he's supposed to be great, but he's been the whole package. So it's just these little bits and pieces that are coming together for Farhan all season long. J.D. Davis, another guy, trade acquisition from last year that you got for Darren Ruff. He's been playing well. So
very surprising.
Conforto, another guy. And we'll wait and see with Mitch Haniger. I'd be very disappointed if and when he comes up, if you option another one of these young guys down, because that's what it is. I want to see the young guys the rest of the season. And with Luciano getting optioned yesterday,
that was a problem for me.
That was disappointing.
That was very disappointing.
I didn't like that.
That was very disappointing. He needs to be back up. He needs to be back up, man. I don't give a damn.
Yes.
You got to find a roster spot for him. That was a downer yesterday before the game. Like, damn, Luciano's going back to Sacramento?
Yeah.
Really? I suspect he'll be back up sooner rather than later.
I hope so.
I hope so, too. I know he wants to play every day. Hopefully he's back. He's back soon.
With the injuries the Giants usually have, I'm sure he will. That's just a thing with this team. It's a war of attrition this late in the season. People are going to get hurt, and you need to have depth. And I'll say this with the Giants right now. They're treading water, but the young guys, they're contributing. That's huge.
They're treading water, but look where they're at in the standings.
They're there. That's what matters.
2.5 back in the Dodgers.
Yep.
4 back in the loss column, so pay attention to the loss column. 1 back in the win column, but it's all about the loss column. 4 back in the loss column of the L.A. Dodgers. You look at the wild card race here, the Giants are first place there. You got the Phillies half game behind them. You got the Brewers a game behind them. And you got the Marlins 2 games behind the Giants. And with the Diamondbacks tied at 57 and 51. This race is going to go down to the wire, folks.
Do you look at run differential as a huge indicator for how good a team is?
To me, no.
Okay.
To me, it's a little overinflated. But we look at the wild card teams.
It's very fascinating.
Plus 24. Yeah. The Phillies are plus 12. The Brewers are minus 14. The Marlins are minus 20. Because you get some lopsided games. Like yesterday, Cincinnati lost 20-9 to the Chicago Cubs.
Which boosted they're plus 67 now, and obviously they're a few games back. The Padres are kind of an outlier. It feels like they're plus 65, but they're 53 and 55. Just kind of a weird season for them. And then you juxtapose that with the AL. Baltimore, Texas, Minnesota, Tampa, Houston, Toronto, Boston, Angels, like all these teams that are stacked in the run differential. It's just funny to juxtapose the two leagues right now. Yeah. But again, the NL, we talked about that. It's a weaker kind of a conference, right? You're a weaker league, if you will. So the Giants, they're right there. If they just tread water here and they can get some production late, I like their chances to make the playoffs. I just think it would have helped if you got someone yesterday, and I understand you don't want to give up a lot to get minimal. Although it was funny to see Eduardo Rodriguez of the Detroit Tigers say no to the Dodgers.
I'd rather was that be kind Detroit of a win? Because that was kind of a win. Because if Eduardo Rodriguez goes there, man, oh boy, he's been dealing. That was surprising. He wants to be closer to his family on the East Coast.
I don't think the history of anyone in America wants to elect Detroit over Los Angeles, but here we are.
That is insane. That is insane. Speaking of treading water. In the Johnson household yesterday, how much water did Daryl the Guru Johnson tread?
What a segue.
Because yesterday, and I didn't even know this. But apparently Steiny and Guru are going to Vegas soon.
What?
Going to Vegas.
They're going to Vegas?
I have no idea for what.
You're going to hang out with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I guess so. So they're going to Vegas. And I guess Steiny was talking about how he's going to bring his daughter to Las Vegas or whatnot. But Daryl the Guru Johnson's wife, Mia, called in.
Oh.
And apparently Guru has not really been telling the truth.
Oh, no.
And you never know when a significant other is listening.
Oh.
Like, Jay's listening at some point. Yeah. Already know Anna's listening at some point. Hell, she shows up in the YouTube chat at times.
That's scary. If Jade ever does that, I'm screwed.
Well,
I will be shook if she's in the chat.
I see it in the chat, just keeps moving on like nothing's happened. And, I've had Anna call the show before.
Oh, yeah.
She's called multiple shows.
We've had drops.
Yeah. Ray Rattle, remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about the soccer game, Russia, and she called in, and, Ray Rattle took it over, and, yeah, that was an embarrassing moment. But this is Daryl the Guru Johnson's moment to be on the couch because the lovely Mia called into the show yesterday, and Big John, go ahead and play it.
That's my lovely wife.
Let's go to Mia. Hey, hello, Mia.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Mia, how you doing?
Oh.
I'm a little upset.
Why? Guru, you should be asking why, not me.
What are you doing calling?
Because I was just listening to the last segment, and I heard a bald-faced lie that was told to me.
What was
part?
that, Mia?
You guys keep breaking up. So, but anyway.
Yeah, you can keep talking because you're coming through loud and clear.
You're on the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. With this Vegas trip.
Yeah.
Daryl, can I go with you guys when you go to Vegas? Because I want to go see Usher.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be my gift for myself this year. And he's like, oh, no, you can't go. The station is not getting us 2 rooms. We're only getting 1 room. So Steiny is sharing rooms. And then I hear Steiny saying that he's taking his daughter with him. I'm like, wait a minute now.
She's going to stay in her own room,
That's
right?
not what Daryl just
Mia.
Mia, I don't know what to
When did
say.
you start
Don't try to
listening
change
to
it
the-
now. Don't try to change it now.
When did you start listening?
You got caught. Regardless, you don't know when I listen.
Wow.
So he will be on the couch.
And rightfully
for,
so.
I don't know how long.
I cannot believe
'Cause
she's
I've been
never
wanting to
called
see
the
Usher
station.
for a long time before his
Steiny
residency
doesn't
was
know
over.
we're doing
I'm trying
2
to save
rooms.
me a couple
Help me,
dollars,
man.
So I could just have to pay for my ticket. I wouldn't have to pay for my hotel room. That'd be on.
You don't
Daryl.
like Vegas, remember?
No.
You don't like Vegas. Remember? I don't like I was trying to take
I like
us to
Usher. I like Usher.
I love her. You know what? I think I'm going to take my daughter to that show.
What room she's staying in?
Oh, so now you're going
She's
to make
staying
it
in my
even
room.
worse.
Yeah, you know what? Mia, it's weird. I feel a little awkward because.
Where are the kids at? Are they home?
Yes, they are.
Oh, my
They're
goodness.
listening.
Well, this is not your finest hour.
Denying their mother to see Usher.
Stop. Mia, you never called. I'm embarrassed.
Mia, don't be a stranger.
Want me to spend more money.
Wow.
Wow.
But, yeah, we're getting bunk beds. Yeah, Steiny and I.
Goo.
Oh, my God.
I think the best part of that might be just when Steiny tells us Steiny, it's like, Matt, help me out here.
You don't like Vegas. Remember?
And Steiny was not rolling with him.
He's like,
He just buries him so much more.
Dude, Steiny was like, yeah, we're not share rooms.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take my daughter to that concert.
Oh, my gosh.
Steiny, I don't know what to say.
Mia was calm, cool, and collected, but she was upset.
Oh, she was big mad.
Big mad.
Yeah.
And Guru tried to change the subject a couple times. You don't like Vegas, remember? But I like Usher.
Where are the kids at?
Are the kids there? Are the kids up? Yeah, they're listening. Listen to your daddy lying to me. Where's the Bonte help me drop?
Bonte help me.
He needed all the help. He needed Matt to help him. He needed Evan Giddings to help him.
Xavier Dub on the chat. Steiny's the worst wingman when it comes to that. He hung him out to dry, man.
See, Steiny would have did that with Shasky. Shasky would have done the same thing to me.
Oh, totally.
I see Spinoni and Jade would have done that to you. I would have.
Oh.
Let me know what, Jade. I love you, Jade, but I would have been Team Spinoni.
Thank you.
Joe Spinoni, that is.
She knows I'm loyal. Come on.
Yeah, loyal to the soil.
10 years.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
I got 2 of them and a bunch of problems,
Yeah,
yes.
and, well, Guru has a bunch of problems now.
Oh, he's got.
I don't know if he's making Vegas anymore.
That's. See,
We're
Vegas is a
sharing.
particular place. If you don't, that's.
You got to be truthful about Vegas.
Yes.
As you are
I mean, what
listening-
happens there stays there, but
Yeah.
at the same time, prior to going there,
And see, that's the
you
big-
got to tell the missus.
That's the biggest myth as well, though.
Well, not with social media anymore. That's
Yeah,
over with.
Nobody ever keeps things in Vegas.
No.
What happens in Vegas always gets released to the masses.
Oh.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch, or text in on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Call like Mia. There you go.
Call like Mia. Last segment was sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. So
See,
what should Guru have done there?
He should have sent a text. That's what he should have done. Instead of calling her and telling her.
Mia,
about
you
that.
know you're on there.
Yeah.
You're on there, Mia.
The amount of
she knew
the board op in me, Bonte, real quick. The amount of drops alone that was in that call. Oh, Evan Giddings. That's a gold mine that you will be hammering away at, pickaxing for the rest of this season. Like, are you kidding me? You don't like Vegas, remember?
Yeah.
Every single time we're talking about Vegas, I'm playing that drop.
Dude, Jeffrey Jeff. Don't forget the 5 Ds of Gooism. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Patches O'Houlihan, baby. O'Goulahan.
Our boy SFA drummer Smith 499 to say this. Guru's looking like Tom from Boondocks episode being scared of Usher. Guru heard the voice of Mia and his face.
He was shook. He was shook. His face was like when LeBron looks over at the sideline, he sees Kawhi coming back in, he's like, I'm done.
What are you doing calling? Mia! What are you doing calling?
I marked a couple other potential drops from that too.
What are you doing?
There will be more drops coming.
And then he tried to hit the, it's Mia. Hey.
He tried every time any woman that sounds somewhat attractive. Hey. Oh, hey. Every time.
See, the worst thing
My
about
favorite
sports,
is when it's a female kind of a name, but it can also be a male, like a Miley or something. Oh, hey. And then it's a deep ass voice.
You got it.
It's the best.
Boy, hit his tiny bug beds.
James Sepulveda. Can we talk sports now? No, we cannot, James. We're talking Daryl the Guru Johnson. All right?
Guru was fighting for his life. 408.
Oh, Mark Jackson. Say it ain't so. He gone. He gone.
Man. Oh, man, yeah. He didn't have a soda diet yesterday.
He did not.
Daker in the city. Daker, bring us back. Bring us back to sports, Daker.
I'm gonna bring everyone back to when the Giants win their World Series.
Wow.
I think, I think people need to really look at it. Tay knows I've been saying this for years. The Giants looked around. Steroids was getting popped. Teams were getting cleaned up. Giants went hard on pitching. Me and a couple of my buddies, we called it breaks off mistakes. You just had to play sound ball to win in that era and dominant pitching. And unfortunately, I think fans think that's how you win. No, that was a reaction from them cleaning up the game. You need solid hitters, and even if you have great hitters, you need to have a threat behind them because you'll get pitched around. It's all a domino effect. So for me, we have to build a core. Platooning is a joke. Platooning is like college. It's a college situation. That's when you try to get guys playing time. We should be platooning the Niners with Trey and Lance. That's when you need platooning. Get me some boppers or get me someone who at least is solid and then develop him. It seems like in every sport, no one develops anymore. You know, it's crazy. So all I got to say is fans got to realize we won, breaks off mistakes, solid pitching because Bud Selig scapegoated Barry Bonds and try to blame steroids on him to clean up the game and, egg on his face because we won 3 chips.
All right. That's Danker D.
All right.
In the city.
I know we were going with the Barry Bonds thing there, but I understand where he was talking about like getting guys in and developing them. But I think the Giants pride themselves on that, Bonte.
See, the Giants finessed that win last night. Patrick Bailey backdooring Perdomo at first pitch. That was sick.
It was awesome.
He finessed it.
He's had a couple walk-offs. He's had a couple caught stealing walk-offs for the Giants this year.
And he's got more finesse to his game than Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I see what you did there.
You like that?
I like that.
Because
who's more clutch, Brandon Crawford or Guru?
Well, Guru's not clutch.
He's not. Not
Mia. Not at all.
He's AJ Pollock flying out to deep
game.
center.
No finesse to his game.
Oh no.
I mean, somebody here. I can't find it. I can't find it, but
Seth Wiley's apologizing to you, by the way, on the chat.
Why?
If that makes you feel better. He just says, "Hey, Bonte, I apologize. I take it back."
Dude,
Seth's your boy now, dude. You guys are good. You guys are good.
Whatever, Seth. I don't care. Don't care. I don't even remember what you said.
That Mia drop, it's all time.
Listen,
Mia.
Daryl could have finessed it, as somebody on the YouTuber Xfinity mobile text line just said. He could have just been like, "Hey, Mia, I was going to surprise you. That's why."
Oh, yeah.
Could have pivoted.
Guru loves his text line, too, in chat.
You know, we've all been in a situation where we're in that doghouse, and you got to learn how to pivot. You got to learn how to finesse it.
See, this is where it comes into play. Evan Giddings, who runs the board there, is the producer extraordinaire for Steiny and Guru. Single guy, hasn't been in a relationship for a very long time, like myself. If I was there doing the show this week, usually I'm there from 10 to 12, I would have gotten in his ear and coached him up. We've all been in those situations, all right? It's not lying.
Right.
Stretching the truth a little bit,
right?
All right?
That's true.
You get in his ear, you know what? I wanted to make a surprise, but we're doing it now. You're coming to Vegas with me. Let's go.
And it's just radio. We're performers. We're entertainers. That's all I was doing. I was trying to entertain. Of course you're coming to Vegas.
Come
You know
on.
I'm not going to Vegas without you, girl.
That's what you got to do. But
you know what?
But Steiny killed
Tells
him.
me that Guru was lacking a little finesse to his
Wow,
game.
he's
Which, you know what?
He's getting complacent, is what we're saying?
Doesn't surprise me because I've seen this game on the basketball court. There's not a lot of finessing. A lot of strength, a lot of hacking, but I'm not sure there's a lot of finesse to his game.
He goes in with a lot of force.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Hey,
Guru's hearing all of this, by the way, driving in. He's not going to be happy with you, Bonte. We may need to have a crosstalk with Goo today. Can we do that?
Possibly.
Can we
Ernie
do that?
Chavez, you're not lying, Ernie, on the YouTube. Guru panicked and didn't pivot.
Adrian's trying to get me in trouble on the chat. Spadoni has done this before. No, I've not. I've never actually gone to Vegas without Jade. So if the Raiders ever win there, though, there may be a problem.
You know what?
But that's never happening.
Let's go to Mr. Jones in the ATL. Mr. Jones wants to pivot to football. Mr. Jones.
What's up, Mr. Jones?
Good morning.
Hello.
What's up, Mr. Jones?
What's up? What's up? Y'all got me on earlier.
Yes, sir.
Man, of course, we got you down to the dirty. We got you.
That's what's up. Hey, question, man, because I gotta ask, because I'm still frustrated for about 3 years ago, and I don't know if y'all remember. I called in last year.
I remember.
Y'all, it's either, huh?
I remember you. I know who you are, Mr. Jones.
Okay, yeah, you still owe me tickets from the game too, because I told you what was going to happen. So if you remember me, you know what you owe me. Then I still from Chicago Bears in that Niner game last year. Even though we lost in the monsoon, y'all were hollering all this Trey Lance stuff and blah 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 blah. But if Shanahan's supposed to be the guru, right? I'm just going off draft picks on the quarterbacks that he's drafted. We looked up and hit with Purdy. That was just like they called me, Mr. Jones. We got the draft pick who you want.
So
we lucked up with that one.
So wait a minute.
We're actually up against
Mr. Jones. Stay on the line.
Yeah, stay on the
what
line.
was the bet? What was the bet? So what was the bet? Because you said I owe you tickets to a game. I pay my debts, Mr. Jones. I don't remember this bet. I would have wrote it down.
Okay, so remember last year, everybody was hooting and hollering. Trey Lance, we were going to, first game against Chicago. We were supposed to come out, and I said, we're going to lose. I don't care if it was in the monsoon. I said, bro, if we lose that first game, I owe you, what was that restaurant that everybody liked? Maestro's. And I said, if we win, well, if we lost, then you owe me tickets to the game.
What game?
Yeah.
Niner
I
game?
get the hookup.
All right, we're up against him.
Hold on, Mr. Jones.
He's on hold.
All right,
we'll get to him. We'll get him in a second. We are up against
What
it.
game
We're
do
up
I
against
owe?
it.
I don't remember the damn bet. We got to look this up, Lubman. We got to look this up. But Mr. Jones maybe clip the call. Stay on hold, Mr. Jones. Make sure talk to Mr. Jones right now, Lubman. Tell him stay on hold. We need to figure out this bet. We got Mike Sando coming up at 7:30.
Can't
Quarterback tiers. We'll get into that. We got a lot of fun, man. First hour's been fun. Wait till the next 3 hours, folks. We got a lot of fun in store for you. Giants get a big win. We got Trey Lance at. By the way, Sam Darnold didn't have his best day yesterday, folks. He didn't have his best day. I didn't see it plastered over the headlines. You imagine if Trey Lance went 2 of 6 and missed those short throws?
Sam Darnold looks bad.
Sam Darnold looked bad yesterday. That happened. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Cars.com. We'll get back to Mr. Jones. We'll get to Mike Sando from The Athletic at 7:30. Got a lot of football talk to get you here. Plus the Giants. Do you agree with what they did at the deadline? 888-957-9570. That's the hotline. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. We'll be right back. Oh.
you doing calling?
So he will be on the couch.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. We got Spadoni in for Shasky doing a hell of a job. That's right. Somebody from the 925 said, everybody on the morning roast said they're doing a hell of a job. Hey, everybody does a great job on the show. Even when you're doing a bad job, you're doing a great job.
We're crushing it.
The fact that you got up this early to listen to us or work on this show says a lot.
It's true.
It's tough getting here sometimes.
It
tough.
is.
You got babies screaming in the middle of the night. They want to get into bed, and they want to jump around and kick and play. It's like, come on, baby Chaz.
Benny was doing that last night because all the bug bites. He was itchy. 11:30, just dad, and then I just brought him in the bed. I slept on the couch. It was fine.
Yeah, I should have slept.
Speaking of sleeping on the couch, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah, how was that couch? How was the Springs Inn couch, Daryl the Guru Johnson?
I slept great. See, the couch gets a bad rap, Bonte.
And you know what? We're going to get back to Mr. Jones because 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line and 925-415, they said, I remember that caller making a bet, so I will pay my bet. We'll get Mr. Jones back on here, but let me just say, Steiny, awful wingman.
Oh, horrible. That was bad. You can't have that. And I'm getting on Evan Giddings, too, for not feeding him some lines.
That was,
you got to help my guy Goo out, E-Dog. Come on.
Evan Giddings just threw no help at all. Got shook. Steiny just completely throwing his co-host under the bus. Just multiple times. First he said he felt awkward about it. Then he said, oh, yeah, my daughter's coming. She said, well, maybe I'll take her to see Usher. We're going to be in the same room.
Yeah, man.
And then Daryl the Guru Johnson having no finesse to his game whatsoever.
It's so funny hearing him say the Mia, if we can get the drop again, because the amount of times that I would hear that same exact drop.
Mia!
Well, thank you. When we were doing remote shows during the pandemic, and we would have him potted down and in queue. The amount of times I heard Guru turn around and I just see him on camera just yelling in the back.
He would just be chilling in the background.
Just chilling.
I know, damn. Oh, those days. Those are the days. Pandemic radio was a struggle.
Those were not the days, Bonte. Oh, my God.
Pandemic radio was a struggle.
It was just your boy and Kyle Madsen here just chilling and just being like, well, we'll see what sticks today.
Boy. All right, Mr. Jones. Let's get back to Mr. Jones in the ATL. We got Mike Sando coming up.
What's up, MJ?
And Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
So what game did I owe you? I said tickets to a game. I really said that?
Yeah, because think about it. It's Maestro's or a ticket to the game. You can't tell me you didn't have a love affair with Trey Lance.
Which game?
Tell me that.
Which game? Niners game?
It was against the Falcons just because I'm from Atlanta. So, I'm glad we lost. We threw a stinker in that game, too. But,
did you go to that game?
Yeah, I went.
And you paid for the ticket? Was I supposed to pay for the tickets to that game?
No, but you can get me this year, though. It's all good. I actually went on a friend that has season tickets to the Falcons game. I'm the biggest Falcon hater in the world. So he brings me along, and I go and talk trash to all the Falcon fans. Right. But, I left with egg on my face.
Do me a favor.
On this, though. Go ahead.
Do me a favor. You find the cut. You find the call in which I made the bet for you. It's not hard to find because we're on YouTube, and we were on YouTube last year. If you can find the call and you send it to us or find me, validate it, because I'm a man of my word. If I made the bet, I'll pay my debt, Mr. Jones.
Okay, cool, because I know it was that week of the game. I know for a fact it's the week of the game, so I just have to pull up probably that Wednesday or from Wednesday on up to that conversation. But I know we got it in there, though.
All right. I'm a man of my word. I'm sure Ernie Chavez will find that
call. Dog knows.
Earn Dog knows. Rocky New Era knows. All right, finish the call. So what do you think about the Niners this year? How are you feeling about the quarterback situation in 2023?
So we're terrible. Again. Right. We go sign Sam. I don't like green eggs and ham. I don't know where that came from. We got Trey Lance that can't throw a 5-yard out. That's why Debo wanted to get paid, because remember I told y'all he's been airmailing balls at practice. I've been saying that since day one. Like if we got the quarterback guru right, where he get these ingredients from, or what eyeballs he used to say, Sam Darnold, we can fix it. Trey Lance. Like, since when do you go to North Dakota State to get any kind of football product? You know what I mean? Like, you never think that, hey, man, we're going to go to North Dakota State and just get a dog out of there. You know what I'm saying? You don't go do that. Not when you got Justin Fields, you know what I'm saying? Or if we could have just kept the picks, we could have got the Cowboys 11 from heaven. But no!
we got the guru. That's funny. You and your boy, y'all the gurus. And y'all picked the boo-boos.
Mr. Jones, you high as a kite out there in an ATL? Come on, man. What are we doing?
How was Magic City last night, Mr. Jones?
I went Monday night, and it was pretty good.
All right, Mr. Jones.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. It was pretty good.
Let's go. Mr. Jones. I hope you had some wings for me. Find the video, and I'll pay my debt, and we'll get you out to a game. Christian Watson is a baller in Green Bay. So
he is a baller.
Carson Wentz played like an MVP.
He was an MVP until he got hurt.
And then he became a bad locker room guy. He hasn't been the same. But Derek Carr wasn't the same for a long time after he broke his fibula. Things happen.
Can we not overlook the new nickname for Sam Darnold now? Sam, I don't like green eggs and ham?
That's a 5. That was anytime you have a Dr. Seuss reference for a quarterback, that's a 5.
All right.
Love me some Dr. Seuss. 1, 2, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Maybe at the break we'll
sure.
One place. I was reading those books last night, Baby Chad.
Get tongue-tied late at night, too, Monte.
It is a struggle. It is a struggle. And it's a long book. It's like 50 pages.
Trying to teach your kids how to read and stuff like that when you yourself can't, it's very difficult.
It's a 50-page book. You try to pace yourself. And then Baby Chad is like, she says it in Russian, a pat, which means more.
So, yeah, it's like...
I'm like, more? She goes, da, which means yes in Russian.
Yes. It's like, okay.
Damn. Got to read this again?
Speaking of, talking behind the back, Daryl the Guru Johnson, once those two can speak Russian to each other, Anna and Baby Chaz, it's over.
Oh,
it's over for you.
They're already doing it.
Got caught.
Got caught. Caught in 4. Guru got caught in 4K yesterday.
Listen, man, I've learned my lesson on radio a long time. Don't be lying about trips.
No.
Don't be lying about stuff.
No.
Because you never know when they're listening. First of all, they want to listen to make sure you get to work. All right? And they means the wives, the girlfriends. They want to make sure you're at work. And if you call it, you can't just call it sick the radio. Not when you're on air. They just turn on the radio and say, why am I here Spinotti and Shasky? I mean, come on. You can't do that.
Has that happened to you in the past?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Of course not. No.
Okay.
Your boy's been sleeping in bed for a strong year.
There you go.
It hasn't been no couch.
The couch, I'm telling you, the couch is underrated. I enjoy sleeping on the couch sometimes.
Sometimes.
Like yesterday. It was good. It was nice and cool. I got my own fan down there, too. It's nice. It was chill. Oh, the cats. We have 2 cats, and we have a dog. The 2 cats go nuts down there.
So
it's driving me nuts.
So we need a jingle at some point. We'll figure it out. And it's not the NFL Network music or the NFL filmed music or Sunday Night Football. It's just something. We'll figure out something, Big John. Some type of jingle, because training camp stats is getting out of control.
Oh, God.
Training camp stats are out of control. And we live for it, though. When practice, I believe they have the day off today. Let's see, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. They should have the day off today. Then they go back at it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then day off Sunday. But the practice stats yesterday, Sam Darnold, 2 of 6. Worst practice of training camp. And you don't hear a lot about it. That's what we're talking about. That's all.
Yeah.
You don't hear a lot about it. Now, Trey went 4 of 6. A couple receivers dropped some passes, but people started arguing and saying, well, it was inaccurate. The balls hit the receiver's hands. If it hits your receiver's hands, got to make a play. We did this all the time with Jimmy Garoppolo. He threw inaccurate passes all the time, Spadone. But if it hits the receiver's hands, you got to make the play.
It's fascinating. This whole just diving into the 10 of 12, 11 of 11, looked strong. I was like, I just don't remember doing any of this in the years past, like dissecting this sort of thing. Like, I'm just trying to think back to like the 49ers of Pat Raiders of past when they were both training camps were here, one in Napa, one in Santa Clara. It's just like, I don't recall doing this. It's just so interesting to me how we're just diving into the X's and O's of training camp 11-11. Yeah. Like, when it's joint practices, Bonte, and things happen, then I will raise my eyes a little bit, because that's against a whole nother professional franchise. That's a team that doesn't know you. That's going to be fascinating. That's next week, right? In Henderson, Nevada, when they take on the Raiders for Thursday and Friday, and then they have the preseason game on Saturday or Sunday, I believe. So I'm fascinated with that, and then preseason games. But outside of that, it's gotten to the point where it's like, all right, we've jumped the shark here a little bit. It's getting out of control now.
It is getting out of control.
I'm becoming numb to it. Shout out Lincoln Park.
Trey Lance stacking multiple good days. Lincoln Park kind of flew over my head. Although I have heard of that.
Lincoln Park, you've heard of the comp with him and with Lincoln Park and Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Numb Encore.
Yep.
There you go.
Classic song, classic video. But Trey Lance is stacking days in practice. he is stacking good days. That's 3 straight good days for Trey Lance. And the one thing about Trey Lance that doesn't get talked about enough is he is staying after practice. You know, you heard a lot about him missing the throw to Deebo Samuel in the end zone. You can't miss a throw. Well, he stayed after practice and worked on that throw. Yesterday after practice, worked on his deep throws, worked on his short stuff. Trey Lance is putting in the work to try to be the backup to Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy, we teased this long enough. And before we get to Mike Sando, over-under on Brock Purdy games played. Go ahead, bring it to me, Spadone.
If I give you, all right, so Brock Purdy, and we know this with the 49ers quarterback situation, only Jimmy Garoppolo back in the 2019-2020 season started every single game for the San Francisco 49ers. Every single one, Bonte. Outside of that, for Kyle Shanahan, it's been a mixed bag. So if I was going to tell you the over-under on starts for Brock Purdy this upcoming season, I'm going to put it at 12.5.
Wow.
Going over or under?
Brock Purdy starts 12.5. I'm going under.
Wow. Okay.
I'm going under.
And why is that? Is that going to be because of injury, or this team's going to be that damn good where maybe
injury? Because if he goes on the field, Brock Purdy's going to play fine. He's going to play fine. He's going to make all the throws. He's going to take care of the football. But quietly, news came out yesterday that he suffered a broken rib in the Tampa Bay game.
You've been on that, yeah.
And he said it's happened on the second or third series. Now, today, I didn't have time yesterday, but today I want to go back and watch that game and try to find when he suffered that broken rib injury. Now, that's a broken rib. Could have been ribs. Mm-hmm. They didn't know if he was going to play that Thursday. Remember, it was a short week from Tampa to Seattle, 4 days off. They didn't know if he was going to play.
It's true.
So now that's a broken rib injury, and now it's a torn UCL. That's just in 8 games, folks.
And that's a throwing elbow that was already limited to begin with. Not a strong arm. He's not a strong arm quarterback.
So I do have concerns about him holding up. I don't have concerns about his ability. Brock Purdy's ability has led him to be the starting quarterback of the 49ers, and I have no issue with that whatsoever. What's going to happen when T.J. Watt, as I saw Brian Baldinger doing drills with T.J. Watt yesterday.
I love Baldy so much. I can't wait to have him back on here.
T.J. Watt's going to be lined up over Colton McKivitz at right tackle. What's going to happen when T.J. Watt gets a clean hit on Brock Purdy? I don't know, man.
Aaron Donald, week 2, potentially? It's a big boy.
I don't know about Brock Purdy holding up over a full 17-game schedule.
I'm just looking at 4 of those first 5 games, Bonte. Steelers, T.J. Watt. Aaron Donald, week 2. And I understand you've kind of handled Aaron Donald a lot, maybe not in that NFC Championship game, but for the most part. Giants, they got some boys on that D-line.
Oh, Thibodeau's solid.
Yes.
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence.
Is it Dexter Lawrence or Jackson? A young man from Clemson.
Yeah, you think
D-tackle.
Yeah. Dexter Lawrence, because DeMarcus Lawrence is
Dallas.
Who you'll
Dexter
see
Lawrence.
On October 8th.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a lot. And Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Giants are tough up front.
Browns, Myles Garrett. That's the first 6 weeks. You're seeing some of the premier pass rushers in this league, and that's the NFL. Like, there's guys everywhere, but specifically, you're going T.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett. He's going to be tested early. I can't wait for football, man. Hey, Hall of Fame game, by the way.
Thursday.
Is that tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
415 Comcast, Xfinity mobile text line. Xfinity mobile text line. 415. Guru has the pivot moves of James Wiseman in the post. That's a funny one. 650. Broken rib was on the first drive of the game. Got smoked in a misdirection on a throw. Actually, first play of the game. Another 650 says. Wow. Remember that first play of the game? He got smoked.
That's right. He got popped.
They threw a flag on that play, which was a little suspect.
Was that Shaq Barrett?
No, it wasn't Shaq Barrett. It felt like it was a safety.
Okay.
Came in and smoked.
You're right. It was.
And then they go down to score, and they lead 7-0. Very impressive drive. 925, no one talks about Darnold when he has a bad day because the Niners didn't give up 2 first-round picks for him. Well, he was a number 3 overall pick in the last 5 years.
Maybe there's something to that. That's come to expect that now from Sam Darnold, where it's just like, Sam Darnold had a bad game. That's Sam Darnold.
A lot of people expect Sam Darnold to be the backup to Brock Purdy.
Does Mike Sando?
Let's get Mike Sando on here. I love Mike Sando's work. Long time. He's with the Athletic now. He has his quarterback tiers, but I remember him back in the day covered the NFC West, whether it was Seattle, whether it was the Niners. And he was that NFC West blogger. Mike Sando's been doing it for a long, long time. I love his work. We love his work at the Athletic now, and his quarterback tiers, we all salivate over them. And it got released the other day, and he had Brock Purdy at number 24, just outside of tier 3 Although some guys voted for him to be 2 or 3. It was very interesting. Mike Sando joins your morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. Sando, good morning, man. Long time no talk. How you been?
I've been great. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, NFC West days. Some fond memories there. Some good 49er teams. Some good rivalry games. And the 49ers are still good. So there you go.
Yeah, after a few struggle years, they are good now. They have a lot of expectations this season. Especially with the team around the quarterback spot. You know, you have Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Debo, Brandon Ayuk. The list goes on, alongside a top 3 defense in the league. But your quarterback tiers were released, and you have Brock Purdy at number 24, which I thought was appropriate. And the way you described your tier 4 was a guy with not a lot of body of work, unproven. And so let's lead to that. Brock Purdy, one guy in that quote, though, in your capsule when it came to Brock Purdy, said that if Brock Purdy was on any other team, that team would lose half its games. What did you think about that quote from that offensive coach?
Well, it's probably an exaggeration, but I'll give you an example here. That's in the last 5 years, the Raiders or the 49ers statistically are 6th on defense and special teams. Okay, they're 6th in the league. The Raiders are 32nd. Okay, so when you look at Jimmy G leaving the 49ers to the Raiders, this will be the ultimate test of this, because he's going to go to a team where they don't have a top 5 defense. Mm-hmm. And he's not going to win 70% of his games anymore. It would be very surprising if he did. So I think that's what you're getting at with Purdy on a limited body of work. It's a very favorable situation with the talent you mentioned on offense, an elite play caller, and then a very high margin of error because your defense is so good that if you do punt or play conservatively or just run the ball or don't put much on the quarterback, you might get the ball back and the score hasn't changed, right? Because your defense is so good. You would say with Purdy, there's probably not some amazing elite traits that people are seeing and saying, you know what, wow, I'm going to give him a 2 right now. So I think people were impressed with what he did, don't think the level of difficulty was all that high, and want to see it over a full season before elevating him. I think if he does what he did last year, and just is able to put together a fuller season, for sure he's moving into tier 3, and maybe he presses towards the top of it.
So the backup quarterback position for the 49ers right now is kind of the big talking point of camp, right? You got Sam Darnold, you got Trey Lance, and now we got this Brandon Allen talk. What do you make of Trey Lance thus far in the league? And do you think this is kind of a make or break year for him with the 49ers if indeed he does get demoted down to the QB3 or hell, even gets cut?
Well, I don't know how we could say if we're putting Brock Purdy in tier 4 because we don't have enough information. I mean, we don't have any information on Trey Lance other than he hasn't been able to play, and he hasn't just wowed when he has been able to play or practice. He didn't just wow everybody in the short period of time. So I think the 49ers probably would love to have an exit strategy on it. The problem for them is they gave up so much money in draft capital that if they just kind of cut bait or moved on at a real discount, it doesn't look good. I think they would love to have some team bail them out by giving them something they could hang their hat on in return for him. But who's going to do that, right? Based on probably what the evaluation was coming out, coupled with what's happened since then, there's no reason any team on the outside is going to buy high. So as long as they win, no one's going to be really accountable for that draft selection probably. But if they were to have major quarterback issues and Trey Lance couldn't solve them, I think it would be interesting to see how that would shake out and where the blame would go.
Mike Sando here on our Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game. His quarterback tiers was released the other day, and he had Brock Purdy at 24 after getting a lot of votes from coaches around the league or whatnot. Was there any concerns when it came, going back to Brock Purdy, Mike, was there any concerns from these offensive coordinators or coaches or GMs, whoever you talk to, about Brock Purdy's durability? Because it was released yesterday that he did suffer broken ribs against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last week, and he showed a lot of toughness in playing on that short week in Seattle, not to mention the torn UCL he's coming back from. Was there any concerns about his durability and lasting over 17 games?
No, nobody was bringing that up. They didn't feel like the injury that he suffered was necessarily an indicator of an inability to stay on the field for a long period of time. I don't know that he had some kind of major injury history at college. You can correct me if I'm wrong there. So I didn't pick up that part of it at all. I think people kind of liked the intangible stuff, more than the tangible. And that's what happens when you're a young player who's a late draft pick. It takes a while for you to outperform your draft evaluation, right?
Right.
That's what we talked about, the special traits. It wasn't like there was some amazing thing. So I don't remember durability specifically being, pointed to as something that, this guy's not going to be able to hold up.
Right.
So a guy you have on your tier 2, and it was a big talking point for us the last couple of days. We really appreciate this article, Mike, because we really milked it for a few hours here on the Morning Roast. Kirk Cousins. This guy has been up and down whenever there's tier 2, tier 3, and it's just like a lightning rod, if you will, for 49ers people, because Kyle Shanahan has been linked to this guy for a long time. Like, listen, he likes Kirk. He was there for his rookie year. His dad drafted him back with the Washington, now Commanders. What do you make of Kirk Cousins? And the question I want to throw to you as well is, would you rather have Kirk Cousins this season or the collection of 49ers quarterbacks if you were Kyle Shanahan?
Probably Kirk Cousins. I mean, because it's such a high floor, what you're getting, and there's no uncertainty. I don't know that the collective upside of the other three, now some people may dispute me on that. If you're a big believer in Brock Purdy and think there's great upside, maybe they think that. But I would think that knowing what you're getting in Kirk Cousins for a team that's close in a conference where you may not have to have a great quarterback to get to the Super Bowl would have more value than the potential for downside, whether it's the durability, whether it's just, hey, the talent, right, of what is there. I certainly wouldn't want to be banking on Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. I don't know how you could feel good about that with a team that is close. You may feel a little better, you should, with Purdy, but to me, there's a security of a Kirk Cousins who's a known commodity in the NFL for a long time.
Well said.
Yeah, well said. Mike Sandel, senior NFL writer for The Athletic after 12 years with ESPN. He's been doing it for a long time. Selector for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Of course, the Hall of Fame game on Thursday to get the season kicked off. Sam Darnold there, the Reclamation Project, and he has the arm talent. Watching him at practice, ball comes out, he's got the zip, but he is a turnover machine. And he's been inconsistent. Now, you could blame it on the organizations, the dysfunction, the weapons around him. What is your take on Sam Darnold here as he comes to San Francisco and compete for the backup job?
Yeah, that really those traits and abilities have not translated proportionally to performance on the field for whatever reason. I do think that there is some kind of an organizational component to it. Obviously, the situation you're in is a big deal for quarterbacks, especially kind of the mid-tier quarterback, right? You're going to look Tua is going to look a lot different with these wide receivers, Mike McDaniel's offense in Miami, than he looked when he came into the league and he didn't have any of that. Or Jared Goff with Jeff Fisher versus with Sean McVay. It matters a lot. So I'm sure Sam Darnold could look a lot better than he has looked if he was in a great situation. But I think you're always left with the personnel people liking the traits more than anybody likes the results on the field. So there seems to be a little bit of a gap there in his ability to put it together. Seems real. He has been in the quarterback tiers 4 times before. He was in it in 2019, 20, 21, and 22. And his average tier vote got a little worse every year. Just a little worse. So he didn't really ever get some momentum going, despite the fact that I think some people like those traits that you described.
Yeah, no doubt. Who's a quarterback you're looking at here? Maybe that's in tier 4. Like I see Jordan Love, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, Jordan Love has Christian Watson, has some good running backs, Matt LaFleur. I think Jordan Love could make a big jump in these tiers here. Well, who's a quarterback in tier 4 that you expect to make a big jump and maybe get into tier 3 or tier 2 by the end of the season?
Yeah, I think Kenny Pickett will go to tier 3. I don't know if it's a huge jump, but I think that he has a really safe profile. Like, I don't feel like he's going to go rocket up to the top of tier 2 or anything, but I think he'll be a solid starter. You would think Purdy can be a solid starter, move into tier 3. Jordan Love probably has a little bit more boom or bust to him. No one really knows what to make after one game. How could we know, right? I mean, to me, there's questions there to me with the Packers and him, just sort of the evaluation of him, and now a new evaluation of Matt LaFleur absent Aaron Rodgers. I think there's just, it's a different ballgame. So I'm a little bit more wait and see on Jordan Love. I think in Tier 3, Justin Fields is the most interesting one, because if you look at the path that Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen to some extent have followed in their careers as really athletic guys who struggled to be consistent passers early, either in college or early in their careers, those guys kind of got the polish in their passing game to really make a rise. Josh Allen in Tier 1, Jalen Hurts right on the verge and on his way to Tier 1 if he has another good year. So I think Fields is really, for a low Tier 3, is the one a lot of people will be watching this year.
Conversely, Mike, who do you think could take a step back this year? We're talking about the step up. Who can take a step down from some of these tiers, do you believe?
Okay, so I thought that the voters were a little bit kind to Matthew Stafford. I mean, he held pretty solidly into Tier 2 with some signs that both the team and him are, maybe headed in the wrong direction. I think there's two guys in Tier 2 that are really volatile, that could go either way. And Lamar Jackson's less volatile than Deshaun Watson, but he's got the new offense, the new ability in the passing game with those receivers. It's a step into a little bit of a new world for him. He's been so sensational with that offense where everyone's worried about the run. He gets a chance to kind of put himself out there a little more as a passer, with some hope that that'll be great for him and some concern that, maybe that's not his game, right? So I think he could go into Tier 1 or sink in Tier 2. And then Deshaun Watson was a total mystery last year. Like, where was the guy? A couple of years ago, he was Tier 1. He looked like Tier 4 last year. So where does he should probably be somewhere other than where he is. I'm not sure where that is, if it's higher or lower.
What do you make of Derek Carr this year with the Saints? Obviously, throughout his career with the Raiders, he's never really had a true defense. Now he's going into a situation, kind of a weaker division. You got Baker Mayfield, you got Bryce Young, not CJ Stroud, but help me out here. You else got Bryce Young, you got Baker Mayfield.
Olave's there. Who are you talking about?
The quarterbacks in the division, my bad.
The NFC South.
NFC South, thank you.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield,
Bryce
you
Young,
got Derek
Baker
Carr.
Mayfield, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, and Desmond
Ritter. Thank you. That was the one I mixed up there. Thank you. I appreciate that. So they're going into not a very, top-heavy division, if you will. What do you make of Derek Carr moving into there and his sort of expectations? Because it feels like, I would say make or break, but there's no excuses now when it comes to not having a defense.
Totally. If you look at the 1 year that the Raiders had kind of an even mid defense when he was there, they went 12-4. So, to me, there's a huge difference. And the Raiders have been the absolute worst. If you look over the last 5 years, the teams that were in the top 8 in defense and special teams, they all had winning records. The bottom 8 all had losing records unless they had Mahomes, Rodgers, or Justin Herbert and Philip Rivers. So I think Derek Carr is a kind of a mid-tier quarterback who's going to succeed or fail based more on what's around him. And he's had extreme bad around him on the defensive side. And I think if you look at the last couple of years, the Saints have been in the top 5 on defense. So let's just say the Saints are 10th on defense. In that division, to me, that equates to a winning record for Derek Carr.
There it is. Mike Sando, senior NFL writer for The Athletic. I wonder where Mac Jones would have been if the Niners would have selected him instead of Trey Lance.
Oh, boy.
That's a conversation for another day. We don't need to get our audience fired up about that. Mike Sando, great job at the quarterback tiers. We got to do it more, not just when you release the articles, because you do a good job covering the league and all the ins and outs of the NFL. Mike, continue the great work. Enjoy the Hall of Fame game on Thursday when the Jets take on the Browns.
Appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Sando here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. A lot there. A lot.
Couldn't think of Desmond Ritter. I was like, the Atlanta Falcons is just a forgettable quarterback position. That was the team that you're mentioning. If they're looking for another guy.
Well, Arthur Blank, the owner of the Atlanta Falcons, came out either yesterday or the day before saying that Desmond Ritter's our guy. We think he could be our franchise guy. He's 6'4". He does have a good arm. He was really good with that Cincinnati Bearcats team. I don't know, but listen, Ritter does have weapons.
Does.
Drake London's a hell of a player. This Robinson kid out of Texas is going to run the hell out the football.
Kyle Pitts.
You still got Cordero Patterson, correct?
You do.
He can run the ball. He can catch the ball. He's got speed to burn. Kyle Pitts, we'll see.
Yeah.
I got to see it with him.
He was drafted in the top 5, and it feels like this guy was anointed way too early as the next big thing. Like, he was getting Darren Waller comps already, and Darren Waller's a great player. He was more of a flash in the pan still. Right. Can't stay healthy. I'm kind of seeing that with Kyle Pitts, though, too. Like, you need to stay on the field and show us, because he's got all the physical intangibles and stuff like that, but maybe now with getting a steady quarterback in Desmond Ridder, he could actually come to fruition there.
We'll get into a little more Sam Darnold with Bobby Rosinski. He does afternoon drive out in Charlotte, North Carolina. He's got to see Sam Darnold the last couple of years. We'll get to him because, as Mike Sando said, he got worse and worse on those tiers, and you could blame the organizations, you could blame the weapons around him. I saw a lot of turnovers from Sam Darnold, a lot of bad turnovers, a lot of sacks that he took. We saw him against the Niners during that pandemic season. He had a couple throws, but at times he just looked flustered.
Yeah.
And that worries me about Sam Darnold. As much talent as he has, things get hairy in that pocket. He panics.
I mean,
he doesn't pivot.
What's the quote? Seeing ghosts. Like, it's unfair. Like, and I hate like tagging him with that because it just feels like, but that's the image that Niner fans have. Like, that's Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, whatever the hell it was. It's just primetime TV. He was shook. And listen, maybe it was Adam Gase. Maybe it was the New York Jets. Like, Adam Gase, God, what just a disaster class in New York City, just going back to that press conference, loop-de-doop-de. But like going back to the coaching aspect, Shanahan, if he can fix anyone, and if he can fix Sam Darnold, maybe we are looking at a Jim Plunkett.
Honestly, that's interesting. Who Shanahan fixed?
I mean, the argument.
Who was Shanahan fixed in 7 years?
The argument would be not fixed, but he elevated Matt Ryan to an MVP.
Okay, that was 8 years ago.
7 years ago, yeah.
With the 49ers, who has he fixed? Who's he made better? Because Jimmy Garoppolo got worse.
Did he?
Jimmy Garoppolo regressed under Shanahan.
See, I don't know enough about Jimmy prior to that to say that or not. Nick Mullins, I think he maxed out. I think he maxed out CJ Beathard.
They got worse. They got worse. They all got worse under Shanahan.
Right?
They are, but they all got worse.
We'll see with Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, maybe. Right? Like I think the title quarterback guru maybe with Shanahan, if that's what you're going at, Bonte.
He's a great play caller.
And schemer.
But quarterback guru?
I think I'm going more Andy Reid as a quarterback guru than
absolutely.
Because I've seen it
Andy Reid fixed McNabb in the pocket.
Mike Vick. Oh, Kevin Cobb
Cobb lit it up. Nick Foles that time. He found you go to Kansas City. Alex Smith had his best years under Andy Reid.
And now Pat Mahomes. That's a lot. That's a track record.
That's quarterback guru.
And dare I say Sean McVay? He did it with two different ones.
See, I think Shanahan, great run game coordinator, great play caller, knows when to set defenses up. But quarterback guru, that depends on Trey Lance. By the end of the year, will we be saying Trey Lance is the best quarterback on his roster, or will we be saying Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy? That's a question we're going to chew on all season. Let's go to Uncle Charlie in Rodeo. Uncle Charlie, what's happening?
What's up, Chuck?
Hey, man. You know, everybody putting bad things on Trey Lance. Purdy will start, but Trey Lance is a more durable quarterback. Will be the last one standing and taking us to the Super Bowl. Lions make you dance. Lions make you dance. And I'm going to tell you like this. All you got to do is move the offense and defense take over. And Purdy, he be there, but he's not durable than Trey Lance. Lance is doing his thing. Watch. You will see. Lance will come through. The last one standing. That's all I got to say. Purdy and Lance. Lightning and thunder.
Mark in Oakland. Mark in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
I need someone to
Hey, Bonte, man. Brother, you nailed it. You nailed just what I was thinking inside my head, man. You're in my head. Sam Darnold, this is his third shot. And I don't really want to say that's not fair to say he's looking at go. Listen, he has plenty of footage. But all of a sudden, we don't want to label him, but we sure label Trey Lance quickly. You don't have a problem labeling him. So I just don't know. Why does this guy get a third chance? Because of Shanahan, like you said. Who has Shanahan really whispered, as they say? We got to stop using only one example. Who has he whispered? Because if we be honest, he didn't nail Purdy. Purdy was an accident. He was the last pick taken, and he just happened to be capable. Well, let's not act like we were scouting and hunting out Purdy. But we got to stop giving this. Sam Darnold gets 3 shots. Why? That's all I got to say.
All right, Mark. They get credit for Purdy.
Yes.
They get credit for him. Whether they've lucked into him or not.
Doesn't matter. They drafted him.
You know?
The Patriots get credit for Tom Brady.
Exactly.
Like, that's just
how
it
goes.
Yes.
That's how it goes.
But does that fall into the category of being a guru?
Yeah, see, it doesn't.
No.
See, I would say Shanahan's not a quarterback guru. Yeah. Say he's a great offensive play caller. Andy Reid's a great play caller and guru. Now, I see a nice little a tweet here or a text from the Xfinity Mobile text line 707.
Not an
Andy
X.
Reid's career talker text. Andy Reid's career looked very similar to Kyle before he had Mahomes. Now he did fall short. But it wasn't because of the quarterback. He had good quarterbacks. McNabb is a borderline Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Donovan McNabb was really good.
Did you see those offenses with Michael Vick? Are you kidding me?
Well, even before the offenses with McNabb,
Oh,
he had
yeah.
Brian Westbrook, who he found out of Villanova.
Brian Westbrook's so sick.
One of the sickest backs of that time.
I mean,
in the
prior
2000s.
to T.O., they had what? Todd Pinkston and who?
James Thrash.
There you go.
Chad Lewis.
Yeah.
Not a lot on the outside. They get 2-0, boom, and go to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You're running the Belichick. But Andy Reid was really good.
I love those Eagles teams. Javon Curse was so sick.
Yeah, I love the Eagles teams, and then I went to Philadelphia.
And then you went to I know. I'm sorry.
Eagles cry.
I know.
Boom, boom, boom.
But you think of that E ESPN 2K5 cover with T.O. on it. Donovan McNabb and that team was so sick.
They were so sick on Madden.
Oh,
they were legit.
Andy Reid also had Jeff Garcia.
He did.
They won a
for hot
division
sec.
championship.
Yep, they did.
They won an NFC East crown.
I forgot about Jeff
They lost to the
Garcia.
Saints in the divisional round.
Was that prior to Garcia on the Bucks? After?
Yes, that was before Garcia on the Bucks.
Yeah.
Garcia on the Bucks won a division title with Gruden.
He did.
Garcia, put some respect on his
He did.
name,
He was
man.
good. He was good.
So 888-957-9570. Should we be concerned about Brock Purdy's durability? Because I'm starting to get a little. If there's something I'm concerned, I'm not worried about his play. I'm not at all. Brock Purdy on the football field proved that he can run this offense. 13 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions in the regular season. Didn't turn the ball over in the postseason. Although there was a couple Jimmy O'Neill throws in those playoff games, didn't turn the ball over. But are we a little concerned? Oh, wait, 755, we got injury report.
I mean, I'm concerned about his injuries.
Anybody got concerns about his durability? That's coming up on the other side. Damn, I almost forgot about the injury report. We're rolling right now. Injury report. Let's go.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, real quick, Spadoni.
Is it Guru's ego that is in the injury report?
That is on the injury report. That is definitely on the injury
And
report.
Big John Mayer, also Brett Favre. Credit that with Andy Reid as well. Development there.
Good call,
Andy
Big
Reid
John.
also SF State Gator. Don't get it twisted.
So good day, Chomp City, baby.
That's right.
Let's go. Tyrell Stroud is starting a rehab assignment this week. Expected to rejoin the Giants lineup as soon as this week against the Oakland A's. That is good news. He's been out for a month with the left-hand fracture. He's going to get a couple games up at AAA Sacramento before getting re-evaluated. That is good news. That is good news for the Giants there as it gets some reinforcements. Back to injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So let's go open the game. Sponsored by Free About Big Full Service Banking. No compromises. Your phone calls coming up. Mad Dog will get to you and the rest of you. 888-957-9570. Should we be concerned about Brock Purdy's durability? That's coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Soda! Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, overnight dancers, hopefully you had a good night. Truck drivers, janitors, plumbers, baby mamas, baby daddies, grandparents.
Mia and Guru, hope you guys are doing all right.
Oh, boy. Is Guru calling in sick today?
Oh, boy. I hope he can join us. Thank you.
Good morning to Steiny and his daughter for just running over Guru.
Man. No assists at all. Just leaving him out to dry.
What are you doing calling?
Yeah, well, stop lying, Guru.
He was withholding the truth, Bonte, is what we call it. He wasn't lying. Withholding the truth.
888-957-9570. Good morning to Big John. Good morning to Loveman. Good morning to you, Spadoni. Doing a great job covering for Shasky this week.
Thanks, buddy.
We're going to talk about Sam Darnold a little bit. We got a great guest coming up from Charlotte, North Carolina.
We certainly do. Bobby Rosinski. Can't wait.
Charlotte, afternoon rush on 7:30 in Charlotte. We'll get to Darnold because it's time we break him down a little bit because he may play.
Could he be the Jim Plunkett for the 49ers?
I like that.
I love that comp. The Raider fan in me love that comp.
Love that, huh?
Well, Plunkett, a local guy. Come on, Stanford's own. We love Jim Plunkett. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Come on, 2 championships. Starting quarterback. We're going to put Eli in, not Plunkett? Come on.
Eli should.
I know. He's going to get in, though. He played for the New York Giants.
Just on name alone.
And he has all the compiling stats.
All the interceptions.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
But Darnold or Trey, I feel like will play this season. I feel like they will play.
Okay, because I put the over-under on Brock Purdy starts at 12.5, and you're taking it under.
So you are with me where you have concerns about his durability.
I do. Just because of the frame and the size.
I don't have concerns about his play on the field.
No.
I'm not saying that at all. But durability, first of all, the elbow, the torn UCL, could that happen? But it was also released yesterday. Brock Purdy had broken ribs that he suffered against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then he played, and look, toughness, we can't question the toughness. We cannot question the toughness because he did play 4 days later against Seattle. But he has a small frame.
There's a reason he fell to Mr. Irrelevant, Bonte.
And those are 2 big injuries in just 8 games.
Yeah.
Just 8 games. And he admitted that he played through serious pain. He had the oblique, he had the rib. Again, he said it and he suffered it probably in the first couple of series against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I'm not concerned about his play on the field. I'm concerned about his durability. Am I off base for that?
I don't think so. 888-957-9570. Hit us up on the Xfinity mobile text line as well. Call or text, but I just think with that size and frame, there are concerns. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. We're not crushing his play on the field, which is elite. At times, he was elite. We saw him outduel Tom Brady. We saw that. They smoked him. They were getting Brock Purdy chants, Bonte.
Yeah, I was
when
there.
Tom Brady was on the field. Yeah. It was really funny, too. Who was it? Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner wanted Tom to sign the ball and stuff. Dre intercepted him. He's like, hey, can you sign this, man? Sam Lubman, I think. Was that Sam Lubman or someone asked a question to Tom Brady as well? I think Sam Lubman.
Yeah, Sam Lubman asked the last question to Tom Brady
he's not
in the
back
Bay
to
Area.
Defend himself, of course he's not, but he did.
He's making that Gambino's run.
Oh, we needed that. We need that coffee.
We need that coffee bad. Bad.
It's
Big John's about to crush a big burrito too.
Oh, he's smoking that thing. What do you get, Big John? What'd you get?
He got the bacon mushroom.
Bacon mushroom. I'm not a mushroom guy.
I got a toasted cream cheese bagel.
Oh,
Everything bagel.
That's a John pick for you right there.
I like that.
Everything bagel at least. Okay, there we go. Fair enough. But Brock Purdy, I think it's fair to question his stature, if you will, in regards to getting hurt. Yeah. Now, was it a freak thing, the UCL? Yes, because this doesn't happen. It's a very rare injury in the NFL. The cracked ribs, that's something that's going to be happening. He's going to be taking shots. We already listed, Bonte, the teams that he's going to be playing against. Mm-hmm. And the players, you got TJ Watt, week 1. You got Aaron Donald, week 2. You got Micah Parsons in there. You got Myles Garrett.
The New York Giants, week 3
Dexter Lawrence. You got Thibodeau.
Right.
So you got some dudes that you're playing up against. These aren't just some no-names. These are playoff teams, playoff caliber, with some headhunters. These guys will be taking shots at you. They want you to get hurt. They want to dish out the pain a la a Clubber Lang.
So when we line these phone calls up and we talk about Brock Purdy, he did come off a strong performance yesterday in practice. He did. I wonder if anybody's asked Shanahan if Brock Purdy will play in the preseason games. Will he play in the preseason? Yesterday, so all reps so far for Brock Purdy through 6 practices. Brock Purdy's completed 60% of his passes, 29 and 48 in practice. 88 reps, all with the first team.
29 of 48?
29, 48, 60%. Trey Lance, 80 reps. He's 26 of 40, 65%.
Okay.
Leader in the clubhouse. Sam Darnold, 23 of 40, 58%.
Yikes.
Brendan Allen, 60 to 25, 64%. Going up against the threes. Brock Purdy going to hold up.
Well, you mentioned the preseason thing. We got joint practices here next week, and it's going to be very interesting to see what takes place there because that's when things get ratcheted up. Like, that's like hard hitting. I was listening to the Kelsey Brothers podcast, and they were saying joint practices, the most hard hitting things, even more than so than games.
I think preseason games, I've been saying this for years. The joint practices, you get a lot more work in. Bill Belichick's been doing this a long time, whether he's got joint practices against the Eagles.
Last year against the Raiders.
Yeah, last year against the Raiders. Joint practices, you get a lot of work in. You get 20 plays. Last year, Trey Lance was in Minnesota. Nick Bosa took that joint practice over. He was all over Kirk Cousins.
I remember a few years ago, Hunter Renfrow destroying Jalen Ramsey, and it was a thing. They didn't want to leak the tapes.
They didn't want to leak the tapes, and they did.
They did, yeah. There's something to that. But has Brock Purdy earned the right to not even play in preseason games? I think he needs to.
He needs to. Andres on YouTube. Bonte, let's be honest. If they let Trey start, they ain't looking back. The 49ers, that is. It's a bold proclamation.
If they let Trey start, they're not looking back?
If Trey starts, they're not looking back. That means Trey's going to take off with the job.
That's interesting. I don't think he's going to start week 1, but at some point, if that's what he's saying, if he takes over at some point.
He's taking over, yeah. Once Trey takes over, he's not going to look back.
See, it's interesting. Let's say, I don't know, hypothetically here, they're 6-3. Brock Purdy's played well. I don't know, something happens to him. High ankle sprain. I'm not wishing it. Something like that. Or he'll come back eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Trey looks really good. 6-3. And he goes for, I don't know, gets 2 or 3 wins in a row and has a couple of 300-yard passing games.
I think the Niners will stick with Trey. This is the guy they invested a lot in.
Harbaugh did this with the hot hand with Kaepernick and Alex Smith.
Never went back to Alex.
But the difference was there, they drafted Kaepernick to maybe be that heir apparent taking over for Alex Smith. These are 2 young guys. But again, it's a tricky situation that you're going to have to thread the needle if you're Kyle Shanahan. So, it's fascinating.
I'm seeing this from Tyler Miller, her boy.
What's up, Tyler?
Purdy needs to earn the number 1 quarterback spot. So
should
the Niners have an open competition, or should Brock Purdy be the leader in the clubhouse?
I think he should be the leader in the clubhouse with how he played last season.
I agree.
Yes, but I don't think he should not be playing in preseason games. Yeah. Like, I know that's coming up here, next week against the Raiders or whatever. We've got the Hall of Fame game tomorrow, kicking things off. Who is it tomorrow? The Browns and Jets.
Browns and Jets in Canton, Ohio.
That's going to be interesting.
Probably not going to see Rodgers. Probably not going to see Watson.
No, he saw Josh Jacobs last year, though, starting.
He did.
And now he's not even in camp. Wonder why, by the way.
Let's go to Connor in Livermore. Connor, what's happening?
Connor.
Man? You're on the roast.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning.
What's up, man?
I just wanted to chime in on with the quarterback talk because I've been having a conversation like this for the last 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
Besides Darnold and I forget the 4th guy we picked up, who's pretty good out here. Between Purdy and Lance, I can go with either. I personally, but I would say I love Purdy for his his demeanor, his character, and that goes a long way in the locker room. How he just took charge of the offense and how he responded to that versus Trey Lance. He got the money, he's going out having a good time. It's I kind of relate him to Jordan Poole. Not they're very similar all the way, but Poole is very talented. But he let his ego and his character and his actions get in front of him, and that took him down off the Warriors.
Actually, the punch heard around the world took him down off the Warriors. But go ahead, Connor.
Yeah. So I was just saying, if Purdy starts, I'm super happy. I like Purdy. I think he plays smart. He makes interesting or exciting plays happen that haven't happened in a while with Jimmy not being able to throw a deep ball or scramble. And I think Trey could be really good too.
Any concerns with his durability?
We haven't seen it yet.
Any concerns with his durability, Brock Purdy?
It could happen to anybody, but I don't think I think about it as he's not the smallest guy in the league.
I think about Murray, and I don't know how Tua is not small, but those guys are like his size that make it through, or like Drew Brees, guys that are small but they've had long careers. It could happen. Fluke things like you could just have another injury and be done.
You just mentioned two guys that are perpetually injured, and thanks for the call, Connor. Kyler Murray's out for the season, and Tua had like 5 concussions last year.
Did I hear that right? He said Trey was a little cocky or something.
I don't know what he said. George Poole too, not Jordan. So
he said once he got his money, he just likes to have fun.
What?
Whatever that means.
He said that about Jordan Poole.
About Trey Lance.
Well, first of all,
what does that even mean?
No, first of all, he got the money. Trey Lance works his ass off.
Yeah, no one's.
Remember, did we not remember when he came into camp as a rookie, and Shanahan and everybody said the guy who had the most usage on their iPad was Trey Lance? Studying. Do we not remember that?
He's a gym rat.
Track who looks at what. And that Trey Lance was the leader of the clubhouse in terms of looking at all the film and all the data and everything like that. Did we not forget that?
Well, did we also forget the guy that he was taking over for, Jimmy Garoppolo, would ghost the team? Do you remember that article, Mike Silver?
Yeah, and wouldn't text anybody back and would just go do his own thing.
Do we not remember that?
But first of all, if he wants to have fun, who gives a damn? Debo pops bottles in the club. I don't care.
Come on.
These guys are in their mid-20s. They want to go have fun. They're single. There's nothing wrong with going to the club.
Zero off the field concerns as it pertains to Trey Lance. To say anything like that is actually negligent. And
also last year when he had ankle surgery for the second time, the Niners said that he could have a few weeks off, and he stayed at the facility and at games to help out with quarterback rooms.
And listen, when Jimmy Garoppolo was hurt, he'd be in the luxury suite. You didn't see him on the sidelines.
Well, you saw him smiling on the sideline last year in the NFC Championship
game. And the NFC finally got his ass on the sideline. Trey Lance is there with the Microsoft Surface, going over to Brock Purdy, helping him up. Brock Purdy said over and over at pressers, Trey Lance has been very instrumental in my efforts, in my play, because he helps me out every time to see what I'm talking about, to see what I'm seeing, to break down the film or whatnot. This whole thing that Trey Lance, and by the way, who gives a damn if he is cocky? Debo's cocky. Bosa's cocky. Warner's cocky. You got to have some cocky. You don't think Steph Curry's cocky?
Jimmy Garoppolo was cocky.
Kobe Bryant, your guy. Cocky.
You kidding me? There's a fine line between cockiness and confidence, but if you thread it right, you could be an all-timer, but you have to have the talent to match it. Dion on the chat on the YouTube, and you can follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. Ring the bell, people. Dion, this is the most annoying convo. The only reason people aren't sold on Purdy is his draft status. If he was a first-rounder, we're not even talking about this BS. Well, he's played 8 games.
Right. That's why we're talking about
That's why we're talking about it.
Not only are we talking about it because he played 8 games, it's because we saw Jimmy Garoppolo come in 2017 and light it up. And I certainly thought, damn, the Niners got their
You thought you were sold.
Then he got hurt week 3, 2018, and was never the same since. Never the same since.
And so I think it's you could say it's or battered here and beaten as a franchise, as a fan base, if you want to say that as it pertains to the quarterback staying healthy. But it is what it is. The NFL stands for not for long.
Right.
The truly elite guys are the guys that can stay healthy. You think it's a coincidence that Tom Brady played till he was 45?
Right.
Given his draft status? He's not athletic at all. He can't get away from anyone, Bonte.
But also, you don't think Tom Brady was cocky?
Oh, are you kidding me?
You don't think he talked trash? Oh, the arrogance leaking it's okay.
Do you see all the different tirades he had laying into the people on the sidelines?
No doubt.
People were crushing him because they didn't think that was leadership, and they were juxtaposed. I was like, no, that is leadership because he expects greatness from his teammates.
We just watched the quarterback series on Netflix.
Oh, so good.
And I'm glad 510 Xfinity Mobile text line brought this up. Patrick Mahomes is big cocky.
Oh,
he made that play at Tampa Bay. Rudy said, I'm like that.
You say him and Max Crosby getting into it?
Yeah,
those are two cocky individuals going out.
Him.
Yeah.
And he's the best quarterback in this league. And he may go down as the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
That's how good he is.
Talent-wise,
Trey Lance is cocky. That was a terrible call, Connor. I can't believe he's... I thought I was tripping. I was like, maybe it's just the lack of sleep I had
I don't know where he was going with any of that. That's why I kind of cut him off because he was starting to be injury-prone and small-frame guys.
If he's injury-prone... Brock Purdy's had 2 major injuries so far. Broken rib, had to play out a game. And look, he deserves all the credit in the world for playing tough and being tough in that game against Seattle.
Oh, my God. Well, hell, even in the NFC Championship game, he had to go out there and he couldn't even throw.
Right.
Felt bad for the guy watching him. Like he was gutty last year, and I appreciate what he did on the field, but it's a fair question to just question the frame and the size of this guy. Absolutely. When you compared him, and Connor the Caller compared himself to Kyler Murray, a guy who's out for the season probably, and Tua Tagovailoa, who again got popped multiple times. Right. I don't even think he should be playing the sport of football, to be quite honest with you. So it is scary.
So William Bonnet, Purdy should earn the job this offseason. Last year was last year. There's a lot of steam there. I think Purdy deserves the first team reps, but I would like to see Trey Lance get some first team reps, especially in the preseason.
If he doesn't play in the preseason, I'm not okay with that.
Ooh.
He needs to play in the preseason.
All right, Dave in Fremont. What you got, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up,
good,
bro?
Man. Good.
All right. Well, it's time for the Ginger's take. So this is the only one that really matters. No, I'm just playing. Purdy's the guy. All right. And look, we keep talking about his small sample size. Okay. This decision was made after his fifth start. All right. You look at the guys around him, things that we don't see, what happens in the locker room. The guys responded to him. You look at the OG Trent Williams after Brock Purdy does his little finger guns, and he's looking at him like, damn, kid, all right, you got something. You know what I mean? That's the guy. And, we point to this small sample size, but yet when we talk about Trey Lance, the only thing we talk about is his one game against Houston, that one game against Arizona, and one preseason throw. So I'm a huge Trey Lance fan, but I'm sorry. There's that kid, Brock Purdy. It don't matter if you get your guy in the first round, the second round, the third round. You got your guy.
So let me ask you this, Dave. You believe Purdy is the guy here in San Francisco? He is the franchise guy.
Absolutely. Look at the things that for one, he's made his teammates better. Took our offense and made it from very lethargic to very exciting. And
Jimmy Garoppolo was doing real quick, Dave. Jimmy Garoppolo was actually pretty well with Christian McCaffrey once he came into town. Like we were talking about letting Jimmy cook. Hell, Bonte Hill had to apologize to the man on air here. We were talking about Jimmy Garoppolo playing pretty well, but continue.
Absolutely, yeah. No, Jimmy Garoppolo, he played really well up until he got hurt last season. I mean, I heard everybody on the radio talking about, and us too, talking about how he seemed to kind of turn a corner a little bit. Wasn't turning the ball over as much, and then he got hurt. And I actually personally want to see the 49ers keep both Lance and Purdy, because I think you have a perfect situation. If Purdy goes down, blows out his elbow, and then you got Lance, the Ferrari, to come back in and say, hey, sorry, we gave you the Garoppolo treatment, but head on in there and do your thing, kid. So that's all I wanted to say. I think Purdy's the guy, but I also love Trey Lance, and I'd love to see him get a shot. I don't think that he's a bust or anything by that means. It's just, this is football. This is a business. Guy stepped up, made his plays, and you guys have a great day.
I respect the hell out of that. Great call, Dave. That was a really good call. Really good call.
Got a super chat in here, Bonte. James Foster, search 95.7 The Game, like, subscribe, watch us, and stream us on Twitch, on YouTube. Ring that bell, people. James Foster, who do you guys think the players want as quarterback? That's an interesting one.
I don't know.
Because I know who the players, some of them wanted last year, starting week one. I know
Garoppolo.
Yes.
Because they were quick to go to Michael Silver and run their mouths about that.
It felt like 49er football. Was that a quote I heard?
Kyle Juszczyk.
So, it's interesting.
Very interesting. Jimmy Garoppolo last year at the Niners, 7-3, 16 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 67% completion percentage. But he did have the pick 8, and at times the offense was stagnant. Brock Purdy did take that offense to another level. Now, Sam Darnold, we're going to talk about Sam Darnold in a second here. Our guy, Bobby Rosinski. Afternoon Rush.
Our guy.
Our Afternoon Rush, 7:30 in Charlotte.
Does a hell of a job.
Sam Darnold signed with the 49ers on the second day of free agency. And there were rumors swirling about Sam Darnold coming to San Francisco for many, many years. Number 3 overall pick coming out of USC, spent 5 seasons with the Jets and Panthers. Who is Sam Darnold? What enamored everybody with Sam Darnold after that Panthers run last season? Now, you got to remember, Sam Darnold completed 58.6% of his passes last season in that offense with Carolina. It's not good enough.
No, it's not.
Not in the Shanahan offense.
Not in today's offense. You ain't hitting 60, you're not good.
But he's getting a lot of buzz. Just look at his touchdown to interception ratio. 17-15 rookie year. 19-13 second year. 9-11 third year. 9-13. mean, this guy has thrown 61 touchdown passes and 55 interceptions in his career.
He fumbles a lot too, does he? I don't know if you have those numbers there, Vontae. He fumbles
I don't see the fumble numbers
a lot.
Here.
Like
I've been looking for the fumble numbers.
He backs up, and it feels like, and Shasky's been on this. He holds the ball in such a way so low where people just swipe at it every single time.
Sam Darnold, in his career, has fumbled 35 times.
Yeah, he's up there with the Derek Carrs of the world.
No, they've only given away 11 of those 35 fumbles. But 35 fumbles.
It's unacceptable.
Last year, fumbled 6 times, 3 recovered. That's just, he fumbled 6 times in 6 games.
And listen, some of that is like his rookie year. I get that. But sooner or later. Last
2 years. Last 2 years. All right, last 2 years, Sam Darnold did 18 games, fumbled the ball 15 times.
Man.
The opposing team recovered 6 of those fumbles. That's a lot, folks.
That is a lot.
And even if they don't recover it, that's still a wasted play. That's still momentum killed.
Yep. Maybe you fumble in the pocket, you lose 5 yards. You lose 7 yards.
Not good.
It's a bad rep.
It's not good.
That's not good at all. So who is Sam Darnold, and why is he getting so much buzz? Again, Sam Darnold had his worst practice of training camp yesterday with the pads on. 2 of 6. 2 of 6.
See, of all the guys we're looking at in preseason, that's the guy I'm wondering about, is Sam Darnold. When I see him with this Shanahan-type offense, and maybe I'll put too much stock into a preseason performance because, hell, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, and maybe we should be looking at these joint practices next week with the Raiders in Henderson, Nevada. Like if so-and-so's dicing up so-and-so, okay, that's interesting. That is noteworthy. But as it pertains to just the ins and outs, running with the 2s and 3s, if he's still struggling with them, yes, I am concerned a little bit.
All right. Chris Alvarez, 920. Bobby Rosinski coming up here. Afternoon Rush on 7:30. We'll talk about Sam Darnold, the quarterback we haven't talked about a lot. Plus your phone calls coming up. 888-957-9570. Also, Giants fans, if you want to get in here, now's your time. Are you happy with the way the Giants dealt with the trading deadline yesterday? They got a much-needed win yesterday against Arizona, 4-3. Crawford with the game-tying home run in the bottom of the 6th. Lamont Wade Jr. with the go-ahead home run, 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Of course, Patrick Bailey throwing out Perdomo as Shamania gets to save.
Throwing Samoan, baby. Shamania. I love it.
Expect about good performances for him.
It was good. It's
not
good.
bad.
If he's not giving up the long ball, he's usually pretty good. Like, this is a guy that has no-hit stuff. He's thrown no-hitters in the past. So, yeah, Shamania, good on him.
All right, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. But coming up next, Bobby Rosinski, Afternoon Rush on 7:30 in Charlotte, North Carolina. We're going to do that here and talk about Sam Darnold on the Morning Roast, and that will be brought to you by 7-Eleven.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Damn, that sounds like some Wu-Tang or something. Shaolin Temple. What the hell is this?
I like it.
I do like it.
It's Anderson .Paak, Savior's Road.
There you go.
That was funky.
Dude, John's got the beats this week.
He does have the beats, but you got to step your game up, man. I mean, he's blowing you
Okay,
out of
I'm
the
playing classics that are timeless. All right, let's not go too far here.
This is classic.
It's fine.
Oh, hey.
You mad at my Snoop Dogg and my Dr. Dre and all that? Are you mad?
You got to have a little depth to your game. Y'all want to talk about me and Pandora's Box? Big John, I didn't heard.
I'm actually offended.
Slick
now.
Rick, Outkast.
Okay. All right, it's fine.
Anderson .Paak.
No, it's cool.
Pac, Tribe Called Quest, Bonita Applebomb.
No, it's fine.
He's got some Snoop. He's got some Dre. He's got some Pac.
It's fine. No, it's cool. I'm just gonna have all Sublime now going forward.
We grew up in different parts of Pacific Grove.
It's true. I was on 17 Mile Drive.
Yeah,
you ever hear about that?
You're in the Burbs.
John Steinbeck wrote about it. It's pretty popular.
The Burbs? Is that the Burbs?
No, that's
so Big John was in the hood. You were in the Burbs.
17 Mile Drive. Look it up, Bonte.
What's up with 17 Mile? Is that the hood?
No, it's very famous. It leads into Pebble Beach, Carmel. It's very famous.
So you was in the Burbs.
I was somewhere. We were renting. We didn't own.
You were in the Burbs. Big John was out there with the Crips and Bloods.
Bobby Rosinski in the Burbs.
Yeah, Bobby
Charlotte.
Yeah, wait a second. Yeah,
like
you didn't like that.
You like that?
Spinoni, a little emotional. A little Raider fan coming out at you, man. You Raider fans get a little sensitive.
Well, when it comes to my music, you know
press
what?
some buttons here. You guys get a little testy.
You know?
Bobby Rosinski. What's happening, man? Afternoon rush, 7:30 in Charlotte. We love Charlotte, North Carolina. Guru's daughter Mia is going to be in Greensboro at North Carolina A&T. But we got to ask about Sam Darnold and what he did with the Panthers. Also, thanks for Christian McCaffrey. Do you want to give up Mr. Burns off the edge? We'll love to have him too. Bobby, good morning, man. What's happening out there on the East Coast?
I'm just enjoying a day that's only in the 80s out here in Charlotte, North Carolina today. So not so bad right now.
That's sticky, right? You got the humidity.
You got humidity, yeah.
Yeah, it is brutal here, but this is a brief rest we have here the next 3 days. But other than that, 95, 98.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, high up there, and Panther training camp, I'm sure having fun in Spartanburg.
Hey, well, you know what? I mean, it's about 58, 59 degrees out here in San Francisco, and it's gloomy,
nice
foggy. Nice breeze, wind. You can ride around with the windows down.
I'm jealous.
I mean,
I enjoyed my week in Super Bowl 50 out there a few years ago. So I look forward to maybe one day getting back.
Hopefully one day get back. I was rooting for you in the Super Bowl 50. Don't lie. Cam Newton and those guys, that was a fun team to cover or a fun team to watch here. Sorry Super Bowl 50 didn't work out. But we got to ask you about Sam Darnold because he's out here now in San Francisco, and there's been rumors of Sam Darnold and Kyle Shanahan for many, many years. And a lot of people out here believe that Sam Darnold right now is a leader in the clubhouse for not only the backup job to Brock Purdy, but may see some snaps in the regular season if Brock was to go down. So, look, I look at the last game against the New Orleans Saints. He was 5-15, 43 yards. I see that he fumbled the ball 15 times in 18 starts the last 2 years. So, what was Panther fans, or what did you see from Sam Darnold in his time with the Carolina Panthers?
Well, I was probably one of the few that actually liked Sam Darnold, and instead of this team trading up to number one to get Bryce Young, I was fine if they would have kept Sam, because you can look at the numbers when he took over last year after the Baker Mayfield scenario finally came to an end for the Carolina Panthers, and with competent coaching, which you guys now have, obviously with Steve Wilkes out there as well, as we send every good thing we have out to the West Coast, but Sam Darnold played fine. Yeah, the last game of the year, there's nothing to play for. They'd lost to the Bucs the week before, and actually Sam played well in that game, but that eliminated them, so there wasn't anything to play in that game against the Saints. But if you look at those numbers at the end of November through December, Sam Darnold actually didn't play bad. I mean, this is a guy that I'm excited for to see what he can do with real head coaching with Kyle Shanahan. I mean, this is a guy who had Todd Bowles his first year, Adam Gase for 2 years, and then Matt Rule for a couple of seasons. That's about as bad as you can get in my book of trying to have a head coach lead you in the National Football League. So Kyle Shanahan and what we've seen him do, I do think Sam Darnold can play really well out in San Francisco if he does get that opportunity over Brock Purdy.
What did you see from him last year, Bobby? You mentioned that you weren't as hard on him as some others may have been. What did you see from Sam last year that gives you hope that he could turn his career around and, produce like he was in that top 5 pick?
Well, we can go to last season. The biggest difference we had with the Panthers last year and once Steve Wilks took over is you had a run game that this team was committed to. Dante Foreman, who's now in Chicago, was the lead back after CMC got dealt out to San Francisco. And another thing that this team had, and they have not had for 10 years until last year, was they actually had a left tackle. So they had drafted Ike Ekwonu out of NC State in the first round. Now, Taylor Moton's been the right tackle. He's been good for a few years, but they have never had a left tackle. The offensive line for the Panthers has probably been bottom 10 in the league for a long time. Even the year they went to the Super Bowl with Cam Newton, that was not a very good offensive line, and that's why they lost to the Denver Broncos in that game. So you actually had an offensive line. DJ Moore, who they traded away, is a true, to me, number one wide receiver, and Sam Darnold was put more in a situation to be successful, and that wasn't the case before. So again, to me, when you take that to San Francisco and what I have watched from a distance with Kyle Shanahan, and even when he was the offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons, he can make things work. We haven't had a tight end here in Carolina since Greg Olsen left about 5 years ago. We'll see what Hayden Hurst can do this year, but obviously you got George Kittle. We didn't have that when Sam Darnold was the quarterback here, so there was just so much in favor of Sam if you put him in the right spot to actually work in this league, and I think that's why he's maybe getting a chance with a third team in the National Football League.
Bobby Rosinski, Afternoon Rush on 7:30 in Charlotte, North Carolina, breaking down Sam Darnold. And look, I'm not going to lie, first couple practices I attended out here in the Bay Area, he lit it up, man. He looked really, really good. You could see the arm talent. You could see the size. You could see the zip on the football. My concerns is ball security. You could look at the numbers right here with the 13 interceptions in 2021, just 3 last year, but the fumbles in the pocket. How was his ball security? How did he tighten that up?
Yeah, and look, that's a concern, and as we've seen it through his, first 5 years in the National Football League, I think that's always going to be there, but then you go to the coaching aspect of it, and to me, that's where Kyle Shanahan plays a big part in making sure Sam Darnold is better in that situation. For Matt Rule, the first 2 years he was the head coach here, they didn't have experience on the coaching staff. They did bring it in last year with Ben McAdoo being the offensive coordinator, but also go last year. Sam Darnold, this team traded for Baker Mayfield on July 6th. And then they made this fake quarterback competition that we had to deal with for 3 weeks here in camp when you knew Baker Mayfield was going to be the guy. And then Sam was kind of just cast off. I think he had an injury at one point. He was gone for a little while. And then when Baker eventually got moved to the Los Angeles Rams, then we saw Sam Darnold take over. And I thought over those stretch of games, he played decent. You can actually go to the first year with Carolina, too, in 2021. Right. The Panthers actually started 3-0.
Yeah.
And Sam Darnold looked great running the football. He was making plays, throwing the ball, and then some injuries popped up for this team. I know he suffered one that played a part in it here. So I think the turnovers are probably something you're going to have to live with, but I'll go to the coaching one more time here. If that improves, because I can't say he's had that through 5 years in the National Football League, that will help Sam Darnold be more productive as a quarterback. Now, I remember watching, when he played, was it the Vikings in the playoff game, and I think Jimmy G didn't throw a pass for about an hour and a half. Maybe that would be the same thing they do with Sam Darnold, but still, this guy, as you said, you mentioned during camp, the talent is no doubt there. It's the reason he was a top pick from the New York Jets out of USC 5 years ago.
You're talking about getting put in the right situation, right, with Sam Darnold, and we can juxtapose that with what's going on with Christian McCaffrey. I cannot think, Bobby, of a more perfect situation for a guy like Christian McCaffrey than being in a Kyle Shanahan offense. What did you see from him last season that just makes you think, man, this guy has it all? Could we be looking at an MVP type of season for Christian McCaffrey? I know it's crazy. It's a quarterback-driven league, but that's how good this guy was last season under Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, he's incredible. And the issue here in Carolina, and I actually wasn't opposed to the trade and part of where the Panthers were as a football team and to see what hopefully you could get in return from San Francisco. But for Christian McCaffrey, it was health. I mean, we just went through a couple of years here where you could not rely on him to be out there for 16, now 17 games. Now, in San Francisco, he went out there, and last year overall, even though his time with the Panthers, CMC was a healthy guy, but you put him out there with Shanahan, with Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. It's scary. I mean, we sit out here, we talk about San Francisco. It's just quarterback play. With Brock Purdy last year stepping in and not losing a football game, it's amazing to me of what Kyle Shanahan can do on the offensive side of the ball. So that's scary to me. If you're a defense and you're looking at CMC and what he can provide for this team through a full season. I mean, I know in the NFC Championship game, he kind of had the one, I think, touchdown when he ran it in, basically playing quarterback for the 49ers in this game. So he can be dynamic. There is no doubt about that. Not a lot of running backs, to me, are worth the money, and that's why we're seeing that change in the National Football League. But CMC is one that is worth that because he can do so much, whether it's catching, running, or heck, running the Wildcat if you need him to.
You know, Bobby, it was not to tune our own horns here on the Morning Roast, but the week the Niners were playing Carolina, a lot of rumors, Jimmy Garoppolo, would they trade for Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield? And I was thinking, well, can they get Christian McCaffrey away from Carolina? Because I still believe, even though the running back position, they're not getting paid as much, having a running back who could hit home runs, like a Christian McCaffrey, a Derrick Henry, that does so much for your offense. But I do want to switch over to the defense because you mentioned Mr. Wilkes, who was the interim coach with Carolina. I thought he may get that job. They really rallied around him. What type of defensive coordinator are the 49ers getting here? Is this guy a blitz-heavy guy? We know he's a secondary specialist. Tell us about Steve Wilkes a little bit.
Yeah, he's an aggressive guy, and to me, it's funny, as we've talked this whole conversation, I'm just sitting here thinking about how jealous I am of the talent that is in San Francisco compared to Carolina, and that's what you look here defensively of what he's going to be able to work with. So we actually didn't see him be the defensive coordinator all that much for Carolina. His first go-around here before he got the head coaching job out in Arizona, I remember Sean McDermott was the defensive coordinator for the most part, and I think Wilkes had a year or two, and then he got that head coaching job, and he came back, and it was mainly as a secondary guy where Matt Rule got let go. He got to be the guy. Al Holcomb came in and kind of was the defensive coordinator, but it's about being aggressive. It's what he wants to be as a defensive coordinator, and it comes down to who do you have to be able to do that? And last year for the Panthers, you have Brian Burns, who is a really good pass rusher, and we'll see what his contract ends up being here if the Panthers pay him before the start of the season, which I assume they would be. But it's what other weapons do you have? And for the Panthers last year, your two corners are always hurt, and J.C. Horn and Dante Jackson, so that limits what you're going to be able to do. And I think for Steve Wilkes, a lot of love for him came back, and we can go to the Super Bowl team in Super Bowl 50, where you had a Josh Norman, a guy who broke out playing under Steve Wilkes. Captain Munnerlyn was a 7th-round pick, and he developed into a really good corner. And that defense back in 2015 was an aggressive flying defense and forced turnovers all over the place. And we know that's what changes football games. And for Steve Wilkes, I think that's it. It's being aggressive and trying to take that ball away, because you do that, as good as the offense could be for San Francisco, I mean, this is a team that can clearly make a case that they're best 53-man roster in the NFL.
So you say all those nice things about Steve Wilkes. Why isn't he the head coach in Carolina then?
He coaches defense. That was pretty much it to me. For David Tepper, he wanted the offensive guy. They were thinking, they knew they were going to go out and get a rookie quarterback, whether at the time they were going to vault all the way up to 1. I'm not sure they knew, but then you got Frank Reich, clearly the ties here, being the first ever quarterback for the Carolina Panthers. There were a lot of people that wanted to see Steve Wilkes get the job. I was fine if they went that route. I understand of why Frank Reich got it, and I'm hoping Steve Wilkes will get that opportunity again. He got the 1 year in Arizona, which to me, you can't blame on him when you look at that whole organization of how they run. But he saved this team last year. There's no doubt about that. They were sitting there in Tampa Bay, was that New Year's Day or maybe New Year's Eve, and had a chance if they would have won to maybe actually get to the playoffs, which would have been incredible. So he's well-liked by the players. He's well-liked by everyone here. I mean, he's a Charlotte guy, went to App State College just about 2 hours away. So this is a guy well-liked, and it's lucky for San Francisco. They got him, man. I mean, he should be just pick up right where this team left off last year.
And we know San Francisco, the last two defensive coordinators have gotten head coaching jobs, and Robert Saleh with the New York Jets, and of course DeMeco Ryans now in Houston on a 6-year deal. Steve Wilkes, it feels like to us maybe one and done with the San Francisco defense. All right, before we get you out of here, Bobby, Bryce Young, how's he looking? Because he's a California kid, Mater Dei with Alabama, won a Heisman trophies, really good quarterback. How are Panther fans warming up to Bryce Young?
Oh, they love Bryce Young. Yeah, people here can't get enough of him so far. Even he's thrown an interception each of the last 4 practices they've had in camp, but you wouldn't know that that's actually occurred here. I think he's just an honest, young kid that seems humbled, and he's not, hey, I'm the number 1 draft pick, flashing all this stuff around. He's there to work, one of the first ones in, of course, all that blah, blah that you hear. But I love Bryce Young. I think the fans love him. My only concern is, will that body hold up watching the Netflix quarterback series where you see the hits Kirk Cousins, Pat Mahomes take, and the work they go through. As you guys know, Bryce Young is not a big dude, and that's the concern for me here as we move forward. Not that the talent's not there. I 100% believe the talent is there. Interceptions, I'm sure they'll happen through the first 2 years. You look at Peyton Manning and all the great quarterbacks. Everyone struggles when they start in the National Football League. But will the body hold up? To me, that's the lone question for Bryce Young, and only time will tell with that. Whether that's October, November, whether that's 2024, we'll just have to wait to see of how it goes for Bryce.
Yeah, we have that same concern for Brock Purdy. Before we get you out of here, the prospects of the Panthers in that NFC South. Hey, look, I look at a division in turnover. Desmond Ritter's now taking over for Atlanta. You got Derek Carr, the new guy in New Orleans. They do have a solid defense. And you look at that division. Tampa Bay, of course, moving on from Tom Brady. They seems like they're going through a transitional period. Looks like this division is going to be a dogfight. It's anybody's to win.
100% it is. I would put the Saints as the favorite. You do bring in Derek Carr. I know Alvin Kamara was supposed to meet with Goodell today. I'm not sure if there'll be a suspension at all for him. Michael Thomas, does he actually play football this year for the New Orleans Saints? I think that puts them in the driver's seat to be the team. Desmond Ridder might be the biggest wild card of it all. We know the Falcons, skill player-wise, is tremendous with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson being the top 10 pick that they added. You know, the Bucs, I still think the Bucs have good talent, but again, Baker Mayfield's their quarterback, which we saw here. Not sure how good that's going to be. So for the Panthers, we go the first two games down in Atlanta to play the Falcons week 1, and then the New Orleans Saints come here on Monday Night Football. If you can get off to a good start, I mean, the schedule is, the Panthers can navigate through that. They can be there. We're not talking 11, 12 wins, but hey, 9 wins. Could you win the NFC South this year? I think that 100% a possibility for the Carolina Panthers.
And Bobby, I hope the Panthers and Niners meet at some point this year in the playoffs, man. I know they're not on the regular season schedule. I just want you on for the accent, man. That North Carolina drawl, man, is legit.
It's slight, but it's there.
It's like, I love it.
Yeah, man, I'm down for it. And if you guys can just give us Steph Curry back, that'd be great.
I don't know if that's going to happen here, man. I don't. You know, did you enjoy the documentary?
Taking all our talent here in Charlotte.
No, there is a lot of talent out there in North Carolina. Duke Blue Devils going through a transition. You guys got a lot going on out there.
A lot of Warriors fans want LaMelo, though. They wanted him. James Wiseman's out of town. They wanted LaMelo.
Yeah, so we appreciate you guys for screwing that
up. No doubt about that. Hey, Bobby, take care, man. Good talking to you, man. Thanks for the insight on Darnold. Wilson, of course.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Bobby Rosinski, Afternoon Rush on 7:30 in Charlotte, North Carolina. A lot of breakdown there. And he said, look, Darnold has the talent. He would have been cool with keeping Sam Darnold there in Carolina. But the turnovers are concerning. We know Shanahan, which is why he kind of fell out of favor with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's the turnovers.
Yeah.
Can Sam Darnold keep the turnovers down?
And that was the thing that, you know what, Brock Purdy did a good job with, not turning that ball over, although there were some times where it was just the opposition not capitalizing. Right. You look at that Dallas game, you look at Seattle, there should have been some pick six opportunities there. So Purdy got away with some that I don't think he's going to get away with in his sophomore season, Monte.
No, yeah. I remember the Thursday night football game up in Seattle. I was right there when Diggs dropped an interception. Seattle was down 7-3. He gets that interception. Yeah. Seattle's setting up inside the Niners' 35-yard line. That was a big changing point, turning point in that football game when he dropped that interception. And it's going to half up 14-3.
You were at that game, weren't you?
Yeah, I flew in that day.
You did. Yeah.
Right after the show, we flew up because I'm 5 minutes away from the airport.
Yeah, that's a cool field out there too, isn't it?
Lumen Field's nice. And it's right next to T-Mobile Park. And here's the accessibility. We got to the stadium in like 5 minutes.
That's nice.
So one thing I would like to see Levi Stadium improve on is the access to get into the stadium. It takes a little while to get in and get out.
Yeah, Jade had some big complaints, not to cut you off there, with the Taylor Swift concert. The lines is a problem when it comes to food, merch, all that sort of stuff. It all gets congested. It needs to be a little more spread out. I don't know if that's something they could fix, but it needs to be addressed.
I don't know.
It's a problem.
It is a big problem here. Big problem. By the way, I'm just looking at the NFC. Hey, he started talking about Monday Night Football, New Orleans and Carolina.
I can't wait.
That's week 2. That's a doubleheader weekend. Doubleheader week on Monday Night Football. New Orleans at Carolina, and then an hour later on ABC, you get the Cleveland Browns at Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's a rivalry
week 1
game.
Monday Night Football. Week 1 Monday Night Football. Check this out.
That's juicy.
Buffalo visiting the New York Jets.
Jets, Jets. Aaron Rodgers and Nate Hackett revenge tour, baby.
Against the Buffalo Bills to open the season.
That division, if we're going top to bottom, like best, is it the AFC East? Like, because any of those teams could make the playoffs, right? Patriots are the weak link, but that's still, I mean, maybe another year for Mac Jones. He has Bill O'Brien now, a legit offensive guy. Bill Belichick, you can never count him out. That defense is top 5 in the league. But you just go Tua in Miami, Mike McDaniel. You got Buffalo, Josh Allen. I'm excited for football, man. Hall of Fame game tomorrow. Let's go.
How about both divisions? Both Eastern divisions.
Yeah.
The NFC and AFC East.
It's stacked.
They may be the 2 toughest divisions in all of football. Now, you still have the AFC North with Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Baltimore, who I think Baltimore's going to be damn good this year.
Lamar, revenge tour.
Oh, I think Lamar's going to light it up. I really think
he had a lot of slander this offseason.
A lot of slander here. A lot of
for
slander.
An MVP.
But what was your big takeaway from Bobby there about Sam Darnold?
He has faith in him, which is interesting because when you talk to these guys that watch every day, and Bobby's tapped in, so he's not like it's not like anything out of the ordinary for this guy to be seen, and he can just be like, you know what, this guy doesn't have it, or anything like that. But he's telling me and you, this guy has stuff left in the tank. He's not totally washed. He has moments, he flashes. Now the turnovers, it's a concern. And it doesn't fly with Kyle Shanahan. We saw that with Jimmy Garoppolo. Is he even going to get an opportunity though, Bonte? That's the thing. And as much as we say preseason, it's like, okay, he's going up against the 3s and 4s and guys that might not even be in the league. So I don't know if there's going to be. Is he going to have an opportunity?
Now Steve Wilkes and his defense is very interesting.
That's the one.
Very interesting because as Bobby just mentioned, he's a very aggressive coordinator, very aggressive defensive coordinator. Now, Robert Saleh didn't have to blitz. He had that four-man front with Dee Ford, Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner, and they got to the quarterback. He didn't have to blitz. It was a luxury to drop 7, rush 4, get into the quarterback. DeMeco Ryans a little more aggressive. We saw Fred Warner on a few more blitzes. We saw the corner blitzes from K'Wan Williams in that slot corner, sometimes Jimmy Ward. Steve Wilkes, just looking at practice, I saw him at one time on one play, line up Fred Warner as the outside linebacker, and he came off the edge to get to one of the quarterbacks. And I'm just thinking about the different variations of blitzes Steve Wilkes will bring to the table. This may be the most aggressive Niners defense under Kyle Shanahan.
Does that, I'm not going to say scares me a little bit, but it is different because in today's league, when you're going up against the best of the best,
you can't blitz. You get burned.
Patrick Mahomes will kill you.
Right.
Joe Burrow will kill you, and so will Josh. Like, these are the best of the best. Hell, Jalen Hurts. Like, these guys with high IQs and big arms, they will torch you. So you have to pick and choose your spots, and that's some of the best of the best. Like, I think of Dick LeBeau, right? For the longtime DC for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Hall of Famer, guy lived and breathed football.
Right.
He picked and chose his spots, when to blitz, when not to, and it felt like every single time he did it, like an overload or anything like that, it just overwhelmed the Flaccos, the Tom Brady's, like guys like that. So picking and choosing his spots, but it's going to be fun to watch. Like, I can't think of anything more frightening as a quarterback than Nick Bosa on one side and Fred Warner Jr. on the other side, caving me in or even overloading it on one side. It's frightening, man.
So you get Fred Warner, and maybe it's Dre Greenlaw. So I wonder how aggressive Steve Wilkes will be. And when you look at the secondary,
he need to be? That's the thing.
Well, he's hands-on with the secondary. You see him before practice, Steve Wilkes, the new defensive coordinator for the 49ers by way of Carolina. He's working with Charvarius Ward and Deommodore Lenoir before practices, teaching them different techniques, how to move their hands, how to jam, how to backpedal, stuff like that. He's working with those secondary members personally. Now, he's not the rah-rah guy that DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh was. He's kind of just standing there, he chills, but he's always teaching.
He's up in the booth, though, too, right? I don't think he's a sideline guy.
I don't know if he's going to be a sideline guy. That's an interesting question, if he's up in the booth. And DeMeco and Saleh were on the sideline. I prefer my defensive coordinator to be on the sideline.
Yeah, but
you get guys like Dan Quinn in the booth. You can see the entire offense.
The backwards hat. You love the backwards hat.
Dan Quinn. I mean, you talk about a head coach who, I mean, again, I'm not trying to go back to the Patriots-Falcons Super Bowl.
Oh, boy.
But everybody blames that on Kyle Shanahan. He was the offensive coordinator.
He put up 28 on Bill Belichick and Matt Patricia.
That became a topic of conversation at Big Dog's house with Philly Zoo. And by the way, Philly Zoo, I can't stand him. He was wearing an Eagles shirt. And I said, I hate your football team. I hope nothing but misery for
Is that
you.
your homie, though?
I don't know how long we're going to be friends. Honestly, I don't know where our friendship's going to go in the future. He was trying to rip Shasky about, he said this about our team. I said, your city sucks. Straight up. Philadelphia sucks.
Man.
Screw Philly and their fan base. Screw them. Anyway, and Wet was there. And I pulled up the Super Bowl because they were like, well, you should have ran the ball more. Should have ran the ball more. And we watched the game over. And there was maybe one play you could really be critical of. But honestly, how Dan Quinn flies slender free for that Super Bowl loss is unbelievable.
I mean, who was it that had the critical holding call? I want to think it was
Mohamed Sanu.
Sanu, and then Kyle Long, someone on the offensive line. Yeah,
Alex Mack. They had a left guard. Their right guard got hurt. They had a backup guard come into play. Tevin Coleman got hurt. Devontae Freeman had to block on third down. Matt
Ryan ate some horrible sacks.
Well, Dante Hightower came in off the edge, and Devontae Freeman completely blew the block.
Yeah,
completely blew it. Whiffed. Sack fumble. How about the defense going to stop in on that first down after the sack fumble? Dwight Freeney ended up getting a sack. Yeah. It was 3rd and 11, and the Patriots converted. So how Dan Quinn gets no slander for that Super Bowl loss is unreal. I actually have Shanahan's back on that one.
It is pretty wild, but I do think the overarching theme of Dan Quinn as head coach of the Falcons, it came to be known. He choked a lot. Like the Falcons, they've turned into a meme, right?
Think about that.
Like they're the Chargers of the NFC.
They are.
Yes.
But the fact that Dan Quinn gets a pass,
I know,
and Shanahan, I've never seen an offensive coordinator get blamed for a Super Bowl loss.
It's pretty wild.
It is wild.
Yeah.
So screw Dan Quinn and Dallas Cowboys in this backwards hat.
Like 28 points on the greatest defensive coach in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, no doubt.
Juxtapose that with what happened with Sean McVay against Bill Belichick. Remember that Super Bowl?
Oh, absolutely.
He got destroyed.
He lost that Super Bowl before the game.
Wade Phillips, God bless him, was the only reason the Rams were in that game.
Well, when he was sucking up the Belichick, Belichick, you're the greatest of all time. I really admire you. Dude, you're getting ready for the Super Bowl. Put your game face on. Put the eye black on. Let's go.
Jared Goff had no chance in that game. None.
They had plays out there to be made, too. But Dan Quinn getting a pass. Yeah. Now, Super Bowl 54, look at Shanahan very differently. But that Super Bowl with the Falcons, man, come on, man. Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
And that's probably why Shanahan can't stand Dan Quinn now. Maybe. Let's get to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, morning, fellas. Hey, look, I hear a lot of talk about concern about Brock Purdy's durability, and yes, he's smallish, although he's pretty solid. But I don't ever hear any talk about Trey Lance's durability. I mean, this is his 3rd year, and as I recall, he's been injured 3 times. And one of the problems with Trey is he hasn't really learned how to avoid injury, I don't think. Now, granted, I mean, I was a big Jimmy G fan, but that's something he never really learned, too. Like that last big injury he had, I mean, he should have just gone down instead of trying to fight those defensive linemen and wound up getting seriously injured. So, one thing about Brock is he's smallish, but he does have a better sense of the field, what's going on, field vision, I guess is what you call it. So I don't know. I think he's better prepared to avoid injury than maybe even Trey at this point. And I think that's probably something Trey will learn in time, as he will some of these other, skills that he's going to need to succeed. But as of now, I don't know. The bigger concern for me, frankly, is that offensive line, especially right tackle, and the need to protect this guy. But Brock himself, I think he can take care of himself.
Uncle Gene, wouldn't you say too, though, with those Trey Lance injuries, he ran 16 times against Arizona in his first start, probably too much. There's some of the quarterback reads. We all didn't agree with the play calling there. You're subject to get hurt when you're running between the tackles, even if you're a big dude like that. That's unfortunate. But you're right. I mean, durability for all the quarterbacks, right, Uncle Gene? That's been a question since Shanahan's been a head coach.
Yes, absolutely. And I think they ran Trey because I think Shanahan lost confidence in Trey's accuracy and ability to, throw accurately. So, and that's unfortunate. That was a bad call, I thought. Maybe a bad read. Maybe he should. It was an option play, as I recall, and he didn't necessarily have to run into the defensive line as he did. But, anyways, I mean, I'd be concerned about his durability as well.
Yeah, I'm concerned about all the durability.
Thanks, Jim.
These dudes. All these dudes.
But to your point, like, why are we running him up the gut?
Yes, yeah.
Like that's the thing that frustrates a lot of fans, and I'm sure you and Shasky as well. Like, we just want the same playbook. I just wanted the same type of, let the kid fail then. Like, don't hide it. Don't cover up things and make it predictable. I want to see him air it out. And if you're afraid he's not going to do so, that's on you then, man. Yeah. That's on you.
Yeah.
Like, you should have known that coming in, drafting him top 5, trading away all those picks.
Yep.
Like, come on.
No doubt. What's coming up on the game at 9:20 is Chris Alvarez, ABC7. As you're listening, he is tapped in. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Can't wait to talk to Chris Alvarez. He makes his debut on the Morning Roast. We love his guy, Casey Pratt. It's like, man, let's give Chris Alvarez some love. He works his ass off. He's at every event, presser, all these guys, Dumas, Pratt, Alvarez. They do a hell of a job here in the local media market.
We got to promote our local media, man. They're important. They're important. We love all of you hitting us up on the YouTube chat, Twitch, search 95.7 The Game, like, subscribe, hit us up, 888-957-9570 on either text or call. I'm more of a texter, though. Xfinity Mobile text line. Hit me up. It's my generation. We text. We don't call. Bonte.
See that.
And everyone that goes to dinner, you know what they do? They text. They're on their phones. They're texting.
Dante Wiley.
Love Dante.
P1 like.
Well, he hooks it up with all the likes on any single story I have on Instagram, so I appreciate it. When I have none, he's the one guy that likes it. Well, thanks, Dante.
He sent me something from the shade room of a man opening up about the struggles of dating in L.A. After he got stood up on a date. He planned it all.
Was this Marcus and Richmond?
No, it's not Marcus and Richmond. He planned it all and came through with the flowers, but she never showed up, leaving him to eat alone. Now he's making an emotional plea to figure out where he went wrong. Some celebrities are even reaching out to him, giving him words of encouragement. But so the man opened up, and Dante Wiley with the caption, he was texting instead of talking. He got stood up. Got stood up because he was texting. Text.
Wait, he got stood up at the date, the first date?
The date, yeah, the first date.
I'm confused. Like, did she just see him texting or something?
Yeah, all he did was text. They texted and made the plans for dinner. And she never came to dinner.
Well, that's messed up. Why?
You know why?
What are you doing calling?
Because there was no voice-to-voice to seal the deal.
Oh, come on.
There's nothing like whispering sweet nothings.
On a first date? Relax.
Absolutely. To seal that first date.
Oh
you got to call to reel it in.
No,
you got to reel it in when you call. Come on, Big John knows what time it is.
You leave them wanting more always.
You're texting to meet up.
You don't shoot the wad on date one.
Because you're just looking at
reel them in.
You don't shoot. No. That's when you do shoot the wad. You got to reel them in like the big fish.
Oh, God.
Come on, man. You got to put the bait out there. The bait is your mouth.
Okay, no.
You got to have to give the gap.
But before they even have that, you got to do the little trickle. Come on. You're a big fisherman, right, Bonte? You ever gone fishing?
I've never gone fishing. Never gone fishing.
Not with Chuck and Kenny and Shaq gone fishing?
No,
I love that bit.
Man, listen, I'm telling you, man.
Chris M on the chat. We can ask Lubman. He's a single guy on the station.
Lubman, no, don't play. Lubman's out there. Lubman's living his life.
Dude, him and Evan Giddings, I'm actually living vicariously through. They're on all the dating apps, all that sort of stuff. I'm jealous.
Lubman's a talker. I know Lubman's a talker. Lubman dials that phone and he calls people, right, Lubman?
Honestly, when I'm setting dates up, a lot of it is over text. I get the feeling that if I were to call, they're gonna be like, "Why is this dude calling? We're millennials. We don't do this."
That's weird to call someone just.
I'll
like
be honest.
that.
Yeah, with this guy, the fact that she didn't show up because like he was only texting to set up the date. I'll be honest. I think my guy dodged a bullet.
Yep, totally agree.
Lubman says a lot.
Golden State Lakota. Lubman got game. He's got hella game. Are you kidding me?
No, it says a lot.
He's out in Oakland now. Come on.
It says a lot. Don't hurt the call. Said it. Like, here's the thing.
Skywalker destroys.
They're texting back and forth for an hour. When you call that person, you get the damn thing done in 20 minutes.
There's playful texting back and forth, Bonte. It's this thing called flirting.
Playful talk.
No,
flirting
the texting,
over the phone.
The texting, flirting's different. Got to get the winky faces, get the emojis in there.
The thing about texting is it allows for multitasking. If I'm on the phone, then like I'm just locked in talking to you for the next 30 minutes. I got things to do. You know, I got errands to run. I got chores to do. I got shows to plan. I got guests to hit up.
See,
listen. Homegirl has to fit into my schedule too sometimes.
I would play video games and talk on the phone all day long and whoop some ass in Madden. I don't know what y'all talking about.
You think
because you guys are simple-minded.
You think Kyle Shanahan's communicating via text or call when he's talking to his quarterbacks?
I think Shanahan's a ghoster.
Yikes.
I think he leaves them on red.
I feel like Shanahan
He's a big emoji guy, you think, Kyle Shanahan?
I don't think Shanahan's an emoji guy at all.
I think Shanahan is a talked texter, so like when you do get text from him, there's probably all sorts of like typos and stuff that he doesn't go back and correct.
See, you got a lot of you guys, a lot of you single guys are snitching on yourselves. Jason Battle, you know I love you. By the way, Jason Battle's going to be on the soda diet. He's going to be on the soda diet, SOTA, weightloss.com.
Where
he goes, what are you doing calling? Well, Jason Battle, You got to call.
Well,
you want to be single for the rest of your life? Pick up the damn phone and call. Stop texting.
Shout out the call, Backstreet Boys. We can rejoin with that later. Hero Flipix on the chat. Bro, you have to call if you haven't even met the person before, FaceTime or something. That's why it's called a blind date. You don't know what they look like. Come on. And I know that in today's game, like the game's changed. You got Tinder, you can see the pictures, all this stuff. I don't know if they're faking. Catfish, that was a show back in the day. Are they still doing that? So you got to be careful there. I understand.
I'm just looking at the chat.
Make sure it's a public place.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570 before we get to Chris Alvarez. And we'll ask Chris Alvarez.
Yes. He's a young man.
A lot of y'all snitch on yourselves, and I see why you're single. And I see why you're chatting on our show every damn day. Because you don't know how to call anybody. You don't know how to talk. You hide behind your thumbs and the keyboard. It's sad. It really is. Shout out Roger Lodge, Blind Date. You're right, Ernie Chavez. That used to be my show. That was my show. Come on, man. Why do you guys snitch on yourself? Scared to call? What are you scared of? What are you nervous about?
It's just weird.
You're always talking smack with your boys. You scared to talk to a lady?
I think Sebastian Maniscalco, a comedian, hilarious guy, he had this bit where it's like, yeah, we don't ring doorbells anymore. It's kind of weird. Like if you're like back in the day, like someone ring the door, oh, let's open it. Now it's like, let me check the ring. It's the same thing. I don't want you calling me.
Guys got no game. You're right.
There's too many scams out there, Bonte.
Dude, the next this or that. Texting. We're gonna do this or that tomorrow. It's gonna be text or call.
I'm just saying.
We're gonna do this or that tomorrow. Text or call. Because a lot of you guys ain't got no game.
One call away Drew Down. Thank you.
No wonder when I go to a club or a bar every 6 months and I see you guys on the wall sitting like wallflowers while women are on one side and guys are on one side. I thought that was middle school. Okay, you guys are 30 plus out there being wallflowers.
If you're together with someone, the phone goes down. That's different. If you're apart, texting is acceptable. Just like talking on the phone is rude if you're together. So is texting. Put the phones down and just talk. There you go.
Lutman, you want to get this caller on the line? You're out here having a conversation with him. See, Lutman gets on the phone, he talks.
He's screening. Oh, boy. No. I know who this is on the line.
You wonder why I was screening him now.
Oh, boy. Do we go to him, Bonte? Do you want to?
I think you kind of want this one, Bonte. I want to see what you do to this guy.
Guys, a lot of you guys are single because you don't know how to dial.
I mean, I'm not, though. I'm not. I asked Jade about this, and she agreed with me. If someone's calling me, it's freaking weird, man.
Weird.
She said it's weird. Hey, she's my age, 30. There's a generational gap here, Bonte.
Weird.
We text.
Weird.
Yes.
Oh my God. Weird.
Like if I called Jade right now, she'd be like, "What? Like, what's going on? Are you okay?"
All right. We're going to Philadelphia.
Oh God.
We're going to Philadelphia.
Oh no.
And now you guys are about to piss me off because a guy from the YouTube chat, Seth, who said he wanted to beat me up about 3 hours ago, wants to call the show. Seth in Philadelphia. What's happening?
I didn't say I wanted to beat you up. I just said you were soft. There's a difference. But I guess my bigger question is you can't even talk about Philadelphia now. Like, what? I don't understand why you decided to have this escapade out to Philadelphia, talk about, hey, here's where we are. I'm so tough.
No.
No one does anything on either side.
Hey,
no one does anything.
Seth, calm down. Remember why I said where I was sitting. Your bubble bath boy, who you listen to every morning out there, 94 WIP, said, I don't want you guys to die, so don't wear your gear. And I said, oh, die? Not only am I going to wear my gear, I'm going to tell you where I'm sitting. And I dare you to come where I sit and try to do something. And you know what? I sat there and nothing happened. Nothing happened. So that's why I said that. Somebody's going to threaten my life. I'm going to wear my gear and tell you where I sit. And then when I come out there week 13, I'll tell you where I sit again, Seth.
But you were upset about the parking lot. I understand. No.
No, the parking lot. It's just you guys are throwing stuff and touching people.
Yeah,
don't touch me.
Exactly.
You don't need to touch anybody, or you're going to get your ass knocked out. That's what it is.
Well, that last line is what I think is funny, and that's what a lot of Eagles fans think is hilarious. Because so Minnesota came in, their fans were like all mad that it was all mean and everything, but they're Minnesota fans, and they never said, "Oh yeah, we're so tough. You wouldn't do anything to us because we're so tough." You know, they complained, and that's Minnesota fans. They're, nice people, and we just let it be. But this after the fact bravado of I'm so tough.
No, it's none of that.
Tough.
Seth, hold on. Nobody's claiming to be tough. All right, we're just telling you. I told you where I sat, and you didn't do anything about it. That's what that was. But when you're calling people homophobic slurs and flipping them off, and then I look at you and say, what was that? What was that? And you guys say, oh, it's just a game. We're just passionate. That ain't passion. That's fake toughness. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's passion.
No, that's fake toughness. You guys are fake tough. And, hey, Seth, how's it feel to lose the Super Bowl to Kansas City? You still over that one? You get over that one yet? Seth? You sorry-ass Eagle fans. Cry, Eagles, cry. Don't you ever call this station again. Forget Philadelphia. When we come out there in Week 13 and kick your ass, you won't hear the end of it.
Hey, you ready for football?
Seth in Philadelphia, bubble bath boy.
Hey.
Telling us we're going to die? I will be there in the Ronnie Lott jersey this year, Week 13. We're making that happen. I don't give a damn. Shasky may not go. I'm going to Philadelphia. I'm back, baby, and it will be a night game. Let's freaking go.
Chris Alvarez next.
Hey, and by the way, he just texted us. Tweeted at us back on September 7th, 2022. Texting, nope, Kyle and Trey Lance are on a FaceTime basis. How about that? How about that? Chris Alvarez coming up next from ABC 7. Forget Philadelphia, you suckers. How'd it feel? How's our ass taste for losing the Super Bowl? You punks. Nothing but punks. Fake passion. You punks. Live it. Wear it. You guys are soft in Philadelphia. Let's go to break. Chris Alvarez coming up by AC Transit. Get the hell out of here, Seth Wiley.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Week 13, Philadelphia. I don't care if that's the only win of the season. I don't care. That'd be my Super Bowl. We'll be out there, decked out in red and gold, eye black on. It is what it is. I hate Philadelphia. They're number one on the hate list. Man. I hate them more than Seattle. I hate them more than Dallas. I can't stand their arrogance from their fan base. They got one Super Bowl championship. One. And they think they created football. They think they got the most passion in the NFL. You know you don't. No, you don't. As soon as that team sucks, you stop going to the games, you turn on everybody. You start hating on everybody.
What left the worst taste in your mouth? The loss to the Lakers or the loss to the Eagles?
Loss to the Eagles.
Okay.
Warriors were playing with house money at that point. As long as they didn't lose to Sacramento.
Okay.
Couldn't let KC and D-Lo.
That was the 13, one, right? 20. Okay.
Lakers series is like, all right, I mean, we got here. I don't know how you got there, considering everything that was happening with the basketball team off the floor. But Philadelphia?
That was a WWE promo. I
was trying to cut a promo.
That was Booker T-esque.
Trust me.
I appreciated it.
I'm not trying to go viral. I don't want to go viral. Going viral, let me just say, going viral sucks. All right? I mentioned to you earlier today that ESPN Ringside and SportsCenter picked up my tweet about the Crawford fight. I said, not a hot take, Crawford would beat any version of Floyd Mayweather Jr. Oh, boy. The DMs, the comments, the crack references, the drunk references.
When does that crack come into play?
The cloud references. I mean, going viral is not fun. People think it's fun going viral. It's not fun at all.
Let's get Max Kellerman on there. Can we get him? He's not on ESPN anymore, right? Is he reachable?
Ooh, that's a good
boxing talk?
Hey, I like that.
But we got Chris Alvarez, man.
I like Chris Alvarez.
Yeah.
Casey and Chris do a hell of a job at ABC 7. I saw Casey Pratt last week at practice. I know Chris Alvarez was there.
Larry
ABC
Beal as well.
7.
Our guy Larry
Beal, no doubt. No doubt. But let's be real. Chris and Casey carry Larry. I'm kidding.
CC, as I call him.
CNC?
Yep.
CNC. What's up, Chris? What's going on, man? Good morning.
What's up, boys? How are you? Do I get to weigh in on the FaceTime, text, and call thing first? Can we start with the important stuff?
Absolutely, because these young punks, Chris, don't understand why they're single. You got to call people, Chris. You're engaged. Well, how did you do it?
I nailed it with the FaceTime. That's what, if you ask my fiance, that's what got it. It's a moneymaker, right, guys? You got to, show them what you got with the face and the...
No.
It's funny. And, yeah. You start with a text. You start with a text. I think, Bonte, it's a call. You graduate. I'm like, we were texting around New Year's Eve when we first started dating, and I'm like, you want to just FaceTime? And tell you what, that was the winner.
No, if we're going by the quarterback for the 49ers, texting is Brock Purdy, calling is Trey Lance, FaceTiming Sam Darnold. Come on. Come on. It's all about the text.
Hey, Chris. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Chris, man, I admire you, Casey, Jason Dubas over at Crawford. You guys do everything in the Bay Area. You don't just stick on one team. You guys are covering Stanford, Cal, the Sharks, the A's, Giants, you name it. So we'll get to the Giants in just a second, but you were down there at practice, and this 49er quarterback talk is just unbelievable. There's nothing like it here. What's your take on everything going on with the quarterback position with the 49ers?
Well, I heard you guys talking about it a little bit, and I'm at practice, and it's a little bit of a different lens for me when you're shooting. You're trying to just get in and get out of there. But, with Brock Purdy as QB1, I think that's kind of where it starts. And he looks healthy so far, and he looks good. And he got out there, and I think the thing about Brock is you have to think about what happened to him being injured, how he got to the 49ers, and by all accounts, he's healthy and ready to go. And he did not want to give anyone a chance to take his job. So he's out there. He's ready to go. He's obviously on the throwing plan and, 2 days on, 1 day off. And again, I heard Spadoni talking about it too. You look at all these numbers and you see the training camp stats, and it's nice to see, all of our great friends working, Cam Inman, Mayoko, Matt Barrows, giving us all the stats. But at the end of the day, it's going to see what happens in preseason, what happens in the regular season. So I want to see these guys in game action when they're going to get hit, because you have to remember in training camp, you're not getting hit. There is no fear of getting tackled. Yes, they call it a sack, but I want to see what happens when the real bullets fly and you're against competition and guys that, have their jobs on the line in preseason. So that'll be a real test to see what happens when you get hit. You have to play and you're playing against different teams. So training camp's great and all. You want to get through it healthy, but I can't wait to see what happens in the preseason and how they really divvy up the snaps. How much will Brock play as you get him ready for Pittsburgh in week 1. Will he play that much? I'm interested to see how Kyle kind of manages the quarterbacks through the preseason schedule.
Well, you were mentioning some of the guys down there, and Cam Inman, 95.7 The Game Insider, does a hell of a job. You're doing a hell of a job, obviously, for ABC 7 News. How do you feel like the coverage has been with these quarterbacks? Because that's been the big topic of conversation. It's not the quarterbacks themselves, because we know what we're getting. Brock deserves to be QB1. Trey Lance, it's unfortunate, it's unlucky, his career path thus far, but maybe he'll get an opportunity. How do you feel the coverage of the quarterback battle has been throughout the media?
I think it's interesting, right? So everyone wants to talk about it, and it's so interesting a team like the 49ers who has been on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. Obviously, they got there in 19. They've been in the NFC Championship 3 of the last 4 years. And for all the teams that are elite and have a chance to get the Super Bowl, the 49ers are the one that always has like a quarterback situation to start training camp. George Kittle referenced it the other day. He goes, I've been dealing with quarterback controversy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He kind of played it off and said, I'm going to say good things about all of my guys. You guys keep asking me the same question. I believe in all my guys. So it's kind of been interesting to see how it's kind of played out in the media. But at the end of the day, it's about what happens on the field and who comes through. And I heard you guys talking a little bit just earlier about the over-under of what Brock might do as far as games played and injuries. And the 49ers have shown over the last couple of years, you're going to need at least a couple of quarterbacks to try and get you through the year. And last year, obviously, was insane what happened to them. So the coverage, it is what it is as far as people reporting on what they want to with the stats and the trade rumors. But at the end of the day, the 49ers, I think, have proven, unfortunately, that they're going to need at least 2 quarterbacks to get through this year because it's just hard to stay healthy. I think you look across the league, even a guy like Jalen Hurts, he's been hurt. Mahomes, they get banged up. You saw Joe Burrow go down on the first day of camp. You're going to need a couple of good quarterbacks, and I think that's what the 49ers have done this offseason. They built up that room to at least 3, if not 4 with Brandon Allen. We'll see what happens with him, but you got 3 good quarterbacks or guys that have been taken fairly high. Obviously, Brock has proven himself in the 7 to 8 games he's played. You're going to need more than 1, I think, to get through the season.
Is Trey one of those ones, Chris? Trey Lance, is he one of those ones?
I do think Trey can be one of those ones. And again, like I said, we haven't seen a lot of Trey. He hasn't played a lot of football. And you think about the last 4 or 5 years with his college experience, the 1 year, he had the COVID year, and he's been banged up in the NFL. But I do believe Trey has a chance. All the reports I see and what I've seen with my own 2 eyes so far is he looks a little bit better, smoother. We talked about what he's done in the offseason and the training he's gone through. So Trey seems to be waiting in the wings a little bit, and we'll see what happens when he delivers on his opportunity. But I do believe there's a spot here for Trey Lance. And right now it's Brock Purdy's job until proven otherwise. But it's nice to have Trey, and we'll see what Sam does too, again, in the preseason and throughout camp. And again, you got to remember too what happens in the preseason. Someone's going to get hurt. As far as a quarterback across the league somewhere else. And what does that do? And what is Trey's value? What is Sam's value? There's a lot that's going to happen here once games start being played and guys actually start getting hit.
So with all this talk around the quarterback for the 49ers, big question mark, only 8 games for Brock Purdy. Can he repeat what he did last season? Is it fair to say still that it is championship or bust for this team?
Absolutely, it's championship or bust. You talk to all the guys, you listen to what they had to say, and I think Nick Wagoner, my good colleague, at ESPN, said he's been asking the question, is that the kind of the vibe around the team? And everyone acknowledged George Kittle. Armstead, they all know it. We all see it. Look at the roster. They have some of the highest paid players at every position. They have all-stars at every spot. When it's Trent Williams, it's Kittle, it's Juszczyk, Debo. Bosa's going to get a handful. Hargrave, Fred Warner. You just, the names go on. And it's time. It's the 49ers' chance. They have all the pieces in place. The quarterback, if you have Brock Purdy like you did last year, why can't you at least get to the NFC Championship and see what happens? And you look about the NFC, across the NFC, who's better than the 49ers, right? You guys tell me. The roster, I might be a little biased because we see them every day, but this team is stacked, loaded and ready to go. And they've even proven they got to the NFC Championship with a third-string quarterback, Mr. Irrelevant, last year. So the talent, I forgot Christian McCaffrey. How do you forget him? So it goes on and on. I believe this team is right in the chance, but as Fred Warner said earlier in camp, you can't just snap your fingers and be back in the NFC Championship. You have to do the work, and that's what's fun about the NFL season. We're going to see if they can do the work and get back to to where they're supposed to be.
No doubt. Chris Alvarez doing a hell of a job here on the roast this morning. ABC 7. Check him out. Sports anchor, reporters everywhere. Niners practice. Cal Berkeley. He's going to be there later today. Sure, he'll be down in Stafford at some point. But you're at Oracle Park last night. As a lot of Giants fans, Chris, were a little upset at Farhan Zaidi for not adding to this team outside of A.J. Pollock, who's batting south of 200. No doubt about that. And Marco Luciano goes back down to AAA to Sacramento. But you know what? A big-time win yesterday, a win that they needed. Brendan Crawford's been clutch this season with the runners in scoring position. What was the vibe last night at Oracle Park?
I think the vibe, at least from the Giants' point of view, management, Gabe Kapler, Farhan, they both spoke to me in the last couple of days. But the overall theme you got in the dugout pregame was Gabe Kapler basically said it best. He goes, I think the lack of movement shows that we believe in the guys we have. And you think about the guys that they do have, whether it's some of the young guys like the Patrick Bailey. What a way to end the game, by the way, last night. My goodness, that was so fun.
Yep.
His release time and his pop time is amazing. Some of the younger guys that they have up, obviously you mentioned Luciano's going to go back down, but Casey Schmidt and Luis Matos and some of those guys. Where's Kyle Harrison? You could have Haniger back by the end of the month. Tyro started. It was almost like we're going to have reinforcements on the way of our own team. We believe in the guys we have. That all being said, like, they didn't make the moves. You see the Dodgers making some moves. You see the Diamondbacks making some moves. The Padres, obviously Verlander goes. And so as a Giants fan, I think you're disappointed that they didn't do anything. But they believe in the team that they have. And so we'll wait and see what that means. There's 2 months of baseball. I would have liked to have seen them get another starting pitcher. I would have liked to have seen them get another bat. But this is what they're going to roll with. And you hope that maybe the Haniger and Tyro Strada and some of those guys coming back does help. And that's essentially their deadline deal. We'll see what happens.
Talking to Chris Alvarez here on the Morning Roast, sports reporter and anchor for ABC 7 News. And Chris, we've been talking Niners. We just talked about the Giants. But what's been the most incendiary story this summer? Has it been the Niners quarterback battle? Has it been, Giants and Farhan? Or has it been the Draymond Green and Jordan Poole situation? Of all those three, which one's been the most, let's just say, hot when it comes to topics?
Yeah, I'm glad you hit on the Warriors because that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the Draymond. I was thinking Chris Paul and JP.
Can't even mention Chris Paul.
Yeah, I mean, all of that. The Warriors, right? Like, it's all of that. And that's obviously great for you because you guys are the flagship station, the Dubs. And I was like, okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it. So you took it right out of my mouth. So, great minds think alike. But it has to be the Warriors and some of the stuff that's coming out. And it just hasn't gone away. It's kind of surprising. And JP's been fairly quiet on that end. And I guess to his credit, he hasn't said a whole lot about it, and he's moving on to Washington. I think we all wish him the best of luck. But that Warriors thing is going to be interesting. And Chris Paul, I think he's going to obviously help the second unit when he's out there. And there were some interesting comments, like you saw him in his first press conference with the Warriors media at Summer League. Like, I don't know if he doesn't think he's going to start. And that'll be interesting to see what it is. But I think you just have to manage him throughout the year so he can be ready in the playoffs and deliver some big minutes for the Warriors. Because as we know, you're going to need a veteran presence in those crucial minutes. And for all these years that the Warriors fans have hated Chris Paul, and if he can stay on the court healthy in the postseason, the Warriors can make another run. They're going to love to see what he can do, in May and June. So Warriors are interesting. It's like I got my, calendar ready like 2 months and counting till media day and training camp. Like, I can't wait for that too. So all the good stuff is coming up. It's a great time of the year to be a sports fan in the Bay.
Chris, whether or not Chris Paul finishes, I think will be the bigger storyline. Who cares if you start? What about the last 5 minutes? Somebody's going to be on the bench, and somebody's not going to be happy. But the Bay Area has been a hotbed in sports. It's on fire here. By the way, real quick, how much more of a leash do you think Farhan has with the Giants? How do you think upper management is feeling about Farhan Zaidi and the way he's navigated this roster with all the platooning, the opener, the lack of starting pitching? What do you think the ownership group is feeling about Farhan Zaidi? How long is his leash?
That's a really good point. That's a good question. I'd like to see how the rest of this year goes. I think this group, maybe it's one more year. You see how this year plays out. We'll see what kind of run they can make. And then this is going to be a huge off season. And I asked Farhan yesterday, I alluded to it without saying the name Shohei, but I basically said, does the lack of movement or these type of moves in any way, how far do you, what's the dance that you make between looking at next year's off season or the winter and now? And he kind of just said that you kind of keep an eye on it, but he didn't really divulge too much information. But obviously, the main thing he mentioned was there wasn't the value out there for what they want. They maybe we're going to give up. He goes, we could have traded our top 5 guys for a 5th starter. No one wants to do that. So the Giants like what they have, and I think they're thinking about, the Giants of old. They also, Farhan also said, Giants fans gravitate towards homegrown players, and that is true. You think about that; those dynasty runs, like a lot of it was built on Buster Posey and Lincecum and Bumgarner and guys, Panda and Crawford and all those guys. And I think they're hoping this next wave of younger players can be that group that deliver those championships in 10, 12, and 14. But it's going to take a little bit of time. They're developing at the major league level, and it might not be this year, but next year is really, really important too. But I just think from a Giants fan perspective, if you're a fan and you're right here, like you would have liked to see them make some moves to go all in or go mostly in to give yourself a chance, because right now I'm just not sure they have the depth to make a deep run in October, but I could be surprised. I've been surprised in the past by the Giants.
Chris, you're doing a hell of a job here. One more for you on the way out. See, you went to Fresno State. I'm following you now on X because you gave me a follow.
X, what is that?
That's what it's called, man.
Twitter.
It's X.
I'll call it Twitter.
It's
TweetDeck
X.
says X Pro.
No, he X'd us.
I'm with the bird.
Follow
man.
me at Spadoni_Joe on X. But I see you went to Fresno State. Best athlete to come out of Fresno State. You going Devontae? You going O'Neal? Going David Carr? Derek? Paul George? You going Trent Dilfer? You going Aaron Judge? Best athlete to come out of Fresno State, Chris. Come on.
Probably Chris Alvarez.
That's not me. I'm going to go with Judge. I'm a little biased because my little brother Jake played with Aaron.
Oh, wow.
In college for 3-4 years. So Aaron obviously has grown to be what he is, and I think we're all hoping he was a Giant. I remember seeing those videos in the winter. But Fresno State, obviously, I'm proud of where I came from, and you got a lot of guys that have done some big things. PG, the Carr brothers, Trent Dilfer, you named them all. Low.
I mean, what about Bernard Berrien? Remember him?
But no, of course I remember Bernard.
Come on,
Berrien.
Devontae's the local guy. Palo Alto, come on.
Give me Bernard Berrien in the slot, man, with David Carr back in the day, under Pat Hill. Pat Hill's the coach.
Yeah, anytime, anywhere, right?
Yeah, there you go. Anytime, anywhere. We'll play you. And the classic USC game against Reggie Bush.
Yep.
That's actually a game, technically, I think that we won now because of the wins that got stripped. That was a great game. There's still that video. I can see the Reggie Bush play where he's coming down the sideline, stops on a dime, goes across the field like another 100 yards and scores. I mean, he was unreal in that game. And that was a game USC, that was late in November for some reason. I don't know on Thanksgiving, but Fresno State gave them a scare at the Coliseum that night.
Oh, well, it was packed. A lot of Fresno State fans. I remember watching. That was a 7:00 kickoff, late night Fox Sports. I remember watching that game.
One of the greatest teams of all time.
Barry Tompkins was on the call.
Who was on the call?
I think Barry Tompkins was probably on the call.
Was he really?
He was. Yeah,
that's great. Oh, Chris, man, we got to do this again soon. And hey, congrats on your engagement, and most importantly, you're a talking, not texting guy. Thanks for the game right there.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, boys. Thank you so much.
That was awesome.
Chris Alvarez, ABC 7, man. He's a fun dude.
Don't be afraid to send that text. Just say thinking of you goes a long way.
He texted. He said, how about I just FaceTime you? Hey,
Bonte.
And he sealed the deal for good.
Oh, careful.
For good. Sorry, I almost broke the mic like Steiny. I almost broke my knuckle there.
Oh, my God.
Like I did week 3 in Detroit when Jimmy threw the pick. Remember that? Were you here that day?
I was not, but I heard the story.
Jimmy G threw the pick against Detroit.
He thought it was a pick six.
And they called it back. They called it back for defensive holding. It was such a phantom call. And I hit the cabinet in front of John Curley and almost broke my knuckle. Jimmy G, man. God, thank God he's out of my life. I can
see John Curley's face just like, oh, my God, Bonte. Oh, what? My man.
Oh, dude, because that was quite the whole game. Me and Curley went up to the room. Shasky was losing his mind. And then next thing you know, he throws the pick six. I'm like, dear God. He took 6 sacks that game.
Just parting advice as we put a bow on the text and calling. If you're just at some point today, if you have a significant other, just text them thinking of you. It'll go a long way. You'll thank me later.
I'm about to just call them for 30 seconds. Hey, babe, I just wanted to call.
Because they might be working,
No. Screw that. They'll say, babe, I'm working. And you say, I know you're working, but babe, I just wanted to say I love you and hope you have a great day. I just wanted to hear your voice. Boom! That goes a longer way. Because all of a sudden, her face goes, oh, babe, thank you so much. And then she's got that glow around the office.
But then they get worried because they see a voicemail. Oh, my God, I missed something. Oh, my God, now they're all scared. And it's like, oh, nice. But if you just sent the text right instead
Trust me, a lot of women melanated at work. Don't worry about
Whoa! Not Jade. She's working hard. She works hard for the money. Shout out whoever sang that song.
Come on, man. I'm trying to lace you with Gabe, dog.
E40 lace me. I'm lacing you, Spinoni.
I see that.
Take this free game.
Come on.
I should be charging you guys on the chat. YouTube chat. I should be charging y'all $4.99 for all these little nuggy nugs that I'm giving you.
I need Anna to call in to see how good of game you got.
No, we don't need Anna to call in.
We got on this conversation.
We don't need Anna to call in.
We got on this conversation because Mia, Daryl the Guru Johnson's significant other, called in yesterday. And
in this dating segment, you're right, Chris. This dating segment
Donna
is
Summer,
brought to you
thank
by Soda. SOTA, weightloss.com.
Hey, tell me about that. What is that all about, Bonta?
It's all about eating a healthy lifestyle. It's having a healthy lifestyle.
There you go.
You don't want to eat big fat portions. You don't want to eat junk food after 6:30. No appetite suppressants. You know, it's all about living a good lifestyle.
It's hard though, man. It's hard.
But you got to have the mental discipline.
Okay.
Mind over matter. And once you get through that first week, it's like riding a bike.
It's like Kirk Cousins. You got to have to be able to toss it away, right? The mental fortitude. It's the Kirk Cousins of weight plans. You know what? It's consistent. You know what?
It is.
I like it.
You know what? And Kirk Cousins, he did throw it away on that 4th down. He threw it 6 yards short of his sticks to a covered TJ Hawkinson.
He allowed his guy to make a play.
Oh,
and you know what? TJ Hawkinson couldn't help it. Make a play, TJ. God. Talk about a whiff in fantasy last year. That guy, TJ Hawkinson. Along with Justin Herbert.
Somebody asked
Joke artist.
Somebody asked him, man. I think I just saw this.
Oh, boy.
Who's getting the ring first? Giants, Niners, Warriors, or Anna?
Oh, no. Let's make that happen this year, okay?
Are you sure that wasn't Anna on the text line?
Oh! Anna's got a burner? Anna's burner?
Go from boyfriend to hubby.
Let's make that happen.
Okay. It's the K for me.
So let's make that happen this year. Okay?
I just need to get the K. It gives me bye vibes. That's what it gives me. So
let's make that happen this year. Okay?
It is funny.
Is Daryl here? Is Daryl the Guru Johnson here?
Oh, he's here. Oh, he's here.
Mia!
Oh, boy. Hey, Guru, how's the couch?
He's going to hear that.
Guarantee he wears a neck brace to
Hey, couch gets a bad rap. I'm all about the couch.
I did take a good nap on the couch.
I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems.
By the way, I got some new jerseys for the household.
Jerseys?
Brock Purdy, yeah. So I got baby Chaz to George Kittle. She won't take it off.
Okay.
Yeah,
little kids love the jerseys.
They love the
cool.
jerseys. And I was like, make sure you get me the Brock.
Benny rocks his LeBron one.
I told Anna, I said, you sure you want Brock? I'm not sure if he's a long-term solution.
Ooh. See, that's the thing. You got young Benjamin a few years back, the Josh Jacobs one. It's actually lasted pretty well.
Lasted longer than I thought.
Let's see. I mean, he was playing in the Hall of Fame game last year. Is he even going to play week 1? Is he going to be at joint practices to play the Niners next week in Henderson, Nevada? Yeah. I doubt it, but that's one that I think will last pretty well. So Max Crosby's probably the guy you would want.
So you know what I do?
You got me the Charles Woodson one, which is sick, by the way. I appreciate that. You got me that for Christmas?
Yeah.
I'd put that one on game day. That'll be week 1.
Oh, yeah. That's the authentic, huh?
Oh, that's the one.
Does that have a patch?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of patch is that?
I think it's like a Legends one or something like that. Or something. Yeah,
I'll hook you up.
You did.
I'll hook you up.
That's a nice one.
I take care of my people's Christmas.
He does.
I'm like Santa Claus around this place.
He does.
Also sponsored the 95.7 team. I need my money back, Guru. Is Guru not in today? Is he working from home?
No, he's here. I hear him.
Oh no, he's gonna be coming in for a crosstalk in a second.
Oh, you want me to fire up the Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, right. So we can get him on
YouTube.
Oh,
okay. So he's Mr. Worldwide right now.
You know what? While I fired
this up. He got in trouble. That's what that means.
He did get in trouble.
He got in trouble.
So real quick.
And Mia's like, you need to stay home, man.
Sports tidbits. Giants win. Dramatic fashion. 4-3 over the Diamondbacks. That was a win that felt good for the soul. You know why? Because this Giants team has a lot of heart. Farhan Zaidi, I still got doubts about him. I'm not saying fire Farhan. I'm still watching. And we still got the spotlight on him. But that team on the field, the Matoses, the Baileys, the Crawfords, the late night Lamonts, the Wilmer Floreses, the J.D. Davises, the Michael Confortos, the Logan Webbs, the Alex Cobbs, the Duvals, the Rogers brothers. Them boys got a lot of heart, man. They got a lot of heart. They're playing with some pride. And they're sticking in there as we get through the dog days here in August.
How long will the heart last, though, Bonte?
I don't know.
The heart wants what the heart wants, but can it stay up? Can it stick around? Because that's the whole thing about the trade deadline. It's adding depth. The Padres, they're going for it. They're doubling down. They went to go get the Rich Hills, the Scott Barlows, the G-Man choice.
Barlow.
Hey, Barlow was sick for me in fantasy last
Scott
year.
Barlow go?
To the Padres.
Did he get traded at the last minute?
He did.
Wow.
He'll have some opportunities there. Scott Barlow's an interesting kind of closer for the Royals. Obviously, the Royals are garbage. Them and the A's, 2 worst teams in the league, both in the AL. 2 of the worst records in the history of the MLB.
They're awful.
They're both bad, but I think they got a balk-off last night against the Mets. That was hilarious to watch. But Barlow's an interesting cat because he throws like 5 pitches and like none of them are the fastball. He just throws off-speed stuff constantly, so that's going to be an interesting thing there. But for the Giants, just going for A.J. Pollock, Matthias,
Listen.
we'll see.
Listen.
Okay.
Listen. Giants today, Logan Webb Day. You got to win. Niners got the day off of practice. Warriors are off for summer vacation. So with that said, we got final thoughts coming up in about 5.5 minutes. But first, we have to play what happened on Study Guru yesterday because somebody got caught in a lie. Somebody didn't play a good wingman, and Evan Giddy's got cold feet and didn't help his guys out. Here's what happened during Steiny and Guru's show. Go ahead, Big John. In 1 second, pull it up here. Oh, by the way, Lubman, you want me to mute the Zoom? Mute the Zoom, thumbs up, thumbs down. Where'd Lubman go? Where the hell is he at?
I would say you would mute yourself.
Mute the Zoom, Lubman? Mute?
Don't connect to audio if it says that, I would say.
What do I do? Mute the Zoom?
Yeah, just turn the camera on, then you hit mute the microphone.
All right, this is what happened yesterday during Steiny and Guru. And I have lots of questions, Spadoni. I have lots of thoughts. And I'm disappointed in all 3. Evan Giddings, Matt Stuyvesant, and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Here's what happened yesterday during Steiny and Guru.
It's my lovely wife.
Let's go to Mia. Hey, hello, Mia.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Mia, how you doing?
Oh.
I'm a little upset.
Why? Guru, you should be asking why, not me.
What are you doing calling?
Because I was just listening to the last segment, and I heard a bald-faced lie that was told to me.
What was that, Mia?
You guys keep breaking up. So, but anyway.
Yeah, you can keep talking because you're coming through loud and clear.
You're on the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. With this Vegas trip.
Yeah.
Daryl, can I go with you guys when you go to Vegas? Because I want to go see Usher.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be my gift for myself this year. And he's like, oh, no, you can't go. The station is not getting us 2 rooms. We're only getting 1 room. So Steiny is sharing rooms. And then I hear Steiny saying that he's taking his daughter with him. I'm like, wait a minute now.
She's going to stay in her own room, right?
What Daryl just
Mia.
Mia, I don't know what to say.
When did you start listening to
now? Don't try to change it now.
When did you start listening?
You got caught. Regardless, you don't know when I listen.
Wow.
So he will be on the couch.
What? And rightfully so.
I don't know how long.
I cannot believe she's never called the station.
For a long time before his
Steiny doesn't know we're doing 2 rooms. Help me, man.
So I could just have to pay for my ticket. I wouldn't have to pay for my hotel room. That'd be on.
You don't like Vegas, remember?
No.
You don't like Vegas. Remember? I don't like Las. I was trying to take
I like Usher. I like Usher.
I love it. You know what? I think I'm going to take my daughter to that show.
What room she's staying in?
Oh, so now you're going to make it even worse.
Yeah, you know what? Mia, it's weird. I feel a little awkward because.
Where are the kids at? Are they home?
Yes, they are.
Oh, my
They're
goodness.
listening.
Well, this is not your finest hour.
Denying their mother to see Usher.
So we have Daryl the Guru Johnson in. And there's so many things I'm disappointed with. Number 1.
And that's why you didn't call me back.
That's why
I texted you twice. I needed a lifeline and a place to sleep. And I said, oh, my God, is Bonte judging me? Spadoni, I was going to text you. I know you had a little bit. But Bonte.
I couldn't talk
This
to you.
is all a misunderstanding.
The
And
finesse-
Usher won't be there. It ended yesterday. My daughter Milan helped me. That's the update. Usher's gone. Last month was in. And it was a misunderstanding, Spadoni. That's all. Usher wouldn't be there.
I thought you had a little more finesse to your game.
No, you
could have pivoted during that and said, baby, I was going to surprise you about Las Vegas.
Yeah. But my partner,
he left you out to dry,
I tried to do the whole shit,
dude.
and enjoyed it.
That would have ruined my friendship with Joe Shasky.
Right. That would have been Sausalito Shasky.
Sausalito Shasky would appear very quickly. I would have called the rest of the week off. But I was disappointed in you. No finesse to your game. And
I was stunned. She never listens.
She listens.
And the bottom line is
her quote that what did she say in there? Oh, I'm listening.
I'm listening. You never know when they're
You
listening.
never know when she's listening.
Yeah. I've been getting bashed. Yeah.
So how was the couch last night?
Oh, I got a crook in my neck right now. But the fact that Usher's not there, my daughter tried to help Pops get back in good grace. I'm just gonna write it off as a misunderstanding.
So is she going to Vegas now?
Well, we still got some. Yeah, we still got some steps to make. But dude, Steiny, he just enjoyed it.
Evan Giddings, I'm looking at him. He needs to be in your headphones there, Goo. He needs to be the one that's coaching you up.
I never
and telling
thought
him what to say.
about Evan.
But you know why he didn't? He's a single guy. He hasn't been there. If I was there, Goo, I would have been in your ear, bro.
I never thought about it.
This is how you pivot. Don't panic. You're
Not only that, it's like the backup quarterback looking at the starter struggling.
Yeah.
He does not mind it at all because he's going to get a starting rep soon.
Steiny was Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC Championship game, smiling on the sideline.
Oh my gosh!
And you were Josh Johnson.
I was shook.
Josh Johnson.
But it was a misunderstanding. We're all good.
What was a misunderstanding?
That Usher would be there, one. So that trip that you wanted to go see is not there. It was a mirage. Shout out Vegas. But I don't know what, man.
I forgot about the bump beds.
Yeah. That's not. What was I basically telling him to do? Lie?
Yeah,
I'm not that guy.
He said we're sharing a room. That's why you should have finessed it. The finesse there, this is where Evan Giddings comes into play. Hey, Guru, just tell her you're going to surprise her.
Yep.
Now, why didn't you text him? Well, you weren't listening.
I was taking a nap. And then I woke up and said, did you hear what happened on Steiny and Guru? I'm like, what? And I just saw #confessions.
You know, you guys wouldn't know this. As you get older, your memory goes a little bit. So, like my
Mine's
high school average at Logan, it grows a little bit. Every year is a little higher. So maybe I read the wrong email. I thought we were sharing the room.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
still like Guru.
Yeah. Thank God I'm on soda because nothing was made for me yesterday. Yeah. Hey, how about that? That's the winner in all of this. Yeah. I got a shake, baby.
SOTAweightloss.com.
I should be good by Saturday.
Okay.
Go see Oppenheimer, a little dinner.
Maybe Barbie.
Does she want to see Barbie? Not really.
I do. After I bashed the movie, I want to go see it now.
Well, and she asked me if I wanted to go see it. No, she's going to do it with the girls. I said, I'm not going to go see no Barbie, man.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. I'm not taking a picture in front of the Barbie. I don't want to do it.
You're a Renaissance man.
Rock the hot pink polo. You got some hot pink in your collection, Goo?
Yeah. Well, I can't fit it, but yeah, I used to have some hot pink. Shout out Cameron. But your boy's okay.
All right, you're okay. All right, good.
That's Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I'm disappointed in all three of you guys. Evan, Steiny. I mean, Steiny just no weak man. Wow.
That hurt my soul listening to Steiny just leave his guy Goo out there to dry. That's what Steiny does, though.
Well, he doubled down. He was like, actually, I think I'm going to take my daughter to that concert.
Yeah, he did.
Twisted the knife even further.
He triggered me yesterday in the group chat, Steiny.
Oh, boy.
It's like Alfred in The Dark Knight. Some of us just want to watch the world burn.
You know what? Shout out. Who is it? The Joker or Bane when he says that? Is it the Joker?
It's the Joker.
Thank you.
Great movie.
R.I.P.
That opening scene, robbing a bank.
Oh, it's all time.
All time.
You and your boys are dead. He keeps shooting the shotgun. I always forget that actor's name, but he's really good.
He is really good.
Why so serious?
So good. So good. Jack Nicholson's still the GOAT, though.
Yeah, it was really.
He's the
Heath
GOAT.
Ledger, though, man. He
never rub another man's rhubarb
for his money.
Does.
Heath Ledger was really good.
But you want me to tell you why Steiny triggered me in the chat yesterday? So I'm in two different chats. I'm on the Morning Roast chat because I work on two different shows still.
Yep.
And I'm there for the first 2 hours, 2.5, I should say, of Steiny and Guru. And Evan Giddings, producer extraordinaire, does a hell of a job filling in and on the board. But he was talking about leadership. And he put all the players that he would put over Kobe when it comes to leadership. And he triggered me. I felt like he was targeting me in that chat. Because the roasters, the pre-gamers, Kobe's my guy, my favorite player of all time. So I'm a Laker fan, all that sort of stuff. I'm going to pull up the text here. He had Larry Bird in front of him.
Of course he had Larry.
He had Michael Jordan. It's fair enough.
He had Michael Jordan? I'm surprised he had Michael Jordan.
He had Magic Johnson. He had Stephen Curry over him. He had, let's go through all the list right here. I'm scrolling through it. Oh, my God. There was a lot of anger here. There was some name calling. I apologize to Steiny.
Some name calling.
Jordan, Bird, Magic, LeBron, Walton, Hakeem, Shaq, Duncan, etc. All made teammates better. Kobe didn't. Night. This is out of nowhere, by the way. 8 o'clock. I'm trying to get my kid to sleep, and I get that text, Bonte. How am I supposed to react to that?
We have Fast Five here, but I hate to say it, Spadoni. I kind of agree with Steiny there.
What?
Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
My final thoughts are Derek Fisher was the real leader of those championship teams.
Yeah.
Post Shaq.
Yeah.
He hit big shots for the LA Lakers. And hell, Ron Artest built Kobe's ass out in Game 7 against the Celtics.
Yeah.
Because Kobe finally passed the ball.
Wow.
I'm kind of with Steiny there. That's my final thoughts.
Wow. Okay, anyone else? You want to take some shots here?
I'm not going to take any shots. It's a little bit of a shout out. I just found out that it is KGMZ's 12th birthday today.
Happy birthday, 95-70 game.
Yeah, so I wanted to give a shout out to the sales team. They came midway through the show and dropped off a couple dozen donuts for us to enjoy. So shout out to our sales team.
That's what we get for 12 years being on the air, huh? By the way, shout out to all the people who said we'd be out of business back in 2019. You know who you are. Said we'd be out of business.
Oh, interesting.
When I left another station, some of the head honchos over there said, what are you going to do in 3 years when you're out of business? Go figure. 6 years later, we're still in business, baby. Go 95.7.
In business and on top, too.
There you go.
Sam, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I will go ahead. So our YouTube poll today was, do you feel good about the overall direction of the Giants? Yes at 55%, no at 45%. I've been watching this poll most of the show. It was pretty back and forth for the first couple hours, but it's been settled nicely into yes for the last hour. I'm just going to say this. Giants fans who want Farhan to be fired after yesterday, I think Logan Roy said it best on Succession. I love you, but you are not serious people.
I need to watch that show. I haven't seen Succession. It's actually been nice to have this shift this week because I've actually been able to catch up on some shows finally. Usually with the 8-hour shift, it's very, very difficult. Wow. John's saying it's overrated.
I will have to find out for
myself. Got to find out. You know who's not overrated?
Who's that?
Kobe Bryant. Greatest of all time.
Is that your
Top
final
10.
thought?
It's just... Yeah, he didn't make Shaq better, please. He didn't make Pau Gasol better, please. Ron Artest, Andrew freaking Bynum. You miss me with that crap. Those are my final thoughts.
I thought you were going to Derek Carr make Devontae Adams better.
Please, Hall of Fame quarterback my ass. I'm triggered now. This is going to bleed into tomorrow's show. And I just knocked out the monitor on accident. Okay, we're back.
Hey, happy birthday to 95.7 The Game.
Yeah,
we're still on the air.
Happy birthday.
What do you know? We're not a minor league station, after all. Go figure. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. This or that tomorrow. Text or calling. Because a lot of you suckers that are single right now, you need to take some free game over here. Let's start calling your ladies. Start calling. Maybe you get a wife down. Anyway, Steiny and Guru next. Let's see how their relationship goes over the next 4 hours. You're on 95.7 The Game.
fully invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Goo, how are you at compartmentalizing? You know
Dude,
what that is?
Man, I use the word every day that we're in here. Compartmentalize. 90. So I'm very good, and I'm doing it today. Some stuff at the house going on, as you know. But I got an update on that. But to answer your question, Stein, I think I'm an 8 out of 10. Why do you ask?
Oh, I'm a 1 out of 10. I'm terrible at it.
You can't?
No.
Everything
bleeds over into...
Long as it doesn't happen before the show.
Yeah, no, it happens right. It happened right before the show.
Oh, boy, Steiny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
You going to be able to make it? I ain't fighting today. I went to review the tape, Steiny. You yelled first. But anyway, we'll get through it. Yeah. I'm proud of myself. We was just talking.
Yeah, how things at home for you?
First, I owe you an apology.
Oh.
Because, like, Top Gun 4 coming out will not star Matthew Steinmetz. Because people were saying the wingman. I shouldn't have involved you in my mess. And it was a miscommunication, like I told Spadoni and Bonte. But get this. Usher would not have been there. It's over. The residency is over. My daughter got that info because she felt bad for me. So I misread an email. You know how you don't get to your emails? And I thought we were sharing a room. So I'm going to just ride with that, Steiny. But I should be fine by Friday or Saturday. Go see Oppenheimer, a little dinner. But Usher won't be there, so I'm sorry I got you involved. And you didn't understand to kind of fib for me a little bit? To say we don't know the room arrangements?
I thought we were doing a bit, kind of.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Yeah.
It didn't seem
I
like...
was on the couch a bit. Dude, I ain't slept on the couch in forever.
Yeah. You don't have an extra room?
Yeah.
With
it's
a bed?
occupied. Daryl's home now.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about... And
Milan's
still there?
Yeah, she's getting ready to leave. It's all right.
No, it's not all right.
Now,
it's not all right.
I'm being real. We are a family show. I love you. Really, I do. Yeah. You want to talk about it? No, what you have going on.
No, I don't. Can
I guess what it is? So the people know and they can relax today and kind of chill and take it easy.
You know, it's like I just have, I was ready to do the show and, got...
Anything to do with your kids or the spouse?
Course, it's always about that.
Look at the Evan's
always
special
about that.
back there. A little Dr. Dre.
You know.
Let it out.
Some people are able to, back and forth, and then, okay, I'll just go about my day, la-di-da. I can't do that.
After throwing cocktails to your day and you having to deal with whatever you had to deal with. That's a nice shirt you got. What is it?
Oh, it's Dan Daly. It's it's a Generations Healthcare, Lawton Skilled Nursing. This is one of our clients here at 95.7 The Game.
You facilitated that deal.
I did.
Look at that.
Guess what? Did I tell you what I got for it?
You didn't pick up the tab yesterday, so.
Did I tell you what I got for facilitating a deal between sales and 95.7 The Game?
5 big ones.
I got to keep my job.
What does that mean?
It means I'm still here.
So you didn't get compensated for hooking that up?
No. All goes to the team.
Duh.
All goes to the team. Dude.
What about my shirt, real quick, before we get to it?
I like it. I said I
Union
told you
City.
I liked
shout
it.
out Gabe Arroyo. Hooked it up, little Union City merchandise.
I do kind of like that shirt. Anything on the back or
nothing?
Okay.
Just you like it.
Yeah.
What you got today, Stan? I know you're fighting for your life.
Like Mark Jackson. Well, and the other thing. Here's the thing. It's we've had like a theme the last month or so about what's a hot take, and here's what I've realized. You can't I'm trying to spin it so that
it's not an insult.
Correlation. No. No, it's about, so yesterday we're talking about agendas in the media, and there's a feeling out there that some people are in the media. Certainly, I think we can say it's fair among the fan base. They're Team Trey or they're Team Brock, it kind of persuades all of their arguments. And we give you know, everybody gives me grief because you're not a fan of any team. You're not a fan of any team, Steiny. So you don't know. Well, I was thinking about this. The fact that I'm not a fan of any team or any player, it allows me to debate more objectively than
that hurts.
Than you.
That hurts.
Or than Spadoni. Like, we were talking about Kobe Bryant.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
I left the chat.
So Kobe Bryant
I needed
is Spadoni's favorite player.
Yeah.
He's
My
your
second
favorite
okay.
player.
Of all time.
Okay?
Yep.
For me, he's a player that I assess.
Gotcha.
Well, I can't talk to you guys about him objectively.
Why?
Because every time we talk about him, you think I'm like trying to run him down when I'm just talking about him. You know what I mean?
But
like Kobe Bryant, to me, here's how it started.
Okay.
I said, we were talking about the greats, and Kobe Bryant's name came up, and I should get the text right now.
Yeah.
But anyway, I said, Kobe Bryant did not make his teammates better.
Oh, my gosh.
Like Michael Jordan, LeBron, or Bird made his teammates better. Like, that to me is kind of an objective phrase, but you hated that.
Yeah, and let me just real quick
tell why?
Because I thought the last two championships Kobe accomplished with the likes of Andrew Bynum, a guy that was dealing with drugs, and Lamar Odom, who I love, Paul Gasol, who played his best basketball with Kobe Bryant. I thought the title of the Jam and Kobe being the leader of a Shaqless Laker team, he answered those questions. So he made all those guys better. So a lot of times I feel like Kobe is disrespected because what you just said. He didn't make, and I love Magic Johnson. You didn't have to make Kareem better. You didn't have to make Worthy better. And he did make them better, but they were bringing something to the table more so than that Laker team that Kobe had to deal with Sasha Vujacic and the rest of the gang. Like, that didn't check that box for the people out there that thought Kobe was and may have been that player that didn't make guys better. Like, what are we doing?
Your team, Trey.
I love you right now. I can't believe you said that.
Like, I'm not on anybody's team.
Right, but I can't believe you.
Now,
I gotta say something.
Deny it?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm team opportunity. I'm team. Tell me the last third pick in the draft that was a starter the prior year that goes to possibly not making the team. Now, Steiny, that may not be on the table. So I had to step back yesterday, and I need you to know that's where my emotion is coming from something that might happen that has not happened. And that's why I got to slow my roll when we talk to Trey. I can't believe you think that I want Trey, or I'm telling you right now, Trey is a better option than Brock Purdy. No, I'm saying when I read articles that are running Trey out of town.
And see, that's where I got to stop you.
Go ahead.
No, like
I can get you three of them.
Okay, give me one, and don't say Mike Silver, because all Mike Silver said was there's 4 quarterbacks. They're going to keep
the voice
3,
of the 49ers has mentioned that there's a possibility Brandon Allen could. The voice of the Niners that he could replace Trey Lance and Trey Lance. Okay, some other guys. I ain't snitching. Some other guys we know that have brought up the possibility that, there could be a scenario to where, and you might be right.
Do you think it is a possibility?
You know what? After yesterday's blow up and dust up, I don't think it's a possibility.
See, I don't think
I don't want to live my life reacting to something and condemning Kyle, who I gave the flowers to yesterday, Snotty, because he started Trey Lance last year, regardless of what you and I think was what fueled that. So I hate that you said I'm team Trey. I'm team I know Brock Purdy right now after 8 games and beating Dallas and Seattle in the playoffs. I'm almost done, Stoney. Okay. He's the best option right now. Is he the better quarterback? He's in the lead, and I would be a sucker. I would be a radio sucker, and you know what I would be? The guy that you think I am, where I got a Trey tattoo. I don't. I'm talking about, can he remain on the roster?
And I'm saying that Here's why your team Trey. Who's trying to run him out of town? I think that is I think that is just.
I got you. Okay.
Like who?
You're not one of the. I didn't say you.
But I need a person. Yeah. I need a story. Like who has a vested interest in running Trey out of town? Like that's what I don't understand.
Right. And I want to say to that, nobody but Stoney, these again, I'm not going to.
I can't.
And so we can keep moving. But I interrupted you because your greater point was when you do attach yourself to somebody like you feel I am with Trey, then you feel like I can't be objective.
I wouldn't say that's too strong.
Because I just told
that's
you,
too strong.
I told you and the listeners, and I love y'all. Right now, Brock Purdy should be quarterback number 1.
All right. Doug's in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man? Get us started here.
Rich Eisen is one. Thank you, Tavarius.
Okay, what did he say? Just don't say it like I'm not saying you. Like
the gist of it was that Trey Lance could be off of the 49ers.
That's not trying to run him out of town. That's looking at what Kyle Shanahan is doing. He's brought 4 quarterbacks in here. It's unusual, and so now people have to try to understand it all.
But wouldn't you and we'll get to the call. Wouldn't you understand that would be abnormal for a guy that was picked where Trey was, that is relatively still young, that got his starting role, he lost his job to injury just last September, to fall all the way off of the roster? Can you meet me halfway and say that would be abnormal?
Well, to me, what's abnormal
is what they're doing now.
Yes. Like it's what they're doing now,
and what I was fighting.
Why are they bringing in 4 quarterbacks?
And I think Evan Giddings, Stoney, from all of us, all our guys on the station, on Twitter, had the best rebuttal. I hear how you define what's happening with the 4 quarterbacks. My thing and what I was fighting for is the greater good of, hold on, are we so sure the 4 quarterbacks are at the doorstep of Brock? Trey Lance. I could be wrong. And Evan astutely, like he always does, said, you know what? How do we know this is not insurance for Brock Purdy, who played in the Seattle game with the broken rib? And that was like, damn, that's profound from the standpoint of, okay, that's really, it ain't all just Trey Lance why they have 4 quarterbacks. And I guess that's what I was fighting.
On the YouTube chat, Emmett Wright. Now, I read that Emmett Wright said Mike Silvergoo. Sorry.
That article
I read that. I don't understand how you read Mike Silver's story and say, Silver's trying to run Trey out of town.
No.
Like, that's preposterous.
No, and hey, Stoney.
He's just saying, hey, this is a weird situation here. They brought Brandon Allen.
And I like Mike Silver.
Look at the snap count. What do we make of the snap count?
I'm being scary Mary here. I'm saying when you read that article, he has receipts from last year to where there were snickers among the veterans when Trey Lance was named starter. So it went to what you said last year when you gave your scenario of this leash might be short for Trey. I'm sure he's went and told, after they reacquired Jimmy, I'm sure he's told the veterans, if this gets off to a rocky start, we're going to pull the kid for the greater good of veterans we have here, the Trent Williams. So I'm not saying him stating what he feels or what he's hearing, Stoney, that's fact to him. I'm just saying it feels like Rich Eisen. I just can't.
What? No. Okay. Rich Eisen, what? What has he said?
I can't drink the scenario of the Kool-Aid scenario of Trey Lance not being a 49er. That, regardless of 4 quarterbacks or what's going on, I can't see him off of this team this soon.
But
I'm listening.
707, Steiner, you say this is why I want to walk out of the studio right now.
No, don't leave.
Evan, I'm going to be an opener today. You come in at 11. Steiny, you saying Shaq made his teammates made it better than Kobe did his idiot? I never said that. And when is Shaq's name I didn't even bring up?
Right. So
Shaq made his teammates better than Kobe made. I never said that. Doug Berkeley. What's up, Dougie? How you doing, buddy?
Dougie.
Hey, you guys are really into it this morning. Wow.
What's up, Doug?
I want to talk about the Kobe thing, but just a real quick thing about the Niners. I wouldn't read too much into the 4 quarterbacks at the start of training camp. It's a natural reaction to what happened in the playoffs last year. Let's just let the training camp play out. let's see what happens. 4 quarterbacks is a lot. Let's just see what happens. With regard to Kobe was a great player.
Great.
Absolutely great. He's all time. But he couldn't win without another big man. When Shaq left, Kobe couldn't win. I watched Pau Gasol in Memphis, and I was shocked when the league let the Lakers get Pau Gasol. I knew that the Lakers were going to be back, and if you guys are following basketball at that time, which I knew you were, you knew that they were going to be a powerhouse once they got Pau Gasol. Kobe needed a big man. That's not to say, other guys didn't need a second guy, or sometimes nowadays even a third guy. But Kobe didn't make his teammates better. Kobe was an all-time great in his own right. I'm not going to put anything bad on Kobe's name right now, but it was Pau who got there. Kobe said as much when they won the first championship with him. Thank you for getting the Spaniards. That's all I got to say. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it. I just made a list of great players.
I was going to ask you, was Kobe in your top 10?
No, he's not my top 10.
Okay.
Is he in yours?
Yeah, no doubt.
Well,
he's in my top 5 of all time.
Kobe. Okay, and
Evan don't have him in his.
But
either.
He's your favorite player.
My second favorite to Michael Jordan.
So he's in the top 5.
Yeah.
Who's your third favorite?
Shaquille O'Neal.
Is he in your top 5?
Yes.
Okay. What about your fourth favorite?
Steph Curry.
Is he in your top 5?
He's my starting point guard.
Okay, so that's kind of what I mean.
Tell me.
So your 5 favorite players your favorite because they are your 5 best of all time, or are they do your 5 favorite players just happen to be the top 5 in the top 5? Like Larry Bird's my favorite player of all time. Ask me if I think he's a top 5.
Is he a top 5?
No, probably not.
So Larry Bird, your favorite player, wouldn't be in your starting 5.
Probably not.
Okay. And can I ask why? Is it athleticism? You're being hella real with that. But my 5 was.
It's the whole thing. It's his defense was average.
Yeah. Okay. See,
he's a great team defender.
And my 5 is constructed of. I think that 5 could beat anybody else's greater 5. With Shaq, Steph shooting, Kobe, Michael.
Here's who I got.
And Duncan is my PF.
In no particular order. Jordan, LeBron, Magic,
I left
Bird. No particular order. Kareem, Duncan, Wilt, Bill Russell. I would take Akeem Olajuwon over Kobe Bryant.
Okay, I'm not mad.
Oscar Robertson. I would take Steph Curry over Kobe Bryant.
So when I think of Kobe, honestly, he left nothing, no stone.
Individually, yes.
He was great at defense. He was a workaholic.
Keep in mind,
he wasn't a lazy ass.
Keep in mind, the original conversation was about stars who make teammates better.
And what if I told you I love Magic Johnson? I thought he got too much credit for that. Okay. How hard is it to make Kareem better?
Till he got there as a rookie.
That is a fact. Okay. How hard is it to make Worthy better? Michael Cooper, he was surrounded by a lot. So who's Kevin Durant made better? What? I'm just throwing Durant out there.
I'm just saying there's levels to it, and my answer would be no. I would say Magic made his teammates better to a greater degree than Kobe.
And
I would say the same about Bird. That's one facet. I thought Bird made his teammates better, more so than Kobe Bryant. That's just one aspect of the game, though. Kobe was a significantly better individual defender. Kobe was a better scorer.
Oh, my gosh.
But Bird was a better shooter. He was a better passer. He was a better rebounder. So you add it all up, and the other thing is, I also think when you objectively talk about guys, we have to acknowledge that Kobe had some forget off the court.
04 finals where he would not pass to Shaquille O'Neal, and they lost the finals.
How do you explain the fact that he sabotaged some teams or games or seasons?
That's how I'm being real. And what about the Phoenix game where he wouldn't shoot the ball?
That matters. Has Curry ever done that?
Never. And that's how great he is to me, Steiny. Those are turnoffs. Those are, oh my God, we're finished, but I can come back. And I think the majority of Kobe fans have done that. Some of the greats don't have anything you just mentioned or I brought up on his ledger. But I will say this to you guys. Steiny, I'm not being a basketball simpleton. I love the sport, but there is something I don't want to call. I got to be careful here. Jealousy's not the word, Evan, and I was going to say it to you, not you. But the least thing on my metric list is making others better. How first you got to work on
could
yourself.
Be number one
you
on my list.
For me, it's not.
I know.
Like, were you were you complete?
Right.
Did you bust your ass before trying to help others?
Right. And that's what I would hold against Kobe. He was the most selfish.
Even on those two chips with Andrew. So even the guy that called, and I love him.
Bynum. They had Bynum, Gasol, and Lamar Odom.
God,
and
Bynum was going to be a stiff if he hadn't got under the fire and Tulich and Kobe and the fear of the wrath of Kobe Bryant. To me, I think that's what motivated Bynum and got the best out of him.
And that's another thing I'm saying. So Kobe used fear to motivate. Larry Bird just and Matt. I don't want to use Bird because I can. Let's use Magic. Let's use LeBron.
All right.
That all I'm saying is. Why do you think I have so many issues with Warrior fans? Because they're fans, and I don't care.
You shouldn't, because you give Kerr.
No,
you said the dude just
no, but that's at the heart of everything. Okay, so we're going to talk about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. Well, half the people are thinking one thing, half the people are thinking the other. So no matter what you say, people are going to say you have an agenda about why you're presenting the views you're presenting. Like I've watched.
I don't want you to think I'm a Trey Lance pump. Like I think you know me. And that's what hurts. Like when I tell you, my favorite teams are going to lose.
Like, here's the thing.
I'm keeping it so real with that. Like I think you know I'm not wearing blinders, even when it comes to my heart.
Let's not make this about you. Let's make it about.
I appreciate
fans.
that. All right.
But the reality is, if I said right now, 888-957-9570 is the number. Has Trey Lance gotten a fair shot? You don't think it's going to be half and half?
And
why is it
there
half
would
and
be
half?
no wrong answer because I can see both sides. Well,
right,
but it ain't over. The story's not over.
And
it could be listening to some people in the Bay, and I'm just saying
we
fans.
picked the side of what we want. You don't think you don't think he's gotten a fair shot? And I get it too. I can see both sides.
Ask me this, Good. Are you curious to see what Trey can do?
Well, I am too. I don't have to ask you that.
Yeah, right.
Because I know you are.
And that's what I guess I've attached my wagon to.
Somebody asked me the other day, what would be the best case scenario for the 49ers quarterback situation? Like for me personally, I've never
heard this.
I want to see Purdy quarterback 11 games or 12, and I want to see Trey quarterback about 4 or 5 this year. That's how I hope. I don't know how.
Now, how did you divvy that up?
Because I want to see Trey Lance. Oh. I want to see Trey Lance too.
Wow!
But I'm able to say I want to see Trey Lance play. But
I feel like I'm saying that same thing to you when I say to you.
You don't think he's gotten a fair shot? I think he has. I think a fair shot's like football.
I give Kyle the biggest credit, Cookie. Because he started him, Steiny. He gave him the job last year. It wasn't Kyle's fault he got hurt and somebody came in and Wally pipped him to the point of where he was undefeated.
But you're questioning how and why that's happened. You're skeptical of it.
Listen, Matt, and that's why I'm careful. I'm only going to do that here on out if he's not on the team. If he's still on the team in second or third string, I can deal with that. I think you think I'm mad at that part of it.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required.
What are you doing calling?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I'm going to put you in a good mood.
No, you're not.
I got some news that's going to blow your beautiful wig off.
Give it to me.
I went in Lucas's office. Since now it's out and about, the cat's out the bag in regard to our Vegas trip. He'll be in Italy. We're staying at Circa. It's Stadium Swim. So I Googled it. It's the casino and hotel study that has the pool with the TVs all around. They're putting us up.
I don't want to go.
Dude,
I don't want to go.
This too shall pass.
I don't want to go.
I feel you
I love
right
that
now.
phrase. I've used that phrase many times.
I feel you, Steiny.
I usually use it on other people.
Yeah.
It
I'm going to
doesn't
try to
work
get
on
Mia
me.
to go. How about that? Yeah. No Usher, but just come on. Mia. Oh, my God.
Must be nice to have somebody you could ask to go and they want to go with you.
No.
People are going to.
What sign are you? Your birthday's in September.
Seriously, what does it matter?
Because that stuff's real. It'll
That
let me
stuff
know
is
about you. I'm a Taurus to bull.
fraudulent.
So when I go off, just know
no
that.
wonder. Oh, actually, it does matter.
Malcolm X, same day as birthday as mine. But go ahead. Malcolm
You're
X,
what?
what I need to be.
I'm a Libra. Wow. Oh, here come the. Oh, now it makes
not
sense.
down.
Oh,
People
now I
understand
get
you
it.
better. I can't believe you don't have your boy Bird in your starting five.
No, because I'm objective.
So that's
And
my
that-
word.
And
I'm blown away.
That's-
And I
you
love
know what?
it.
If we'd have there's six of us. There's me, you, Dibbs, Willard,
Shasky, Monte.
Right. There's only.
Oh, where are we going here, bud?
Dibley and I are really the only ones who are. I don't have a vested interest in seeing certain teams and players do well.
You two are my OGs, and I work with both of you on the same show. Can I say something?
Sure.
This one, he ain't gonna trip because it's his family now. But you guys go the other way sometimes, just to go the other way.
See, that's what it feels like because we don't have a favorite. So, for example, your team Trey.
I just want to boil up grab my chips.
I'm team 49ers, team quarterback. So I can look at it objectively. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Well, that's
right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm telling you this, just back to the Niners. You guys can think the season starts in Pittsburgh, but a lot of the Niners season for me starts week one, the preseason. Because we're not going to, I don't think, see a lot of Brock Purdy, and I understand it. But if this number 2 battle is as close as we're hearing, we're going to see Lance. We're going to see Trey, and we're going to see, we're going to see Darnold, and we're also going to see Brandon Allen. So I'm excited for that. And
But see here,
we're going to see Trey play before you think we are. Forget practice. And, we're going to see him play in the preseason.
I know.
Maybe a whole half. That, to me, get your popcorn ready.
Well, let me tell you who I don't need to see, and that's Brandon Allen. I have no excitement level to see Brandon Allen.
Don't you? I do, because I want to see.
And give me Trey Lance. I want to see those. Brandon Allen, but no interest.
But again, here we go. A lot of people want to know, Kyle. Yeah. What did you see in Trey Lance, bud? Don't you want to see what he might see in Brandon Allen?
No.
Because if he's awful, we're going to be like, man, Kyle, this who you thought might run the practice squad? And he might say, Guru, you coaching?
I am cranky and mean today, 925.
No, but it's a different. I like this. You're showing your heart. So it's different, than the normal you.
F the heart. That's what I say. Bay Rob, he wants to talk about Kobe. Okay.
Kobe?
Yeah, no, I was talking about Lance and Wilson first.
Okay.
Did Lance get a fair shot? It's kind of screwed up with Lance, man.
Yeah.
He came in, he got hurt. You know what I'm saying? I got mixed feelings about that thing with Lance, but I know Purdy is our quarterback, so we going to have to go from there. And for Steiny, Kobe, come on, Steiny, is you kidding me?
No, what?
Kobe made the whole NBA. He made the whole NBA better. Every player in the NBA that came up under him look up to him, step their game up because of Kobe. You know what I'm saying? And he made his teammates better, the ones that was willing to work.
Wow.
You think they would have won them championships without him? Of
course not.
He made them dudes work. Everybody that was on them teams that he won got better because of him, because how personal he took things.
I'm getting goosebumps.
So, Kobe is one of my top guards besides MJ.
Wow.
Kobe is number 2 shooting guard in the NBA. And Scotty, let's keep it real. With everything on the line besides MJ, and Kobe and everybody else in the NBA, who you giving the ball to, Steiny? You tell them you ain't going to get a ball to Kobe?
I give it to Duncan, maybe.
Really?
Hey, Rob, you got me
Kobe
up
missed
in your
more
tears.
big shots than anybody.
No, don't go Chris Townsend on me.
It's
He
a
has
fact.
a whole.
Like, so should we dismiss that? You know what else,
It's the eye
Kobe? Okay,
test.
and see, this is like where I have.
And I
to-
got something for Evan too, because Bay Rob
And
just
this
made
is
it
exactly
happen.
this is exactly what I'm talking about. So Bay Rob says that Kobe made every player who ever came into the NBA better.
Why? Like guys
Just
like
think about
Steph
that.
look up to him, though, Steiny.
Steph
Does
looks
that
up to
mean
Jordan.
something?
Guys look up to LeBron. Guys look up to Bird. Guys looked up to Kareem.
But in a different way.
No, not it. Why is it a different way?
Because he had that impact on their
How
individual
about this?
games.
Kobe Bryant. Okay, it's like this is what I mean.
That was
So
his contributions
Kobe
to the
Bryant-
game.
So you know what Kobe Bryant did? Kobe Bryant made it more acceptable to take a bad shot than pass to an open man. What if I said that?
Well, then I'd say who's open man, but he mastered it too, Steiny. He was the inventor of the badge. I give you that.
Kobe Bryant did not make every big shot he took.
Oh, nobody would say that
So,
he did.
But that's my point, is that people look at it. Who would you rather have the ball with Kobe? Well, I'm looking at, give it to Michael Jordan for one.
So
Michael Jordan, Kobe shot 45% for his career.
And to me, there's two versions of Kobe. The air balls against Utah, sitting on the bench, Cedric Sabalas, Eddie Jones, Nick Van Exel, him waiting to get his turn under Dale Harris. Kind of didn't work out. Dale's ran. Then we got Kobe playing Robin to Shaq's Batman. We all understood. He had the closeout game in Indiana when Shaq got hurt, and he kind of brought that game home. But I'm asking you and Evan, okay, Kobe with Gasol and Bynum, was the case already closed?
That team was
for
the
who
best
he
team
is?
in the NBA.
Or did that do anything for you to say, Goo, you know what? Kobe, I didn't think he had that. I didn't think he could lead that team to where he could be the leader, even if it was by fear.
This is what I'm talking about.
When did you close the door on the book of Kobe and who
I've
he
never
was?
closed it. He's one of the greatest players of all time. It's just that I'm able to talk about him objectively, warts and all, on the court.
I think
we're doing, other people aren't. Like, I have Kobe 12th, whatever, on my list.
And I ain't even mad at you
am
for
I a hater?
that. Nah.
Like, give me Tim Duncan any day of the week. Why? He's a better teammate than Kobe Bryant was. He played, to me, back then, a more important position than Kobe Bryant played. Like,
those are incredible
He was more
points,
of a
Donnie.
winner.
And you
he
might
was
have
an
people that
infinitely
agree with
better
you.
teammate.
But what I love what you're doing and saying is you're not mad at me or anybody that has Kobe too. Like that's what like you said, Bird, I love you. You know, you're not in my starting five, so you're not mad at me.
I mean,
like,
2 to me is ridiculous.
And you think I'm blinded because that's
Kobe
too high?
Not as good as LeBron.
He's better than LeBron. He's more clutcher than LeBron. He can make his fundamental free throws. Those are facts.
No,
Stoney,
those
and
are
Kobe
not
never
facts.
lost. Well, he
those
did.
aren't facts, Goo. LeBron James
had one of the biggest meltdowns as a star ever
so
in
did
a series.
So did Kobe.
Well, the Detroit when he wasn't.
So did
passing.
Kobe.
But that was because he wanted to. And I know that sounds horrible that I'm saying it. He was being a bad teammate. But we saw LeBron.
Who scored more points? Like who?
Yeah, because of longevity with LeBron.
Who was a better defender in their prime?
I think it's arguable. I got him equal.
How about rebounding?
Bron.
Passing.
Bron.
Well, so what are we talking about? You just gave LeBron the nod in every category.
The ability to say clear out.
Well, that's
what
not,
is your go-to move? LeBron never had one. He had to run over you. Because no shade at LeBron. You were not Fred Astaire. Kobe was Fred Astaire.
I don't look
fundamentally sound in the post. He could do whatever he wanted, Stoney.
So can
and that's why that's why the likes and these young guys. a lot of times, I didn't know who Bill Walton was. A lot of these young guys, and it's a joke about their lack of history. But these guys, Steph Curry, my prime example, they're not looking up to bums. The guys are still wearing Kobe's shoes.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But I am.
Okay, well, that's not part of being a player. No, it's not.
For me, it is.
It's not a part of Kobe's game.
A lot of people,
that doesn't have anything to do with his game.
Yeah. He's got 5 rings.
You know what?
And you said he's one of the best players.
Here's why I take LeBron over Kobe. You know why? Because Kobe's going to take the shot no matter what. Yeah. And LeBron James is going to try to make the right play. Yeah. And to me, that to me is an edge LeBron. To you, it's edge Kobe. That's fine. Yeah. But I'm just going to point out to a lot of people who watch basketball the fact that Kobe absolutely positively had to take the last shot no matter what. I don't look at that necessarily.
He lived for that, though.
I know he did because he was selfish. He had a selfishness about him in that way. And again, I'm not saying he stunk, but when we're comparing the top 15 players of all time, I would take LeBron over Kobe. And you take Kobe over LeBron.
Let me ask you this.
That's fine.
And because you mentioned,
but Kobe's your favorite player. He's not my favorite, and neither is LeBron.
Well, Steiny, he ain't my favorite player because he likes spaghetti or he cuts his grass this or that way. He's my favorite player because he earned it.
Okay, well, right, but he...
You know what I mean? He earned it. So did Steph.
Okay. But I don't think are you willing to acknowledge that some of the things that you think is a strength of Kobe Bryant, other people may say was a weakness?
I got to be careful here. No, I'm going to go to a parent. My 2 sons, when they played basketball, one of the components I didn't give little Daryl that I wish I would have been able to give him was be more selfish. That is a skill, and sometimes it can be to your detriment, but all the great ones are selfish.
Right, they are, but it doesn't manifest itself in being selfish. Right. Like Larry Bird was unbelievably selfish, but he passed to the open guy.
Do you think Paul Gasol enjoyed playing with Kobe Bryant? I would say yes, and that's why we see him coming back to the and you might say this kind of unfair, Goo, but it's real. They were brothers. He was there when Paul Gasol was family. He enjoyed playing with Kobe. He was a gamer.
And look, again...
I don't think Paul was like... And I'm sure when you're... Like, it's ranking for me, Steiny. Larry Bird, I don't know how many shots Parrish or McHale, and they hit some. Danny Ainge, but there's a hierarchy. You know who's supposed to take the shot. LeBron, I think, passed in crunch time because he didn't know what... He was a little nervous about the shot.
Right. The bottom line is Kobe would have taken the shots that Michael Jordan passed to Kerr and Paxson.
Wow.
I can't fight you on that. And to me, I want a guy who's going to make the right play, not the play. I could I'm not going to do it, but I'd be like, oh yeah, Kobe, he ushered in hero ball.
Yeah.
He was the guy. He was the original hero ball. And is that a positive? For you, it is.
Because he would hit him, but
No, he wouldn't.
Sometimes he would.
Sometimes he would. But he didn't hit him at a greater rate than any of the other greats. So, in other words, he took more big shots, but he didn't make any more than them on a percentage basis.
I got you. If you, Evan, and I were a committee, and it sounds like we all agree, and I got him a little higher, when it's all Ernie Chavez says, Guru, you're missing the point about being a teammate. Ernie, no, I'm not. But when it's all said and done, he was a good enough teammate to have 5 rings. His relationship soured with the great Hall of Famer Shaquille O'Neal because he felt like Shaquille O'Neal was not working like he thought Shaq should have worked. But my point is, Ernie, take this and put it in your pipe and smoke it, pal, is when it was all said and done, he was a champion 5 times. Mm-hmm. And those blemishes, they're more than blemishes, Donnie. They do bother me. The stains of not passing to Shaq because what they had going on in the 04 finals, that cost them a chip because I thought they were better than Detroit. And the not shooting against Phoenix in the playoff game, what is that? So I still came back. But when it was Steiny, 5-time champ, like the great Tim Duncan.
Right. But I'm also, I get it. You can't talk about players and not include their championships, but like Kobe's 5 titles doesn't make him better than everybody with 4 or fewer.
Yeah.
I don't think. He played, let's face it, he won 3 titles with the greatest big man of all time that people think.
Yeah. But it goes back.
How was Kobe Bryant as a teammate when his teams weren't good? Yes, thank you.
Like Draymond, but he played.
Thank you. Draymond.
No, he tore his.
You're right.
But no, he would play. He wouldn't say I'm out.
Yeah. I asked how he was as a teammate when things didn't go well. Thank you.
Yeah. There's no doubt.
Marcus is in Oakland. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey.
I got Kobe. I think you're missing this signing with Kobe. Kobe's one of the hardest working guys in the business.
Absolutely.
Every player from every documentary that you see, from the Redeem team up into the Laker teams, everybody's talking about how they had to change their workout, how they had to get into the gym, lift the weights, shoot earlier. He would be in the gym before everybody else. That's a great leader. Getting your guys to focus up on the off-court stuff and getting into the weight room and into the shooting before just their scheduled shooting time before games, that's being a great leader. You bringing up everything that's on the court. Did he pass? Did he this? If I'm the best guy on the team, I'm going to take the shot. Now, if I miss it, I miss it. But I'm the best guy on the team. I'm the best option. So I'm going to take the shot. But
was
getting my guys to work harder, that's me being a great leader.
Was Paxson the best player on the Bulls?
No.
Well, then why did he take the last shot?
Because Michael made the right play.
Exactly. And listen,
Kobe might have shot that shot.
Marcus, Kobe Bryant was among the hardest working players in the history of the game. Absolutely.
I love you for
like nobody's saying he wasn't.
I know you didn't. But Steiny, that's a hell of a compliment.
Right.
And you told me your thing with Shaquille O'Neal, and I know we're not talking about Shaq, is he left some meat on the bone.
He did. That's why he's not on my list. With anything else, Marcus?
No, God, I didn't even know I was still on, but thank you.
That's interesting.
Jorvel. Oh, Jorvel's gone. Devin. Devin's in an Uber. Hey, Devin, what's going on, man?
Uber Black.
Hey, gentlemen, how's it going, man?
All right.
I really love your show, man.
Oh, thank you,
D.
So, two topics really quick. Trey Lance, I'm an old football player, man, and I'm all for. I want the best guys on my roster. I cannot understand why Trey Lance fighting for second string is a story. Like if I was a Niner fan, I'm a Raider fan. If I'm a Niner fan or a fan of any team, I want the best available guys. And if Trey's not there, he's not there. If he's not the best, he's not the best. And I just don't understand. Maybe he's not ready. Coming out of the draft, everybody understood he barely played in school and he played at Starbucks Community College. Okay,
wow.
He didn't play in a big conference. He didn't play anybody. He's talent. I'm not going to be that guy because, like I said, I used to play. He's skilled, right? But if you're not skilled enough, it's okay. You're just not skilled enough. So that's my thing with that. And with Kobe, man, Steiny, I'm with you. I never understood it. We get that he's a great player. Nobody's disrespecting him in that regard. But LeBron is more clutch. The stats are there. Like, you don't have to believe me or Steiny. Like, the stats are there. You can look it up. You look at the percentages. LeBron is more clutch. Kobe took bad shots that he made. What we praise Steph for, that's what Kobe did. Steph just does it at a better rate. So Kobe's amazing. I'm not mad at it. Great defender, great all that. I just think LeBron's the better player. I think he's the better teammate. There are different ways of being a leader, and I understand that, but I don't see the comparison at all. I think LeBron is clearly a
wow, Marcus. Hey, thanks for the compliment. I'm going to say this to you and Marcus Steiny. And you know I live my life with this. I give no scholarships, but Evan, there is no world we live in where LeBron James is more clutch than Kobe Bryant.
I know,
then
because you define clutch as only shooting the ball.
No, and then the whole thing that they tried to put the cape on Steph Curry, well, he hasn't made game winners. Well, you know what? Give me the times he put the team ahead. Give me the times where the team was floundering and they needed a bucket and the chef was there. So every book can be cooked. But there's no world we live in, Steiny, and I'm saying this like a preacher Durrell, that LeBron James was a more clutch basketball player than I can take you to the San Antonio Spurs finals when he cramped up and tapped out. But I won't go there. I remember I did it with Townie. I understand you can give me numbers where it'll look like Kobe West.
But you'll just dismiss him because he's your favorite player. So my point is being made. Man. Like if I told you in the last 3 seconds of a game, Kobe made on game winners, Kobe was 34% and LeBron is 37%, you would not acknowledge it. You would say, well, the books are cooked. Or you would say, well, still. And that's all I'm saying. Everybody's got an agenda.
I don't.
Yes, you do. You do, and it's okay. Sometimes I do. I just have one less than everybody else because I'm not married to guys or teams. Definitely, Curry is higher on my list than Kobe Bryant.
Oh, I got you.
He has to be.
Yeah. Well, Mike, he didn't. What was the word I told Steph when we were with him, Stoney? He revolutionized the game.
Who did?
He's transcended.
Who?
Steph Curry.
Oh.
And this is no shade at you, Kobe. Rest in peace. You were a Michael Jordan clone. You came the closest to you. That's what you wanted to be, and you did it. Kudos, and you mastered it. Steph is one of a kind, even though he said Reggie Miller and Steve Nash were his two favorite players, and he's got those two guys in his game. But
here's the other thing that like,
and I
kind
do
of
love LeBron.
kind of
I
annoys
hope I'm
me.
not. I love
so
LeBron.
Who is a better shooter, perimeter shooter, LeBron or Kobe?
Oh my gosh, Kobe.
Correct.
All right.
I agree with you. So LeBron doesn't shoot it as well as Kobe. So late in the game, when LeBron James is making a decision and he's like, I got this 19-footer, but I know I'm not as great of a shooter as I'd like to be. So he gets double teamed. He'll throw to the open man, but that gets held against him because he knows his game so well. He's like,
this ain't my thing.
Correct. Kobe's a better shooter. But guess what? LeBron has him in 5 other categories. So LeBron is smart enough to say, well, I'm not going to take a fadeaway 20-footer to win a game because I'm probably not going to make it because I know my game. Like, I don't hold that against LeBron. I give him credit for being an incredibly smart player. Like, to me, LeBron is a far more heady player than Kobe. Kobe's like heart almost hurt him at times because he just, his stubbornness could be good, could be bad. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump in on the conversation. Started out just talking about Kobe and Trey Lance and who's on whose side and are people trying to run Trey Lance out of town. Everybody's got an agenda.
I'm excited for preseason, like never before.
Said nobody.
Well, I think this year is a bit different. If he is fighting for the number 2 spot, then it's on and popping.
Going to be interesting to see. Has anybody asked Kyle yet how he thinks he's going to handle the preseason? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
golfing today now.
You
See,
can't
that's what
let
happens
people
to me.
take your thunder. Shout out Oklahoma City, but Steiny, come on. That's what you do. That's your serenity.
Yeah, but now I'm not looking forward to it.
But whatever you do to supplant that is not going to be satisfaction.
I could mope.
And that's what you're doing now. But let me tell you.
Seriously, like...
Don't you go, that's your serenity. That's your sanctuary. Go, man.
But here's the thing. This is interesting you said that. Let's say back in the day when I was playing basketball and there was crap going on.
Oh, that's when I'd play my best.
Yeah, I could go out on the court and then for 2 hours you wouldn't think about it.
Hard foul.
Golf's different. Golf's different.
Wow. To you.
Golf, you go out, you hit the ball, and then you got to walk to your ball and you're thinking, things are miserable. Things are miserable.
But some dudes and women feed off that.
I don't.
Kobe did.
Well, it's because...
Dude had a case in the court systems about his freedom and was dropping 40 a night. Hey.
He doesn't get extra for that.
I'm going to cheer you up. Lucas was in here again talking about the Vegas trip. And
when are we going again?
The 25th of August.
Okay.
We'll be doing the show from the Circle Hotel. Can I say what you told Lucas and I?
I don't care.
It's been forever that your shirt's not coming off.
My
at the
days
pool.
of taking my shirt off at the pool are over.
Dude, you look fine. Let's go. Mine's coming off.
I'm sorry. Did you have a physical on Monday? I did.
So the results
stripped down to the boxers.
Yeah.
Why is that mirror there,
dude? It's also You listen.
I will not be taking my shirt off at Circa. There's just no chance.
A couple cocktails in, Steiny, I can see it coming off.
The way I feel now,
Mine's coming off,
the way I feel
baby.
now is I'm not even coming out of the pool. Just stay in the room in the air conditioning.
What have you turned in? You better golf today. Yeah. You see Willard and Dibbs, you'll be like, all right, I'm out of here too. Yeah, I think that'll jolt you. Shout out to our boys. Dude, what about what I said to you and Evan?
What?
So we had 49ers. You had the great quarterback debate or controversy with Steve Young and Joe Montana, two Hall of Famers. Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith. That divided this fan base, Steiny. And now here we are in 2023. These two gentlemen are still unknowns, but it is a divide, as you set it up with the beginning of the show with Purdy and Lance. Think about that. And the one thing I will never, I just won't do it. It's not who I am. Root for an injury. But until we see a 300-pound man or men land on Brock Purdy, we're not going to know how that elbow in his body responds. Mm-hmm. So number two, whoever that is, Darnold, Lance, I'm throwing in your boy. If I'm the second string quarterback, I'm thinking about, man, I could get in sooner than later because of a setback or a possible setback. And again, Steiny, that's not me hating, but here Niner fans are again divided.
It's because different fans have agendas.
Well, I've been thinking about Kyle. He drafted Trey Lance with a tad bit of splash of arrogance, right?
Probably.
And he will not have to pay the price if Brock Purdy continues to be what he is and the team keeps winning. But, we've talked about it. We did it in the crossover yesterday. If they don't win and Brock Purdy regresses, then it's like, where is our quarterback? And is it your boy in in Minnesota, Kirk Cousins? You like that?
See, this is what here's what we started talking about today. It kind of came up in fun because Guru's a big Kobe fan, and he's got him as his second best player of all time. And I got him in the top 12, 15. I have to really
Spadoni loves him. Evan is
right. And
what Evan
and all
said.
I'm saying is
his contribution to the game.
That never scored a point for him.
No, Evan was saying, what's his contribution to the game?
Who?
Kobe. And I was like, Evan, that's hard, but I think the compliment is he busted his ass.
Okay.
And he still was great. He never took anything for granted.
Did Bird bust his ass less? Did Jordan work less?
No, those are the Kobe had
nobody's saying he wasn't a great hard worker.
Busted up digit, and he still went out there and scored.
They all played hurt.
Well, now I got a nail.
See, this makes the point for me in that the conversations on anything become skewed when people have a vested interest. Genji, on the YouTube. There is literally no factual debate to put Kobe over LeBron. Sorry. Listen, I'd rather have LeBron. But, of course, there's a factual debate to take Kobe over LeBron. You know what I mean? Like you can make a case.
Yeah,
but I think I got
a case.
But I'll bet you, if I had a lot of money, I'll bet you, Genji, be honest, you don't like Kobe.
Oh, okay.
Be honest, you don't like Kobe.
So you're saying his view is skewed.
Correct.
Yeah.
Tony's in Napa. Hey, Tony, how you doing, man? By the way, hold on one sec, Tony. You want to talk about burying the lead. At noon, we've got one of the great football minds joining us, Scott McCloughan.
Yeah.
Scott McCloughan, former 49er front office, former Washington front office. He's a master scout who now works for a lot of teams, scouting for NFL teams, and going to start out talking to him about Frank Gore. Frank Gore is now a member of the 49ers front office. He knows Frank Gore extremely well, but obviously we're going to talk some football with Scott McCloughan. This guy, I love this guy.
Yeah.
Had the good fortune of meeting him a couple times.
He'll remember you?
That's a good question. I watched the game
I love
with him.
that you said
I sat next to him for a Raider Browns game.
I remember.
Yeah,
okay.
it was unbelievable.
And that was through your Schaefer guy.
Correct.
Look at your boy Goo knows his partner and his friends.
So that was one of the pleasures of my life to watch a football game with a guy like Scott McCloughan.
Oh, so incredible. We can get into it with him.
And I'll have you know, he didn't think much of what I said was stupid because I would just ask him questions about why things were happening, and he was fascinating.
What? You're a smart man. Why would you say that?
Well, because
you mess up, but come on, Stoney, you're intelligent.
I know.
Tell the people I came and saw you at the cafeteria yesterday. We fought and then we made up.
You left in like 3 minutes.
No, it was you were busy.
Tony in Napa. Yeah. Hey, Tony, how you doing, man? Tony? Well, hold on. Maybe, hold on. Tony, you there?
You got to hit the button.
Tony, you there? Bye, Tony. You got to call back. I'll take the hit for that, even though I don't think it was my fault. Steve's in Richmond. How you doing, Steve? What's going on, buddy?
What's happening?
Hey,
talk to us.
All right, Guru, man. I got a question for you, man, because you're a big Trey Lance fan. How you got so much faith in Trey and you haven't seen him play? So what's going to be worse? You play Trey and not make the playoffs, or you rock with Brock and lose in the playoffs.
Okay.
Either way, the controversy is you don't got a quarterback, and who wins a championship like that?
No doubt. But listen, I'm not sitting here. You gotta get my words right. I understand right now Brock Purdy is way ahead of Trey Lance. My whole thing is the ideology.
Is he way ahead?
Well, he won 8 games and won 2 playoff games, so that's way ahead. Trey couldn't even stay healthy. What I'm trying to what word am I looking for, Steiny? Politic for is go get me another guy that was drafted 3rd in the draft, was named starter, and broke his ankle, and then was off the roster. Now, I know that's not happened, but my question is, some people saying it could happen, and that's where I'll just be blown away. So right now, I'm telling you, the right man, Brock Purdy, is starting for the Niners.
Facts.
Okay.
As he should.
Yes.
I don't want to see Trey at all. How about that?
Wow. Well, then you got it.
Hey, Steve, hold on. This works the other way, too.
No, he
Why
got
not?
it.
Why not?
He thinks he's seen enough.
I mean, why take a chance? Like y'all said the other day, look at Justin Fields. Why take a chance to watch the Trey be like Justin Fields? I don't want to see him run over the field. Don't y'all want to win a championship?
Well, Justin Fields after week 7 last year had the second highest QBR behind Mahomes. I think you're giving up on him. And he didn't have this Niner offense and coaching. So look out for Justin Fields. I'm starting to think, is that going to be a Kyle mistake passing on Jay Fields? But it sounds like you're done with him.
I'm done with him. I mean, that's just like believing in a Mark Bolger right now. Why would you switch your formula and you already winning games? You're trying to win a championship. It's beyond making the playoffs.
So you feel like you've seen enough with Trey Lance? Because it's been minimal.
I mean, I feel like the quarterback controversy has been going on for too long now.
That's fair.
Why don't we have an official quarterback? Besides injury, I mean, I know it's a lot to say, but goddamn.
Well, that's what you can't say. It's about the one thing you can't say.
Well, his frustration, help me out, is with Kyle not being able to identify their quarter. He was looking at the whole enchilada. Why don't Niner fans have their?
They do. That's where I'm at.
Okay. No, and I'm not fighting you on
their quarterback.
But we still need to see more, and you've said as much. Because Brock could go the other way, Stoney, on the adjustment to the adjustment. Then they don't have their quarterback.
They do. Well, of course, I don't mean. Yeah. What I'm saying is they absolutely believe they have their quarterback. For example, and maybe people would be like, "That's crazy, Steiny," but Shanahan's been in his 7th year, and I do feel like, they feel stronger that Brock Purdy is their franchise quarterback than at any other time during their tenure. That's what I'm seeing from the outside using my eyes and ears. Do 49er fans, do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? I'll say it again. I feel like the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan specifically, but throw John Lynch in there, I do feel like they believe Purdy gives them the best chance of any quarterback they've had in the last 7 years, 6-7 years, to be a franchise quarterback. Like, even when Garoppolo was here, it always felt like it was not fighting, but they were fighting each other, and Kyle wanted him to do things that Garoppolo either couldn't do or didn't do well, and it feels like Kyle has never had the comfort with a quarterback that he has with Brock Purdy. And I do think, getting back to Kyle's personality, one of the reasons that Brock Purdy is that guy is because I think he thinks, not only is he more talented like Garoppolo, but that he's easier to coach. Like, Purdy is more malleable and more open because he's younger, and Garoppolo came from New England where he had some, where obviously he became a player, an established player, established backup. Like, I think Kyle really likes Purdy because he tells him what to do, and Purdy says, yes, sir, no, sir, and I'll do the best I can. Whereas Garoppolo would say, you think that really is the best way to do stuff?
But Garoppolo was on record as saying, I'm only doing he insinuated, Jimmy Garoppolo, his last year here, Stoney, under center, he insinuated he was running the plays and throwing the passes that were that he was told to. Like, he was almost insinuating, let me cook. So I to that notion that you say, at the end of the day, Jimmy took him to a Super Bowl. Jimmy, now forget why they didn't win, Stoney got him. And that's why I shocked you with Jimmy and the success. I'm giving Kyle another compliment. We can look at the Jimmy G tenure. They played in some big-ass games and the biggest game. So Kyle's showing you I can do it damn near with anything. I'm just wondering, are you going to do it with the guy you drafted 3rd in the draft? Now, we may not find out. But I'll tell you this, if Brock Purdy makes a Pro Bowl and he's Jeff Garcia for the Niners, Stoney, I won't mention the picks. I won't even mention Trey Lance because, you didn't hit where you thought you were going to hit, but you hit at Mr. Irrelevant. And you guys drafted Mr. Irrelevant, so you get credit for what comes with that if it comes to wins and Super Bowls. But if Brock isn't, then, oh, man.
Tony's in Napa. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
I'm back.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Good.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. So I got 2 comments, one on the Kobe thing and one on the Niner thing. I'll go fast. So first off, you were saying that LeBron is the person to make the better play when the ball is on the line. I just want to rewind back to Cleveland when they went to the championship and lost and went back for the second time. And no matter how bad LeBron wanted that championship, he put his ego aside. He showed leadership, and he let Kyrie Irving hit that three. And Kobe would have took that shot. All the documentaries you see, Kobe would have said, "You were late to practice. I'm not passing you the ball." LeBron let Kyrie make that three, and that showed leadership like no other. And LeBron, in my opinion, is definitely better than Kobe. And as far as the Brock Purdy thing, I went to a couple games last year. I went to the playoff games last year. The whole crowd, the whole Niner Nation is behind Brock Purdy. There's a thing that people say in sports that talented people don't need to work as hard. I think Lance has more talent, or Brock Purdy has something that he has to prove. He works hard. He says, yes, sir. He jumps when you say jump. And Purdy is the man. So go Purdy and go LeBron. Thanks, guys.
That shot came after a timeout.
Which one?
Kyrie's three. And I don't think they
great,
wanted
it was
LeBron
a great
taking
read.
that shot.
Yeah, it was a great read by LeBron. I have to agree with this.
LeBron James.
From the 908.
Who is that, by the way?
Notice how Guru likes the same type of player.
Selfish.
Kobe.
Wiseman wasn't selfish. But the
Monte Ellis.
Okay, loved him.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan.
James Harden. Westbrook.
I love
Kyrie.
skilled guys. Those guys, they're not coming down to shoot all the time. I love stuff like a beautiful woman.
Right.
There's not a lot of Halle Berrys.
And there it is. And there it is. And there it is.
What?
You can only see beauty
from the exterior.
Exterior beauty.
Stop.
You can only see beauty in a woman if she's beautiful.
That hurts.
I try to look for beauty in everything.
Me too.
Like you look at Tim Duncan and say, he can't be one of the greatest ever because he's unselfish.
The big fundamental? That was a bad dude.
You didn't like him when he played. You're just feeling pressure right now.
From who
Me.
and what? Stop. You're such in a good mood.
I'm not in a good mood.
But Stoddy,
I'm not in a good mood.
I
can
feel like
walk
some
off
of your
at any-
powers are gone, so I'm
They
just
are.
like, and I'm taking it
They
easy.
are. They are.
Yeah.
They are. I'm shot right now.
People can't. Guru, watch your words.
Exactly.
No.
Oh, exactly.
No.
Yeah. Just think a little bit.
The Magic made everybody better.
He did.
I think when I say, dude,
How many titles did Kareem have before he got there?
And I
In
love
LA.
that. But you know what I mean, Tony. It wasn't exactly the Cleveland Cavs team that LeBron took to the finals and got swept.
Regular 8. Westbrook ain't selfish. I think he is. I think he is selfish. You know
Now,
what?
that's
Selfish is
interesting.
hard. I think he's got some selfish.
Well, don't all the great ones.
Not on the. I don't think Larry Bird or Magic was ever selfish on the court.
Well, I'll tell you what. When
Very infrequently.
but I'll tell you this: when we saw Russell Westbrook, and I didn't like it, taking rebounds from Steven Adams to get to triple double, that's selfish.
Yeah, is that a good teammate?
But
Is that a guy you like to play with?
Well, the Clippers want it to this day, Stein. He ain't selfish.
Who?
He'll distribute.
You just
Russell.
said that he stole rebounds.
No, that was
it doesn't
an example.
have to be assists.
No, that was just an example of him being selfish. But overall, I think people like playing with him. Kevin Durant didn't.
Would you guys consider Luka Doncic a selfish basketball player?
Now Evan, how do you do it?
Because he is up there as far as assist leaders.
I'm going yes. And
Yeah,
the reason I
he
say
controls
yes,
the ball 40%
when you
of the
just
time.
cry at the refs and don't run back down and everything's a foul, Steiny, I'm going to call that selfish. And he's still one of my favorite players to watch, and I guess he done lost some weight.
Who?
Luka. You seen
Was
the
he the
skinny
one
pic?
running the steps?
Oh, you on it?
He's like 23. I mean,
Uncle Looney, I respect.
23.
Like, here's the thing, Uncle Looney, I respect that Westbrook gives his all. Of course,
That Uncle
absolutely.
Looney,
That's the number one part of his game.
Yeah.
He plays harder than most
And
other
young
players.
Russell, his athleticism was something you rarely see on a basketball. The way his ability to control himself and contort in the air was incredible, Steiny.
Not a winning player, though.
Yeah, I can give you that. You ain't got
And
to
it's
sell me on that.
because he doesn't like he's like selfish is too hard. He's just oblivious.
Do you think he thought he was better than he was?
Well, he was good, but
I think he thought he was better than what he was.
How
Steiny.
many players have incorporated their individual greatness into the team dynamic as badly as Russell Westbrook.
Wow. I'm trying to think. That man.
Big Smoothie.
Wow.
Big Smoothie, what's going on? Big Smooth.
Victor Alexander.
Chucky in Livermore.
Chuck.
Hey, Chuck, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? My guys, man.
Yeah, talk to us, Chuck.
Hey, always like listen to you guys. First of all, man, as far as this LeBron and Kobe thing, man, you guys forgot about that damn commercial, man, with the puppets. You know Kobe is the man. Come on, man. Kobe on a one-on-one. I'll take Kobe over LeBron.
Of course. Oh, no doubt. Because it's all about one-on-one. It's like, I remember we'd get 10 guys to the playground, my man Chucky, and some guy would be like, well, I don't want to play 5-on-5. Let's play one-on-one.
You would never hear that, Steiny.
Oh, my God. Oh. Thanks, Kobe, for ruining the game.
Steiny, man. Kobe is a straight assassin, man. You got to love it, man.
Oh, he's you know what he is? He's like one of those assassins. He's an assassin whose percentage is about 42. Every time he goes for an assassin, he knocks a guy off 1 out of 2 or 3 times.
He's got 5 rings.
Oh, Chucky got hung up on.
No, I think
Shaq got him 3. I don't argue like that.
No, those
I could.
Andrew Bynum was his center.
Andrew Bynum, when he was good.
Yeah, but he would have been a stiff without Kobe getting in his ass.
Oh, please.
Steiny, you can lead by fear.
I bet you.
My dad
you can make players worse by fear.
I totally agree.
So why?
I totally agree.
So like that,
it's a gamble. It's how much do you want it, and how much can you step back and say, you know what, that dude's really not a prick. He's being hard because he wants the best out of me, and I think that's what Kobe did, and why Bynum was able to get the best out of his skills. Smush Parker. I mean, he had a cast of characters.
This is unbelievable. Like, I need one of those. I don't know how you do it, but it's where you can shut down a part of your brain and not acknowledge something that you actually say is true, but it doesn't matter. Like, well, Kobe, he led by fear. Well, he also lost teammates by fear. Well, that's true, too, but that doesn't matter. Why not? Because Kobe's my favorite player. You got to be able to look at your favorite players as objectively as you look at other players.
I want to ask you a question. I know we're up against it.
With like a guy like Larry Bird, I can look at his shortcomings and put him up, be objective. I'd like you to try. I'd like you to try to do the same.
I'll do it every day.
888-957-9570. Scott McLuhan coming up at noon. I'm going to say it. One of the best NFL talent evaluators going. Plain and simple. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromise.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our...
Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh,
The chef.
So in your mind, so apparently that's Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Well, so Steph
That's
Curry.
what it's supposed to be. Yes.
Yeah.
I still have my bets.
With bars.
Man, can you imagine 10 years from now, Goo, you're going to be like, oh, Curry's third all-time greatest player. How come? Oh, that rap. He can rap.
Come on.
He's spurred on
I can
generation.
compartmentalize Stoney. That did sound like the chef, but he had bars. How you doing, buddy?
I'm ready to knock somebody out.
Oh.
Other than that, I'm getting a call right now from Kaiser. They're probably going to they want to schedule my.
Now I can take it for 2 minutes. You want to grab it?
X-ray. No,
just hitting off on the mic.
I'm unhealthy. Oh, but
don't say, man. Knock on wood, Stoney.
Yeah, for what? That doesn't work. That crap doesn't work. Knocking on wood. Don't walk under a ladder.
We've been doing good.
Don't do
now
an umbrella inside.
He did
pipe with that
Groundhog
crap.
Day. He didn't came out.
Rabbit's foot.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's big.
Salt over your left shoulder, Stoney.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Salt over your left shoulder. That cures
Might be right.
life seals.
One kills.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Yeah, why would I go to therapy? I can just throw salt over my shoulder. Although therapy, don't get me started on that either.
Not pepper.
What are you looking at?
Oh, somebody called you, and there's a term in the streets. It's called sneak diss, and it's when you say something to somebody in the middle of saying something else, and they notice you do it to me a lot, and I didn't know the term, but it's
not a
sneak
term.
diss.
The dude just made it up.
And
There's
he
no
goes,
term like that.
No, sneak diss.
Yeah.
You kind of say, hey, A, B, C, D, Guru, you need to do better. E, F, G, H. That's how you're the king of it.
Don't be afraid to like a player who's unselfish and who likes to pass, Goo. Now I'm starting to, you know what?
I like
he
Bron.
hated John Stockton.
I
You
told
hate
you
John
he's one.
Stockton.
I said if I wanted to go to dinner,
here we go.
Of any NBA of the greats, he would be invited. How did
Even
you
now,
survive
after all his
at the
crazy views?
You know what? I'm talking about on the court. I want to hear from guys like that had to survive a sport of men way taller and stronger than him. I love Stockton. And that mid-range, that midi he had, that pull-up Stoney.
Okay. Let's not talk
let me
about
finish. If
Des
it wasn't
only,
for Jordan, they would have two.
Des only won. You're telling on yourself, YouTube, on the YouTube chat. Des only won. Steiny's such a Kobe hater, and you can tell it's personal. See?
Wow.
You took the bait, and you made a mistake. Don't you get it? Des only won. You're the Kobe stan, and I'm objective. Don't you get it? See, I'm not a Kobe fan. Therefore, I can be objective. You love the guy. So you can't talk about him objectively.
He's
sorry. It's just
a sneak diss, and Stoney ain't no sneak diss. My bad.
Yeah, it's no.
But you do it.
Steiny ain't from the streets.
OAK.
Hey, you punk. You ever been to Why Missing?
Yeah.
You ever been to Why Missing, Pennsylvania? Get your facts straight and give. Oh, let's go to Jaime. Jaime's in San Carlos. Hey, Jaime.
What's up, guys? First time caller.
Nice.
So I got a little beef here with you guys talking about Brock Purdy. It's not a beef, but it's just be careful. Everyone is saying how great this kid did, which he did do great. But do you guys remember how good Jimmy G was for his first 7 games?
Yes, sir.
Following season?
Yep.
He tore his ACL. The guy was never the same.
What about Kaepernick?
Got happy feet. Kaepernick, I really liked, but the problem with Kaepernick was I don't think he studied enough
I'm with you.
to get better, and the coordinators figured out that RPO, and he just wasn't there. And they also got rid of a lot of players once Harbaugh was starting to come out, and you got to put good players around him to make him better, I think.
I would agree with that.
Like you said, and I respect you.
Hold on. Go ahead, Jaime.
So I think that's why they haven't traded Trey. And just remember, Trey's a year younger than Brock Purdy. I want to see what that kid can do.
Right, I'm
We
with
will.
you.
Another game.
We will. I think we will, Jaime. Because let me ask 49er fans this. Do you really expect Purdy to play 17 games? Let me ask you, does any team expect their quarterback to play 17 games?
What I'm
ahead.
I'm really curious to see is how Purdy reacts when he gets hit or when he's about to get hit. Human nature is going to be to cringe, right? So let's see what he does.
You know what? I'm not hating on that, Jaime. Yep. I'm not hating on that, Jaime. But here's the thing.
We're going to see him.
If people, like if I say, you know what, I just got to be careful. Brock could take a step back. Well, okay, you're a hater.
We ain't there yet.
Yeah, no, we're there.
You know what?
We've been there for years.
We might be closer to there because that's not a hater. But again, like you said, do you expect him to do 17 games? Steiny, what if it was 9 games? Trey Lance takes over and it's 3 phenomenal games. Then they got a decision to make.
Yes,
so,
well, Kyle does for sure.
Yeah, and I guess at the end of the day, an NFL ball coach would tell you, you know what, fellas, it's a good decision because I got options and I got multiple guys capable of taking us to the promised land. But the great John Madden said,
what did
you
he
got
say?
3 or 1 thing, you don't have
I thought that was
one.
Parcells.
No, that was
no,
Madden.
he said you are what your record says you are. What? I can always tell.
Evan, I can't see back there. What's going on?
No,
I thought Evan, look.
No, I thought Evan was getting ready to talk or say something on the mic. That's all.
He got skills on the mic. Can we hear Steph one more time?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sure, because
1 sec.
Yeah, we'll hear Steph one more time because it's going to vault him from the 9th all-time greatest to the 7th.
He's not Jay-Z, Starty. It ain't he's rapping like that.
But nobody outside of Iverson now, since Curry has cut this rap video, has brought together inner city culture with the NBA. I mean, this guy's more than basketball.
There's a lot
now.
of guys in the league rapping.
Oh, but not like Steph. Wow. He's soaring up the all-time greatest players list.
Evan, that's not the chef.
Isn't it? Or is it?
I think it is, but they did a lot to his voice.
Auto-tuned. That's Steph. I can't wait to see you again.
You know
that wasn't the chef.
By the way, the artist is Toby Nwigwe.
That's who that is rapping. That ain't
What are the
Curry.
odds you pronounce that right?
He's Nigerian.
Curry ain't rapping about
I'm
gunplay.
sure he is.
Nwigwe.
He got
That's the
that.
correct pronunciation. Thank you.
Nwigwe. You
I'm
looking
sorry.
at me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is it, Evan?
Nwigwe.
Guru?
Nwigwe.
You're accenting a different portion of it.
So I got a little, who was that we said couldn't?
P-Rock Dap
You can call him
1.
Toby.
Yeah.
It's not Steph, you fools.
I knew it. What Steph ain't rapping about no guns. Goo what? I got thick skin, bro.
No. It says that's not. People don't know if it's him or not, but
It's hard to tell. But
it
there are
is.
very many people out there that are convinced that this particular 2 set of lines are Stephen Curry.
That's incredible. Nope.
And
That's
here it
him.
goes.
Yeah,
That's him.
Steph wouldn't say that.
Say what? Did he use the F word?
No, that's an easy word nowadays. Hey, Evan, this is so great. Oh, that's the guy in Gugwe.
There you go.
Nwigwe.
Yeah. Chef
There you
ain't
go.
doing that to his brand.
Anyway, I think what Scott McLuhan join us in 15 minutes. NFL talent evaluator extraordinaire. And can't wait to have him on at noon. Scott McLuhan, any 49er fan knows who he is. Any NFL fan knows who he is. He is a master evaluator. There's just no doubt about it.
Oh, man. And go ahead. I'm a jukebox.
I didn't have anything else to say.
You know how I went on my my guru gripe about the running back position?
Yeah, I remember.
You know, they got 7 more years left in the CBA. They had a chance to read the fine print when they re-upped the last deal and knew the running back should have known that this could be a possibility. So now it's still wrong. I'm going to bring it up
You want
with
to
Scott.
stick it to him?
No, I'm just like, what were you guys thinking or not thinking?
Well, he's not involved.
No, but he
McLuhan.
knows the business, like just as a fan or
Don't put him on the spot.
Don't
put him on the spot.
This is Steiny, stop.
Don't
When's the
put
last time
Scott-
you've been on the spot? Well, I
at
was
9:55
when
today.
Mia called. Yeah, that was the last time I was on the spot.
Let me tell you something,
dude. But you're doing good. Seriously, you are.
There's only one text you should be getting in the middle of work or a show or right before, and it should be something like this. I got a text from a guy I used to work with.
Okay, I know him.
It's not about you.
Well, my wife said
Jonathan Sackty.
Oh, I don't know.
Producer and then some extraordinaire at NBC Sports Bay Area. When I said I'm not wearing my shirt in the Vegas hotel, he texted me a meme of Frank Thomas, the baseball player, and he said it's never too late to be in Vegas shape.
That is bad.
Now that's an acceptable text, not the one I got at 9:55.
I got you.
If you know what I mean. What do you,
dude? That's your boy. Get us a podcast where the simulcast with your guy, with you and me.
Why do we need him
to be on TV?
I don't want to be on TV. See, and you would.
Dude, our hair
you
is
would
yearning.
struggle
the
on
two
television.
of us.
And I'll tell you
I've
why.
been on Gary Radnich. I still got the VH1. I knocked that out the park. What are you laughing at? And when they filmed the Lucky Break, everything was recorded, bud. And I made love to the camera. Yeah, that's how
Cindy
I got through
Brady.
it.
You glazed. You glazed over.
on my first show when there were no cameras in the studio.
Listen,
your boy was Denzel.
Okay, here's why you couldn't. Here's why you couldn't do TV. You ready? Guru. Seriously, tell me why you would take Kobe over LeBron.
Because he was the
45. What? See, you can't.
Evan, that was the worst. You stopped me.
Well, that's the point. Why? Tell me why Kobe is better than LeBron.
He's the most skilled player I've seen since Michael Jordan. And trying to mimic Michael Jordan, he's come the closest. There's been so many men and women in this game trying to be like Mike. Hence the commercial. Nobody has gotten closer than the one Jelly Bean Giant.
Jelly Bean Giant? See?
I'm acting. I got some
but you see what I mean?
for you tomorrow.
You got people in your ear. You talk too long. You never get to talk for more than a minute on TV.
Oh, whoa, I'm in trouble.
Hey, Stein.
Stephen A. yaps for like 9 straight
You're
minutes.
Stephen A. You're not Stephen A.
But
he's different. They would call you on and they'd be like, hey, let's bring in Daryl, the Guru Johnson today to talk about the state of radio.
Let's go.
Okay, Daryl, how's the business changed?
This has happened for
How's the business changed since you walked on unqualified? And how's the business changed in your 8 years?
Oh, man, I'm just blazing the trail, and a lot of people have...
No, I'm not asking about the trail you blaze.
See, the wrong people might be listening, and I could be sabotaging myself, so I'm done with this skit. I've done stuff for the Union City mayor, and I've been on TV, and they go to you, Daryl, you got to say this, and they're in my ear, and I got through it. I know how to condense.
No. I mean, you really got to condense.
But our hairline started. We need to be on TV, the two of us. Evan, too. But he's 23. It don't matter.
He's 28. He's 28.
Where'd the 23 come from?
I don't know. I don't know.
Thinking about Jordan?
Yeah, no doubt.
What's that?
Jordan.
Oh,
in my subconscious.
It's so funny. Guru, you're such, like, the fact that you
you took an L on that.
On what?
On the whole, I can't do anything objective. I just did it.
I didn't
with
say
Kobe,
anything.
and I was proud of you.
There's certain things
you didn't demean him. Can I put a real rat on the table?
The real rat on the table is I'm more objective than you, and that's why we work.
The real rat is you think that you're more objective.
No, I know I am.
I'm being serious
here. Because
Steiner, I just left a funeral
yesterday. Do you have a favorite football team?
The Dallas Cowboys.
End of story.
But am I impartial? I tell you the real. I'm like Joe Spadoni. We say the truth.
My God.
No, we say when it's bad.
No, you don't.
Oh, my God. I told you Dallas was coming here last year. I told everybody to lose because of Whack Dak. What happened? Whack Dak threw the game away. When are you going to give me my flowers for being a real one?
That's
Pirates,
not being real.
They stink.
In fact,
I tell you guys, bet on them every day.
Evan,
they suck.
Evan.
Give me my flowers
with all
for
due
being
respect,
objective.
And I don't care anymore about Spadoni because apparently he said that I said Shaq was a better leader than Kobe, and I would never say that.
Now,
he's a liar.
Oh, wow.
Spadoni is a liar, so I'm done with him. Spadoni is the worst kind of fan. The kind of fan
He
who
gives
says,
up a little
we
quicker than
stink,
me."
we stink, we stink. Oh, we're in the Western Conference Finals. Look at us. The worst kind of fan is the kind of fan like you and Spadoni are, where you give up on your team when everything's not going right.
So
not everything. It's like you go down 2 points to begin the ball game. The game's over.
Spadoni gets me upset. It's 8-6. We're done. I'm like, yo, young fella, have I not taught you the principles
nothing.
and rules
Very little.
of reverse devil tongue?
The only thing you've taught me is stuff about the streets. Other than that,
give me my flowers.
I think what else you've taught me. Oh, you've taught me how to be a better friend
and to work in corporate, how to avoid the landmines, play the game.
Well, you
befriend everybody. Come on, man. You always think good.
Did he not hear me just say you've made me know what a better friend is?
Oh,
I got thug tears. See, you're so busy trying to denigrate me, you don't listen to what I said. Goo has taught me what a good friend looks like.
I tried to get you to lie yesterday. That was bad.
I know you did, but that's okay.
It worked itself out. But last thing about Kobe, and we're moving on because you got your guy Scott coming on at 12. Stoney, I'm being so real with this, man. And it happens in every realm. Evan, I want you to chime in.
Because you know I'll disagree with you?
As much as I love Kobe, I do wonder his passing, which was tragic, Stoney. Do you think he's elevated because of the way he passed? Because to me, the answer is hell no, because I already knew he was great. But it's not Kobe. It happens in life. And I'm just wondering, I agree. Do you think so? Like, how
Ask
could
the question,
and I ain't
don't be
hold on,
afraid.
I'm not. I'm about to tell you. How
scared,
could I
dog.
omit, which I didn't really, but how could Kobe do what he did in the 2004 finals, not passing to
he do?
Shaq? He didn't pass the ball to Shaq, and I overlooked it. He didn't shoot against Phoenix in the first half in a playoff game at Phoenix. I overlooked it, but he was still with us. But to me, that speaks to his greatness. I do wonder the way he passed.
Speaks
I cried.
to selfishness, but go ahead.
I cried. Do you think now when people bring up the great Kobe Bryant, the fact he's not here with us, do you think his whole thing is elevated?
A little bit. And it's natural. It's
But
natural.
and the fact you said a little bit, then there's nothing to see here.
What do you mean?
Because we're not talking about first to home. We may be saying first halfway to second in regard to elevated because the dude was so great. I'm not telling you a bad singer was the best singer I've ever heard. That's when you're like, okay, slow down. Kobe was one of the best to ever do it. And I'm telling you, Steiny, if I had to make a basketball player or an athlete, selfish would be a component that I would put into my robot.
Yeah, and like if Kobe were a rap artist, he would have come on stage and said, "Get these backup singers off the stage."
No,
I don't.
Michael
need
Jackson was
them.
like that. Watch, this is it.
Pretty sure Kobe did try his hand at rap and didn't go great.
Oh, I don't remember that.
He had a couple hits. Now, wow, Evan Shaq tried to rap, but I appreciate
Shaq
you
went
just
platinum.
saying. Well,
You
dude, he
know
got
it.
a song with Biggie Smalls.
Big
Shaq,
Kazam,
it's great.
right? When he was the Big
Kazam?
Kazam?
He hates that part. He did that. Some of the worst acting ever. He'll tell you, Shazam.
Somebody said, "Where's my guy Xavier?" Xavier.
That's my guy. Stay
Also,
out the
foul
chat.
on the play. The artist's name earlier was Weekway. The N is silent.
Wow, Evan.
Listen, I tried to tell you about Nigerian names time and time again.
My neighbor was Nigerian, Namdi.
Let me know when I can finish.
Go ahead.
We have Kalena Azubuike.
Yeah.
He is the Warriors analyst, television analyst.
Former player.
Azubuike is the Americanized way to say his last name.
Oh, you kidding?
If he were in, I believe he's Nigerian.
I do not like
If he
where
were
you're
in
going.
Nigeria, or it might not be Nigerian, the way you pronounce his name is Azubuike.
Why don't we do it?
Because I asked him this specifically.
Oh, my gosh.
And he said he didn't have a preference.
But he's letting us get away. We're not saying it right. We got to step our game up. He shouldn't have to have a That's say the original. How it should go.
Azubuike.
Azubuike.
Yes.
Wow.
I try to help people.
That's with one name, though. They're all-
Kalena Azubuike. rather than Kalena Azubuike.
But then you expanded that to trying to educate us on all Nigerian names.
Right. What I'm saying is you're pronouncing it wrong, even if you think it's right.
So then should I not give him credit by not saying his name?
Or spell it. Or sound it out first.
I should spell it?
Try to sound it out first, guys. There's nothing more important. Like, if you don't have your name, you have nothing.
Hello?
I know.
Steinmetz.
Yeah, I was just going to go there.
Don't do that.
You ever think
Don't
of changing,
joke about stuff
having
like
a radio
that.
name?
I do. Matt Steinmetz.
Like Jamie
Steiny.
Foxx. I found out that's not his last name. That's his stage name.
No, are you
That
serious?
blew my wig,
When did you
dude.
find that out?
It don't matter, but I wouldn't. What would you
So
change it to? If you could, man. I wanted this to do all over again.
So do you think Tom Cruise is his real name?
I am about to throw my bottle across
Oh my
the room.
gosh.
I just saw MI9. Steiny, don't tell me that's not his last name.
I guess it's not his last name.
But see, if you try your hardest, you might end up in a situation like this.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Now that was tongue in cheek because of what Wiseman had done the year before.
Oh my God.
And I like
Steiny,
that's
Stimmy. Well, people don't know. It's STI. That's well, STE.
how much we got here
Yeah.
before Scott McLuhan.
Steiny, please tell me
into
that Tom
sports.
Cruise that's his name. See, you just threw that out.
His real name apparently is Eric Bishop.
Oh my God. I'm done with Hollywood. What is so Red Fox? That wasn't his real name?
Eric Bishop is Jamie Foxx's name.
Oh my gosh. That's incredible, man.
Why are Willard and Dibbs here
Is
so
Mark
early
Willard
today? Is there a
really
meeting
Mark
today?
Willard?
Is there a company meeting today?
No, it's called
There has to be. Willard and Dibbs are both here.
Why you?
Can
I told you you're nosy. We need to focus on Scott at 12 and finishing strong. You worried about them? Those are our guys. Oh, Evan, look at Evan. That's what I teach. That's what I've taught you, Ston. You have
You've
to be
taught
a
me
pro.
nothing.
Yeah, dude, I'm checking to see who's
Did you
got
just
real
say you
names.
taught me how to be a pro?
At life.
I've have over 3 decades in this business.
Please.
I've worked on every media there is to work on.
When you put it that way.
888-9. Well, no, don't call in because we got somebody who's more objective than any of y'all who are going to call in. We've got a guy who's Mr. Objective. You know why? Because he's a scout. Scotty McLuhan on the other side of 95.7 The Game. Hold on. And it's all brought to you by Lucky California.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points for cash back every time you shop and earn extra savings each week with digital coupons on the Lucky app. This week with digital coupon, select varieties of Breyers ice cream are just $1.99.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best.
He's also a senior personnel executive for the Seattle Seahawks. He now does scouting for NFL teams and just an incredible talent evaluator. So we'll put him on when we get him.
Okay.
What do you? But you have something on your mind.
Have you ever seen? And I'm going to last night on 3rd and King, a baseball game end with the catcher going. I'm calling it Benito Santiago, like Patrick Bailey did to throw out Perdomo. I mean, have you seen anything like that? I've never seen.
I think I saw Benito Santiago do it.
Oh, in the game? Okay. That was incredible. Dude he's thrown out 18 runners, and he ain't even been here the whole year. It's incredible, man. Dude, that is a weapon. Defensive catcher is everything.
It is a weapon, but you got to make it not a weapon. Like, to me, there's two parts of being a great defensive catcher if I'm on the other team. One is the first thing you got to do is respect that so you don't take chances.
But isn't that up to the other team to do that?
Well, exactly. That's why, like,
because some pitchers.
How do you get picked off?
I was just
on the with 2 outs in the ninth.
Oh my God, he should not be in the lineup today.
Well, that's like, of course, that's to me. There's like Ivan Rodriguez. There were two things going on. One is you didn't want to run on him, but two, like if you did run on him, it had to be at the right time,
right?
And
because
you're a little distracted. Just talk for a second.
Yeah. That's funny you say that because you're telling me on TV they'll be in your ear.
Oh, okay. We got Scott. That's why I was a little distracted. All right, ex-49er general manager Scott McCloughan joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing excellent, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. The reason we wanted to grab you was because the 49ers recently hired Frank Gore, a guy you're very familiar with, into their front office. And I'd love to get some insight from you on Frank. And the first thing I'm going to ask you is, a lot of great players in the league. Tell me something about Frank Gore that made a team want to hire him into their front office, because it doesn't sound like it's a figurehead job. It sounds like he's going to be scouting and he's going to try to learn the front office and ascend.
Yeah, I can tell you this through and through, and one of the reasons I drafted him, or we drafted him at the time with the 49ers, is he's a football guy. He is a football junkie. He lives it every day. I talk to him probably once a week for the last 10 years. And since he's been retired, it's just like, I got to get back in football. I need it. And he's got a son playing for Southern Miss who's going to be a senior this year, running back. That's a good player, good prospect, he'll draft it. But he's all football. And that's why he's a player, and that's why he lasted so long. And the offseason, he took care of himself. It's just, he lives and breathes football. And he's a 49er through and through, 100%.
Scott, how much credit does Jed York get for having it set up? I know a lot of times we hear about these teams are family, but going to get one of their guys, one of their staples at the running back position to bring him back in this capacity, to me, that's all good. That means business is good. What do you say to that?
I'm telling you, Jed, the Barlow York family are phenomenal. You know what? And they take care of their own no matter what. And the thing about Frank, he took care of the 49ers for a long time. And we had some tough teams now. I mean, tough records, all that. And he fought and kept fighting. And with Jed doing this for him proves that that's loyalty. And that's why the 49ers are so legit. And that's why they've been so legit over the years in the history, is because it's taking care of your own, the ones that take care of you. And there's nobody better than Frank to take care of, in my opinion, because he gave his heart and soul to that organization. And I'm telling you, he'll be good for the organization. And the organization will be better because of him being there. I guarantee it.
Scott McCloughan joining us on 95.7 The Game, former San Francisco 49er and Washington football team general manager. He was also a senior personnel executive for the Seattle Seahawks. Scott, I know my partner wants to talk to you a little bit about the running back position and kind of what's going on there in today's NFL. I do want to ask you about the 49ers, though, and their quarterback situation. Out here, as you know, this is a passionate fan base, particularly when it comes to quarterbacks. And if you're an outsider, and I know you're not, but they've got 4 quarterbacks in camp. The 4th Number 4 is getting snaps. Purdy's been named right now the leader in the clubhouse. If you were just looking at the 49ers quarterback situation in training camp, what sticks out to you right now?
I think they have a lot of talent. They have a lot of different kind of talent with each guy. You have some young, you have some very athletic, you have some pocket guys. I think what's unique in the situation is that they're not in a panic at all. Now they have to make the right decision. Of course they will. They always do. But it's interesting. It's very interesting because I'm a big Trey Lance fan coming out. I know he didn't play a lot in college. I get that and all that, but just the upside, the ceiling was so freaking high, and it still is. It's still really, really high. And I know Purdy. I scouted Purdy 3 years in a row, as a matter of fact. He was at Iowa State for like 7 years, I think, whatever it was. But totally different players, but then one's cerebral and one's a big-time athlete. So can you mesh and try to find what's the best fit for what the system is? And, of course, Kyle knows that. I mean, and that's why he's been successful and will keep being successful with quarterbacks. But it's interesting because I first walked into Washington, we had RG3 and we had Kirk Cousins. And, a big, RG was coming off the knee stuff and all that and second knee injury. And it was unique because I was an outsider coming in, walking in. And of course we named Kirk the starter, in a winning division that year. But it was a tough decision, and it affects, not just coaches and the player itself, but families. You're a starter, you're not a starter. Are you going to get traded? Are you on the trade bubble? That's never a good feeling for a player, ever. But they have a situation, and it's a good situation, that they can get value no matter what, one way or the other, if they want to move one, if to say that. Or you want to keep the rookie contract, Trey, which is cheap, and keep him around knowing that he's going to need the backup. So it's an interesting thing. As a GM, it's really, really tough. But you just try to do what's best for the team, the organization, not just the individual. But having quarterbacks that you like is a really good problem to have in the NFL. Really good.
Yeah, I agree with you, Scott. Last week, my partner was worried about me. He always has my back. I came in, and out of nowhere, I just went in and said the NFL should be ashamed at how they're treating running backs. And Frank Gore comes to mind. He's given the Niners his all. Tony Dorsett, Marcus Allen, Roger Craig. How could any position in the NFL? Yeah, how could any position in the NFL, Scott, all of a sudden be taken advantage of, where these guys are risking their lives every Sunday? They're getting carries, they get used up, and then you can get franchised back to back. So I was so mad, but then I thought to myself, Scott, well, they did a new CBA. The fine print was there. Why didn't they do anything? So I say all that to ask you, what are your thoughts on the current running backs and how they're getting treated? And is it a thing to you? Because I just think it's unfair.
Tell you, off the get-go, I really don't understand why. Because I look at any position. I understand left tackles, corners, pass rushers, quarterbacks. I understand. Everybody says that's important. No. Every player on your team's important. All 11 and 11 and 11. Special teams, offense and defense, are very, very important. And if they're a talented player and they help you win games on Sunday, you pay them. Plain and simple. I don't get it. I redid Frank twice, just so you know.
Wow.
Twice. I had to wait after the third year to do the first one, but I did as soon as I could. I did the same thing with Patrick Willis, Joe Staley, Sean Goldson, all them cats. I did the same thing with all of them. But the running back is vital, in my opinion. Vital. You go back and watch the Super Bowls, a lot of teams win games on Super Bowls because of the running backs, because of the offensive line, And the quarterback's great. Don't get me wrong. I've been lucky. I've been around Favre. I've been around Russell Wilson, Alex Smith, all these cats. It's awesome. But that running back takes so much pressure off the quarterback, it's not even fun. I would, if I had a top 5 running back on my team, I'd pay him like I did Frank. I read them twice, and everybody's like, "You're crazy. Why are you doing that to running back? They only last 3 years." I said, I know this. I see him every day. I know exactly who he is and what he is, and how he prepares himself in the off season. And I know on Sundays we're going to win. He's going to be a big part of it. And there's not enough money out there to win on Sundays. I'm telling you. You want to get the Super Bowl, you want a world championship. You need a good back. You need a good back.
Scott McCloughan joining us on 95.7 The Game, former 49ers general manager. A few years back, the Niners obviously moved up in the draft to get Trey Lance. They gave up 3 first-rounders and got one back to draft him. You've been a part of front offices. When you do that, when you give up that kind of capital for a quarterback or any player, that's going to be part of the narrative around it. So can you give us some kind of insight on like how much hand-wringing is done in a front office and how much discussion and disagreement and give and take is there or was there, do you think, before the 49ers said, you know what, we're going to do it. We're going to move 2 first to get Trey Lance. Like how much goes into that decision?
A lot. And it's not just GM, it's not directors, it's not coaches, it's ownership, it's everybody. Because that affects the franchise for the future. Because those rookie contracts are so important going forward. You want those first rounders and all that. But also, they did it for a reason. They did it for a reason because they saw something. And I respect that. And you got conviction, go do it. Easily, I could have drafted Aaron Rodgers. He'd have been the easy pick for me. I took Alex Smith because I saw the ceiling. I saw the person. I saw the youthness in him, the youngness in him, what he had going forward. And, looking back, of course, maybe I made a bad decision. I don't think so. I think, you know what, as a coach and as a scout, on my directors talking to him, we made the right decision because we all agreed upon it. We go down together, we survive together. And that's what they're doing in San Fran. And I think that's really, really cool. I think with the head coach and GM in their relationship and with the ownership, I think that's why they're good. That's why you guys are going to be good going forward, and it's tough, and it's not an exact science at all. But you still get gut feelings. You get personalities. You get what's inside them. And all of a sudden you start feeling that. You realize, wow, this guy could be, he could be this. He could be even a step up or another step up. And you start getting that point. You're like, well, hell yeah, it's worth it. I mean, it's a quarterback. So I personally think Trey Lance is going to be a damn good quarterback in the NFL. Really good. Really good. There, somewhere else, I have no idea. No one knows that. But he's a football player, and he's got traits that you look for in a young guy. He has all of them.
That's interesting, Scott. Really interesting. Let me ask you this, because my partner last year, we talked about when Trey Lance was named starter and the dynamic of the locker room. From your experience, how much did the player's voice, how much input does that carry? And does a good head coach like Kyle, speak to the vets about what decision he's possibly making with the quarterback position?
Well, I can tell you this. I was very lucky to be around Mike Holmgren for half my career. When I was in Green Bay, when I was in Seattle. And it matters a lot. The quarterback, in the personality, in the leadership, in the trust, in the honesty, in knowing that he walks in the building, that the people look at him and they feel comfortable with him being the starting quarterback. That's gigantic. And it's hard to get, And the good thing with Brock, he got it last year when he came in out of nowhere, okay? All he did is win. And all of a sudden players are like, okay, he's helping me take care of my family. We're winning. We're going to playoffs. I'm getting more money because of him. That's gigantic. But also, you identify the young talent, too, because all football players know football players, the good ones. They know each other. And they identify the same traits that I look for. And once they get that respect from them, then it's like, wow, okay, well, Brock's really, really, really good, and he's doing this for us, and we're winning. That's awesome. But Trey could be this guy. But he hasn't proved that yet. So I think with the players, and I think with the respect in the locker room, is production on the field on Sundays. That's what makes you, and that doesn't make you. Fourth quarter, 3rd and 8, who completes the pass? How's he do it? Or who runs the ball? How's he do it? They help you win games. Now you start rolling with respect, and then you got them. And I think Brock's proved who he is and what he is, and I think that's great for him. That's great for the organization. Trey hasn't yet, but I think he will. I really do.
Scott McCloughan joining us on 95.7 The Game. Why do you think the 49ers brought Sam Darnold in here?
Because he's a really good guy and he's got a lot of talent. I've been around him. I know Sam.
Well, yeah, I mean, but he's got a reputation that's not the greatest among fans. I know that's not the be-all and end-all. But when you saw the 49ers sign Sam Darnold, you said to yourself what?
I said they signed somewhat a veteran that's been through a lot of adversity, that has talent that Kyle can get out of him. Kyle can do this. He did with Brock. Sam has a lot of talent, but the thing about him is he's a great teammate. I'll never forget Frank Gore, Jets. He's with Sam.
Right.
He says, I'll tell you what, Scott. He says, everybody's knocking him. Everybody's killing him. He says, I know this. He's the toughest son of a gun that comes in our locker room, and he works his tail off every single day, and everybody respects him. Right there is enough. Well, why not sign him? You know, what are you going to lose? And that's Frank telling me that. And this is 3-4 years ago, whatever it was, when he was with the Jets. And now he just said, this guy's one of us. He's a football guy. He's a football player. Now, that's a hell of a sign. I'm telling you, you might need him at some point. You never know.
Yeah,
100% might need him.
No doubt. Scott, let me ask you this, because my partner and I go back and forth with Kyle Shanahan. I recognize he's a almost genius offensive play caller and play designer, and he's not working with Joe Montana thus far at the quarterback position, but yet they've been in the NFC Championship and Super Bowls, as you know. But I'm asking, man, when's it going to come for Kyle? My partner's like, it's good for business. You know, he wants to win, but where are you at on the Kyle Shanahan kind of kicking that door in? And am I off base to just kind of say, you know what, they've been close? When is it going to happen, or do I need to chill?
You need to chill. You need to chill because, you know what, his father went through the same stuff. And you know what, his father ends up being what? You know what I'm saying? Incredible. No. It's that organization, your guys' organization is going the right direction, 100%. And you know what? It's tough to win the Super Bowl, as you guys are well aware. It's tough. It's tough to get to the playoffs. It's tough to get the championship game. It's tough to even get the Super Bowl. To win it is a bitch. But understand this, too. He's proved that he can get you in the dance, and that's all you need to see. You know what? And they've done a heck of a job drafting. They've done a heck of a job signing free agents and keeping their own. It's top 5 organization in the NFL every year, in my opinion, in the last 3 or 4 years, or since Kyle's been there, 100%.
Right. Scott, I try to tell him, you know, John Elway, they said couldn't win the big one until he won the big one. Andy Reid in Philadelphia.
Me. Hey, I was with Green Bay, and we lost in San Diego in the Super Bowl, and he did his little flip and went in the end zone.
Oh, man.
I lost a ring for that son of a gun.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's one of the youngest coaches in the league. He's been to the NFC Championship 3 out of the last 4 years, the Super Bowl once. It's like, I tell my partner, you can't win the Super Bowl unless you knock on the door as much as you possibly can.
100%. All you can do is knock. All you got to do is put yourself in a situation, which they have each year, to get in the dance, and then start knocking and see when you're going to break through. And all of a sudden, you break through. When I was in Green Bay, we could not beat the Cowboys. They had Aikman, Irvin, Emmitt Smith, all that stuff. 2 years in a row, we lost in the playoffs, second round and third round, to Dallas. And we deserved to lose. And Brett was, you know, a 3-time MVP and all that as a quarterback and all that in Green Bay. But all of a sudden, we broke through that door. We took off. We went back-to-back Super Bowls. We lost one, but went to back-to-back ones. And it was like, now we expect it. Now it's just like, well, yeah, the hell with the Cowboys. The Cowboys don't matter anymore. They're done. It's us. You know, and it's unique how it works, and a lot of it just like self-confidence. And it's just like players like, we're not going to lose to this team again. We're not going to lose this round of the playoffs. It's just, it's unique, but it starts up top, you know, and not saying the GM or the president or the ownership, but it starts at the head coach, and it starts with the coordinators, and it starts with position coaches, and just instilling that belief that no matter what, we're not going to lose. And you get the right kind of characters in your building, in the locker room, that they don't know anything but winning. Now you got something strong, and that's what 49ers have right now. They have confident, good football players that expect to win every Sunday. I've been on teams where we just hoped we can show up and have 45 that are healthy to play on, be active on Sunday. You know, they're cutting guys, trading guys, letting guys go. They're good football players. They'll be on other teams, and that shows a good organization. Really good throughout the organization. Really good.
Scott, you guys are rubbing off on me because I'm sitting here and I don't want to put you on the spot, or if this is not applied to the Niners, but let's just say in a 3-year window, because I'm thinking about McVay, would you take your team making the playoffs 3 years in a row, or winning the Super Bowl 1 year and missing out on the playoffs the other 2? I know that's kind of...
No, good question. Very good question. You got to win the chip, bud.
Okay.
That's what you get measured by.
I got
everybody get measured by championships, not by playoffs, by championships. Everybody.
I love it.
Doesn't matter if it's a governor.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Scott. So I looked at Andy Reid in Philly over a 5-year period. He played the Eagles played in 12 playoff games in a 5-year period.
Man.
Yep. And I look at that and I'm like, that's incredible. My partner says, yeah, couldn't get it done. You know what I mean? So that's,
but now he has.
Yeah, now he's a
Thank
genius,
God.
Scott. I'm calling him a genius now.
I know Andy very well. I was with Andy in Green Bay, and great coach, great offensive mind, great quarterback coach, phenomenal quarterback coach. But yeah, no, and I could tell you story after story about him not being hired as the head coach there, but I won't get into that. But good coaches are good coaches, and if you have a winning record, that's hard to do in the NFL. With injuries, with changes every year, with players holding out, with whatever, trade requests, all the stuff that's going on now, a good coach keeps their guys together. And I saw Mike Holmgren do it. I'm seeing Andy Reid do it, and I think Kyle is the exact same. I think he, not just offensively a genius, play caller, quarterback guy, but he's an overall leader. And that starts, and John, I love to death. Lynch, great guy, great GM, highly intelligent, and see the whole picture and understand it. Kyle's a coach. And to be a coach, you need to see the whole picture, but you need to identify with the players. And you got to get the trust of the players and the belief of the players. And he has that. And that's why I think it's, like I said, a great organization. And it starts up top, the ownership. I mean, they're good people, phenomenal people, not just have money and that stuff, but just really good, genuine, insider body people. You can talk to about things in life, and they're there for you. And that's unique in the NFL. Very, very unique.
Hey, Scott, thank you
Great
so
stuff,
much, man.
man.
Really appreciate it. You might not remember, but I actually watched the game with you once. The Raiders played the Cleveland Browns. I'm a buddy of Pete Schaefer's, and
You called me.
Yeah. And I tell you what, that was a big time privilege. I remember you saying, "Hey, check out Nick Chubb's thighs." And you said this guy's going to be an unbelievable running back. So you got that one right for sure, man.
Second round pick. I've been lucky to be involved in two drafts. One was drafting Frank Gore, and one drafting Nick Chubb. And I think both are going to end up being the Hall of Famers. I think both of them, and that's unique and it's special. And the thing about it, it's unique and special about it. It's not just the football player; it's the person. It's the it factor. It's what's in their freaking soul and heart. And these guys are legit. What you see is what you get every single day, and I respect that as a GM and know my football players.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us, man. You hung on the line for a while. I really appreciate your time, and good luck to you, and thanks for checking in, man.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. And just know this, if you ever talk about Frank Gore, call me anytime.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Best draft pick ever made, just so you know. Best draft pick ever made.
Sounds great.
Frankie G.
There it is. Scott McCloughan, former 49er GM.
Cool cat, man.
Yeah, he's the best. He's the best. It's a good thing.
I didn't know you were going there. I did.
I wasn't gonna, but I figured, you know what?
Evan and I was like, I see the apocalypse. Oh, but no, that was
what does
good.
that mean? What does it mean you've seen the apocalypse?
Like, you never go fanboy. Like, you went. No,
I'm a fanboy for him.
I got you, dude. We're good.
It was just,
yeah.
It was just
and he
great.
remembered you.
Well, he needed reminding from my friend. Because
I didn't know if you got that, but it's all good, baby.
Yeah, no.
Nick Chubb in his thighs.
He said it. He said Frank Gore was the greatest draft pick he ever
That's
made.
amazing. And you could tell he was proud of that, man.
888-957.
Should have a ring, Frank.
9570. I'll tell you what, I don't think he was it felt to me like he was being honest about the San Francisco 49ers situation. He thinks their quarterback position, if I can speak for him, is a position of strength, not necessarily weakness. What do you think about what Scott McCloughan had to say? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Save big on seafood at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 25% on all raw, cooked, and breaded shrimp from August 4th through 6th.
a Niner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. We're officially more than halfway through the week.
Yeah, hump day, and
Can't
you'll
wait
be
to
out
get
on the
of here on
links.
Friday.
What about today? You heading to the links?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. See,
stay on your regiment, man. Don't let nobody throw you off.
But
because you're going to be miserable wherever you go do this, not that.
That's right. So why go onto a golf course if I'm not going to be enjoying it?
Well, basketball's not golf because you said when you're not golfing or you're walking to get your ball, you can think you're up and down.
I know you want to take a victory lap now.
No, I'm not. I don't live my life like that.
That's
It's not- we're in
how
the
you
business.
live your life.
We're not in the business of that. But what would
let me
it be
tell
for?
you? Let
Let's
me
just
tell
see
you
if
what
we're
is
on the same
and here's where I love Scott McLuhan.
Oh, he's great man.
Because he
a real one.
He knows how to play the game. See, when he says that's a great question, what he means is that's an obvious question.
Yeah.
Would you rather go to the play? Who in their right mind would say I'd rather go to the playoffs 3 straight years and not win a Super Bowl, but go once in 3 years?
Sometimes
and
it sounds like you.
No.
That's where you're coming from.
No, and
but
that's
this
what
is about my lap, so you just lay out. And I don't even have a presser. I don't even want to press. Don't speak for him and misconstrue. He said, "Hey, I get it. Good question, Evan. This guy. What I'd like to hear is I'm gonna ask Evan. I text him just that last part when you. I don't know if you don't remember.
Oh, I'm a fan. Like, see, the difference between you and me is I'm a fanboy of grown men. You're a fanboy of boys. You like your little athletes. I am a fanboy of people who have done it. I'm only a fanboy of grown-ups.
I would have asked that. You remember? He remembered you.
He remembered me because I asked my friend Peter Schaefer specifically to say, hey, tell Scott I was that guy who went to that game with him.
With
and
the
then
good
Scott
hair.
goes, what game?
Yeah.
And by the well, I'm not going to bring it up.
Uh-oh, what happened?
No.
Not here. Something there at the game when you went?
No, but just.
We're laying it all out this week. Go ahead.
It's not about me. It's about somebody else, but I don't want to bring it up.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to Ryan in Irvine.
Guys, how's it going?
What's up, baby?
Sorry, I just tuned in. I know you guys are talking Niners right now, but I had a point about the Giants.
Go ahead.
Right?
Yeah, we can do it.
So I'm kind of an odd duck. I'm an Angels fan and a Giants fan, which I know is kind of weird, but if you look at the organizations, they couldn't be more opposite. Like Artie Moreno is all about the splash play, getting the splash signing. I mean, look at the talent they have in 2 players, but they can't do anything with it because their team is just never built the right way. So the Giants are like polar opposite. They don't really make a lot of splash plays. They don't do the big name signing. I mean, look at Giolito. The Angels got him. He got lit up for 9 runs.
Yeah, I saw that.
But as a fan, I think the Giants did the right thing and not just trading away the farm. I think they're building something special, and they're going to win a lot of games. And as an Angels fan, I would much rather have what the Giants have going than, I love seeing Ohtani play, but he's leaving, and then what are they?
Oh, no. Ohtani's not going anywhere. You heard it here first, Ryan.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. But what if they get in, Ryan, and somehow shock the world like the Giants did in 2010? Then what are you saying? Because these moves, you would think, have enhanced their chances, right?
I think the Giants have more of a complete team.
Oh, okay.
They have talent at a lot of the positions, whereas the Angels are so top heavy. Their problem has been pitching for the last 15 years. But Artie Moreno just says, "Hey, who's the top guy that we can get in free agency? Okay, let's go get Anthony Rendon. He's played 20 games in the last 3 seasons. We didn't need a third baseman. We needed pitching. So it's just they're built very differently. One's kind of like the Disney model. Let's just get butts in the seats to come watch a couple guys play. The Giants, I think, actually care about winning when it matters, and it's going to take some time, but I think they're on the right trajectory."
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it.
So he's glad they didn't make any big moves.
I tell you what, I think Ryan may have stumbled upon a topic, because even if you said, okay, Giants fans, I'll give you the Angels right now or the Giants right now, I think I'm taking the Angels. I am. And I'm not, I get it. The Giants probably have a better record. But if you're a Giants fan, I want Ohtani because I can re-sign him. You're taking the Angels.
I'm right behind you in that line. Oh, yeah, you said it too. Don't forget Mike Trout, who should be back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
he's not bad.
Yeah, no doubt. So, again, I hear what the caller's saying, but it's like the Forrest Gump, Steiny. He's on the bus stop saying, almost like we don't have a chance this year, and I don't want to speak for him, but it's going to be so greater later. A lot of times that doesn't manifest, but if that's what floats your boat right now, and again, I'm not coming down on Farhan, but I do understand the Shaskys of the world and the Bontes. Okay, you said you're going to be aggressive. Where's it at? And I just think if they could have done something to enhance this current group, whether that be Steiny, starting rotation, or bat, when you get in and get hot, that can take you further and maybe do what you did and duplicate in 2010. So I don't know, but the Angels, we know why they're doing it. Artie's doing it. It's not just for this season. It's hopefully to, strengthen their profile and keep Ohtani there. But I'm taking Trout and Ohtani over the Giants, they don't have that star offensive player. They have it kind of by committee, as opposed to you look at the Angels. Give me Trout and Ohtani.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into this conversation. By the way, you want to talk about
Giants have a better record than the Angels.
I said that.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear.
I said the Giants had a better record than the Angels. Yeah. I said that.
Yeah. I was thinking
earlier
about you. That's why
in the show.
Went out one air.
Well, I look at the standings. I don't look. See, one of the differences you and I have, and it's a difference I have that with present day sports is, why aren't the standings the most important thing?
Well, they are.
No, they're not.
And that's why the Giants are a playoff team.
Well, then why
now.
aren't they? Go to MLB.com right now.
I got the baseball standings up right now.
Well, right, but go to the front page of MLB.com.
Okay.
And why don't you start from the left, which is where we start in our culture.
Where are you going?
From number one. I want you to look at what's it called? The top.
The news.
News is first. Okay. What's next?
Watch.
Okay.
That's a highlight.
Sure. What's next?
Scores.
Oh, scores. Yeah. Okay.
Where are you?
I'll bet statistics up there soon.
Yeah, schedule.
Okay.
And behind it, stats.
Individual stats. And then standings. Standings is the most important thing.
No doubt. I agree with you.
But they have, stats are before standings. It's why
interesting.
What's up is down and what's down is up.
You think that's on purpose?
I don't know if it's on purpose or not. I just know it's a sign.
I was going to say it's alphabetical order.
Sign.
It's not, because watch is W, so it's right next to news.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I mean, the standings are the only thing that matters.
So, and you're right. And speaking of which, the Giants right now are the number one wild card. It's tight, Stoney, and I know they're still on the Dodgers' ass, the Giants. So I can't wait for them to hook up one last time. But I got to ask you a question. I'm okay if I tell you Haniger may be back, Yaz, and Estrada, the guy that makes it all. Wouldn't that have you okay and not go to the top roof and yell that they didn't make a move?
Goo. You do realize where we're at right now, don't you?
America.
You know how Draymond Green said, "Don't let us win a championship"?
Oh, yeah.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare let the Giants get into the postseason. Because
I'm feeling some of that.
Because first of all, if the Giants get into the postseason, anything can happen.
Yeah.
But if they get into the postseason, the streak continues.
They scored 80 runs last month and were damn near 500. They have a formula. They have guys that give great at bats. Are they the best team? No. And all of a sudden now the bullpen or the starting rotation, which we scoff at, is getting contributions from Manai. Everybody. It's just like, how is this working? So maybe an arm or two, I don't know. But I'm like, Steiny, you're right. They get in. Baseball is a sport to watch.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
And as a guy who was saying before the season, let's let it play out.
I'll give you that victory lap.
Let's let it play out. Let's halfway through the year, and then I said, you know what? I don't like. It's clear that there's not. It's clear It's a seller's market. I said, you know what? I like where we're at. Let's sit tight and let's see what our young players can do.
Okay.
And you know what? If they make the playoffs,
and Steiny,
your boy's hell of a year
who wouldn't
continues.
We'd have to
And
find
wait,
that audio.
wait
I don't
until
know
the
if it-
Giants claim Zach Greinke.
So what would you tell? That's funny. What would you tell the guys like Shasky that eloquently just type what they feel? And I
Well, what
can't
did he-
speak
I don't
for
know what he
Shasky.
said.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
Paraphrase. I think Shasky and the diehard Giant fans, Bonte, want Ohtani. You weren't getting Ohtani at the deadline. So what you're yearning for was not at the Nordstrom's that you went shopping to at the deadline. So I understand you want an Ohtani, you want a Mike Trout. The Bay wants it. But, Steiny,
So
that's
the
not going to
29
happen
teams.
until the offseason. You weren't going to get that at the deadline.
Well, they took him off the table.
Which makes it now really you shouldn't be going up to the rooftop because Evan gave me all the baseball transactions in the National League for all the teams that are in the wild card. Steiny, there's no Hank Aaron. There is no, the Verlander and Scherzer went to the American League. I just don't know what would have made the Giants. What player would have we be like, oh, watch out, it's done.
Juan
That wasn't
Soto.
there. Well, he's still on the Padres.
I know.
They still got action.
I mean, I can name you a million players that would have helped.
No, I'm talking about ones that got
Thank
moved
you.
to other teams. Juan Soto's still on the Padres.
No, I know.
All
But
right.
what I'm saying is Acuna could have helped.
Yeah, you think? He's
Well,
on
maybe
my
they did
fantasy
not.
team.
Maybe they didn't offer enough for Acuna.
Yeah. But I think they like where they're at.
The one thing Farhan said was, which was interesting, basically said if there wasn't a deal, there wasn't a deal. He said we could have traded half our roster for a number 5 starter.
Damn.
So
That's a walk-off.
And
That's
here's
a drop the
And here's
mic.
the other thing. Like, I don't equate not making a move with not being aggressive. He might have been aggressive, might have been unbelievably aggressive, making calls, taking calls, talking, trying to get something done. But if nothing makes sense in his mind,
Man, and we're talking about it. Not that we're Rick James was your first concert, so I know you got street.
it was an all-day concert, so it doesn't
Okay.
really count as seeing him.
There's a saying in the street, Steiny, all money ain't good money. And that's what Farhan did. Like, I can't do something just to do it. I just don't believe there was a move to put them and solidify them to where we'd be like, oh, watch out. They're fine. And if those reinforcements come back, I'm talking about Estrada, Haniger, and Yaz, which they are, I mean, who knows? And you held on to what you like on the farm.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Fremont.
Well, we can't call him the Razor, didn't we? This is Rich.
What's up, fellas?
What's up? You dropped a razor on for us, Rich.
Yeah, y'all kind of
that was
beat me up
Steiny.
pretty bad last time I tried that. So
That was mostly Steiny. I jumped in, but what's up, baby?
Oh, nothing much, man. Listen, I gotta disagree with Steiny. You know how much I love to do that. And the reason why I disagree is because I'd rather have the Giants. I just think when you look at the two, it's like, okay, they got Shohei Ohtani. I appreciate that. He's a great player, and you like to have him on any team. But what do we know? At the end of the day, it's a team sport. And so when I look at the Giants to me right now, they're just a more complete team. And you just mentioned a minute ago, if they bring back, Haniger and some of the other guys that are out, I just kind of feel like going into the postseason, that team would probably outlast the Angels team. And we know that when you get in the postseason, that's the cream of the crop. So you start to see teams that are not complete, you start seeing some instability. And I think that the Angels they might get to the second round, but I just don't think them coming out of that with who they have. Whereas the Giants, I believe the Giants could fight for a second round appearance and could battle in that second round. So of the two teams, I got to go with the Giants. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I was looking at it a little bit differently, and what I was looking at,
I was just going there.
That as was like if the Angels
got in.
No. Like if right now you just switch the Angels and the Giants, and all of a sudden Farhan was the GM of the Angels, that makes me. But we already are sitting with Ohtani and
you would have got
Trout.
some new moves.
Like you have to acknowledge that Farhan has been able to make the Giants competitive year in and year out without Ohtani and without Trout. So I was kind of looking at it like I get that the Angels Sure. Like, who's going to win the World? If it comes down to the Angels and the Giants in the World Series, Steiny, who would you pick? I'd pick the Giants to win the World Series. But what in my mind, what I was saying is, if the Angels roster were the Giants roster and Farhan Zaidi were the GM, we're going to be pretty good now and down the line because this guy knows how to build a team. And I think he would better be able to build a team around Ohtani and Trout than the Angels front office. I notice I left you speechless.
No, I was just...
Which is usually
sometimes
means
it's called
Steiny.
letting it breathe.
Especially when it's right. Especially when it's right. The deadline is not a let's do something on this day event. It's a point at which it reflects all the work you've done up to that point. Look, I tell you what, 510, you're regular sports Aristotle. The deadline is not a let's do something on this day event. It's a point at which it reflects
takes two to
all the
tango.
work you've done up to that point.
And
I
you
like
can
that.
prep and make an offer, and then a guy can have a no-trade clause like the Dodgers thought they were going to get from Detroit's Rodriguez. And what did he say? I ain't coming down there. I ain't going to.
Well, that's gutless.
I didn't like that. And he pitched today. He got the win. But
For Detroit?
Detroit, yeah, beat Pittsburgh. But still, Steiny, I mean, I'm just saying, to that guy's point, you can do all the groundwork, and if the other team don't want to play ball or wants you to get up off a prospect, Kyle Harrison or whatnot, then everything goes to smithereens. So you can't say teams didn't do their due diligence, even though they didn't make a move. I don't believe.
Oh, 4-8, come on.
Giving you stuff.
No, if Farhan's the GM of the Angels, he's getting rid of Trout to save salary. I don't know if we can say
Evan,
that.
do we know when Trout's coming back? You have any idea?
They're swimming upstream right now without him.
Well, they've done a turnaround. They're hot.
Nothing for that.
Well, they lost to Atlanta today.
So
I'm going to get, you know what, Norm, if he's listening, you probably got a fisherman's hat coming. It's not any striped bass. You said Trout. That's pretty good. Your boy got it.
I'll tell you what I'm going to let you do right now.
Hold on. I got one person to answer to. Her name's Mia. What do you mean, let me?
I'm going to let you do something.
That didn't sound good.
Go ahead. No, I know you've been chomping at the bit. Go ahead. Tell people what my text was to you last night.
Mia!
The group.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you sound so confident in the Giants.
Yeah.
We got two good catchers.
This is great.
It's very similar to.
I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, give me a second.
Go ahead. Because I'm sure I did it in the form of a question.
Vines.
No, you're never going to be able to find it.
Oh, I got it right now. Yours was a statement. Well, I got to get past the Kobe stuff because then it went there. Jesus.
Yeah,
I got strongly disagree.
I went night after the Kobe.
You know what I realized about yesterday?
Oh, here goes Steinmetz, 7:11 p.m. So they're down 3-0.
That's after.
Yeah, they're down 3-0.
Sable ripped the ball to left field, though.
You know what? That might have prompted it.
Yeah.
I'd move Bailey, get a big boy and tell Sable, catcher's
job is yours.
Yeah. MF been better than Bailey.
Hitting at the plate.
I'm out on singles hitting catchers.
Thank you.
Who call great games for staff with two starters.
Correct.
Joke. Then I came in.
Right. Joke means I'm joking.
Oh.
Thank you.
Was that before or after Bailey
out.
got subbed in and saved the
before.
game?
It was before.
See. Yeah.
But that's
7-14.
And what did I say? Joke.
Yeah, Steiny, you did. I missed
It
jokes
is funny,
last
though,
night.
Steiny, because you talk about in basketball how defense is half the game.
Oh, my God.
But then when it comes to baseball, the impact of defense doesn't quite seem to register like on the same level.
Well,
because Sable's a better hitter, so that means he's better, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
How would you?
The catcher, we're talking specifically about the catcher position. And what I'm saying is this. If you have let's say you've got, let's say you have Brooks Robinson at third base, okay? The ball, when you hit the ball to third base or in that area,
The hot corner.
it's going to be an out.
Yeah.
But like a batter, for the most part, doesn't really have control of where the ball goes. I mean, yeah, they can pull a ball, but whatever. So a catcher, okay, if a catcher is a great defensive catcher, like in a way, fine, then stay away from him. Like you can't stay away from Brooks Robinson.
Okay.
Or you can't stay away from the greatest fielding shortstop in history, whoever that is. Ozzie Smith.
Yeah.
Like but if you have a catcher, like Bailey, don't run on him.
Yeah, Steiny,
like, don't run on him.
But sometimes they're not running on the catcher; they're running on the pitcher.
Well, you always run on the catcher half of the time.
Okay, yeah,
Like,
but if you got a pitcher that, guys are already halfway there, and we saw that on the last road trip when they were playing the Nationals in Detroit.
But just
it wasn't on Bailey.
Agree with me on that.
Yeah, and that's why your boy wouldn't be in my lineup last night
Thank
from
you.
Arizona. What the F are you doing, bro? We're down a run.
And
you
then,
going
look,
this man.
And look, there's a huge advantage. Like,
I'm gonna see if the lineups
there's a
are
huge advantage to Patrick Bailey being a great,
It's incredible
defensive catcher.
Yeah.
One of them is, first of all, guys shouldn't be as aggressive trying to steal. Guys shouldn't be dancing off first base trying to get a jump so that they might be able to score in a double. Like, that's important stuff. But you don't have to test him if you don't want to. Like what Perdomo did is inexcusable.
Right. But I think Bailey being, like we said, Sonny, 18 or 19 guys he's thrown out.
But Bailey being a great defensive player would tell me as a base runner, be careful.
Well,
Instead,
you're gonna find out. He saw a dude slipping and bam.
What about all the
incredible.
framing stolen strikes over the course of a season? Yeah. A great defensive catcher can save. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, a great defensive catcher for me is more of a deterrent for a base runner. But, like, in a weird way, I don't know. Does Bailey lead the league in guys thrown out at second? He's probably
He leads the league in terms of caught stealing percentage.
Okay.
He hasn't played enough games.
Okay. So if I'm managing the other team, I acknowledge that, I respect that, and I say, you know what? Maybe against the Giants, we shouldn't be as aggressive trying to steal second base.
But isn't that like saying, okay, because Draymond Green's in the paint in his prime, that we just don't attack the rim?
Yes.
That's a great one.
No, it's the exact same thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving him credit for, like, you can be a great defensive catcher. Like, if let's say hypothetically, he's such a great defensive catcher that nobody ever tries to steal off him. I know I'm using a crazy example. Well, that's a great defensive catcher.
So let's say,
even though he doesn't lead the league in guys thrown out at second base, he's better than that because you don't even run on him in the first place.
You know some teams are just, they let him hang. We're going to be aggressive, and wherever the chips fall, they fall. We're going for it on fourth down. This is what we do. If you were interviewing, who would you want to talk to from Arizona last night? The manager, the base runner?
Nobody.
Or would you be like, have you seen Bailey's thrown?
I've seen it enough. They did the same thing happen against the Cincinnati Reds when the Giants played the Reds.
I wanted De La Cruz, like, what are you doing?
Like, you got to be smarter than that with a catcher like that. It's like, Ron Artest. When Ron Artest was the best defensive player in the game, did you try to go one-on-one against him?
Kobe did.
Of course he did.
I got
Of course he did, because he's the most stubborn player in NBA history.
Austin Jose called you Kobe. Well, he didn't say it like, I'll read it when we get back.
Because the show's about Austin.
Who's giving you some love?
Okay, then it is about Austin.
Well, he really wasn't. See how you change?
The hell with
if
it.
it's about you, it's all good.
The analogy I'm making, I think, fits. Like, Ron Artest, don't go at him one-on-one. He was one of the greatest defensive. Okay. Bailey, don't run on him.
Yeah.
Like, let somebody else get it,
Especially in that situation.
All
Two
right.
outs.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru will be here with you for another hour. And
you're going golfing, baby. Cheer up.
Have you ever had... See, here's the other thing. Evan's probably going to say break. It's 12:56, but I have 12:57 here. So does that mean I have 40 more seconds?
I usually tell you to break because you tease something, then you do a read.
I tease nothing.
And then by the time you get to the 57, you're...
One of the reasons I don't tease is because I'm not a normal host.
It's traditional.
Well, sometimes you do tease.
Right.
Sometimes you don't.
But I'm the worst. See, here's what I can do. This is what I mean about objectivity. And a part of it that I have.
Come down my
I
road.
am the worst host at teases on our station. It's not even close. See, that's objectivity.
But I hate that you compare that. So you've been driving home one day and you're like, I wonder where I rank. Oh, Vontae, well, like you shouldn't do that.
The worst.
Celebrate yourself.
I'm the worst at teasing. There's Evan. Evan, I can tell Evan's like, please just get out. Get out. All right, we're getting out.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right Superstart battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention, your money is now controlled by the U.S. government.
Picture a world where your every purchase is monitored, tracked, and controlled by those in power to suppress the freedoms of those they see fit. Hi, my name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. And right now, I've become very focused on the impending rollout of the central bank digital currency. This is not a work of fiction. It's a terrifying reality looming on the horizon. But there is a bit of good news. I've partnered with Advantage Gold to offer you a solution. They are specialists in converting your traditional assets, like those inside an IRA or 401k, into tangible assets such as physical gold and silver. Don't allow your money to be controlled. Claim your free gold protection kit from Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000, 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network, my little brother's friends won't leave our house. When I was their age, internet with basically no interruptions was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Now through September 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus unlimited data for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires PayPal split and auto-pay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular supply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
If you've had...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm waiting. Why are you squinting? What is going on?
Dude, I need readers. It was Austin's text about you and Kobe.
What did it say?
Steiny is a Kobe of 957. He looks for his, capital his, and will only help you if it benefits him. Look what happened yesterday with your honey. And then he laughed. LOL. Put it in the hole! I won't be doing that for a while. No. That is
5.
I'm on the couch, Steiny.
No,
I'm going to try to get her to go to Vegas. You wouldn't mind if you're going to bring your daughter.
I ain't bringing my daughter.
Oh, wow. You doing
it? I'd bring my daughter to Vegas.
Yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
But that part made it worse. Did you work? Oh, so something jumped off this morning. I forgot.
It all jumped off this morning.
So no, Steiny solo. Shout out Harrison Ford.
Let's get to that stadium. What's it called?
T-Mobile. Oh no, I don't. What is it, Evan? You got the young one.
I got what, 3 weeks? I can get a little soda diet. I'll be ready to go at the stadium club or what is it?
Take your shirt off.
I wouldn't take my shirt off at gunpoint.
Your hair
in
makes
Vegas.
up for it, bro.
Nope.
You ain't got the spare tire either.
Evan, are you?
Yeah, you.
What's that
me.
place called at Circa? That's.
Oh, I
that
told
Guru
you.
was talking about the pool with the TVs and.
I'm not going.
Right, he's being in.
Hey, listen, you want to trade? Don't I'm
the
not
stadium.
Going. You're going to be in Italy.
Exactly, which is why I haven't thought about Circa for a second.
Yeah, no, I keep trying to make him think about it, but he's going. Stadium swim, Steiny.
Yeah, stadium swim.
That's the spot.
Loco Moco saying Circa is fantastic.
I cannot wait. And it's a payday. Yeah.
What is? How
the
hell
day
do you know that? You're like Dickinson, who I can say August 3rd, 1943, and he goes, that was a Tuesday.
That's sad, but the state of affairs. Yeah, we get paid that Thursday, Steiny. Oh, boy.
510, text in. 510 is not even aware that this text is the kind of text that's going to make Chris Paul not want to be here. He said, I love Chris Paul running that second unit. Don't say that.
Yeah, no doubt. You
that
coaching?
Is going to piss him off.
Bill Orange, Steiny. That Barbie movie isn't bad. I'm going to check it out.
The Barbie movie is
and the young lady
layered.
that plays her is beautiful.
It feels to me like...
That Margot Robbie?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels to me like...
Thank you, Evan.
I hear Barbie's very layered, meaning it's got a lot of levels to it, and
well, there's a plot.
There's a sign. There's what's the word? There's
Yeah. Well.
Shut up, Cam.
Evan, that's a 4.
There's what's it called? There's not signals. There's boy, I'm dying out
and
here.
I'm just letting you die.
It means there's allusions and there's references to it's got a lot of
Ken's in there too. They casted Ken.
Oh man!
But Steiny,
it's a
I might
thinking
go
piece.
say,
What?
I can't think of the word when something.
Tell me, the $1,000 Pyramid was a great show. I would know what answer it is, and I'll throw clues to you.
Leave.
Well, I hope you go to the range. Evan can finish. We need somebody to run the board though.
It's deep. It's deep. Like it's got levels to it and layers to it.
Okay.
Inception.
Dude, one of the greatest movies ever.
You know what?
Steiny's not struggling, Mac Life CEO.
Yes, I am.
I'm trying to
Yes,
cover
there's a lot
for
of
you.
Symbolism. Thank you. It's not just about Ken and Barbie.
Oh, I know.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, like the movie, was it Oppenheimer? I'm going to go see that. 3 hours long. Saturday.
By the way, go ahead, Evan. Remember, you never got to that gripe the other day.
Oh, my. Evan had a
gripe.
Dude, I missed it.
And I forgot to go to it. Just
then
sometimes
it didn't happen.
I know, it didn't happen.
Oh, okay. Play the sounder, Evan, and go.
Let's get Evan's gripes.
Yeah,
Can he go? You know what?
play
Or does he need to be set up? Or does he need to be one of those quarterbacks who you got to script every play?
This may make him have more venom.
Well, so I was doing something back here, but
the sounder.
You want me to play
Yeah,
the
no,
Guru's
for real,
price?
Evan, I do.
Oh, okay, hold on.
But that's how I visualized it. Yeah, Steph.
Wait, Guru.
It ain't me, it's Evan today.
Mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore. You're starting to piss me off. It makes me so mad. Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. King Kong ain't got on me.
It's time for Guru's Crops.
Mother sucker.
Okay, so my gripe is simply the fact that in the greater Bay Area, there is only one viewing location where you can go and see the movie Oppenheimer, the one that Guru's referring to, in its intended viewing experience. And that's from the director, Christopher Nolan, filmed it in 70mm for specifically the IMAX screen. And I was trying to see it this weekend with my brother. And so, understandably, it was filled out because there's only one theater. Well, so we started looking down the line. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, next week, nothing. There's not a single seat in the theater to see it in IMAX for the next 2 weeks, and I'm going to be gone in Italy, so I got to wait at least a month and a half in order to see the movie in its intended viewing experience. Bay Area, I would hope that we could find another IMAX theater somewhere around the Bay Area. That's my gripe.
That is an A+. We're the 4th largest market, and he can't find...
No, we're not.
Dude,
please.
Hey,
San
Evan,
Francisco.
that had to hurt you, bro.
I don't know what.
How is there only one IMAX here? This is lovely. That San Francisco.
By the way, it's the Metreon in San Francisco.
No, that ruins it.
Well, I've been there. But yeah, Evan, I'm with you. That's an A. There should be
the 4th largest market. What is this, 1980?
do your look at your rankings, Tommy. Okay, who surpassed
you know what?
this?
And I don't care.
It's New York.
What the standards are. We're not the 4th largest market.
Chicago, LA, and us.
Miami. I don't care what some news bulletin says. This is Cowtown. New York, LA.
You better be careful.
Dallas.
No,
Miami.
I don't think the Metroplex
Philly
gets us, Donnie.
Boston, D.C. They're all bigger markets than San Francisco.
Well, when I got in the game, it was the 4th largest.
That was last decade. I don't know. Have you looked out the window lately?
That's that has nothing to do. It's the people, Stoney. It's the greater Bay Area.
The population right now in San Francisco has probably never been lower. Well, I'm assuming, of course, you're not counting the homeless.
By the way, for people coming down my road about Emeryville, yes, there is an IMAX theater in Emeryville, but they do not offer the 70mm IMAX that Oppenheimer is filmed in. So hold that.
650 says, just watch it in regular screen. It's not worth the IMAX. Trust me.
He's gutless.
That is weak. Oh, so you're saying Evan could have saw it. He was trying to be ritzy.
In fairness, San Jose's bigger than San Francisco. It's a bigger market. Yep. Thank you. By the way, I do want to say 925 says thank you, Evan. So clearly somebody else.
Yep.
Somebody else.
I'm going to see it, man.
Is this going to be one of those movies you say you're going to see, but you don't?
Oh, no, I go to the box office. Now, I might see 2 for $1. Not pay, but yeah, I go to the movie. I haven't done that. No, I kind of cut back.
But you did it as an adult. You can't get that back.
With dates. I was thinking we'd be moving study.
Wait a minute. No, you didn't just say
that. Oh, yeah. Because they would know. They know my heart. They just...
So
they basically give you the ticket to the theaters.
So Goose says
you find the one starting after. Go ahead and help yourself.
So
that's how you take
before you were married, long before you ever met Mia, you'd say, "Hey, Carolyn, what do you say we go see a double feature?"
Oh, I got to be careful.
Carolyn would say, "Do you want me to use another name?"
No, just
Brittany.
Yeah.
Hey, Brittany. You want to go see a double feature? Sure, Darryl. That sounds great.
It wouldn't be a double feature.
Well, I know it wouldn't because you got to pay.
Yeah. And then as we walk out, we see other movies where nobody's there.
Wendy, hi. Hey, would you like to go see a couple movies for the price of one? Oh, my God.
I don't know how we... Just follow me, Starty. We'd go to another dark room. Yeah.
And we got to tiptoe while we're doing it. And don't make eye contact with the ticket taker.
No, you know what? I need to clean this up because now my mentions are going to blow up on how I cheat the system.
There's by the way, you can go to Dublin. There's an IMAX in Dublin.
Oh, you're right. Look at my boy.
Well, it's text line. I do want to. Should I hit this Scott McLuhan or do you want to hit this Scott McLuhan? We had Scott McLuhan, former 49er GM on. I can I can do it. Okay, Scott McCloughan, former 49er general manager, Washington general manager, and he was talking about Trey Lance. We were talking football with him, and he was talking about the quarterback situation and what happens when you move up and how much hand-wringing is done. Here's Scott McCloughan.
They did it for a reason. They did it for a reason because they saw something. And I respect that. And you got conviction, go do it. Easily, I could have drafted Aaron Rodgers. He'd have been the easy pick for me. I took Alex Smith because I saw the ceiling. I saw the person. I saw the youthness in him, the youngness in him, what he had going forward. And, looking back, of course, maybe I made a bad decision. I don't think so. I think, as a coach and as a scout, on my directors talking to him, we made the right decision because we all agreed upon it. We go down together, we survive together. And that's what they're doing in San Fran. And I think that's really, really cool. I think with the head coach and GM in their relationship and with the ownership, I think that's why they're good. That's why you guys are going to be good going forward.
Wow, man, that was a big one.
The reason I don't hold that against the Niners as much as other people do.
Damn it!
He dropped to 24.
Nah, you preaching. So don't just say it was the Niners.
Thank you.
I hear you.
23 teams blew it.
And I guess, Donnie, regardless of what the pick's going to be, I go on Joe Lacob here because he's saying everybody has a voice or, is a part of the process. But that dude sounds like such a real one that everybody agreed that Alex was their guy. I know they were, Alex had a good career, obviously didn't get a Super Bowl, but I got to be like, yeah, we missed out. I can say that now with Aaron Rodgers being what he is, but I guess half the battle is, Steiny, we all agreed that Alex was our guy.
Right. Clearly they did because they wouldn't have drafted him.
Now, fans don't give a rat's ass about that. All they're thinking is, you're telling me Mr. Chico could have been here? So, Butte College?
Think about where the Niners were as an organization at that point, though. They weren't in a great spot, were they?
Yeah. No, they weren't. But I think about what if it were Aaron Rodgers and how many Super Bowls would we possibly be talking about?
Maybe none.
With Kyle?
Somebody
says
that at that point, Rodgers wouldn't have worked either.
Well,
how long did Rodgers sit behind Favre? At least 3 years, right? Mm-hmm. 2 or 3?
Like Jordan Love.
Might have even been a little longer. I think he debuted in 08 or 09.
Yeah.
Almost beat Dallas in the playoffs. Favre got hurt in the playoff game.
They did it too is not an excuse, regulator. You're right. It's not an excuse, but it is context.
Damn, that sounds like Norm.
It's context.
Yeah. Like what you...
So, let's see. Should every team who didn't draft Draymond Green, you know what I mean?
Well,
including the Warriors.
Yeah, they
and I
passed
love
on.
Draymond, but Steiny, that ain't Aaron Rodgers-esque. You know what I mean?
Well, they're both Hall of Famers.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. No, Dre's a badass, and I'm sure. But
you had to say that, didn't you? Because you always have to preface anything.
I'm the reason he won't come on the show.
Yeah. He doesn't even know who you are. He couldn't pick you out of a police lineup.
Okay, so now this is when I get mad because I don't care about this stuff.
I don't care if you get mad. I want to get you mad. You did it. You got mad
Draymond
yesterday.
Put on his Instagram, his show on the station, ours, with me telling you about his beard being on point at the 3-point line, and I sent it to you guys. And you jackals were like, oh, that was a post of a post. He knows who we are. He knows who you are, and he knows who I am. And his barber/brother and best friend damn sure knows who I am.
And that's all that matters to you.
No, see, dude, you are Edgar Allan Poe. Because you have a way of just saying stuff.
People know who you are. You don't need to be more. You're craving for more famousness.
Hannibal Lecter of words. And you're great at it.
What are you talking about?
I marvel at... when you were single,
just stop
I know you went
marvel.
through breakups. And
I didn't even have a date.
Oh, I got caught cheating. It's your fault. I can see, you know how to do it. Dude, there's a science.
Me?
What? I saw young Steiny. You were getting some
You
action.
never saw young
I went to your
Steiny.
lab and saw your pictures of collegiate basketball player. You had to be knocking them down.
I had no success with women.
Oh, my God. Are you being honest?
Yes, I am.
So that's anxiety that you talk about that you
I had anxiety. I still do.
D3. Well, that's...
People found me negative.
I'm here for you.
Women especially.
Well,
apparently women are
that's
not
true.
attracted
That ain't changed.
to somebody who mopes. Imagine that.
Why do you mope?
I'm just
what a
making
word.
fun of myself.
A
Hey,
mope. Oh,
by
go
the way,
ahead.
I just got a text from me. Do you remember Kerry Keating?
That's my guy.
Former Santa Clara
Yeah,
coach.
I told him my son.
Like he would have never recruited your son, probably.
No, that hurts.
No, because
I'm gonna tell little Daryl right now.
no, the reason he wouldn't have is because he would have had little Daryl going like to an elite school, like a
Evan
like
help
a Kentucky,
Steiny out. What?
Kentucky,
What are you talking about?
like
That's
Kentucky.
my friend Sessa. What are you talking about? I miss him. He's a good dude.
6'5", Steiny's a jerk verbally with you. He's borderline abusive.
See, that's how. Then who said that? They don't know me.
You're gutless, 650. You're so gutless.
Steiny is a guppy to me.
How much time we got in this segment? Maybe get Kerry up here and just get him on.
Dude, where's the boss at?
Oh,
Back to
hell no.
Wiggins. Oh,
thank you.
what did I tell you that kind of got you PO'd, got your mojo back during the break? I'm really bothered by this Mark Jackson point. Like,
oh, I'm sorry.
now you're about to assassinate. Can you
I'm
have
not.
a conversation about him and what he brought to the telecast?
Absolutely.
Tell me why Doc Rivers is the guy. Like, okay, Van Gundy, you're gone for different reasons. Why is Breen without Mark Jackson?
You wanna
and
know
I
why?
love Doris and I love Doc. Not for this.
First of all, that's a mischaracterization of me. Mark Jackson, I have no problem with Mark Jackson as an announcer. I think he's fine. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's terrible. I think him and Van Gundy were amusing.
Good Lord.
Van Gundy
Who
was
is this
making
guy?
a ton of money. They made cuts all over the
No,
board.
that they did.
And apparently, according to the New York Post, see, this is where...
I follow him.
Yeah, but you didn't know this. See, this is what I have to familiarize myself with this kind of information. You can just wing it. Apparently, they said to Mark Jackson, you can work with Mark Jones. And apparently he was like, yeah, no.
He's too proud. Why do you want me to go to the B team? Nothing
Because
against Jones.
You're trying to do it to Chris Paul, and you want him to just do it, keep your mouth shut
He's older.
and do it.
Mark Jackson's great, man. How embarrassing would that be for him if he was into that?
I don't think it would be that embarrassing.
He was the right-hand man with Breen. They made beautiful music together. Okay, we lost one. Maybe Doris comes in and replaces Van Gundy. That would have been awesome. I just don't like you got to go work with Mark Jones.
They're doing
You'll be fine.
You tell me how it's not the same analogy. The Warriors saying to Chris Paul, hey, we want you to play with the second team. And you're like, yeah, he should do that, Steiny. And then they're saying to Mark Jackson, he should go for, you want to work with the second team, but it's okay for Mark Jackson to say, I'm not working with the second
his voice
team.
doesn't age. What did he do to Phoenix said night to bye-bye to Chris Paul for whatever reason. He's available. The Warriors get him. When did
Why do you want Chris Paul to run the second unit of the Warriors and think he should deal with that, but Mark Jackson shouldn't have to go work for the second?
Oh, they're two totally different things.
They're how?
Athletes age and they get older, and I think Chris Paul knows that, and that's why the Warriors have their sights on him running the second team and injured. Mark Jackson his voice is just he's still got his fastball.
No, he doesn't.
He's got all
Maybe
those
he
years
doesn't.
calling the finals.
But you're not a professional. You're not like a professional television executive. Maybe in the television executive circles, they're like, you know what, Van Gundy and Mark have kind of lost their fastball.
No, do you want to be honest? No, and I'm not, but I think I'm a professional listener. I think he did some. I think he popped off. I think that's the next domino
That'd be
to
a
fall.
surprise. Let me guess, he put his foot in his mouth.
Something happened. Mark
Of course
did
something happened.
He got somebody mad.
Don't you get it? Something always happens with Mark Jackson.
Well, it's been a long ride, Stein. He's been here for a while. Got to give him that.
What if Mark Jackson was riding with Van Gundy? And he's just loyal, right? And that's why he's not in the telecast anymore.
What I'm saying is I don't have a problem with it. He can do whatever he wants.
It was more for Good, just because he respects loyalty. And Mark Jackson might have been like, hey, I'm not working with my partner. I don't want to work here anymore.
Rebel 444 on YouTube says, Guru, let Steiny be the one to cross the arms. I did it. That's your thing. I'll never do it again. A little mannerism, yeah.
Al's in Union City.
The Union.
Oh, God. Get me out
Al,
of here
baby,
today.
what's up?
I could absolutely
Oh,
get
guys,
fired
don't-
today.
What you got for us?
I may make a big mistake.
Calling from right here off of Whipple for Guru right
Yes,
there.
sir. Right around the corner from Norm. What you got?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was calling to say why Alex Smith is my favorite quarterback of all time.
Oh, please explain.
All right.
Wow.
You actually piqued my interest.
Oh, thank you. So, I was born in '96, so I'm a little younger, but so coming from Sean Hill to Alex Smith, that's a great upgrade right there. But I will never forget Alex Smith in the preseason against the Raiders. In the preseason, he made a tackle against somebody, I forgot, but he threw a pick. He tackled a defender, and he broke his thumb on the play. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And the Jim Harbaugh, Alex Smith era is my favorite 49er era of all time.
Even more than Cap?
Jim Harbaugh almost fought another coach. You don't see that never.
Yeah, you know what?
What Cap was that? Harbaugh era.
Good stuff, Al. I like that. Yeah. Harbaugh almost fought another coach.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sure.
Who was that other coach?
Detroit. Oh, yes.
Schwartz? Is that his name?
Yeah, Detroit.
Yeah.
Slapped him
what
on
a
the
tough
ass.
guy
Yeah.
Harbaugh is.
He did.
That was the most gutless thing I've seen in a long time that Harbaugh
You
did.
didn't like
Of course I didn't like it. It was so weak. He hit him on the back and ran away. There's no other way to look at it. And you know what? For all your bravado, and for all your
tone
awful
setter.
takes about Draymond Green and but Steiny, he
He's
was
a junkyard dog.
Yeah, but now you're going to defend Harbaugh, who ran.
No, I never
He's a
did.
mouse.
I didn't.
Harbaugh's a mouse. He's a mouse.
I didn't like that one.
What that was?
Yeah.
That's such a bad look. Such a bad
Pick
look.
on somebody in your own weight
Thank you.
class, Harbaugh.
Philmo, you know
Mike.
what? Philmo, let me have it. I don't care, Philmo. Let me have it.
Oh wow!
Oh, you want to
bring
wait?
him up, Mike?
Philmo,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you on the other side, Philmo. But yeah, Philmo's gonna let me have it about ripping San Francisco. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I deserve it.
We got into it with Pete Carroll too, but that was more verbally.
I love it.
Harbaugh. They hated each other.
Yeah, because Harbaugh was envious of him and jealous of him. Because Pete Carroll was a much better professional head coach.
Oh boy!
See, again, you're incapable of talking objectively about Jim Harbaugh because for
Stop
some
it.
reason you're like, I love Jim Harbaugh.
That's cocky pot.
I love this Jim
But it's-
Harbaugh fake intensity. The fake tough guy. You like
it.
fake tough guys, don't you? I've
Oh,
noticed.
those are the worst.
No.
I told you that.
Oh,
I don't
really?
like bullies.
888-957-9570. But you're going to have to line up behind Philmo Mike. Philmo Mike about to rip me about San Francisco. But you know what? I'll take it. You know why? Philmo Mike, like Guru with Kobe, cannot talk about San Francisco objectively. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
You coaching?
Are you facing legal troubles? Look no further than East Bay Law Practice, led by the renowned defense lawyer Nabil C. Ahmed. With a track record of securing hundreds of acquittals and dismissals, Mr. Ahmed is dedicated to protecting the rights of the accused in the Bay Area. At East Bay Law Practice, Mr. Ahmed understands that a solid, proactive strategy can be the difference between prison and freedom. Don't let legal troubles consume your life. Contact East Bay Law Practice today for a strong defense at eastbaylawpractice.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Tack.
Talk? What's talk?
That's thank you in Swedish. We're saying talk to our loyal IKEA family members with lots of discounts and new lower prices on your favorite items, from the kitchen to the bathroom.
Wow, talk.
No, talk to you. Visit IKEA-USA.com/family-offers to check out our offers available to you. Offers valid 8/2 to 8/20. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back and bigger than ever with $14 million in guaranteed prizes only at Circus Sports. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. 2 ways to win and no rake. Play Circa Million. Make 5 picks against the spread each week with quarterly and full season payouts. Or join Circus Survivor, where you select one team each week straight up. Last the longest to win it all. $14 million in guaranteed prizes. Visit circusports.com for details.
We're sweetening the deal at Whole Foods Market. Get organic nectarines for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 8th. They're the perfect juicy snack for a sweltering afternoon. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
your lower extremities were compromised. Well, now I know.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Not mine, Stephen.
Steiny and Guru with you. A half hour left. Coming up in about 1 minute, Filmo Mike's going to just absolutely take me to task.
Oh, I see.
And I'm going to let him because I deserve it today. I'm in a self-flagellating mood. There you go. Cut that. Here, 8:05. You know what, Steinmetz?
I like this
I'm
one.
sick of your GD Jim Harbaugh hate. What did he ever do to you? Tough guy behind the mic.
Boy.
Why don't you say that stuff to Jim? You know what I'm going to say? Shut up. Shut up, 8:05. Keep your mouth shut.
And he said, right, Guru?
Keep your mouth shut.
Before you go
8:05.
grab your boy, one of the biggest 49er fans, 49er Frankie, said Schwartz that game was basically being a cheerleader on third downs that game.
So I'm supposed to understand. I'm supposed to believe that 49er Frankie can discuss the 49ers objectively.
I think
Thank
you got
you.
your answer.
Hook him up with the 8:05. All right, Filmo Mike, let me have it. You got the floor, man. I'm not even going to interrupt you.
Hey, man, you disrespectful number. You trying to say that you said Philadelphia is a bigger market than the San Francisco Bay Area? Smoking big rock.
Much.
Nobody does market research in Philadelphia. The hell you talking about? Ain't nobody from Philadelphia. Nobody care about Philadelphia, Steiny. When it's it's not just San Francisco. It's the San Francisco Bay Area. Put some respect on the area. Watch your back.
I ain't putting no respect on the area. The city. So what are you saying, Mike? San Francisco can't stand on its own? It needs the suburbs and the East Bay and San Jose to make it tick? Oh, come on, Mike. We had a bit going.
It's New York, L.A., and San Francisco.
One of the most. It's San Francisco, bro. It's always been San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, bro. Y'all don't just introduce San Francisco. It's the whole area.
Nah.
New York involves New York includes New Jersey.
Yep.
What are we smoking? What are we talking about here?
New York City can stand on its own.
Some more the DMV. They include the DMV.
I got it.
Maryland and Virginia.
I got it.
Play with me. Thank you. Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Stop playing with us, Steiny. Watch your back, big head ass.
Hey, Filmo.
Oh, wow.
Filmo. Just say it. It sounds like what you're saying is San Francisco can't stand on its own.
San Francisco it never could.
Okay, that's all. Hey, let's agree. We'll agree on that.
Yeah, but you got to take that L, Snotty.
I'm not taking any L. Wouldn't take an L today.
Fourth largest.
I wouldn't take an
market.
L today for $8,000. He said it. Like, that's all. It's okay. San Francisco never. It's Mike's words.
I said what I
Hey,
said.
can you please make a drop out of that?
I got it right here.
San Francisco, according to Filmo Mike, could never stand on its own. I would never say such a thing.
This is why you're wrong.
I would never
2023 radio audience ratings.
Yeah.
Number 1, New York.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2, L.A.
Right.
Number 3, The Chi. And now I want an apology. Number 4, San Francisco, CA, followed by Dallas, Houston, Washington, Philly at 8th, Boston at 9th, Seattle
Guru.
at 10th.
Guru,
Fourth largest market when I got in the game, and it's still true to this day.
Check the date line. That's from 1993.
2022, Steiny.
Oh, they're looking back at history.
Stop it. It's New York and us. We're the most
I'll tell you
movies
something.
filmed.
I didn't like the way Filmo said I should watch my
He
back.
said something about your head size, too. He called you Bochy. You didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he didn't say it.
I got him, though. This is where I got him.
If you think. What was Lucas doing in here? That's our guy. We're going to Vegas with him, baby.
I don't know.
I'm building a relationship. Well, I've been with him since 2012.
With who?
Lucas. Came in at the same time. Same draft class.
Hey, what's up, Lucas?
Hey, we're going to do a 5-person crosstalk in the next segment. That's what I was doing.
I'm out of here at 2, though, today. But that's fine.
You better talk to your special guest. He came all the way here to see you.
Right, and I'll talk to
You
him for
got a
10
special
minutes.
guest?
Yeah, I said, You
didn't say live.
I said Kerry Keating's coming by to say hello.
Oh, that could be by phone. I got to see the coach. The coach is tall. Mike went into you a little too hard. I'll text him.
Don't you dare.
I'll be like, Mike, you went a little too hard. I'm standing not in a good mood.
Thank you.
Hey, apologize and take the L for the radio rankings. Fourth largest
I never
market.
said rankings.
The market size.
It's my market size.
Oh, see, that's your problem.
Listen.
That's the okay. I get it. Like Kobe. It's I don't care
Exactly.
about the stats.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
You know
here.
what? Milwaukee, greater than San Francisco.
Let's see where they're at.
That's right, Mike. I said it.
Gee, they don't even
You
make.
think Mike was really mad?
He was.
He sounded it.
43rd largest market.
See, and you know what?
Milwaukee.
That's the kind of thing. Yeah.
You can't take it back now.
I'm not
San
taking
Jose,
it.
38.
I would never.
San Ho, and I love Greater Bay Area. San Jose, 38.
San Jose's population is double San Francisco's.
I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah, and I'm right. But
Vegas, 29.
It has nothing to do with radio.
Sac, 28th.
I take no L.
Puerto Rico, 15th. San Diego, 16th. Yikes. Portland, Oregon. Shout out Dave.
Tell you what, just keep
21st.
reading it, and we'll go to break in 3 minutes.
Puerto Rico's a bigger market than.
I did. Hey, it's 15 right here. I'm looking at Minneapolis, 14.
Oh, great city.
Now this is odd. Boston, 9th.
I'm about to do my
Miami,
city
11th.
rap ratings.
Could you really put one together?
Oh yeah, but
Where's Rick Ross from?
Sacramento.
Depends on where Bob Dylan's from, right?
He's from Hibbing, Minnesota.
So they're number one.
Rick Ross, not Sac. Rick Ross. Rick Rose.
He's not from Sac? Who am I thinking of? Doesn't he go to all the Sac games? Who's the really heavy set guy who's a rapper who goes
E40?
No. I think Rick Ross is from Sac.
You're thinking of Fabby.
No, he's from Oakland.
Yeah. Sac has nobody right now.
God forbid.
Oh, they got a
God
youngster.
forbid I'm right about this.
Denzel
This would
Joyce
be a
right
killer
now. He's
for you.
rapping Denzel
I
Joyce.
hate to break it to you. He's from Mississippi.
But who's the heavy set rapper who goes to all
Ross goes to all the Miami Heat games.
Rick Ross is Miami, Steiny. Sac has nobody except this new kid.
Okay, listen. Fine. This is a joke. I don't know where Rick Ross is from.
Okay, gotcha.
But
Sac.
Grew up in Miami.
Didn't he go to a lot of Sac games within the last
he kicked
6
it with
years?
Vivek a couple of times.
Yes.
Yeah, 50 Cent would kick it with him too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't give you the point, but
I don't want the point. I just don't want a point taken away.
Yeah.
Give me.
It's
let's
like
go.
Chappelle goes to a bunch of Warriors games.
Flavo is from
here.
Atlanta.
Flavo?
Flavo?
Quavo.
Quavo.
Atlanta.
Boy,
Give me another rapper. Drake, Toronto. What else you
Okay,
want to
the
know?
6.
Pac.
Yeah.
Marin City.
Boy.
What else you want?
Look at my boy.
Kendrick.
Exactly.
Kendrick Lamar. Come on, Steiny.
That's Houston.
Paul George.
Houston.
L.A.
Atlanta. All rap cities have to answer to Atlanta.
Please stop.
Oh, my God.
Okay, let me be serious here.
You got 40 seconds.
If you'd have to say like the top, where do the most rappers come from by city or the best? You know what I mean? Like, is it New York, L.A.?
Yeah, New York, and then the Bay. I mean, then
Bay second.
West Coast. I'll go West because I'm
Well,
from
you have to go Bay because San
Bay
Francisco,
one, New York second.
cannot stand
But
on its own.
Atlanta's where
according
they're
to
at
Philma.
right now.
Okay.
In the South too. You can't sleep on Houston.
But isn't where they're from more important than where they're working out of?
Yeah, it's the same all the time, Donnie. Atlanta, the South is hot on fire right now.
There you go. I'm having a hell of a year.
Yes, please, Donnie, that was bad.
I didn't take this
fourth largest market. I won that, but I'm glad.
Which is?
The ranking of when they told me, Guru, you work for the fourth largest market. I'm like, it's still the same.
Just be honest and say you need Oakland and San Jose in there.
Stop.
Oh, take us to break. It's your show. You remember?
Coming back, the crossover with the special guest. Right here on 95.7 The Game. Got
Nice
to
job.
lose.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit.
Sounds
You
like what
touched
you're
a
saying is
nerve.
San Francisco can't stand on its own.
It never could.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. It's crossover time.
Hey.
Dibley in the house, Willard in the house, and a special guest, former head men's basketball coach at Santa Clara University, Kerry Keeney.
yeah.
He's also, you can see him on ABC
Coach.
after the NBA Finals with Aloha Means Goodbye,
Thank
Larry
you.
Beal. And I think Donald Foyle still doing it.
Still is.
What's up, buddy? Great to see you.
Good to see you guys, man. I'm actually visiting some family, coming in to pick up the kids from a quick trip in the city with their grandmother. And I
Nice.
think I'd swing by and say hello to the crew.
Where'd you park?
I got a spot on battery.
First question.
That's right.
yeah.
Okay.
First question.
A lot of bipping going on out here.
So, even though I know, where are you living these days?
Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm in the Tar Heel State, baby. Tar Heel
Raleigh
State.
is, don't tell me, Chapel Hill. Raleigh's North Carolina State.
Raleigh's NC State.
Yeah.
Chapel Hill is North Carolina. Durham is Duke.
How far are each of those schools from each other?
25
drive.
Yeah. Raleigh, where we're at, 10 minutes to State, 25
You like
to
it?
Duke. Love it. Love it.
Tell me
Great
why.
spot. A lot of people coming in there. A lot of people getting out of here, going in there.
Yeah,
Looks like
I
we
know.
set the trend back in 2020.
Not to make
I'm
it
on my
about
way.
me. My daughter on her way to Greensboro, North Carolina, AT&T.
Goo, it's always about you.
Well, no, it's
think
across. It's everybody.
A&T.
It's A&T.
Yeah,
It's all right. Yeah.
Great
What
ecosystem.
is it? Agriculture.
You said
and-
AT&T.
Oh.
Technology, I think.
Agriculture and technology.
No, he was talking about her phone service.
Exactly.
Does it work out
Yeah.
there?
Think about my bill,
She's-
too,
yeah, North
yeah.
Carolina AT&T.
Yeah.
You
how does
tell
it
her to
work?
look me up. If she's ever
All
through
right.
town.
I'm for real.
She's going to be an operator.
Absolutely.
Right. Wow.
Nah, she's going to
I
run the
work for
show.
the company.
Yeah. Milan's smart cookie, young lady.
Enough about me.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a play off.
Nah, you can't. You can't.
So, what else?
Patrick Bailey.
Thanks for
I've
coming in,
never
Kerry.
watched a baseball
Just
game
kidding.
end like that with a guy getting thrown off first base. Just me. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I have never. I've seen a lot of baseball.
He
Tony
said
Pena.
he said it's never happened in his career at any level. And then I read some StatCast deal. It was like I don't even. By the way,
Bailey
what is
went to NC
the
State.
StatCast era? When people say the StatCast era, how far does that go
Wow.
back? However far that goes back, that was the fastest release to first base in the history of the StatCast era. That may only go back to like January, but whatever. It was fast.
Did Buster weigh in on that play?
No. I
I mean, I don't see Buster Posey making plays
I hadn't heard anything from him.
controversial potential question.
Imagine had that
Is he-
ball
is he-
went down the
is he-
right.
Is he already better
the first
defensively?
baseline.
Is he already better defensively than Buster Posey?
As a thrower, yes. He
Yeah,
might be the best
okay.
throwing catcher I've ever seen.
But calling the games.
Well, think about Blake
Yeah,
Sable.
that's next level.
Blake Sable throws a guy out, and I was watching, and I go, "All right, Bailey." Oh my God, that's Blake Sable.
Yeah.
And then you're doing something or whatever, and you turn back around, and another guy gets thrown out, and you're like, "Sable, have a game." Oh, that's Bailey.
That's Bailey.
And then Bailey with the back pick. They threw three
back
guys
pick.
out. 3 of the 27 outs were via the catcher's arms.
And he's not even like he doesn't even have to get up.
No.
He just throws it. He just flicks it from his knees sometimes.
Steiny's perplexed as to why these teams, the Reds, the last time they visited
Why
the
they
Reds,
keep running
why
on
they
him.
keep, I'm like, he's
Exactly.
brand new. They don't believe him yet.
Yeah,
but
man,
you can
they-
steal a base on a pitcher sometimes.
Sometime, well, the D-backs are big base stealers. This is a big part of what they do.
Fair.
So I
So they're
think
gonna be trying to
sometimes
steal
they're
tonight.
like, look, they're not gonna go. What was his name? The coach of the Mavericks who changed his lineup there,
Avery
Johnson. They're not gonna go Avery Johnson. They're like, we're gonna do what we do. You got to stop us. And now they might change tonight. Now they
It's
might
like
change
old
tonight.
NBA players trying to go in and dunk on Mutombo. It's like, he's not going to get me. And then out comes the index. No.
That's
Because
a
I guess
three.
you keep thinking, well, he's not going to get me. I'm going to get over on Patrick Bailey or Dikembe.
Hey, Kerry, in your years of coaching or in basketball, you ever have a situation or meet Kobe Bryant?
No, never did, unfortunately. It's one of the biggest regrets I have in basketball, to be honest with you.
That you
Wow.
just never
And I
came
never-
across him, or you had a chance? and you
Never,
didn't?
no, I never got a chance to meet him.
Gotcha.
We, our kids are in middle school now. The oldest one trying to play basketball. We're trying to develop
Awesome.
a little community of basketball out there in Raleigh, obviously in the hotbed in the Tar Heel State, the hoop state as they like to call it out there. And his lessons would definitely translate to a lot what these kids need right now for sure.
Yeah, the reason he brings it up is I had him as my second favorite player behind Michael Jordan.
Also, the second of all time.
All time, yeah, Kobe Bryant. He was a Michael Jordan clone, and he's kind of not giving me grief, but what was Kobe in your top 15?
Yeah.
And Evan and Steiny tried to gang up on me, Willard and Dibbs, and say he didn't make others better. Andrew Bynum on line one. Gasol, Hall of Famer, played his best basketball under Kobe. But Smush Parker, Sasha,
Smush
Lamar
Parker.
Odom,
Sasha
when he ain't on the sauce or
Vujicic.
whatever he was doing, Kobe's a badass.
I said-
that's all.
You'll see the documentary where Smush Parker's like crying.
No,
and he regrets because they didn't like each other.
Yeah, that I know.
Like Kobe made there was a little mini Dwight Howard thing going on. Like he kind of ruined his whole thing, the whole vibe around Smush. They did not like each other, and then post season, post career,
I did not see
to
this.
post life. Yeah, like Smush was like I was watching it on a plane. It was one of those things where it's like you got 18 options of what to watch, and I'm like, oh, watch this Kobe Bryant documentary. It was coming back from Hawaii a few weeks ago. And Smush was crying. He was crying on my little mini screen there on the airplane on Hawaiian Airlines.
So he takes a blame for
not blame. He just regret that it sort of ended the way it did, and that he never had it because he sort of realized what Kobe was doing.
It was Smush. It wasn't Kobe.
Yeah.
In other words, Smush realized it's me. It's not you. It's me.
Totally.
It's a classic. It's not you.
He
it's
was
me.
the last one to know.
Right.
But still.
But that's tough when you play with somebody who's that driven, and maybe you're not as motivated yourself.
That's the thing.
And
That's the thing. It's like players who play for the Patriots. It's built for some people. It's not built for all of them.
Didn't you? Weren't you on Wake Forest staff when Duncan was there?
My first year in coaching, I had a great story about that.
Give it to me.
You got so many
Tim
great
Duncan's
stories.
Hall
Tell
of
us.
Fame inauguration speech. As he's going through the paces of his distinguished career, he says, "Who would have
Springfield,
thought a
right?
kid from Wake Forest who got chicken pox would make the Hall of Fame?" And I froze when he said that because my first job at Wake Forest was as the video guy, the fourth assistant, back in '93. Dave Odom comes in the office one day, says, "Guys," and he always used to scratch his hands and get all nervous and stuff. "Guys, we got a problem." And I was under orders to not say anything, keep your mouth shut. So I said, "Oh boy, do I say anything? Who's had chicken pox in here?" And I was like, "Oh God, I've had chicken pox. Do I say yes or no? What's this trick question?" No one had chicken pox except for me. He says, "Okay, Tim's got chicken pox, 2-week quarantine. You're the only one allowed in the gym with him upstairs in the old gym." So for 2 weeks, nobody was around Tim Duncan in October before the season except me. And
Cool.
he mentioned this. I had chicken pox. I swear to you, I have to go talk about coming across guys.
Yeah.
I have to go find Tim Duncan and find out what happened in those 2 weeks because I certainly didn't say anything to him. I was just catching the balls, went through the net and giving it back to him.
Incredible.
But something about that triggered when he said, "Who would have thought a kid who got chicken pox would be in the Hall of Fame?" And I was like, wait a minute. So there's something poignant that happened there I need to go back and extract from. Clearly, something happened there that I missed.
That's Kerry Keating you listen to,
Yeah, this is awesome.
former coach of the Santa Clara Broncos, and he's talking about his days as an assistant with the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
The way that story should go is I taught Tim to shoot this little 14-foot turnaround bank shot. And,
Well,
Tim kind of picked up. It took Tim a while to pick up on it, but I showed him how to hit that shot. That's what I would be claiming.
Willard,
if I were
you covered
I
Kobe.
have Duncan over Kobe on my all-time list.
Top 5.
And there's no shade
Well, just
in that.
over Kobe. Just
But do you scoff? Do you when somebody
No.
like myself has Kobe in the top 5?
Well, but you use the word. But you use the word favorite. You get to put whoever you want there. You can put Smush there if you want.
But there's 2 blemishes for Kobe.
2
on the court. The 04 finals where he really was not passing the ball to Shaq and allowed Detroit to win that going away, and the Phoenix playoff game where he did not shoot because he was trying to prove a point.
What about his
But
entire last season?
The second one more than the first.
It was over then.
I covered 04.
Okay, talk to me.
I went to all the.
I was mad.
Let me get that for you.
Get it.
Okay.
That was way bigger than
people know.
Kobe Bryant not passing. That had like watching The Last Dance and being in the building when they lost at the Palace had very similar vibes. They lose in Game 5, and within minutes, Phil Jackson's got his whole family up on the podium. And people are sitting there going, what are you going to say about the game? And it was clear that he was like, no, it's about what I'm about to tell you about my career.
Man.
That group was done. It was way bigger than Kobe wouldn't pass to Shaq. The whole thing had busted apart
Where's the footage?
from the
Somebody
inside
put it
out.
together.
It was cooked. It was you just
Man.
you know what I mean? Like we saw how the Warriors talk about last year now. Like there are years where the stuff that's going on inside is bigger than what happens on the court.
Coach, I got to ask you, your thoughts on the Warrior season and everything that went on from the start to the end.
Wait, you probably know Chris Paul a little bit, right? Did you come across him?
No, not at Wake. Not at Wake. With our time at Houston, though, when I scouted for the Rockets, he was on the Rockets at the time. Boy, I tell you, they better come out of the gate fast on that one.
Wow.
I think if that thing doesn't start the way it's supposed to start, it could get off the rails quick.
Yep.
That's just my take on it.
So,
how many
I'm
times?
not sure there's going to be a lot of patience involved.
How many times have you seen members of teams that you've been around punch each other in the fashion that we saw? Because everyone always says, like, this happens all the time. It happens. You're a guy who's been around basketball high level.
I had one kid punch a teammate when I was at Tennessee and break his jaw. They were roommates. Not to this level. We didn't get rid of
Who was the head coach at that time?
Buzz Peterson.
Okay.
That's the only time I can think of actually a punch landing within a team on any level.
Right.
Certainly in this day and age, putting it all on for the world to see on video was probably the killer on that one.
So for a guy like me, that's all of us that've been around to watch this Warrior culture and this great run, I assumed that they had the wherewithal to get it fixed. Andre on a scholarship, basically. Bob Myers would tell us, he's here goof for the youngsters or to mentor. And I got to tell you, I'm basketball hurt at everybody that they couldn't get that rectified, not just to Jordan Poole, but Draymond Green. Do you think that's fair that I feel like when the Warrior culture really needed to be tested, it failed?
Especially in the times I was watching the game to go on the air on the ABC games and watching the game more than just the clips or just the day after because it's later out there, obviously, on the East Coast. I thought the issue was from a basketball standpoint with Steve. I didn't think that Jordan fit in the mold of playing on the team, to be honest with you. I aptly nicknamed him YOLO. Everything that he did was going for broke. Right. And half the time after he took a layup, transition defense was 5-on-4. It was too repetitive, and I think I don't know. I'm not saying I have any insider knowledge on it, but if I had to guess, you weren't going to find Steve Kerr internally begging to keep them. I just don't think it was a good fit for him.
That goes with what you've been saying, Willard, where he had lost the locker room. Guys didn't want to be around him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Yeah, go ahead, go.
No, that was a great question, and I think in terms of what you're talking about, the YOLO is what Mark and I have discussed in the afternoons about Jordan Poole and everybody dribble, and he's falling down and he's trying to go headlong to the hoop and over and over. How about the basketball fit now this year with Chris Paul and the whole notion of can he unlock Jonathan Kuminga?
All these years of Warriors fans begging for pick and roll, we're going to have to get it in some way, shape, or form if you're going to unlock Chris Paul because that is his strength. I don't know if that's going to be Jonathan Kuminga's evolution as a rim roller, if you will. I don't know if he turns into any type of pick and pop guy, but if he's going to be on that roster, he's the type of guy that can certainly catch a lob on a downhill pick and roll, which Chris is pretty good at. But he doesn't fit the mold of moving miles on the court. Yeah, that's for sure. So there's two distinct styles at play here with Steph and with CP. And I think it's a challenge for Steve to see how he can put them together because there are going to be times they got to be together on the floor. Who starts, who comes off the bench? Look, if Steve's going to have any type of success, that's not going to matter. What's going to matter is the end result. There's going to have to be some sacrifice. And I think Chris should be one to sacrifice more because he's obviously fallen short of that target goal of a championship. This is the best chance he's ever going to have.
But he's got to be on the floor at the end, you would think, right?
You want your best players on the floor at the end.
Foul
you want
shooting,
your best
decision making.
Really, I think, is what Steve values. And as we all know around here, turnovers are the super of the day every time the Warriors play. So if he can put him in a position where he's not turning the ball over, and maybe it unlocks a different part of the split offense. I'm really curious to see what the staff comes up with offensively to either shift to bring a part of it to Chris's game, or if they can shift Chris back into what they want into that split offense.
Real quick, you're listening to Kerry Keating, former Santa Clara Broncos head coach. Back in the area saying hello.
Yeah, you said you want your best players on there at the end.
Oh, man.
Is Chris Paul one of their 3 or 4 best backcourt players?
That's what we're going to find out. I mean, I think that's the $1 million question. And I think we'll know early in the season in those games where we're not afforded that opportunity to just let it ride and take an L every once in a while.
Coach,
anymore.
that's a big question, though, right?
No, I know.
That is a humongous
You got Steph, you got Clay, you got Wiggins. I know we're moving into the small forward, but positionless basketball, even Draymond brings the ball up the floor. Is it like that final 5?
Wow.
Well, and that probably leans
That's a
more to where
headache.
Kuminga's development comes from in
Yeah.
terms of being able to be that guy that's a threat in the middle of the floor where those guys can space it wide.
How tapped in are you to the college game still?
A little bit.
How's a kid from Indiana?
I
David
thought that
Jackson.
was, I don't know about the kid they got in the
Davis.
first round and wherever school he came from. But I thought that was the steal of the draft. I did get a chance to watch a few of those games, obviously coached by a pro and Mike Woodson, if
Right.
you will. I wouldn't be surprised if they get more out of him earlier than the other kid.
That seems to be
It feels like that.
conventional
It already
wisdom.
feels like that.
We played 4 years at Indiana, right?
At least 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was all 4.
But lefty, a little bit undersized, but has some craftiness to him, has some skill, can shoot it. I think he fits the mold.
Harrington?
Maybe not that big. He was
Big.
more. Othello was more of a 5-man.
Exactly.
I think TJD is more of a 3, maybe a small 4.
Can he shoot it a little bit?
Enough. I think sufficiently enough. And in this league, if you can shoot it all, they'll just throw you in the corner. Especially when you got 2 other guys out there shooting it from the wings and up top.
You fill your basketball Jones by doing TV, but do you miss it? And what do you miss about being on a college staff or being the head guy and going out there and just grinding conference games in January?
Just the games. I loved practice actually more than the games as the teaching element. But just the competition, being in the gym. I got a running thing with all the folks up in Spokane about how I used to beat our butt every year. But I tell you, man, I loved going up there because the environment was just unbelievable. And I could tip my cap to what they've built up there because it'll never be replicated or duplicated, I should say. But I just love the environment. The places I was afforded to be at, all big arenas and big games, and we were the biggest game on the schedule, even in the non-conference. We always got everyone's best shot. That's the part you miss. You don't get a lot of that in middle school basketball now, Dibs. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's a different element in middle school right now. We're
A little bit. Although you could be like Kendrick Perkins and get kicked out of an AAU game with a bunch of 9-year-olds. So that's never been your style.
Never got thrown out of a game.
All right, well, you don't have to go anywhere, but I got to get going.
You got a tea time?
Yeah, I do. I usually leave it too, but
it's
I
a
gave you an extra
Wednesday
6
thing.
minutes.
It's a Wednesday thing.
Yeah.
Don't let the collared shirt fool you.
You don't have to get an early flight to Vegas with you and your daughter?
What's that?
You don't have to take the early flight for you and your daughter to Vegas?
We're going to Vegas.
I'm aware.
Circa.
Goo's going solo?
See, he's a P1. He's a P1.
You don't even need to be a P1. It's all over the internet. It's all over the damn internet all day.
All right, gents.
All right.
You have a good
Kerry,
one.
good to see you.
Appreciate you guys.
But I got what's that? You don't have to go home, but you can't.
But you
stay
can't
here.
see
Oh, no, you don't have to go home, but
All
you
right.
can't
See
stay
you guys
here.
tomorrow.
All right, boys.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was fun. That was something different. See you, Coach. There you go. Thank you, Lucas.
And you've never met him. That was
I'd
kinda
never
fun.
met him. I had
Yeah.
never met him.
And I wasn't sure if we had him on our show, but
I don't think we have.
always a good Warriors
Yeah,
guest.
no, I know the deal.
Yeah, I know you know the
man,
deal, but it was-
I've never been in his presence before.
It was fun when he came in and he and I hugged it out and you looked over and I had that feeling that you hadn't met him. And I was like, these are 2 guys who absolutely need to meet because you're cut from the same cloth in many ways.
You think so?
Both tall, very handsome, professional, solid dudes, good golfers. I think that you two, the more you get to know each other, will get along very well.
Okay, let's do it then. Let's have him on again tomorrow. That was fun.
Yeah.
Kerry Keaton hanging out. Speaking of hanging out, glad you're doing it as well. Willard and Dibs, let's ride, okay? 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube audience, hello. Feel free to use the Xfinity mobile text line as well. I tell you what, and we can look at this from a number of different ways. I slept on it, and that was a big win for the Giants last night, I thought. Lovely Christy was over for dinner, and the comeback happens, and I go, this is big. And she goes, no, it's not. There's like 100 more games after this. And I go, no, this is big for some different reasons, right? The Diamondbacks catch you if you lose. I think that the trade deadline had the Giants fan base in a negative frame of mind already. You fall behind when one of your two starters, it was one of the two starter nights for the Giants, all of those things. That was a really, really big victory last night, and now it serves as the backdrop to the larger picture. The Giants didn't do anything at the deadline, and Dibs has slept on it because I wanted him to do something, but I slept on it, and I thought about it, and I listened to what everybody had to say about it. The two starters I would have wanted both apparently invoked their no-trade clause to come out west, so the Dodgers and Giants and Padres were all non-starters, pun intended. And so I thought about it, and I went, you know what? I think it would have been good for the guys to get someone because it sends a good message.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I just thought there wasn't any good players available. Honestly. Like, I look around at all of what all of these teams did, and you mentioned yesterday the Angels, maybe the Rangers to a degree. I don't know that anybody got an earth-shattering, we got better thing over the last 3 days.
Not earth-shattering, but you're looking at upgrades, and especially when you look at some of the cost for these players who I think would have been upgrades, the cost wasn't that steep. For DeYoung, for example, he got a prospect that was not even in the top 20, and Jordan Montgomery, I don't think there was that big of a haul in order to acquire him. Mark Canha was traded earlier in the deadline period, a player the Giants could have acquired without really giving up a top 5 prospect. So I thought there were areas in which they could have improved without having to expend that much in terms of prospect capital. But then they go out and they did what they did last night, and it definitely cleanses the palate. Like that little piece of ginger you get with your sushi order, it's a palate cleanser because on this day, this morning, it doesn't feel like the Giants missed out on anything.
Can I respond to some of what you just laid out there, though?
Of course you can.
Are those guys going to make the Giants better? Paul DeYoung, 233 hitter. Thairo Estrada's coming back tomorrow.
Thairo has been, he's been either okay or injured for the past 3 months. He had a monster April.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good May, and then he started to slump a little bit, and then he got hurt.
But better than Paul DeYoung.
Not as much power as Paul DeYoung. Only 2 Giants have more home runs than Paul.
Yeah, Paul's played.
He's got 13 home runs.
Right, but Thairo, if had not missed 6 weeks, would too. He's on that kind of a track, is what I'm saying. Plus, he's already on the team. So, you know what I'm getting at there. Like, is that an upgrade? Plus, there's such a thirst for Schmidt and Luciano to be a part of this picture as well. By the way, don't freak out about Luciano getting sent down. I know there's a bad look there. AJ Pollock for Luciano, what the hell are you doing?
Well, especially on the heels of Farhan saying, yeah, we want to go forward with the young guys and see what we can do, and then the young guy gets sent.
He's going to be right back. He's playing second base in Sacramento right now, literally as we speak, and he rocked a base hit in his first at-bat. They want him to be able to play second base because they want those guys, Schmidt and Luciano, to be able to back up at both positions. They don't want him to sit and watch baseball. Yeah. They don't want Luciano in the dugout while Crawford and Estrada and whoever else is playing.
I wonder why they didn't have him play second base at times all year. This is the first time he's ever played second base as a professional.
Right.
So
not his position, yeah.
Well, if you want it to be his position, why not have him try it as a position in the past couple of years? That, to me, feels a little bit like mismanagement.
I don't know.
Gross mismanagement.
No, but I think you're asking them to see a crystal ball. 2 months ago, why would you be thinking we're going to need him to play second base? You don't know that Thairo is going to get hurt.
The same reason why you had Casey Schmidt play shortstop.
Well, but Casey's a completely different defensive player than Marco Luciano.
Better defensive player.
And Casey had played shortstop before.
Right.
Casey started playing second base also, but he's someone who can, this is an elite defender. Luciano's not that. So all I'm saying is I'm not going to get hot and bothered about that because he's coming right back. You're going to see Luciano real soon. So he didn't play last night. They want him to get his ABs. They want to take some reps at second base. He'll do that, and he's going to be he'll be right back. So I guess that circles back to what I'm bringing up. Like Paul DeYoung, you want him in the mix with Luciano Schmidt blocking them. Estrada and Crawford are going to be your starters, like it or not. So you're going to give up even if it's your 18th prospect.
Yeah.
For a guy to come do what? Who's hitting 230?
Hit homers.
He's hitting 230.
But he's got more homers than anybody on your team outside of two guys.
That's a stat.
And I know, but it's a team that doesn't hit home runs. And
Is it?
Well, they haven't of late. In July, they were dreadful. So
where do the Giants rank in terms of home runs this year in the National League?
In the National League, they're probably 6th, I would guess. They're probably about 11th in baseball. And if you want to talk about just July numbers, we know that they were probably the worst hitting team in all of baseball in July.
Yeah, San Francisco Giants are right in the middle of the pack of all of the major leagues. They are 16th in home runs in the entire majors.
Yeah, that's not
7th in the National League.
7th in the National
League. I guessed
League.
it was 6th.
Yeah.
I'll take a ding for that.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, but you take a ding for it, except for your point was kind of that they don't hit home runs.
They're middle of the pack. This is a team that's been a power machine ever since Kapler and Farhan took over. They had the most homers in the National League a couple of years ago.
I mean, the teams who, outside of the Braves and Dodgers, who we all agree are the best two rosters in the National League, outside of that, in the National League, the other teams that are ahead of them in home runs, Cubs, Mets, Padres, Cardinals, dreadful. The Cubs are the only team that has worked their way into a winning record. There's a stat circulating on the internet today that I've been trying to make this point for years. Success in baseball, similar to football, we freak out about the quarterbacks and the receivers and the linebackers, but you're going to win if you've got a good offensive line. It's the same thing in baseball. We need a starter. We need a bopper batting third. You need a bullpen. The San Francisco Giants, since May 1st, have lapped the field in terms of their bullpen. So you want to know why they win so many one-run games and the Padres lose so many one-run games? Because the Padres got boppers. They got a lineup that will absolutely make you salivate, but they can't win a 4-3 ball game because the bullpen sucks. The Giants is good, and that's why when we look at their roster and go, I don't know how they're winning, that's how.
Speaking of the Giants bullpen, their closer joins us today.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
Sean Manaea.
Hello.
First career save, elite hair picture.
Incredible.
Joins us in 15 minutes.
The closing Samoan is...
That almost works.
I know.
It almost works.
I had a couple of better ones. My line about Patrick Bailey, if he was on SFPD or OPD, smashing all the caught stealings. Can you imagine how crime would go down? And actually somebody from SFPD said, get him an application. We're hiring. I was like, okay.
I love it. He apparently, I guess he went around the clubhouse last night getting the box score signed. Like, this was a big deal to him last night. It's his first career save.
Yeah.
Sean Manaea.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Patrick Bailey, who...
Well, no, that was just...
From a box score standpoint...
Bailey's a stud. Well, he's a complete stud.
How many games have the Giants had in which they had 3 assists from their catchers and none of them were on bunt coverage or dropped third strikes? If you drop a third strike and the out's recorded at first, I guess the catcher does get the assist in that case.
Yep.
This was 3 assists by catchers on base running, not fielded balls. That's crazy.
You want another quirky stat of the day?
Is this from StatCast, the StatCast era?
No, this is just from the World Wide Web.
Okay.
It's from the internet.
I love it.
So it must be true. Patrick Bailey in Major League Baseball ranks first amongst all catchers in defensive runs saved.
Man.
However, he ranks 29th in innings caught.
Yeah.
He has achieved
29th.
He has achieved that stat without playing nearly as much as all the other catchers.
He's
incredible.
incredible. He is incredible.
He's absolutely incredible.
And I mentioned in the crossover Dikembe Mutombo, and that's to me what this feels like in terms of the absolute lack of respect. And in the NBA, guard after guard, forward after forward would drive in on Mutombo, knowing he's in there, thinking, I'm going to be the one to get him. And Mutombo with the long arms and the great timing, and then no. And that's where we are with Patrick Bailey. These base stealers, these would-be base stealers, elite base stealers are all thinking, I got him. He's not going to throw me out. And Mark, it's not only the quick release, and it's not only the velocity of the throw, but the fact that every throw hits the corner of the base.
Oh, my God.
That back kick to first.
Sometimes he hits the face of the other player trying to steal the bag.
The one last night, the walk-off back pick.
Yeah.
Lamont Wade realizes he needs to cover the base. He runs over, puts the glove down, and the ball is just whap. It's just right there.
Oh, my gosh.
And Sable's throw was amazing also.
Yeah, not a bad catcher either.
No, and then
not
Bailey. And you saw, I don't know if you saw Sable in the post game on NBC Sports Bay Area, but he said he basically asks Bailey for advice and they talk about it, and he's like picking Bailey's brain.
Rookie to rookie.
Rook to rook, exactly.
Yeah.
Learning as
Incredible.
much as he can.
So, okay. You trust Farhan or not?
I trust Farhan, yeah.
Okay,
I'm disappointed in Farhan.
Why?
Because they should have added. And I don't want to get bogged down in trade deadline back and forth. I've mentioned 3 players that I think they could have gotten for cheap that I think would have been upgrades. They didn't do that, and they're 1-0 since Farhan sat on his hands. So do I believe in Farhan?
Yeah.
How can you not? They're 10 games above 500, and they won 107 games a couple years ago, and they do it with a roster of not no names because we know all these guys, but they don't have any superstars.
No, it doesn't jump out at you
and
at
they
all.
only have a
Yeah.
couple of, you would call them stars, and yet somehow he and Gabe Kapler, working in concert with the other 29 coaches, they found a way to make this formula work.
It's another day where a Fire Farhan hashtag made the rounds throughout, and I get this question all the time. I'm very aware of the lane that I have created. I get the question all the time. Mark, why? Why do you trust this guy so much? Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Why do you trust him so much? And I think it's an interesting day to have this conversation. 888-957-9570. Do you trust Farhan Zaidi to continue running this club? If you don't, why not? If you do, why? I unequivocally, unsurprisingly, and firmly do. Let me give you 3 things that the Giants have now in these 4+ years that they did not have in the 4+ years running up to his hiring. Okay? Number 1, a winning record. Y'all forget what the Giants were doing when they hired him.
In what, 16, 17,
10,
18,
12,
and
14,
19?
10, 12, 14. How about 15, 16, 17, and 18?
16, they were a playoff team.
16, they were a playoff team. However, they still managed to be so bad in the other 3 years that they amassed a losing record in that window.
Hurt my legacy.
I'm doing good now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. But in these 4.5 years now, Farhan plus Gabe, obviously there was one Farhan and I'm on my way out year, and that's fine. But then Farhan and Gabe, this regime under Farhan, winning record. Second thing they have that they could not do in the 4 years leading up to him, an NL West Division championship. Nothing to sneeze at with the presence of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And here's the most important thing that they have now that they did not have then, and it is a farm system. They have a farm system. And in fact, they've got players that you don't want traded. In fact, most of them are now on the roster. His second number 1 overall draft pick is the guy that we are sitting here fawning over. His name is Patrick Bailey. He has been a franchise changer since he came up. Casey Schmidt, by the way, was in the exact same draft for those of you who are fans of him. So these are all things on his record. Now, you can scream back, well, about DeSclafani and Kevin Gausman, and just like any regime, mistakes are made. Nobody's here to call anybody perfect because we can go back to your perfect Brian Sabian and we can point out Zach Wheeler and we can point out Brian Reynolds and do all of that over and over again if you want. Everybody, Shanahan, Belichick, Farhan, Sabian,
Myers,
they all mess up.
Yeah.
They all
gotta
mess
get all
up.
the teams in there.
Thank you. But those are things that the Giants franchise has now that they did not have before. And the wins are much more than the losses, both on the field and in the trade and transaction market. So that is why I trust Farhan Zaidi. And usually when they do something that'll frustrate you, I do think if you listen to the explanation, you go, oh, okay. if you want to be calm about it.
I understand what he's saying. It doesn't mean I have to agree with it.
Of course you don't have to agree with it. But when it comes to the deadline and the comment he did make yesterday, if you wanted us to give 2 prospects for a 5th starter, we could have. We chose
he
not
said
to
half
do that.
my farm.
Yeah. This deadline stunk. Nobody good was available. And in fact, most of the good players who were quote-unquote available did not get moved. Verlander and Scherzer in their 40s with no trade clauses were non-starters. Erod invoked a no-trade clause and never got moved. Who else did you want? And you're welcome to have the answer, Paul DeYoung. Does nothing for me.
Yeah, Mark Canha is a player.
Does nothing for me.
1.4 WAR. He immediately is a better player than half your hitters.
Then who? Mark Canha he's a utility guy, can do infield, outfield.
Yeah.
So who's the guy whose at bats you're taking away?
Well, for right now,
Austin Slater, who's hitting 380.
Diaz, Crawford with a homer last night.
That's a lefty, and Diaz is here for a hot second because they're facing 2 righters till Tyro gets back.
Right, but you're talking about a utility guy who could play a bunch of different spots for a team that has a bunch of different openings because you have so many guys who are constantly hurt.
Sounds to me like you want him to replace Wilmer Flores or Austin Slater.
I don't believe I named either one of those guys.
Are the guys
or Lamont Wade Jr.
But they're playing the right-handed utility man role.
Right.
And they're doing an unbelievable job of it. Like, at the end, I get that some people don't like the Giants' way, but can we all agree they ain't moving off of it? One of the things I love about them is this is our way,
right,
and we're sticking to it because we believe it works. And they've kind of been right.
Well, then we need to not entertain any more conversations about Shohei Ohtani.
Why is that?
Because this is this is the Giants' way, and the Giants' way so far has not been to sign. Well, they haven't signed anybody.
But that's playing the results game.
Well,
they have offered.
That's all you can look at.
No,
is the results game.
No, it isn't.
Absolutely.
We ignore the process. There are certain sports teams who have decided to use it as their motto. Like, process is absolutely a part of this. They have offered north of $300 million.
Yeah, and they've not gotten any of them.
Great. So you can criticize them for that, but don't say it's not part of their process.
Well, it's not a part of their results then. So the results is ultimately all that matters because Farhan said we're going to be aggressive at the trade deadline, and then they were not aggressive at the trade deadline. And then just yesterday he said we're going to go forward with the young players we have. And then he took one of the young players and he sent him down. Now, yeah, he might come back in a day or 3 days or 2 weeks or who knows. But what Farhan said is not what Farhan did in terms of being aggressive at the trade deadline. They were not aggressive at the trade deadline.
I'm not sure actually you can say that.
Were they aggressive at the trade deadline?
That's a concept. It's not, again, it's a process.
Right.
It's not a result. To say we're going to be aggressive is to get into every conversation. If the other team goes, we'd like your top 3 prospects for this rental, I'm not going to say, well, Farhan, you said you'd be aggressive, so you better do the deal. It's a bad deal. So you're
making a leap in terms of what was potentially offered, and you don't know that.
I don't know, but I know it was a seller's market. I know it was a seller's market.
Right. And it was a market where a lot of teams did a lot of things and he did nothing.
Nobody outside of the Rangers was aggressive. Nobody. No, and even
the Padres were aggressive.
Oh. Who do the Padres get?
They got about 7 players.
Name them.
I'd have to look it up, Mark.
Exactly. There wasn't anybody good.
Sure.
There wasn't.
Right. You wanted Mark Canha.
I didn't.
That's what you said.
No, I thought that was someone that sounded like someone they'd get. I don't care if they get Mark Canha. Like, is that a difference maker?
No, but it's a player that you said, he was a guy that I had my eye on, or somebody that you thought they might want, and then
that they might get. Yeah,
and then they didn't get him. Yeah. And so now you didn't want Mark Canha anymore.
I didn't say I wanted him. I said I thought that they might want him. Nobody was good. Nobody good was available. We're sponsored by Total Wine & More. Are you trusting this guy or not? And there's a bigger statement to make that goes even beyond the Giants, which we'll do next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
With so many bottles to choose from, there's always something new to try at Total Wine & More. How about a great Prosecco for under $8 and a French Rosé?
B21.
If this holds up, that's the ball game. Obviously, the defense are going to take a look at it.
Arizona has challenged.
But this will be really interesting. This game is over.
Oh, my goodness.
Pack them up, folks.
Patrick Bailey, you are worth your weight in gold.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's what it sounded like on NBC Sports Bay Area last night as a big game ends in the Giants' favor, 4-3, and it had a decidedly different look when it came down to how the Giants were handling the late innings. A lot of back-end bullpen guys had been used 3-4 days in a row, so they were off, so they had to do something different, and poof, that ends up in the first career save of Sean Manaea, who joins us now on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're fantastic. We're getting all the words about how you went around and you kept the ball and you're getting the box score signed and the picture of you celebrating is all over the internet. Why did that mean so much to you last night?
It's a combination of a lot of things. I've pretty much been a starter my whole life and, a different role this year. And, I've always kind of wanted to get a save at some point in my career. And, this opportunity obviously was right there. Just going through a lot this year and big game against the division rival. And, it's just a crazy amount of things that just came together and it happened. And it was, such a cool moment.
Well, let's talk about the cool moment because I saw it on Twitter now probably 744 times, and I watched the replay 312 times, and I still can't believe how incredible that back pick was from Patrick Bailey. You throw the pitch, you see the throw down. What was going through your head when that whole sequence played out?
I think first of all, the throw got there before I could even turn my head. Like, that's how quick it was. It was, I feel like the back pick has exploded a lot this year because of the new rules and bigger bases and, no longer pickoffs. So it's kind of, I feel like it's definitely happened a lot more. And, he did it and it was just, I turned and the play was already over by the time I looked over there, and it was just, absolute chaos. And I didn't even know what to do because I've never closed out a game before, and I don't think I've ever seen a game end like that before. So, a lot of crazy things happen in the split second.
Sean Manaea is with us here on Willard and Dibs. So you make the statement that you've always wanted to close a game, but you've never done it. So take us through the process and maybe how was it different in terms of getting ready for that and how it felt to go out there and try to get the final outs.
This year's been, pretty crazy for me and, moving in the bullpen and, figuring out this role, over the last couple of months, I've, found a routine that works for me and as far as like warming up and, staying ready, getting ready. So with that being said, my routine didn't really change that much. Obviously I came in the ninth inning, which, I've never done before, but, the routine was the same. So, to me, it's solid. And as long as I get all my stuff done, I feel like I can go out there and pitch, whenever my name's called. And, it happened to be called in the ninth. And, I kind of had somewhat of an idea, that I was going to pitch today. I just didn't know when. And, getting the call in the ninth, it was crazy. Heart started pumping a little bit, but once I got out there, it was kind of how it always is, and just try to keep the game in hand and close it out.
Do you change the way you approach every outing now that you're coming out of the pen, whether it's a long spot or last night as a closer? Do you throw harder? Do you max out more? Does it change the way you go about pitching based on how you're going to be used?
I don't think so. I think, especially like the first inning, getting all the like jitters and, the adrenaline, I think is definitely, at least for me, more prevalent in like the first inning. Like say I'm going in a longer relief role, like, the first 2 innings are definitely, a lot more adrenaline, a lot more stuff like that. And, but, coming in like a short role like that, and especially in the ninth, like I'm not trying to be more than I am and like trying to throw 100 or anything like that. It, if that happens, cool, but I'm not like actively going out there just trying to, blow guys' doors off, and really just staying within myself and just trusting my stuff and acting like it's every other situation that I've been in.
Sean Manaea with us here, 95.7 The Game. Sean, you've mentioned a couple of times the switch in the role in terms of what you thought it was going to be coming in. I don't want you to speak for Alex Wood and Ross Stripling, but the three of you guys are in the pretty much the same boat here in terms of what you thought it was going to be and now what it is. How are you guys all feeling about that switch?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't speak for those two, but for me, it's definitely been a challenge. And at the beginning, I don't think I was in the brightest of spots, but for me, it's been like working on the opportunities I have, the chances that I get, the situations that I'm in, and really just going back to controlling the stuff that I can control. And the opportunities are there, and I just got to capitalize on those, and everything really just takes care of itself. But especially at the beginning, it took me a while to like fully grasp that and really get out of my own way. And once I really let go and fully just dove deep into this and just accepted it for what it is, then great things have happened so far. So I definitely think that's a big thing for me.
Does last night validate the move in some way in terms of now you've gotten that save, the save that you said that you've always kind of been chasing as something in your career? You've been in the bullpen now for a while. Does this kind of help to, I guess, cement the move and make it feel a little bit better for you?
I don't know. I'm not saying I'm never going to start again. I'm not saying I'm fully like a bullpen guy. I don't even know what my role is. I'm just kind of pitching, and whatever the opportunity arises, then I feel like I'm adaptable and ready for that. So I don't know. It's kind of I don't think it's really like fully set in yet that I have a big league save and all that. But I don't really know how to say it other than that.
Sean, just listening to you kind of talk about the challenges of the change in role and starters want to start. You have a choice as to whether or not you want to be a Giant again next year. What are your thoughts on that based on this change? Would you be open to still doing it again next year?
I think it we'll see how the rest of this year goes, and all that stuff. I mean, I definitely think it could happen, but as far as right now, I'm just worried about tonight's game and really what what we're doing to make this playoff push and the NL West.
Speaking of that playoff push, how did you and the guys receive the news of not making any acquisitions yesterday at the deadline?
I think this group that we have, the camaraderie, the talent, I think it's, we're there. I don't think it was that big of a shock or anything like that. I think it was, we have the pieces, especially with Tyro and Mitch coming back hopefully soon, and at least whenever that is. But yeah, I mean, the pieces are here, and I think the group that we have would definitely do something special here.
Is that some way a vote of confidence from Farhan Zaidi to all of the team in that he believes that what they have right now, what you have right now, is good enough to make a push in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think, as I've gotten older and, played more years, that, the trade deadline is kind of, can create situations like that. And, to have the opportunity to go out and do things and not definitely, speaks about how I think the organization feels about this team. And, I definitely should feel like we can do things. And, we've definitely done it over the course of the season. And, it's definitely possible.
Sean Manaea with us here, 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Now, Sean, we're told that you're driving in on the Bay Bridge right now, and we're not the smartest people in the world, but that tells us that you're coming from the East Bay. So if you're still an East Bay guy and with your history with the A's, what are your thoughts on what's happening there, and what kind of importance would you place on this market still having two baseball teams?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a little bit sad. I mean, obviously, I grew up a lot when I played for Oakland. Came in as a baby and left, I would say, more of a man. And yeah, I mean, it's always going to hold a special place in my heart. And to see the team leave and not really. I would say, I don't know, for the team to leave, kind of stinks. And, I think the Bay Area fans, this place is so big and so diverse, having two teams here is such a a special place in America. And, it's very, very sad that, see something like that happen. And, I don't think it's, fully committed yet, but, yeah, I mean, if it does end up happening, then it'd be really, really, really sad.
Sean, from a hard-hitting question to one of a more frivolous nature, I'm a bald man, and you clearly are not. What's the hair care like, and when was the last haircut that you had, if you've ever had a haircut?
The hair care, so, I mean, you guys know I've grown my hair out. I've done a bunch of other stuff. But this is the first time I've actually taken care of it. So, I mean, I'd shampoo it probably once every 5 days and then, condition. And basically what I've learned is, keep it hydrated. So whatever that may be, leave-in conditioner and stuff like that. Coconut oil for a while, is what I would do. And, really just moisture is pretty much all you need. And yeah, the last haircut I had was, I've gotten it trimmed probably 3 or 4 times since 2020, which is when I started growing it out. And before that, I shaved my head completely and been growing it out ever since. So
that's fantastic. I have hair envy. It's just terrific. And last night, the picture in the clubhouse with your head back celebrating. It just was tremendous.
He was jealous. We got a text right away. Yeah, he was jealous. Yeah.
It's got a mind of its own sometimes. So it's pretty fun.
Sean, we're going to need equally as thoughtful of an answer with regard to nicknames, because you get a save and people are like, all right, there's the throwing Samoan, which, and that nickname has been shared with others. We see that there's also a Baby Giraffe as a former nickname, and then there's the Maniolator. Which one, first and foremost, which one do you like the best?
The Maniolator is kind of the most original one.
Yeah.
That was Stephen Vogt and Josh Bagley. They came up with that one. I guess I got to go with that. I mean, the throwing Samoan's cool, but I think the Maniolator is just so unique and actually pretty cool. So.
Well, and where did the baby giraffe come from? Because we've been calling Brandon Belt that for the last 10 years.
Yeah, I knew he had that nickname, but yeah, when I was in the minor leagues, one of my teammates saw me doing PFPs one day, and I was tripping over myself and throwing the ball in the right field, just all over the place, and he called me a baby giraffe, and then everybody started calling me that after that. So then I just took it and ran with it, and used it as armor, and stopped running away from it, all that stuff. But yeah, it was cool, but I definitely think the Annihilator is unique and fun.
And I also see the kid that you wore on the back of your jersey when they do that nickname thing that one time a year. Does that come from your days in Terre Haute?
Terre Haute?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, come on, man. Terre Haute?
Terre Haute? No. I was just, I couldn't think of anything, and I always referred to myself as a kid, and I mean, I still do as a joke, but yeah, that was just kind of a last second thing, and didn't really mean anything. And obviously can't take the kid because one of the goats has that nickname solidified. So that's why I put.
Well, Mr. Annihilator, congratulations on the save. That was all kinds of fun, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out a little bit on your drive in.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
All right, there it is.
Sean.
The Annihilator.
Yeah.
The baby giraffe. The throwing Samoan.
Yeah.
Sean Manaea.
And the kid, because he couldn't come up with a nickname.
He couldn't come up with anything else.
I was just looking at his Instagram, and it is 308 weeks ago, which is 6 years ago. And I can't remember what weekend where they do nicknames on the jerseys.
I think they called it Players Weekend.
If they still
Something
do it.
no, I don't think they do.
Yeah.
No.
But Annihilator was on one, and then the kid was on the one 6 years ago.
Right,
so.
yeah. The Alex Dickerson controversy, I think, killed that.
It might have,
That was the end of that. Once he lodged his complaint with the league, it was never to be seen from again.
I thought you deserved that's a good question for your question about the future of Sean Manaea, because if you look at his splits, last year he appeared out of the bullpen twice for San Diego, and then now this year he's become not exclusively a bullpen pitcher, but
he has
for the past few months. And his ERA has gone down 2 points since he's become a bullpen guy. So I do think that's interesting as it pertains to his future. Do you want to get back to being a starter? Because it feels like that wouldn't be here.
Well,
based on what they've done, right?
We have not talked to Ross Stripling this year yet.
No.
Have we? We sang about him.
Yeah.
We sang about him over Christmas. But we have talked to Alex Wood, and we have talked to Sean Manaea. And I don't think there's any question that they are buying into this, but they ain't digging this. They ain't digging this.
They're renting into this. I don't think that they're, there's a full buy-in, and then it feels like they're kind of they're renting into it.
They're like, this is what the team needs me to do. And, oh, by the way, you don't have a choice. You're doing it.
Well, Zach Littell is on the phone. On
exactly.
line 1.
Like you're doing it. You don't get to tell the team when you're coming in to pitch. And this is what the Giants are doing. And I'm sure this doesn't sit well with Manaea and Wood and many fans. But here's the fact, Jack. The Giants with an opener are 14-5. So it's working. And so they're going to keep doing it.
Manaea, since his last start, 4.03 ERA over 44 innings, 16 appearances. They're 10-6 in games in which he appears. He's got the one save. He's only given up one home run.
Right.
In the past 44 innings, and his ERA, as I mentioned, has gone down. It was at 7.96 when he got shelled against Washington at home, his last start, and now his ERA is down to 5.48. So I'm sure Sean realizes that he's pitched better in this role. So it's a bit of a mix, right? Because you want to start, but starting wasn't working out for him. And, his first appearance of the year actually came out of the bullpen. So, they've been kind of toying with him out of the pen from the get-go.
I think that was a health thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He was a little slow coming out of the gate. But yeah, there's no question. If you go back to April, he was not pitching well. That bled into May, and then he got real good. And since then, there've really only been about 3 bumpy outings since, if you go back to early June. June 16th, got absolutely roughed up by the Dodgers. Couple of wonky outings, including the one against Washington that you just mentioned. But outside of that, it's a whole lot of 3 and 2+ innings and either 1 or 0 runs. Yeah, he's pitched a lot better. And so the bottom line is this is what the Giants are asking him to do. And when you've got a good baseball team and a really good clubhouse, you do what the team asks you to do. But you were all listening. He did not live. There was no I love the pen. This is new, and I didn't know how great this would be, and I love the Giants, and I'll be back next year. He did not say that.
But he did say the clubhouse is great, and
they
everybody's...
all say that, yes.
Right, and this is what you and I were talking about kind of on the thread when I mentioned to you that Gabe Kapler is elite with one thing that we don't often think about in terms of managing, and that's actually managing people. Because even though Manaea's not thrilled with his role, it seems... he's doing well, and there's no grumbling and grousing, really, right?
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, not publicly. A little bit. Alex Wood is a couple of, Logan Webb didn't like getting pulled. Logan never likes getting pulled. Who likes getting pulled? But
Grandy could pull me right now. I'd be thrilled.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's only Wednesday. Yeah, it's only Wednesday, brother.
Let's go to the lefty.
Take it easy. 888-957-9570. You trust Farhan or not to continue running this team? There are the facts, and then there are the emotions. They're both welcome here, but they don't match up. You have to admit that. 888-957-9570. You trust this guy to keep running the team or not? This is Willard and Dibs.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news. R&S Doors and Gates is hiring.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm not saying I'm never going to start again. I'm not saying I'm, fully like a bullpen guy. I don't even know what my role is. I'm just kind of, pitching and, whatever the opportunity arises, then, I feel like I'm, adaptable and ready for that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. That's a good poll, guys, because I don't even know what my role is. And if there's any, you were just talking about how you think Gabe Kapler is great with people. I think he is. I don't think every player loves it.
Right.
I don't, and I say it because I don't mean it's not a personal thing. Every single human being, when you go to the office, if you've got 60 coworkers,
look,
some of them like you and some of them think differently, right? So I have no idea what his personal relationships are, but the way the Giants do business, I think that a lot of guys really dig it, and I think that there are some guys who don't.
Right. I guess where I give him the most credit, Gabe Kapler, is it feels to me like there is transparency and communication. So
for sure.
And I will give that same nod to look. Even though he's on vacation, that makes this buttering up even more authentic because
you turn this Giants conversation into an opportunity to kiss Matt Higgins' butt.
And he's not even in the building.
Unbelievable.
That shows how much class I have.
Yeah,
but
it shows that he has the app. But anyway, go ahead.
Guys, download the app, push
I
the
remember
app.
at 6:03 Eastern time, I was listening. I was drunk at a bar in Boston.
Willard didn't tease Mania. Or do I call him Mania? Look. Transparency and communication. If you have that, you may not agree with your boss. It feels to me like Gabe Kapler at least tell these guys, like Sean said to us in the interview, I had a feeling, or I knew that I was going to pitch. I just didn't really know when. So he was ready to go.
But I think that it makes, as fans, our ears perk up when we hear someone go, I don't even know my role.
True.
And that's what professionals want. They want to know their role. Marco Luciano probably didn't think he was going to get pinch hit for the other night. But then there are other times where we'll look at Jock Peterson and go, dude, you really, you were an all-star. You're an all-star last year. But you're also just a platoon guy. Now, Jock has been asked this question, and he goes, y'all understand this is exactly what they pitched to me when I signed here. I am doing exactly what they told me I was going to do. I'm good with it. But some guys are and some guys aren't. And so it's a transition. Stripling and Manaea and Wood, these are starting pitchers in the bigs. But they're not right now. I don't know if they accept the term bulk innings role. We go, it's just like a starter, but you just don't start in the first. Well, we've now talked to two of the three, and they're like, I'm not starting. I'm a bullpen guy. Hell, you just pulled me in the ninth with one out and a man on. Okay, so I think that it's frustrating for guys sometimes.
At least Stripling in his career has done it. 220 games, 114 starts. So for Stripling, it's an easier sell than Manaea, who up until this year had only done it twice. Exactly. He never did it with the A's. So it's a little bit more of a transition, and I think Wood is probably in the same boat as Manaea.
So, but take those three guys, and now let's put the fans in the same bucket with them. I think the backing to do it is it works.
Scoreboard.
It works.
Yeah.
So what exactly is the rub here? And that's why we're asking the question about Farhan. A deadline certainly got everybody riled up yesterday. I wanted them to do something too, but then I admitted something about myself. I went to bed and I woke up and I realized I wanted him to do something just because I wanted him to do something. There wasn't some guy where I'm like, they got to get a left fielder. I wasn't. You want to trade. But if all you want is a trade for the sake of the trade, then I think it's fair when the team goes, it wasn't there and we're not doing it just for the sake of the trade. I'll share something with you. I will not tell you who texted it to me.
Oh, I'll know.
But it was texted to me yesterday by someone in the vicinity of 3rd and King.
Okay. Totally.
Farhan does not give a bleep what the fans think.
Of course, I've said this all along. None of these, if you're a manager or a general manager or a president of whatever operations, if you do care what the fans think, you're fired. If John Lynch is down there at 4949 Centennial thinking, you know, I should put up a Twitter poll to see if I should keep Trey or if I should keep Brendan Allen.
It's not that, but you don't want to offend your
You know
fan
what I
base.
mean, though.
You know, like, I mean, I think once upon a time when the 49ers called the Patriots and they're like, Garoppolo. And they're like, no, we're not doing Garoppolo. And remember when John Lynch was like, well, what about Brady? And Kraft stepped in. He's like, you're not trading Brady.
Yeah.
Because that would destroy our fans. So
Yes,
I think
that's
there are
next
times.
level.
Yes, there are times.
If you part with Alex Wood,
that's
I mean,
no, that's
sorry,
not-
Alex. I don't mean to disparage you, but you're not Tom Brady.
No, of course not. Of
And
course
that's,
not. I
you
just
know.
mean there are moments where the fan opinion matters. It does sometimes.
It does, but then I think about Montana and Steve Young, where the fan opinion, and I know there was no social media and no sports talk radio, but the fans were on the side of Joe Montana.
How could they not be? Yeah.
Exactly. But Eddie D and company, Bill Walsh, they weren't thinking, geez, what do the fans want? We should go down to Redwood City and do a man on the street interview. They don't. You're fired. If you're Farhan Zaidi and you really care, and I don't give a rip is a little strong way to put it.
Right, but it's not so much do you care, it's do you allow that to change what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you completely.
And
You
Farhan he's proven to be steadfast in his own process. And whether or not that involves bringing in a big boy or not, you and I have a difference of opinion, and maybe I'll be proven wrong one of these days. But one thing is certain that you and I can agree upon when it comes to Farhan Zaidi, he's got a plan, and he's going to stick to it.
He doesn't know. Yeah, he does not care the way the wind is blowing. And by the way, he signaled that to you right away. I always was struck by this. Everybody, the guy's searching for a manager. I'm going to retire. So he's looking for a manager. And the drumbeat, don't you dare hire Gabe Kapler. Don't you do Farhan?
Look at me, Farhan.
There were issues in L.A. They didn't like him in Philly. He's weird. He's
got hand tats.
He's got a website with health tips on it. Don't hire him. And Farhan was like, we're hiring Gabe Kapler. Because
Who did fans want him to hire at the time? Do you remember? Because Flannery wasn't interested.
No.
And I don't think Wotus was a candidate. It didn't feel like there was an internal.
Wotus would have been like, the warm fuzzy thing. But as far as, no, there was not an
I'm
internal.
trying to remember if there was anybody who fans actually wanted.
Who was the guy? Someone from Houston came in, and I'm trying to remember. He's on their staff. It was somebody who was on the Astros staff. Wasn't a big name. But Houston at that time, right, had the buzz, all the stuff going on with how good they were and their farm system and everything. So there was some good vibes around that. Kapler was the biggest name, though, because Philly, because Dodgers, because hand tats, GQ magazine shoots, and people were like, don't do it. And he checked his notes and he went, we're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm going to sit up here next to him and we're going to answer your questions. 2 years later, he's the manager of the year. So, again, the scoreboard is not neon shining. They've not won a World Series, but the scoreboard is in his favor. And I got a larger question, if I may ask it. Wouldn't you agree, whether it's Farhan and a deadline, this Trey Lance, Brock Purdy conversation, or everything surrounding Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, I will never tell you fans that you can't criticize, that you can't have an opinion, and that you can't be bothered by certain things that you're seeing. But I would argue way too much time is being spent on the little picture as opposed to the big picture. Why y'all so angry? Why are you having such a hard time admitting that your basketball team won a title 13 months ago, that your football team is one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and that your baseball team wins more games than it loses and at least is there with the checkbook when a big name shows up ready to sign somewhere. Why is there so much anger right now surrounding these teams when I would argue that all three of them are well run and win so much more than they lose? Why is it that way right now?
Oh, it's an easy answer.
What is it?
Oh, I'll give it to you on the other side.
Damn, not that. You want to talk about elite. Look at Grandy. See? Don't ever say that he won't give you a compliment. He gave you a golf clap.
I actually like Mark
Up above
Grandy.
his head.
Thank you. Can't say my name, but that's fine. We'll get to that.
This is Willard and freaking Dibs.
Willard and Nibs.
At 888-957-9570.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 50.
Willard and Dims.
Yeah, Dims.
On 95.7 The Mame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guy, Steve Stone, struggled with my name for a while until I had to call him out.
It's a tough name. Dibs.
Really not. Dibs.
Dibs.
You can just, all you have to do is hit the bzz.
Dibs. Spelled with one B. Some people don't know that.
Many people struggle. The second B is superfluous, unnecessary.
It's kind of like the second I in my last name.
True.
I get that all the time.
Williard.
Williard.
Yeah.
No, there's no I there. There's no I in Willard, except for there is. There's only one, though. There's only one of me in Willard. So, anyway, 888-957-9570. How y'all doing? Can I tell you something that's totally off the subject here for a second before we get back to it? Want to mention that the Warriors preseason schedule is out and that tickets are on sale tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And there's some pretty interesting stuff on that schedule. Included in the schedule for the Warriors preseason, the Lakers. So LeBron will come. The Spurs, Wembenyama. And then also on the schedule, the Captains of Adorable.
Really?
Oh, they're just get your smile on because they're coming to town to play basketball. The Sacramento Kings.
The two teams play a back-to-back, Mark.
Oh, the cutest little thing you ever saw in your life. They got dimples. The Sacramento Kings.
And on October 18th, it's Steph Curry college graduation bobblehead giveaway.
Right. So you got a Steph bobblehead in a like a Davidson, cap and gown. And then what's you got Klay Thompson riding a paper airplane.
Paper plane clay bobblehead giveaway. You got back-to-back preseason bobble action?
Those are creative. That's kind of fun. Like, let's do something different than them shooting a ball.
Right.
So Steph graduates, and Klay is on not a magic carpet ride, but a paper airplane ride.
That's pretty sweet.
I like it.
Those are great bobblehead ideas.
Great.
Yeah.
So that's all happening, and tickets are on sale tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Not scheduled yet is the Chris Paul complains to the refs bobblehead. The Brendan Podjemski misses a 3 again bobblehead.
Take it easy.
There's a couple other bobbleheads that haven't been scheduled.
Just a kid.
Kevon Looney actually with jumper cables. The Kevon Looney jumper cables giveaway is yet to be scheduled.
Draymond Green emergency pod bobblehead.
Andrew Wiggins on the weak side bobblehead.
Wiggins with the. By the way, he's got the best grin in the NBA. We don't see it very much. Wiggins. Did you see the video of him signing the shoes for the kids? I don't know what country they were in, but it was overseas. And, just like, you love it. You love to see. It's kind of like the Josh Allen stuff recently where the kids just lose their minds. There's a kid at Ravens practice the other day.
Oh, my God, the Lamar Jackson video is so
high-fived
great.
him, and he almost went into convulsions. It was absolutely adorable.
He holds up his hand, and he's like,
"Wow!"
Yeah, that was really cool.
Ravens win. That's what it kind of looked like. But
Jordan Poole. There's a Jordan Poole as a wizard bobblehead that's yet to be scheduled. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm sure that'll happen. I'm sure that there will be Jordan Poole bobblehead night in Washington this year.
Just to close the book on
they
this.
Should do it when the Warriors come to town.
Hashtag random, but the win totals are out for NBA teams and the Pistons. Hi, this is James Wiseman. And the Washington Pools are both sitting with an over-under of 24.
Oh.
24.
You know what happens if you add both of them together?
You get the Warriors total.
Almost.
48 and a hook, right?
Yeah, exactly. Third in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
So just to give you an idea, if you want to look at, conference favorites, where the Warriors sit, obviously the Denver Nuggets are your favorite. Suns are second. Warriors are third. That's where it sits right now.
In over-under win total or odds to win?
Yeah,
both,
in other words, actually, odds to win I have not seen, but in theory, the win total tells you that they are supposed to get the 3 seed.
Yeah.
Behind the Nuggets and the Suns.
Maybe we can get a side wager on who wins more games this year, Pistons or Wizards. I'll let you pick which side you want.
How about Pistons plus Wizards against Warriors?
Also fun.
Even money.
Even more fun.
Who wants to play?
Who wants a piece of that?
Right?
I think I would take the Pistons and Wizards, thinking that the Warriors would load manage their way to another 45-win year. I know they won 44 last year, but...
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, because all it takes is you got one of two teams. Either one of them sort of outdoes expectations. But that's going to be some bad basketball.
Got to check on the health of Cade Cunningham before I.
Please do.
Yeah.
Let me know how it goes. All right, 888-957-9570. Am I back in the echo chamber again or no? I don't quite understand it. I
was going to answer your question.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you had a spicy response.
Yes. The answer to the question is multifaceted.
Why is there so much anger amongst Giants, 49ers, and Warriors fans at a time when all three are good?
Right. The big answer, the macro answer, is social media and the general angst that we all feel in society now.
Okay.
And the way that we all digest media. For example, right now, I think that there's a former president who's facing yet another indictment.
This is true.
And it's being met by a combination of consternation and celebration, depending on where you are. Where I think the bigger picture take would be, what a sad, sad state democracy is in, that this is a point where we've reached that this is an actual reality. Forget what side you're on. So to me, it is kind of a microcosm of our conversation, which is we're always going to skew toward the negativity. The Niners are on an unbelievable run. Other than a championship, this is like a Jim Harbaugh run. And when Harbaugh was here, I don't remember the same level of just grotesque negativity. The Giants are on a great run. Now, they haven't won anything yet, but you go from, like you said, 2015 to 2018, this team was not very good, and now they're good again. And the Warriors are 13 months removed from a fourth championship. This one may be the most unexpected of all, yet, and we're part of the problem, we want to focus on Draymond and Poole, and we want to focus on flaccid Farhan at the deadline.
Okay.
And why are you screwing over Trey Lance instead of what you're talking about? So I think it's partly societal, and it's partly the way we digest media now.
Yeah, I think those are all good answers. And when you say we're part of the problem, I mean, I guess we're sitting here in the conversation business.
Yeah.
However, that also means by rule, and I think most people understand this, by rule, we're having conversations about it every day. And the day in and day out grind is just like a family. You get to the end of the year and you take a Christmas card and you're like, that was an amazing year. I love you guys so much. But on Tuesday in September, we were screaming at each other because we're in it on the daily.
Yeah.
So the micro issues that are happening matter to you. But the overall view from above is, hey, this ain't so bad. Like, we got a pretty good life going on here. And I think there's some of that here. I think also, you're right, societally, we are prone to take sides now on everything. In fact, I got that advice in content creation about 6 or 7 years ago. I'm talking to some friends, and they're like, what they're looking for in the TV business is anything where the viewer can take a side and then root. And I mean, think of sports, right? The Super Bowl doesn't have the Niners in it. What do we do? Who am I rooting against?
I got into a shouting match with your 16-year-old.
Well, you had drinks.
We both had.
It's true. He had a lot on the line. You got to remember now.
He did.
He had a lot on the line.
He did. And we did not get into a shouting match.
Cameron putter on the line.
He did.
And he won.
He did clap back it in the fourth when I was accusing.
He had about enough of your crap.
Well, and him and all the rest of the Willards crying about the referees. It's like, throw the flag.
Yeah, but I was doing that just to get under your skin.
And I was doing that to get under his skin, and I forgot for a minute that he was my former coworker. 16 years old.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He's only 15 when he was
at
your
the
coworker.
time, yeah.
Anyway. What an example we are to the youth. But anyway,
your point is well taken, though.
Yeah.
Like NBA Finals this year, Denver, Miami, we had a rooting interest.
You have to have a rooting interest, or else the Super Bowl is boring. Like, how many years was it tradition in America to be like, okay, who's playing the Patriots?
Yeah.
Let's root for them because big bad empire. So maybe there's some of that. I just wonder, though, man. We're here every day, and it was 8 months of screaming about Draymond Green versus Jordan Poole, pick a side. And now we're going to go into 4 months of screaming about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, pick a side. And now we're going to tiptoe into fire or keep Farhan, pick a side. That's fine. I'm totally okay with pick a side conversations. That's very much what we do. But my gosh, this is getting very continually like loud, angsty, sort of rude, just to the degree where I'm like, man, are we forgetting that they're all good? Like Giants fans, Fire Farhan started trending. And I'm like, if I had said to you at the beginning of the year, let's all gather around the campfire on August 1st, the Giants will only be behind the Braves and Dodgers. Everybody would have grabbed the marshmallows.
Farhan's got to go. Third best record in the National League. Fire everyone.
The 49ers have a starting quarterback. It's as clear as day. Yeah, but what are you all so angry about? It's really going well. I'm not here to tell you can't pick at certain things. You can't criticize. You can't have it. Of course you can. But I'll put it this way. The word fire has come up on this station this year way too much because I should have been able to put the over-under at a half and taken the under.
On how many times it should be mentioned?
Nobody with the Warriors, Niners, and Giants should be fired. Nobody.
If you're talking about the big six, your coach and your GM or your president of baseball ops, whatever it is.
No one.
Steve Kerr, on a scale of 1 to 10 on how close he is to being fired. 10 means I'm refreshing Twitter to see if it's already happened. 1, you're not getting fired under any circumstance. Kerr is at a 1. And Mike Dunleavy, new on the job, is at probably a 2. Kyle Shanahan is at maybe a 2. John Lynch is probably at a 2.5. Gabe Kapler is at probably a 3, if that. And Farhan's in about the same spot. So none of the big six are even close to being on the other side of the middle, yet Fire Farhan is trending on X.
Yeah, on X. Thank you.
Trying to get used to it.
It's not working so far for me.
Not me either.
I just don't mean, you know what I mean? Like, they're 59 and 49.
They have the 7th best record in all of baseball.
They're 59 and 49. They're 2.5 games out of first. They're leading the wild card. What is happening? What was that yesterday?
Maybe they got lucky.
No, you know what today's first sentence is. I've already heard it 12 times. Mark, it's not sustainable. It's the exact same sentence we heard in August 2 years ago. It's not sustainable.
Well, I think about July of this year. Their offense was non-existent.
Correct.
Their offense was Cameron Fry in Ferris Bueller. Fry. He was absent, and they went 12 and 13. So they didn't score runs, yet they won almost half their games. And I think yesterday is a perfect example of why this S is sustainable, because you won yesterday based on a couple of at-bats and a couple of catchers with cannons.
Well, they got their 4th run yesterday. I saw this from Sluss. Did you see? Do you know what their record is when they score 4 runs?
I would guess it's probably like 30 and 12, something like that.
Hang on, I'm going to see. I want to get this number exactly right.
Okay.
I think I remember what it was, but let me see if I can scroll through her Twitter and tell you exactly. Yep, here it is. When the Giants score 4 runs or more, that's not a lot of runs. That's below average for a winning baseball team. An average baseball scores 5-3.
4 or more.
When they score 4 runs or more, the Giants this year are 50 and 13. Wow.
I had 30-12. That's even better.
50-13. That's bananas.
I'm looking at the log right now. One of those is a 16-11 loss to the Padres, which that's a weird one.
That was in Mexico.
Oh,
that was
yeah,
when the
good
ball
call.
was flying all over the place
Good
like
call.
crazy. Yeah.
16-11, you lost. Other than that, you lost with 6 runs a couple of times. You lost with 5, only 4 or 5 times. The rest of it are losses where you only got the 4.
That means they're 9-36 when they don't.
Yeah, score 4 runs.
So that's your key. Score the 4th run. You win almost all your games when they score 4. They lose almost all their games when they don't. Score the 4th run. 4 score. That ought to be their new motto. Forget this, not like it, or whatever the hell they
No one likes us, is what I think the Spanish translation is.
Nobody like us.
Nadie como nosotros.
Thank you, Grandy. You're always there for us when we need it.
That was one of the funniest 10 minutes of the show this year, by far. I almost lost it when that happened. Oh, my God. Oh. But, yeah, 4 score. That's the new motto for the Giants. You win when you get 4 runs, which you could look at.
And that was Lamont Wade, right, last night with the laser.
Yeah.
To
and
right.
It wasn't quite late yet, so it was midnight Lamont. Yeah.
Well, with this new pace of play, it's never late night Lamont
That's a
anymore.
good point. You can't do it anymore.
That thing ended before 9 o'clock.
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I let the little guy stay up until the end, and it was about 5 minutes after 9.
2 hours and 22. So, yeah, it started at 6:45 on the dot, so
just after
9:07.
9. Yeah, and that was only because they had to make it's time for a pitching change in the middle of the 9th inning because Corbin Carroll was coming up, and they said, bring me the Annihilator. And they did, and they won the baseball game.
Walker was running out of gas. That's what he said in his post game. And I watched his post game on NBC Sports Bay Area, and that's when I texted the group because the guy is just, the way he just lays it out, the way he's communicating with the media, it just feels like he's very much in command with his own process. And I think
totally.
I think he communicates to the team,
Agreed,
whether they like it or not. And he goes out and he gets Ryan Walker after 2 1/3, and it's okay. You don't have Doval, you don't have one of the Rodgerses.
I don't think they had either of them.
You don't have anybody.
They had no Rodgers.
And you look in the bullpen, it's like, oh, they got the guy with the hair who shampoos every 5th day.
We got one of our starters. I think Logan Webb was offering. No, that was to start if Alex Cobb couldn't go. No, I think this roster, this clubhouse, you mentioned the word elite. I think that's what's elite. I think that they've got an elite vibe. I think they get along at an elite level. I think that they've got heart at an elite level. They've got all those things. And also at an elite level, to the point I think you're making, Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi have a process. They don't care what you think about it. They think it works. They've got a lot of data that suggests they're right. They are going to stick with it no matter how popular and unpopular it is. And by the way, I love that about a human. I don't care if they're running my baseball team, being my radio partner, being my significant other, my kid, my friend, whatever. If you know who you are and what you do and stick to it no matter what a wonderful thing to do in life. But it's change. They're different. They're different than what the previous regime did. And by the way, they're not alone. This idea that the Giants are the poster team for laptops and iPads, they're not. The Dodgers are every bit of this and actually were before the Giants because that's where Farhan was.
And the Rays.
Doing it there.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is baseball now, and if you aren't doing it, you're going to fall behind. So that's all this is to me. It's just change. It represents change. And so when something changes, you're right there to point out all of its flaws, but you don't want to admit all of the things that work.
And that's the nature of all these conversations we're having in terms of, the 49ers and this quarterback thing with the 4 QBs, and you're giving QB4 all these reps. That's a change from what the norm is. And you look at the Giants and how often they're using the opener, and you can't help but look at the stats when they do use an opener. You have to tip the cap and say, okay, it works when you use an opener. So why wouldn't you use it more? And that's where Sean Manaea, and he joined us earlier, he's explaining his feelings, and yet I know that he realizes he's pitched better since he's gone to the pen, and Stripling has pitched better, and the team is 10 games above 500. So you can only complain if you want to complain so much.
Yeah, I wonder. Let's talk about a potential playoff series. What if they do use an opener?
What if they use two openers?
What if they pre-assign all 9 innings to 9 different pitchers?
Right?
I mean, is that so sacrilege?
Not if it works. So it's Webb and Cobb. And let's say Logan gets touched up and Cobb dominates, or vice versa, and you split the first two.
1-1.
And I guess if you're the wild card, you would have to play 3 games on the road, right?
Correct.
Although two teams get a bye.
That's 1 and 2 seed.
And then 3 plays 6, 4
yeah.
would host 5. So if you're the top wild card, you would host the other wild card. You would host the second wild card.
I think you're right. Yes.
So
yes.
it doesn't even matter where the games are, but you split the first 2, and then game 3, it's, the ghost of John Brebbia, or do you go?
No, it would be Ryan Walker right now.
Yeah.
Or might it be Kyle Harrison?
It could be Alexander.
That's another thing I would argue. Now, he never pitched before in the big, so I don't know what he's going to do. However, I'll also tell you that young guys coming up for a short period of time have a big advantage because the hitters have never seen them before. So I don't know if Kyle can hit the strike zone consistently.
Right.
But we've long thought this. There's a reason that they're going to get him on the roster before September because it makes him playoff eligible. The Giants lost a World Series to the Angels because Frankie Rodriguez came up as a closer halfway through the year and nobody could hit him. You could not hit the guy. And he was unbelievable in that playoff run for the Angels in 2002. So what if the Giants looked at this and said, all right, well, Verlander, he's going to the Astros. He conducted that. Erod won't leave the East Coast. Scherzer is 80 years old. We're not interested. And he probably wouldn't waive his no trade here either. I don't even know about that. All the other starters available, from the Flahertys to the Lorenzens, all of these
the Montgomerys,
all of these 4.5 ERA guys that people are salivating over.
Yeah.
What if they went, I got an idea. We could keep our farm system intact, and why don't we make that person Kyle Harrison? Because he's actually got better stuff than all those guys. He's inexperienced.
Right.
And it could go sideways, but acquiring one of them could too.
But he's basically a glorified opener plus with as much as he pitches. He hasn't pitched more than 5 innings ever as a pro at AAA or above. So even if you went to start him, he would be like an opener plus.
But part of that is because they don't want to blow him out early in the year.
Right.
There is every bit the belief that if it got to the playoffs, if he pitches August and September in the bigs and gets to the playoffs and they love it, could he throw 90 to 100 in a game? Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, if he hits the strike zone more, that'll get you 6 or 7 innings.
True.
I don't think that's so crazy. May not work, but I don't think it's crazy. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We also got fresh comments from Adam Schefter about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. So all that is still ahead as well on Willard and Dibs.
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door. Their parents just use their phone for home internet. So when everyone's online, it could be mad slow. Tom can barely play a full round.
Gibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Our former co-worker and current friend, Kyle Madsen, a noted A's fan, has just 15 minutes ago gone to social media and accurately gathered the life cycle of a Giants fan. I saw this and I immediately went, yes, thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
Yes.
Ready
And
for
the
it?
tweet counts.
This is the life cycle for a Giants fan. Hope for future big splash move. Certainty of a big splash move. Then no such move happens. Anger at no big splash move. Actually, maybe it's okay there was no big splash move. Actually, this is good right now that there was no big splash move. Circling back to where we started, hope for future big splash move.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, it's like the 5 stages of grief from Kubler-Ross, where you cycle through and you wind up back at the same spot, and eventually there's more grief and you do it again. So where are you now in this cycle? Are you at actually this is good for now?
Well,
or are you now hoping for the big splash move, which is Shohei Ohtani?
I was bothered by Judge and Correa. I wasn't really that bothered by yesterday. I wanted to move, but I wanted the move just because I wanted to move. There was not a guy where I'm like, we got to have that guy. There are a couple guys I'm like, Erod, that would have been nice. Tim Anderson, I was intrigued by that. Neither of them got moved. But I didn't see anybody else get someone where I'm like, oh my gosh, we should have had that guy. Why didn't you give up XYZ for that guy? I'm totally underwhelmed by what the Dodgers did. They did, like everybody, but the Padres and the Diamondbacks all did stuff. Yeah, you haven't even heard of these people. You've heard of Tommy Pham because he slapped Jock Peterson. But other than that, no big deal. So I wasn't bothered by that. But you asked me where I am on the cycle. Yeah, I'm right back at hope for future big splash move.
Yeah.
But it's a very specific one now. I have moved off the any splash move.
Sure.
No, Shohei.
Right.
Shohei. Other than that, their splashes have always been on the way inside the building. Their splashes need to be one of, two of, or three of the guys who are already in the system. And I find this year, the most splashy thing that has happened to the San Francisco Giants is Patrick Bailey.
No doubt.
By far.
In terms of new additions, shout out Rod, Bobby Brown and all the rest of them.
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky and Mike.
Yeah. If I
love the girl, who cares who you like? Anyway,
that's
go
new
ahead.
addition, and you would have to throw in Johnny Gill as well to get the full new addition. But I digest, as we like to say. Outside of Patrick Bailey, I don't know if you could say any of them have been full splashes.
Not splashes.
Casey Schmidt has been.
That was a splash followed by Marco Polo exit the pool.
Fish out of water?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you the old Marco Polo game. And
Matos has been nice.
Sure.
Luciano we've only seen for a hot second.
Right. Now they had to send him back out because that's what Farhan does. Oh, you got options? We're going to keep Diaz up here because he can play second base and Luciano can't yet.
Diaz will be, I'm sure, will be gone as soon as Tyro's back. I'm sure.
Which will be Saturday or
tomorrow or Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow or in the near future.
Yeah.
So it just other than the Patrick Bailey splash. I mean, Blake Sable's been more of a splash than Casey Schmidt, I think.
Oh, absolutely. He's been, a staple of the rotation for the whole year.
Yeah.
And has to be because you lose him if he's not, right? So he can't get sent out. That's part of it. He's also your catching depth. But yeah, I look at this whole thing with regard to the trade deadline, and I'm not feeling any jealousy. I'm not feeling any jealousy. I'm bummed because not only do you just want to feel a part of the whole thing, as a baseball fan and as a radio host, you want stuff. You want stuff to happen. But once the whole thing was over, I'm like, not a lot of stuff happened. even where stuff happened, I'm like, that's not stuff. That doesn't needle movers is what I'm talking about. I saw very, very few needle movers throughout the entire sport.
Okay, I mean, you can look at teams that maybe got incrementally better in fashion. The Dodgers definitely needed a starter, and they got one, and the Padres turned over about a third of their roster, and will it work out, and will it help them? Maybe. The Angels promptly lost their first game since they had some new additions to their team, which is good news for the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes in the offseason, as they sit 6 games out in the division, and they're fading out of the card now. They're 3.5 out of the card.
They still have a decent record. They're 50.
They do.
Yeah, 56 and 53.
Tied with Seattle, though, in the wild card, and tied with the Yankees. They have a lot of teams that they're going to have to be better than to get in there.
Well, they're a fourth-place club, and the Yankees are a fifth-place club. So, yeah, they're not dancing where they need to be dancing right now, but they're within shouting distance. And I agree with the statement that you made yesterday, that only for them was this a good deadline. However, if anybody else had made the same trades, I'd have said they're stupid. But the Angels, they've only got one avenue right now, which is let's try to win. But the larger point of trying to win is let's show Shohei that we can win. So I understand the whole all-in nature for them. I wouldn't suggest it for anybody else, though.
Right. I mean, I might suggest it for the Padres because they're in a situation where this thing may break apart in some way in the offseason if they don't make the playoffs this year. Last year they made the playoffs, went on a decent run, but didn't get to where they need to get to. And the amount of money they have in their payroll, for them to not make the playoffs, that would be, I think, a calamity for this offseason.
They still scare me, by the way. If they win tonight, they're back to 500.
Mm-hmm.
And we've all talked about their metrics all year. Their run differential, things going on with them would suggest that they should be a much better baseball team. But I would argue back. This is part of where, like the Fangraphs world, I would disagree with it. When you say, oh, look at our run differential, we should win. I think it lacks context. There's a reason the Padres have lost the majority of their close games. There's a reason the Padres have lost all of their extra inning games. Isn't that the stat? They're like
0-10.
0-11. I think they had another one.
They had another one?
And they lost it. There's a reason.
They lost it.
There's a reason they've lost them all. Their bullpen is not good. Yeah,
0-10.
Okay, still 0-10.
Yeah, that made them. Yeah,
that made them
0-10.
And getaway day for them today in Colorado. They've already won 11-1 today.
Okay, all right, and there you go. And that's how you get your run differential all Fangraphsed out. You win 11-1, then you lose the next day 2-1. You've got a bad bullpen, and you go look at our fancy run differential, but you're 1-1, and that's exactly how their entire season has gone. And that's why they're up to 54 and 55 with their win today. And they've won a couple in a row. But their bullpen is not that's not going to last. That doesn't work. The Giants have a bullpen. So if things get a little hot or if they get more timely or they just get healthy, I mean, I know people don't want to hear it because it's not exciting, but Thairo Estrada, Haniger, if Harrison comes up and pitches well, I mean, to me, that's needle moving. That changes your team if that stuff all plays out that way.
Yeah, and if it plays out to where they come back and they play like they have, if Thairo Estrada comes back and hits like he did in April, well, there's your trade deadline acquisition. And if Kyle Harrison comes up and pitches to his promise, even if it's only 4 innings at a time, there is another great trade deadline acquisition. I absolutely agree with you. And if Haniger can come back whenever that is, when he's able to get the rods out of his arm and be able to be a power threat, there's another acquisition. But I'm not completely sold on their ability to have all those guys do well and lean on the young players to carry them over the hump when you get to October.
I think that's a fair statement when we were talking to more of the broad conversation of all 3 teams. I'm not sold on anything.
Yeah.
I'm not sold that Brock Purdy's the future. I'm not sold that Chris Paul's going to work out, and I'm not sold that this is sustainable for the Giants. I don't think, though, that you need to be sold. I don't want to buy something. I want to experience it, and I want to be impressed. And that's another one of the weird lanes that I find for the Giants. The criticism of them is actually a compliment. I wonder how many people notice that. As the Giants sit here at 59-49 and people go, but they don't have a good roster. Well, isn't that a compliment? If they don't have a good roster and they win 107, and then they don't have a good roster and they just go 81-81, and then they again don't have a good roster and they go 59-49, aren't you saying to the manager and the staff, dude, you're getting more out of this orange than we thought was in there?
Yeah.
And so,
well, credit would have to go somewhere.
Somewhere.
If you have 107, then 81, and if this year ends with 88 or wherever it ends up above 500, it looks like it's trending in that direction. If you're going to disparage the roster, then you have to credit either the coaching staff or you have to credit the players for performing better than you thought they would. And at that point, credit has to go somewhere, because in baseball, one of my favorite parts about the sport is the fact that 162 games is a real sample size. So 107 wins, there's nothing fluky about winning 107 of 162 games. Now, if you do that once, then maybe your roster overall is not as good as people thought, but 107 wins over a 6-month period, that's a real sample.
Yep. Did you know that right now where they're sitting is exactly the 2/3 mark of the year?
Yeah, they got 54 to go.
54 to go. 108 in the books. 54 to go. So the quick math on that, if you take that number 59, extrapolate that out again over another third of the season.
Yeah. 89 wins.
I don't know if it's going to go that way because the schedule gets harder, but where they sit right now, that's headed for a playoff finish.
Yes, 89 wins. 89 wins probably wins the wild card, or is damn near to winning the wild card. The Padres are on the come. They are, I think, 19-6 in their last 25. Even though their bullpen has been shaky, they're a team that's been playing great baseball, better baseball, certainly.
Has it been that good?
Maybe 16-9.
19 out of their last 25. I feel like they would be way over 500 if that were the case.
I had them here at, they were 8 games below at 38-46. 16-9. I had it dyslexic. They're 16-9 over the last 25.
Okay. I was going to say, because they're 11-3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think they're 11-9 since the break, since the All-Star break.
Yeah, when they were 8 games below, they won 6 of 7.
Yeah. I'm sorry, 11-8. 11-8 since the All-Star break.
They went into the break winning 5 of 6. And so after that, that makes sense.
No, I like that. You have your eye on them the entire time, for sure. For sure. All right. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. What about this? We mentioned the Schefter sound. Now, this came today from the Pat McAfee show. And there's a couple of things. There's Trey Lance stuff. There's Brock Purdy stuff. But first, let's check in on the Trey Lance stuff. And this is, by some accounts, especially from the big national voices, maybe the nicest thing anyone said about the current state of Trey Lance all year long. Here's Adam Schefter via the Pat McAfee show.
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in pad. Like, we're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
Okay. Trey Lance is trending the right way. He is more prepared than ever before. And Brian Griese, the quarterback coach for the 49ers, echoed some of these sentiments recently as well. So there's that.
Sure. That's a great thing. That's wonderful to hear, but it doesn't matter for a hill of beans. So they like what he did in the offseason. He came in more prepared than ever. That's great. That's great news for Trey Lance. That means that the team is happy with what he's done and where he is. That doesn't say anything in terms of where that puts him on the depth chart.
I would argue it's nowhere near as positive as it sounds.
Well,
for a reason that I don't think people are thinking.
It's positive, but it's very nebulous. It's very much like it's cliches and it's random praise about a player.
See, I don't think it's random at all.
No, it's pointed because they're trying to build up his value. But I don't think that it means anything. And I apologize if I'm sounding a little distracted. I'm trying to figure out where I am connecting Pat McAfee's voice. And I'm thinking about...
What, he sounds like someone else?
It's a little bit of Krusty the Clown in there, but just the way that Pat talks.
Wait a minute. Do we need to hear it again?
I think we do. And help me, audience.
Right.
Who does Pat sound like?
Who does Pat sound like? Remember, Pat is not the main voice. He's the one who comes in the middle.
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in pad. Like, we're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
I think it's Santa Claus. That's who I think it is. I think it's Santa Claus. I think it's Santa. Did that help?
Getting a lot of Marge Simpson.
Yeah, I knew we'd get Marge.
Never Go Full Jeff and Alexander Ponce. Little bit of Marge, and Ranger 49 sounds like a chain smoker. This is all from YouTube.
Simon Hubbard said Colin Cowherd. Colin does not sound like that at all.
I just thought there was a little Krusty in there. Sideshow Mel. This bitch just keeps going. But anyway, back to the topic. I do think that it's praiseworthy, but this is exactly out of the playbook that you and I talked about months ago, where they're not going to take any opportunity to disrespect or talk badly about Trey Lance.
Why would they?
It does nobody any good.
Well, look, and I know where the reaction is going to go when we say this. Oh, here we are, just dismissing compliments about Trey Lance. No, I think that there is some truth to all of it. I definitely think that those in the know say that he looks a lot better. I don't really care about these numbers that we get he was 6 of 8 and this guy is 5 of... I don't care about that. But those on the scene, and I also don't care about videos that I see online, because the highlights that get shared by the 49ers are by definition only the good ones. But those who are in the know, been watching practice every day for the last 3 years, say that Trey Lance looks a lot better. The idea of him doing all the right things in the offseason, I never spent a minute worrying about in the first place. I've always known, we've all always known, that Trey Lance is going to do the right things, say the right things, put in the work, all of that, right? But this is where my mind goes. This is Adam Schefter. This is not Matt Barrows or Matt Mayoko. Adam Schefter has not been to camp. He even admitted it. He is passing along conversations. Not video, not his own eyes. He's passing along conversations. So that simply means that people in the organization are telling him these things. Why would they be telling him these things? Either just because he asked and they're true, or, as you just put it, and I think you're right, the 49ers are actively motivated right now for the national media to say as many good things about Trey Lance as possible. Doesn't mean that they're untrue, but the Niners are actively motivated to do that for obvious reasons. Because when you pair his first statement with this next one, I think it takes some of the optimism and throws a wet blanket on it.
Even if he's trending the right way, I still think Brock Purdy's the starter. I still think that they really are impressed with Sam Darnold. And as I said to you the last time, I thought Sam Darnold was in a great spot to be the number 2 quarterback. So where does that leave Trey Lance? It leaves him for an organization that has gone through quarterbacks the way that you and I go through underwear, right? Like, they just need a lot of them. Yeah. And so they want to have him ready. And, okay, so maybe before the trade deadline, if he's coming along, could somebody inquire about him? That's always possible. Quarterbacks are currency. They want to bring him along. They were happy. They thought he made a lot of progress during the offseason. They thought it was the best offseason he's had. They thought he was as far along as he's been. So let's see how it plays out for the rest of the summer before we're writing off Trey Lance the way it seems some of these videos on social media have in recent days.
These videos.
No.
Yeah.
You said it, Adam.
All right.
Oh, homie.
So Trey's doing great, but, not so great that you get to be QB1 or QB2.
Right.
That's basically what he said. I don't know what to make of that.
Well, I know exactly what to make of it. The Niners are happy with the way Trey Lance has progressed. They're happy with his improvement and his work ethic. He's gotten better. We also like what Sam Darnold has done. We've always liked Sam Darnold, so we brought him in because we could, and we've had our eye on him ever since his draft year. And we had Brandon Allen in as a body, and boy, he really impressed us in OTA, so we kept him around as well. But don't let any of those actions take away from this, because I do believe this is real. They are happy with Trey Lance and the work he's put in and all of the throwing he's done and the improvement he's shown. These two things can be equally true. Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace. One of his favorite go-to phrases, two things can be equally true. And I believe that these two things are equally true. The Niners over here are happy with Trey Lance, but over here, Sam, Brandon, and Brock. So those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Mike Sando, The Athletic, was on the Morning Roast today and listening to him on the morning run. And Sando says the 49ers would love it if somebody, I'm paraphrasing here, but the Niners would love it if somebody would come along and bail them out. They would love it if somebody would come along and bail them out. He insinuated, if not openly suggested, that the only reason the 49ers haven't traded Trey Lance is because nothing's been offered that would make it look good. But it doesn't look good to trade 3 years' worth of first-round capital to then use what's left, which was one first-round pick, on Trey Lance at number 3 overall, then never really start him and trade him a couple of years later for a song. It wouldn't look good. But if somebody would make it look kind of okay, the 49ers would jump at that. He said that like 8 hours ago.
Right.
That's not from April. That's 8 hours ago. A reporter for The Athletic who's been covering the NFC West for the better part of a decade said that today.
Well, now this whole idea of trading Trey Lance would be a cut your losses deal anyway, because you're not getting another team's 2 first rounds and a 3rd round pick thrown in. That's not happening. So if the Niners want to cut their losses, if they get offered a 3rd round pick, they're jumping at it. If they get offered a 4th round pick, they're thinking about it. They already were reportedly offered a 5th round pick. According to Mike Silver, he had that report from the spring, and they said no thank you in the spring. Would they still say no thank you now as we sit 27 days away from cut down day? That's a question that maybe will get answered as we further advance down the road. But I think that's what Mike Sando was saying in terms of trading him for a song. You're going to lose the court of public opinion if you trade Trey Lance no matter what.
No doubt.
So now it's a cut your losses situation.
Same as you and me even talking about this.
Right.
Same as you and me even talking about this, because here we go. Don Dada 1200 on YouTube. I see you. Darn, you heard that part of the interview, but not the good part about Trey. That's crazy. No. See, I heard the whole interview. But Trey Lance potentially being better doesn't matter if the 49ers still want to trade him, which is the implication from everybody in the know across the whole NFL. So it has nothing to do with how well he's playing or who he is or when he was drafted or any of that. But it begs the question that we've been asking all day. How much negativity and anger can surround these 3 winning teams all at once? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event with Comcast Business.
97.7 The Game.
You want to know what's a question I'd like to ask? You, everybody.
Okay.
And this is with genuine interest. What do you want these teams to do? What would you have them do?
In regards to what?
Well, so what I always hear, and this is normal sports reaction, fire the coach. I always go, and hire who?
Right.
Right? So if you want to bark about something, okay? They acquired Chris Paul. Okay, fine. Let's pretend they didn't. What would you do? What would you have these teams do that they have not done? And I ask that with genuine interest because I always feel like one statement deserves a follow-up question, right? Farhan is cheap. Okay, what would you have him do?
Yeah.
And again, things that certainly work in what they have control over. They sent Marco Luciano down. They have control over that. If they made an offer for Eduardo Rodriguez and he said, I'm not going east or west of the Mississippi, that's out of your control.
Absolutely.
Right? But if it's Farhan is cheap or if it's they signed Sam Darnold, right? There's too much faith in Brock Purdy. Whatever team you want, instead of going, they messed this up in the past, look forward. What would you have them do? Those are the questions that I'm genuinely interested in responses. And you can certainly weigh in. 888-957-957. You can pick any one of the teams.
Yeah.
What would you have them do?
For the Warriors?
That they haven't done.
For the Warriors, first and foremost, it'd be play the young guys. That'll be the prevailing answer we get. Play Kuminga, play Moody, play the young guys.
Okay.
You gave up on Wiseman without really taking a good, hard look at him, many people will say, and you got rid of Jordan Poole because he couldn't get along or basketball-wise he didn't fit, whatever the reason was. Play the young guys is what the Warrior answer is going to be. For the Giants, take a chance. Take a chance, Farhan, and spend some money because you haven't signed anyone to longer than 3 years. You had Kevin Gosman in the building and didn't want to pay him. Carlos Rodon, same thing, turned out to be a good move. Carlos Correa, so far, that whopper contract is not looking too good, although he signed just a 6-year deal for Minnesota. Take a chance, Farhan.
Okay.
You tend to sit there and you do these micro moves on the margins. You don't do anything big.
What if I responded to that? And this is kind of what I mean. Take a chance, Farhan. On what? What's the specific chance you'd like him to take? And are you arguing?
I gave you an example already. Kevin Gosman would have been taking a chance. Sign a pitcher to a long-term deal. He signs Stripling, Manaea, and Wood to these 3-year deals, knowing that if they don't work out, he can get out from underneath them.
It's most likely. I'm still, by the way, not ready to call it a done deal. It is most likely a bad move that they didn't keep Gosman. It's most likely a bad move. But I don't think it's done yet because he signed a 5-year deal and we're only a year and a half into it. So Kevin is very, very good right now. Last year, 12-10 and a 3.35 ERA. This year, he's 8-5 and a 3.10 ERA. He was 9th in Cy Young voting last year, an all-star this year. So that's somebody you want on your team. But what if in the next 3 years, as he becomes 33, 34, 35, 36 years old, what if that 5-year, $100 million contract with the Blue Jays becomes an anchor?
I mean, then that's a mistake. Or you trade it. Just take a chance.
Okay.
You're asking me what the fans or what I would want.
And I'm just following. I'm just asking follow-up questions.
No, and I like it.
That's a totally fair one. I wish Kevin Gosman were on this team too.
It feels like Brandon Belt is the president of baseball operations. He's just standing there looking at pitches.
You don't think that.
By and large, thank you. By and large,
you don't think that
it was a bit of a joke. But Farhan Zaidi,
do you think he stands by and watches it all unfold?
He doesn't make big deals. He doesn't take big chances. The Chris Bryant trade was a great example of a very smart deal, and then that was it. It was a rental, which cost you 2 prospects that you probably couldn't name. I Googled it yesterday, and I already forget who they were.
Who, Chris Bryant?
Yes.
Canario?
Who hasn't really played in the bigs.
And, correct, Alexander Canario.
Yeah.
And Caleb, what was your last name,
Impressive
Caleb?
that you pulled out
I
even
got 3,
Canario.
yeah, Alexander Canario and Caleb. Dang it, let me think for a second.
You can come up with it, but he hasn't really played either.
Exactly.
So
no, it was a good deal.
It's a great deal, but you didn't take a swing and keep Chris Bryant, which has turned out to be good.
Correct.
But again, like Cody Bellinger is a player that you maybe could have gotten in the offseason.
I think they tried.
But they didn't get him. And this is the frustration. I'm sick of I think they tried. Because there's trying and then there's doing. And when you look at him on the try-do scale, he's all try and very little do.
Okay.
That's where the frustration lies.
And I totally get it, and I share it. At the same time, if I'm Aaron Judge and the Yankees are like, we'll offer you $320, and the Giants go, we'll offer you $360, and Aaron takes all that information and calls George Steinbrenner and says, I need $40 million more dollars.
George, rest in peace.
Thank you. Hal, whatever. Anyway, call somebody named Steinbrenner and says, I need 40 more mil. And he goes, okay.
He wasn't coming anyway, which is why I didn't mention that as a swing and miss.
All right. I guess while it's totally fair to get mad at the finishing in second thing, I have a hard time with those who say, dude, you're just sitting there watching the world go by when you were the number one contender for Judge. You were the number one contender for Harper, contender being the first failure. But like Harper said this out loud, the last thing they did before, and I'll forever call this, to me, this was a bigger mistake than even Judge or Correa, because this one was just money. This was just money. Judge, you're right. He wanted to be a Yankee. Correa said yes.
Judge clowned him.
I know. They got served.
They got totally served.
And then Correa said yes. And then the Giants were the ones to back out.
And so far, that's looking pretty good.
Right. But Harper, who I guess you could argue it either looks bad or it looks good, he was great. Now this year, injuries, and he homers once a month. But outside of that, for a while, Bryce Harper looked like someone you'd really want on your team. And the last thing that happened before he signed with the Phillies was he called his agent and said, where's San Francisco? Well, they're not quite up to the money of Philly. All right, then we're going with Philly. And you could have said, hey, Giants, huck another $25 million in there. Why not? That's a fair criticism. It's a fair criticism, even though he truly has like homered once in the last month or something.
He's got an MVP.
Yes, he does.
And,
hell of a play. He'd be the best hitter on the Giants. No question. No question about it.
So that's the frustration.
But that doesn't,
the overarching question was, what do you want these guys to do?
But that doesn't mean he's sitting there watching. That to me is an unfair characterization.
Okay, then I'll withdraw the characterization and say it's even more damning what he's doing, because all he does is lose no matter what in free agency. And then he goes out there and he gets Manaea, friend of the program, who is available, and Ross Stripling and Anthony DeSclafani, who you want off your team. He gets a bunch of middling guys and gives them middling deals and hopes that they can be reclamation projects. He is great. You know who Farhan is? Farhan's the guy who wakes up in the morning and goes on Craigslist and looks under the heading for garage sale and maps out on his little map all the garage sales in a 5-mile radius of his house, and gets in his old pickup truck and drives around and looks for broken down chairs with 3 legs that he can fix. Ooh, there's an old Nintendo game. I can fix that up. Here's a TV that needs a new tube. I can fix that. That's who he is to me, Mark.
So then how did they end up 11th in payroll? That's odd.
They have paid a lot of money to a lot of middling players.
All they do is lose
in the big free agency market.
No matter what.
Yeah, when they go to swing for the big boys,
there was
second place.
There was no competition. Now I know that this is not an A-lister, but are you under the impression that the free agents they sign are just guys who have nowhere else to go? All they do is lose no matter what?
Jock Peterson took a qualifying offer to stay to make, 19.6?
Example, you don't think there was competition this offseason for Michael Conforto?
I don't think that anyone was going to pay as much as Farhan Zaidi.
Really?
You think Conforto could have gotten more money elsewhere?
Michael Conforto was coming off an injury. Prior to that,
right.
Well, right. But I mean, that's the only reason it's a short-term deal. That's a high-level hitter for the Mets. High-level hitter, Michael Conforto.
In 2021?
Yeah, whenever. Prior to the injury.
I mean, Conforto and Haniger are perfect examples. They have been, in the past, great hitters. And so
yes.
Farhan pays them a good amount of money, and that is partly why the payroll is so inflated, because you get these guys who are either coming off of injury or coming back from overseas, guys who at one point were good, and now we're hoping that they'll be good. Conforto's been pretty good.
He's been
Haniger
fine.
has been unavailable.
Right. Haniger
for
has
a couple
been
of months.
More injured again.
Right.
I guess, and this is everything now. It's not just free agency. When we talk about the trades that he's made, the acquisitions he's made, again, I'm just going to characterizations here. All he does is lose no matter what.
In the big time free agent market.
But how many of those are we talking about? 3?
Well, you can go further down the list at other players who are B-level.
Who qualifies as an A-lister that they've gone after?
Harper, Judge, Correa. Those would be the big 3 that they were connected to. And Shohei Ohtani will be next.
1 for 3 in terms of him landing and getting a yes.
Okay. And I don't want to get bogged down in this, but
we don't need
0 for 3 in rostering players.
That's fine. But that's a fact.
Right now, Correa's a win because he's had a bad year.
Yes.
If Correa next year goes 320 and he has an OPS of 900, that becomes a miss. But right now, that's a win.
Yeah, I would actually, with what we're looking at in the middle infield now, and I wonder how this even all factored into it, it's pretty fascinating that who they got was a shortstop / third baseman. Because in theory, these young guys that everybody's got eyes on now, what the hell would they have done if Carlos Correa was on the team? Estrada, Schmidt, Luciano, what are we doing?
Well,
where are they going?
Yeah, you're probably figuring out for Luciano to maybe play second earlier.
Maybe, but Estrada's there. That's still a young player.
Estrada's hurt, so
but that's that's July,
right?
That you're not making a 5-year plan.
And Crawford would have been at third. The question is, what do you do with J.D. Davis? Because Crawford would have been playing third, platooning with J.D. Davis.
Right. But I just wonder, and I'm interested in these answers, and I'm curious with the characterizations. He's not perfect.
No, he's brilliant at, like I said, Craigslist, garage sale. Let's find a Rule 5 Blake Sable. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant move. Lamont Wade Jr.
Garage sale?
Thrift store? I mean, what do you want for your analogy?
I don't know. The contracts they
sign. One of your catchers
they're not garage sales.
Blake Sable was a Rule 5.
Haniger's making over $40 million.
I'm not going there. I'm going to the other parts of the roster. Lamont Wade Jr. is a find. It's a treasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the portion of the conversation where I give him credit. So you can push back if you want, but this is where I'm crediting him for his thrift store ability. Because he goes in the thrift store and finds a Gucci handbag that somebody accidentally did. They accidentally sold it, and the person at Goodwill didn't realize that this thing's actually worth hundreds of dollars, and so they put it up for sale for $22.50, and he buys it, and he washes it and sells it for $380. You've got Yaz and Lamont Wade Jr., Tyro Estrada himself, so many other players he has found off of the virtual scrap heap and turned him into something. That's a gift. But when it comes to what we talked about at the start of this conversation, what do I want from Farhan? I want a big move. I want a big swing, and it might be a big swing and a miss. Instead, it's just little micro moves.
Yeah, I guess the micro moves, in my eyes, they come after your big swings, which were misses. And one of them, sort of.
Right.
One of them was a sort of a miss.
I think that he will always, and he's proven it every stop, Oakland, LA, and now here, this is what he's the best at. This is his separation skill. Finding players that other teams don't value that he can turn into value.
I agree with that, but I also think that the deals that he doesn't make, there's a lot of focus right now on Gausman. And I think, I'm trying to run my brain through all of this, I think that's the only deal he didn't make that's bitten him.
In terms of players that they had,
think of all the other deals that he has walked away from, and you can even now put Correa into that bucket. The Chris Bryant, the Carlos Rodon, the Carlos Correa, all the Carloses. Look at all the deals that he's walked away from.
Bumgarner.
Madison Bumgarner, thank you. Grandy with an earshot on that one.
Well, I mean, were they really going to sign him to a long-term deal? Now Brian Sabian might have.
That's what the fans wanted. I hope you well remember the day.
Of course
that
I
he
do.
signed with the
I thought
Arizona
they should have traded
Diamondbacks.
him, but they didn't because it was Bochy's last stand.
Well, and that's also a perception. I don't think they got offered a hill of beans for him.
You
because
could be right.
That was the beginning of we're not doing rentals anymore.
And according to your
People
earlier
aren't doing
conversation,
rentals.
Farhan doesn't give a rip.
Bleep.
Is what? No, you say a rip.
Well,
which is
a bleep.
That's your way of swearing because you don't do that. But
I swear.
Not on the air. That's my bit. You stay in your lane.
That's exactly right.
Thank you, Grandy. Well, right on time.
YouTube.com/957.
You got that button. He's always
If you'd like
close
to
to that
watch
button.
Dibs swear, come to YouTube.com/957
Yeah, not anymore.
the game.
It's a whole new Dibs now. This is the
Not really.
the good chip lolly Dibs over here. I'm in a fantastic mood. I want to see
You know what I mean?
the big swing.
Yeah, right.
Now, if we want to take this question to the Niners real quick, what do you want from the Niners?
I do, but your
Yes.
before we leave that, your argument is that the Giants don't take the big swing.
He does not. He's never signed a player to longer than a 3-year deal.
That's the big hit. Does he take the big swing?
No, which is why he's Brandon Belt.
He doesn't.
No.
Harper and Judge and Correa weren't big swings.
Those were looking third strike misses.
Come on, Dibs.
You know what a big swing is?
What's a big swing?
Signing Carlos Correa, and man, he's not having a good year. That's a swing and a miss. That's a swing. At least he would have gone out
that's a
and
hit.
tried something.
You're saying to be there. You're
It's
saying
a walk. Is what it is.
It's reaching on an error by the short. No.
And what about Brandon Belt?
What
is
about
that
him?
not a player that he missed on? He's having a nice little year.
No. You've got Lamont Wade over there who's been better. You got Wade over there.
Belt's a better defender.
First base.
Wade's been good at first,
Yeah,
but
he's
Belt's
been
still
fine.
better.
Yeah, no, I would much rather have Lamont Wade right now than Brandon Belt, which, if you remember, was exactly what he said when they said why they weren't going to re-sign Brandon Belt. And where would Wade be if you keep Brandon
In the
Belt?
outfield.
Nah,
Which is where he's from.
he did start out there.
Yeah.
Right, but you got a young player who's ARB and ARB 1 and ARB 2 and
There
ARB
you
3
go.
that you want on the roster
And
for
that-
years to come. Even if you keep Belt, it's 1 year.
That is the essence of Farhan's genius is I want players who I can control and the arbification of the roster is more important to his philosophy than signing a player to longer than 3 years, which he's never done. He's never done that, Mark. And that, again,
He has offered.
I'm just dealing with facts.
Yeah, but-
Signatures on paper.
No, but I am too. I'm not dealing with a lack of facts. Those offers are swings. You cannot control who says yes to you, and one of the three did, and then the Giants walked away and were right.
So far.
So there is a perspective on that where you could actually say they nailed it twice. They nailed their free agent pitch, and then they nailed it to walk away. You could argue that without being called a crazy person.
2/3 of the way into year one, it looks like a win for Farhan so far.
Yes.
But much like with, Kevin Gausman, you're not willing to call that a loss yet, so you can't call the Correa a
That's
win
fair.
yet.
No, right now I would call Kevin Gausman a loss, especially because they're 59 and 49 right now, and you're dying for basically him.
Yeah.
You're dying for him. While DeSclafani is on the IL, Wood is ticked off, Manaya's on the Bay Bridge trying to figure out what his role is, and Kevin Gausman's an all-star. That's absolutely. But who's the other guy that they let walk and they were wrong? He's literally the only one.
Well, I'd have to go back and look at the list of all free agents that have gone on to play well, or who they could have maybe gotten but didn't because
I'm talking about the guys you had, and you let them walk, and then it bit you. The list is Gausman.
Basically,
that's the list.
Chris Bryant starting to play better, but 8 home runs and a 717 OPS
in
nothing
Colorado.
To write home. Yeah, nothing to write home to mom.
And $180 million over like whatever it was, 7 years. Like,
it's Brandon Belt's WAR now. Is he in the positive yet?
Belt's having a good year.
Better. He's .9 WAR.
Okay, he's been doing good. He tells you he should be the face of the league right now. Just ask him. But I don't think there's any jealousy with regard to Brandon Belt, who by the way, I don't even think he plays first base for the Blue Jays.
No, DH.
I think he's their DH.
Yeah.
I think he's their DH. He's hitting .244 with 9 home runs.
792 OPS.
Which is good. That's good.
Because his on base will always be high.
I always look, if you're at 750 or better, you're doing well.
Hit a big home run yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oppo Taco Tuesday.
Yeah.
I saw that thing. If you're over 750, you're doing really well. If you're over 800, you're crushing it, which is where Lamont Wade is.
Has he had as many at bats?
Who, Wade or Belt?
Wade.
Wade.
Sorry, that was an accident.
I don't know the way that came out.
That just came out.
It was a consideration.
It was.
242 at bats for Brandon Belt.
292 for Wade. So, a little bit more.
Yeah.
A couple more homers.
Yeah.
And an 820 OPS as opposed to 792.
Better baseball player.
No, you're right.
Younger, better, cheaper
I could
baseball
defensive war you, but I don't want to bore you by defensive warring you.
You don't want to bore me by war me?
The answer to the Niners portion of this conversation,
hit me.
Play Trey Lance. That's it. I mean, that's what fans want.
God, I thought you were saying that.
No. I'm representing the fans here.
No. Talk for you. Your heart.
What do I want the 49ers to do?
What do you want them to do that they're not doing?
Win the damn Super Bowl.
Well, that's fair.
And
yeah, me too.
You know what it is for me? It's directed at Kyle Shanahan. Don't turtle up when it comes to time to win the big game. Game management has been a problem with Kyle Shanahan. Last year, he had a challenge that he could have thrown and didn't.
Yeah.
And to me, the moment sometimes it feels like it's too big for Kyle. So that's, for me, win the big game, Kyle.
Okay.
Because that's the only thing he hasn't done.
Well, he's won a lot of big games.
The big game.
We've only been to the big game as a head coach one time.
And he had the lead in the big game.
Had the lead.
And what happened? Play calling got the better of him. Yeah.
A perception.
Mine.
That's fine.
Yeah, many people's.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo looked off a wide open receiver that would have won the game.
I think Emmanuel Sanders didn't run through that deep ball.
I'm not talking about the Sanders play. That's the point. People rip Kyle Shanahan for play calling, and they don't realize that George Kittle was open on third down right down the seam for a game ender. And Jimmy didn't see him.
Your guy, Jimmy.
That's right. Damn right. The winner.
Kinda.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. You can take the ball on this. 888-957-9570. You can pick the Warriors. You can pick the Giants. You can pick the Niners. Stop with the past. What is it that you want them to do that they're not doing? We'll take your calls on that on Willard and Dibs.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what I want the Warriors to do.
Talk to me.
Stop bickering.
Oh, it's over now.
That's it. Oh, is it? So Chris Paul and Draymond Green are on the same team, and you think it's over?
You know what I want the Warriors to do?
What's that?
Stop rapping. Yo, I'm Steph Curry, and I'm here to say, come on, Steph, put down the mic.
Was that him?
It was him.
Him?
He's him.
I don't know if he was him.
We need to let the audience decide because, and we can get to this here.
No, it's fine. Do we have it?
It is Willard and Dibs here on a Wicked Wednesday.
Oh gosh, is it only Wednesday? Oh,
yeah.
Smokes.
I featured Stevie Wonder this morning at breakfast for my baby.
What do you mean by that? I featured Stevie Wonder
every
for my
morning.
baby.
I do breakfast.
Yeah.
And
what was breakfast?
We have breakfast today was cereal, mushy cereal with mommy's milk mixed in.
Okay.
Bananas and watermelon. And I usually feed her for a while, and then she gets bored with my spoon work, and she demands to feed herself.
Okay.
So I'll put it on the tray, and she'll feed herself.
Trey?
Uh-oh.
What did you say about Trey? Did you just say he's a baby? You said Trey was a baby?
Here come the YouTubers.
Oh, my God.
Here we go.
The slander.
Totally malpractice.
Can't believe that you said that about him.
I put a new sippy cup on Trey today. She got a new sippy cup, and I put it on Trey.
Can't believe you sunned him like that.
I daughtered him.
Dude, that's bull.
Don't call me daughter.
That is wild, man.
Every morning
the
at
way
breakfast.
you talk about Trey, just spitting on him.
Slander.
Just having your baby spit on him.
Yeah, it's like he's teething. Every day we have different music. Today we went Stevie Wonder.
Okay.
So there you go.
Any particular
songs in the key of life?
Any particular tracks?
We opened up with As.
Okay.
And we let it go from there.
You know, Isn't She Lovely is actually about the little baby girl.
Correct.
Yeah, so.
Correct. And it opens with a.
You're like, I don't need to hear more of that.
No, I'm good.
I got the real
I'm
thing.
good on the intro.
All right.
But, yeah, tomorrow will be a throwback Thursday, and we'll figure out where we want to go from there. But it's
Probably
apropos
Stevie
of nothing.
Wonder again.
Yeah. Man, I didn't mean to say that about Trey, though.
No, yeah. I think you need to walk that back. You need to moonwalk. No, I figure I can answer my own questions, and we're throwing it out there to you at 888-957-9570. Forget the past. What is it that you want? And it can be any of the three teams we discuss a lot. What is it you want them to do? I get tired of the complaining about good teams. Kyle, malpractice. Steve Kerr hates young people. Farhan's cheap at the dollar store. Okay, whatever. It's all been like... There's so much evidence against all of those things that ends up being, I think, a waste of time. But maybe more importantly, those are all, whether they're your opinion or perception or whatever, they're all sort of like umbrella in the past topics. Okay, fire the coach. Well, then who do you want? So if you think Farhan's cheap, let's go. What is it you'd like him to do? If you think Steve Kerr hates young people, what is it you'd like him to do? If you think Kyle Shanahan's a dummy when it comes to quarterbacks, what is it you'd like to see them do? For me, I don't think any of those things. So what I'd like to see the Warriors do is stop bickering. Be more mature. I'm having the same conversation in my house right now. So I like the idea of he said, she said, people are on podcasts. We're punching each other, sending videos out. Passive-aggressive behavior that's pointed at specific people, acquiring Chris Paul, now we're more mature. Are you? Are you? Because 2 days later, here comes Draymond from the top rope, blaming Jordan Poole after he left town as predictable as a low-scoring game at Oracle Park. So grow up and stop bickering. That's what I'd like to see from the Golden State Warriors. From the San Francisco Giants, I would like to see, and it is a piece of your point, but I'd put it a different way. I would love to see them connect with their fans at a different level. You could say that that's just by spending a lot of money. I don't want them to necessarily care what the fans think when they're making a decision, but I would like to see the San Francisco Giants find a way to be more broadly interesting. Whether that's big names, whether that's just the way they go about their business as an entertainment entity, they feel sometimes a little stuffy and formulaic. I'd love to see the Giants connect with their fan base at a different level. The 49ers, I don't know. First thing that comes to mind is completely out of their control. I'd like them to stay healthy.
It's completely out of their control.
I don't really have any problems with what the 49ers are doing.
How about stop hurting your quarterbacks on purpose? There's that. You could try that for size. The 49ers, to me, are in the best spot of the three currently. Obviously, they're entering a season where they are big-time favorites to make the playoffs, and they're favored to be one of the best two teams in the NFC, and they have a good chance to go all the way and win the Super Bowl. Not the best chance, but a great chance. They have a better chance than the Giants or the Warriors do right now. The Giants are 10 games above 500 and are closer to the playoffs than the Warriors or the Niners based on where we are in the calendar. And the Warriors are closer to their past title than the other two. But I think the Niners are the best in terms of poised to win the next championship.
Totally agree.
In terms of what you want the 49ers to do, I think your answer, it's a weak one, but it might be the correct one.
I said, I broke my own rule, because you can't ask them to do something that's completely out of their control.
Right.
And I firmly believe it is out of their control, despite what some of you all think, that Kyle Shanahan sits down and goes, how can I break my QB's ankle? So I think it's totally out of their control. I think it's football. And so that's just a snapshot of the fact that I don't really have any issue with the way the 49ers go about their business. I'm a big fan of Kyle. I'm a big fan of John. I think they run an unbelievable locker room. I think the group of guys are incredible. I think their roster is the best in the NFL. They've got young quarterbacks. So I'm not totally sure how that's all going to play out and how that's going to look. And that's nerve-wracking for sure. But as far as their process, I love their process. There are times when I look at the 49er roster and I go, dude, you guys should totally win the Super Bowl this year.
Definitely.
Not be a favorite. The favorite.
Well, what part of their roster would be the point you looked at and said, well, if that goes bad, you're in trouble. Or you're not in trouble or you won't win it?
Quarterback.
Not offensive line? Because they still have, you got a right tackle who's never started.
Yeah, but
you've got an interior three that played well last year, but certainly it's not the best offensive line in football. Your left tackle is elite. He's Hall of Fame caliber, but he's no spring chicken. I look at the offensive line, and they lost Jalen Moore to some sort of an injury yesterday. I'll have to check back and see how bad it was.
I don't know if we're worried about him missing games yet or whatnot, but I don't think they have to be the best offensive line in football. I think they got to be good, and I think they will be. I mean, Trent Williams is on the line. That already makes them, a head above a lot of offensive lines out there. Aaron Banks had a great year. McKivitz, by the way, for what it's worth, is having a very good camp so far. He's having a very good camp. I don't know what that's worth yet. This is a week worth of practices and what now, 2 with pads?
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's worth yet, but
next week is where I think you can start to really draw conclusions when you have the joint practices with the Raiders.
Right. But and that's a pretty good defensive line actually in spots. But the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan, I've rarely thought that that they had some sort of a Swiss cheese offensive line. I think that they will get production from that group. I don't consider that the only worry there is their depth or lack thereof. Because if there's an injury there, then I think it can get a little wonky pretty fast. But they've found a lot of guys on the offensive line because of injuries. You remember back in the day when it was like Dan Brunskill's going to do what? And then, the guys go out there and collectively stuff Aaron Donald for a day repeatedly. So I think they'll get production out of the offensive line. Yeah, they've got to get one of their young quarterbacks has got to play really well. And his assignment is an easier one than most. I'm never a buyer that the 49ers can just put anybody back there at quarterback. I don't buy that for a second. But whoever the 49er quarterback is, got an easier job than a lot of other quarterbacks in the NFL.
Absolutely.
Because of what he's got around him.
Right. And I think that, to me, is the question I have for you in terms of the things that they can control. And what do you want the 49ers to do? What do you want them to do with Trey Lance? And I don't want you to have to make an opinion about how you feel about Trey Lance based on your own analysis, but what do you want the Niners to do with Trey Lance? It's either you make him QB2, you make him QB3, or you trade him. Because those are the three options right now.
I don't know if I can assess QB2 or QB3. We've been there once. I've watched Sam Darnold a few times. I want them to keep him.
Yeah, so there you go.
I want them to keep him. I can't weigh in yet on 2 versus 3.
You don't have to.
I haven't seen
think that answer, and
I want them to keep him.
I guess my question for you in this vein, when you talk about what do you want the Niners to do, what I want the Niners to do is give Trey Lance some sort of a clear path, either a clear path out. You're being traded to X team and you get a chance to go be a quarterback somewhere or go be somebody's surefire number 2 backup, or you tell Trey Lance, this is going to be your role here, and you get to stay. And
how do they do that?
Well,
do you know what I mean? By like with the question,
they either make him QB2 or 3, or they trade him. I don't think.
But is making him QB2 or QB3 creating a path for him?
Yes, because odds are your quarterback's going to get hurt. Your quarterback tends to always get hurt here with the San Francisco 49ers. So if you're a backup here in San Francisco, you are statistically more likely to play than in other destinations where quarterbacks haven't gotten hurt.
Yeah.
And that might be luck of the draw. I might be drawing conclusions that are inaccurate in terms of the National Football League.
They're historically accurate.
Right.
I don't know if it's kind of like flipping a coin where it reboots every time. Like, in other words, as we start this year, and by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. This is kind of an interesting question. Like, as we sit here today, do you think that it is, with the 49ers, more likely than other NFL teams that their QB gets hurt?
Yes.
See, I don't. Why do you think that?
Well, why don't you think that?
Because
as I answer a question with a question, which is a big no-no in this business.
No, it's fine.
I think it's annoying.
Well, but it's a fair one. But I do look at it like a coin flip. I do look at it like a coin flip. People will, there's a mutual exclusivity to that. You flip a coin and it's heads, there are people who are like, well, tails is due.
Sure.
No, it's not. It's a 50-50 shot every time you huck it in the air. It has nothing to do with what happened before. And I look at this way. I really do. It's football. Every single player on that field, I know players who literally say that to each other in the huddle. Play every play like it's your last.
Yeah.
Because they know it might be. It's that crazy out there. And so every player on every play could get hurt, and it could be serious. Hell, one of them almost lost their life last year. So I don't look at someone who's played 8 games and another one who's played 4, and even though that both of them have now had multiple injuries in those short samples, I don't look at them and think to myself, yeah, you're now more likely than Jalen Hurts or Matt Stafford, also who got hurt last year, or Kyler Murray. I don't look at you as more likely to get hurt than them.
I look at this, the coin flip thing is an interesting way to look at it, but there's also the human element of players who have an injury history and their likelihood of a re-injury, depending on the injury. And we talked to Doc Pandya of UCSF Health about, Brock Purdy's UCL and how that might potentially be re-injured, because it's kind of a weird injury. It's not an ankle where, you sprain it in week 4 and it's going to be gimpy for a while and you might re-injure it Steph Curry style, or other injuries like Jimmy Garoppolo, a guy who got hurt a lot, and Brock Purdy, who's been hurt twice, and Trey Lance, who's had 2 injuries. I think these players tend to get injured more often. Some players tend to get injured more often than other players.
I would also argue, by the way, we say now because we found out yesterday the nature of it, that Brock Purdy getting hurt twice, but one of them, it didn't knock him out. So it doesn't count. Because players are hurt all the time and we don't know about it.
Well, I think that's also part of it.
And they play through it. So Brock Purdy broke a rib against the Bucs. He played the rest of the game, played well. 4 days later, they went to Seattle. He played well again. The Niners won both of the games. And end of story.
Justin Herbert got hurt. Yep. I don't know if it was a broken rib or it was intercostal. It was coastal Carolina, as I like to call it. Fracture of some sort. Patrick Mahomes had a severely sprained ankle and missed about 2 series and came back. So there is part of that needs to go in this equation, which makes it not a coin flip, because some players are tougher than others, able to fight through injury more than others, and other systems don't expose their quarterbacks to the same amount of physical duress as other systems.
Yeah, see, now those are 2 different points.
And, those are both 2 points.
And one of them I don't agree with. That the 49ers system opens up its quarterback to more injuries than other teams. That's the one that always gets me. I don't buy that for a second, especially when, and I know Kyle Shanahan has tried to do this, when you spotlight each injury. Now, if you want to have, and I know you don't because we've already done it, like if you want to have the discussion just about Trey Lance because of how much he was running the ball, that's fine. But that's one injury.
Yep.
And in fact, his previous injuries did not happen in such a manner. They happened in the pocket. And then if you go to the Garoppolo injuries, they did not, like Garoppolo turning left and then turning back right to the field against the Chiefs to tear an ACL. I'm not putting that on Kyle Shanahan and his system. In fact, none of Jimmy's injuries to me have anything to do with the system. And I would argue that with Brock too.
Well, to me, the Jimmy injuries speak to my earlier point about some players are more susceptible to injury, and maybe it's because Jimmy's got weak ligaments in his knees.
Maybe.
I've never had a chance to look at his MRIs before and after injuries, but some players are more susceptible to injury or seem to have a bigger history of injury. And Jimmy Garoppolo is one of those players. He's had a myriad of injuries, and part of that is bad luck, and it's also perhaps just an unfortunate part of who you choose to use as quarterbacks.
I'm trying to remember and going back, because a lot of people have been throwing this out there as of late with regard to, again, if you remove decisions that were made by teams, how many quarterbacks made it through a full season last year without getting hurt? And you kind of have to remove the teams that made changes by choice. So in
teams
other words,
that wanted to have a look at a guy.
Yeah, like Houston, get out of here. You don't get to be a part of this conversation. Indianapolis Colts, get out of here. The Pittsburgh Steelers, get out of here. We know what happened with the Cleveland Browns last year. But, Lamar Jackson got hurt. Joe Burrow did not. Josh Allen did not. Tua did. If you go through the whole league and you just take my guess would be 15 to 20 teams who never made a quarterback change by choice and looked at how many of their quarterbacks made it through the full season and how many didn't, I bet it's a little bit more than half.
Well, here are the big 8 who played in every game.
Okay.
You had Mahomes, Herbert, Brady, Cousins, Goff, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, and Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Those quarterbacks played all 17. And then you get to Daniel Jones, who played 16.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. Jacoby Brissett played 16.
Well, but that was not necessarily a choice situation.
Right. Then you get to Jalen Hurts, played 15.
Yep.
That was due to injury. Russell Wilson played 15, also due to injury. Derek Carr played 15. Now, that was one where they said, please go away.
Choice.
That was a please go away.
That was a choice.
That one, I'll give him, he would have played all 17 had he and the Raiders been in a different space.
Correct.
So that one I agree.
Healthy enough to do so.
Yes, that one doesn't count. Davis Mills of Houston played 15.
Yeah, we were Houston.
They wanted to see.
They're messing around with all kinds
Justin
of stuff.
Fields played 15. That was due to injury.
How about Trevor Lawrence? Was he on the list?
Trevor was on the 17.
Yeah.
Trevor
They played 'em
Lawrence
all.
was one of the big. There was 8 QBs who played them all.
My guess.
Only 8.
And this is just by holding a finger in the air. If you're a team that clearly wanted one guy to start all 17, it feels like you got about a 60% shot of doing it.
I'll give you 50% roughly, yeah.
And those who don't, sound like most of the names just missed 1 to 2, maybe 3 games.
And here's the list of 14s. And this, I think, is a really telling example of what you're talking about because it's a mixed bag. McCorkle Jones played 14. Well, Bailey Zappi, he got hurt, and then he got healthy, and they still went with Zappi. So that's a bit of a mixed bag. Andy Dalton played 14 in New Orleans, and that was due to injury because I think they started with Jameis, right? And then he got hurt, and then they went to Dalton.
I feel like Jameis at the start of the year, and that lasted for about four quarters or something. I don't know.
Tua played 13, and that was due to injury.
Bad concussions.
God, bad injury.
That's amazing with what the year he had that he played 13 games.
Kenny Pickett
That's
played
wild.
13, which was due to ineffectiveness.
But he didn't start the year, right?
Right.
Yeah, Trubisky started the year for a second, right?
Mariota played 13.
Okay,
then-
that was a decision. That was not health related.
Now you're getting down to the 12s, which Matt Ryan played 12, and Indy was kind of a, Indy, they bench Ryan, and then they brought in Jeff Saturday, and then Ryan was back. That was kind of a weird one. But Dak played 12, Tannehill played 12, Lamar played 12, Maker Bayfield played 12, Jimmy G played 11, Calamari got hurt. He played 11. Stafford played 9. You see the point. I think when you deal with teams that would have had one guy, it's about 50%.
Yeah.
And the other 50%, unfortunately, where the Niners have fallen almost every year under Shanahan, is the necessity teams. The teams that, due to injury, have had to play other guys. The Niners have never, under Shanahan, made a switch other than that first year when they went to Jimmy G without there being an injury. Am I right in saying that?
I think
they
so.
haven't benched a guy.
Right. They haven't pulled someone.
Right. Somebody's gotten hurt.
Jimmy G was traded, let him sit there for a few weeks,
Boom,
and they
you're
put
in.
him in there. That was the only one. Outside of that, it's always been injury.
Been due to injury, yeah.
And because Jimmy was the guy the whole time. And then sometimes he would get hurt.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Trey got 5 quarters. And then he got hurt.
And back to Jimmy, and then we got Brock, and the rest is history. So, in terms of what I want the Niners to do, of things that they can control, I want them in the next 27 days to really give Trey a chance. That doesn't mean let him start. That means either trade him and let him go get a chance somewhere else. Probably as somebody's backup to start. Maybe he's a backup plus. Or you give him a real shot to be QB2 at least at some times. That's what I want for Trey Lance.
Give him a shot to be QB2.
Yeah.
You mean after the season starts?
Yes. Or maybe as in the opener. You're QB2. Sam, you're our emergency third. And you know what, Trey? We're going to give you a package of plays. Or we're going to give you, it worked in his rookie year.
I hate it.
Trey's package was wonderful.
According to who?
There's a bunch of my drops on his package.
I know,
so you
but
can
they were
add
like,
that to the list.
what makes you think it worked?
He threw the first touchdown pass of the year.
Right, so that's all anyone else remembers.
I'm not talking about the 2 QB shenanigans that Kyle Shenanigans tried.
Yeah.
I would imagine that the package is pretty nice.
Okay, and he came out weeks
Keep 'em
later,
coming.
and he was like, it messed us up, having Trey's package.
It wasn't the package that messed him up. It was
he disagrees.
You in and you out. No, it was when he ran in and then ran out.
He was talking about even in practice. He's like, they were wasting time. And by the way, this should speak to some people with regard to the way they called plays for Trey the following year when he was the starter, and everyone hates how much he ran the ball. But it's a completely different book. It's a totally different book. It's a different set of plays when you have someone who has a different skill set. And he talked about how it messed with their it just created confusion because there's too much going on. It was the in, it was the out, it was the practice time. They felt that it was very disruptive and certainly not getting enough as a reward to cause that disruption.
And by the way, according to all reports from down in Santa Clara, they haven't seen Matt Barrows, all the other reporters haven't seen a Trey Lance package being practiced like last year. Like last year was a little different, but 2 years ago when he was the rookie coming in, there was a whole specific set of plays that they ran with Trey Lance as the one. He's getting, of course, no first team reps.
Right.
There's no apparent Trey Lance package.
Yeah, it does not feel like that's the way they're going. I mean, to be honest with you, and this is where I feel like the conversation gets difficult because people get told that they hate Trey or they're trying to run him out of town or they're being negative or whatever when all they're really doing is assessing what they think the 49ers think. And if I look at the 49ers right now, it does not appear to me that they have any major plans for Trey Lance.
Well, they have some plans for Trey Lance to either be the 2 or the 3 or to trade him.
No, I think they sit here right now at a time where they're just assessing things.
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't think they have any major plans for anybody other than Brock Purdy. If Kyle Shanahan was asked, what do you want from this year? Kyle would say, I want to go 17-0. I want to run the table in the playoffs and go to Vegas for the Super Bowl and stuff and win and be showered by confetti and be the first team to ever go 20-0. That's what I want. Okay, Kyle, what do you want in terms of your quarterback position? Well, I want to be able to play Brock Purdy and stuff and have him be really good. And, and I want to have a couple of really big leads and stuff and have a chance to play my backup and stuff and have him go out there and get some reps. And maybe Trey Lance can play great like Mick Willard said on the radio and stuff. And, if Trey can flash in those spots, then in the offseason and stuff, I can trade Trey Lance and stuff.
Yeah,
That's honestly what you said about 3 weeks ago.
I don't think he
would be the ideal.
Right, but I don't think that's not a Kyle thing. Like, yes, he's a high-level person in the organization. I think Kyle thinks about trades, maybe once or twice a year. I don't think that's... Of course. He's not worried about that.
But if you're beating Pittsburgh 35-6 and
put him in.
Kenny Pickett tries a 4th down pass at midfield and it's knocked down by Mooney Ward. Let's go to the backup, Trey Lance.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that the world's going to want to see what Trey can do.
Let Trey cook.
Yeah, which would be completely rude and inappropriate.
Of course.
For him to come in and start hawking the ball all over the field like so many of you are convinced he's going to do if he just had a second to breathe. That's not the way this works. It's so unfortunate. That's what I'm getting at. What's the path? Where's the lane? What do you want the Niners to do?
Look at you going to the notebook. What do you want?
What can they do? You want them to do something that they can't do.
They can keep him as a backup.
Yes.
In case and when Brock Purdy gets hurt and stuff.
That's all a backup quarterback is a just in case.
Shout out Jaheim.
It's not a plan. It's not a path. It's not a let's see what happens here. It's a just in case.
But
I hate it. But
wasn't just in case an old Atlanta Falcon quarterback? Stony Case is who it was.
So,
anyway,
yeah.
Stony Case.
Yeah.
I think if Sam's going to beat out Trey, then I want Trey to be traded. That's my own wish for Trey Lance.
That's fine.
You started this whole conversation with what do you want? And I want for Trey Lance, him to have some, I don't know if closure is the right way to put it, but a path toward being able to play football.
Sure, I want that
Being
too.
QB2 is a path. It's not a direct path. Being QB3 to me, you are nowhere, my dude.
I agree with you from a human standpoint, but I know you know this damn well. The 49ers are not in the business of just being here to be nice to people, and fans should not want that. So I don't want Trey to be traded just so Trey can have a chance and go somewhere. No. The 49ers should do what's best for the 49ers. And if that means he's QB3, if that means you worry about it next year because there's no good offer out there, if it means QB2, if it means Brock gets hurt and he ends up being a star, anything in between, the 49ers at all points should do what's best for them.
Agreed.
They drafted him. He's a piece of their franchise. This is not, there are these cases, Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick, this is not one of those where you need to get a guy out of town because it's just too big of a deal for your franchise to handle.
Agreed.
They can handle this.
But if the difference between Sam, Trey, and Brandon is very minor, then it's actually better for the organization to trade Trey Lance. You get the cap savings, and you keep Brandon Allen as QB3. If you believe.
If someone's going to offer you something.
If you take a fifth. And I think now you will. Well, it's either that or you cut him.
Well,
if you think that those three are all very close, let's say it's a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
It's a dead heat. Shout out horse racing.
Well, then I would keep Trey.
Well, I think if you,
I don't care about cap savings. I don't care about cap savings. They want to create.
You want to keep Brandon Ayuk for next year, and so
there'd be plenty of time to do that.
Of course, but you would love if you think that the three quarterbacks are basically the same dude, or maybe you think that Brandon Allen and Trey Lance are the same guy because it feels like they think that Sam is a little bit better than Trey and Brandon. If you think that Sam is your QB2 and that those two are battling for QB3, then it does more for the organization to trade Trey Lance than it does to keep him and pay QB3 $10 million.
Maybe. It depends on what they're being offered, I think. The 49ers they're fine on the cap. Brandon Ayuk, and next year, that's next year. I don't know
if I would say they're fine. You got the defensive player of the year who's not in camp right now, so because he wants a new deal.
He coming.
Of course, but
he's coming.
Once he inks that record-setting deal, then we'll talk about where they are cap-wise.
They're fine.
Now they are, sure.
Yeah, they're prepared for this.
Next year, though, they're already in a tight cap situation. They're going to have to do some things.
I saw enough about 3 or 4 times over just in the last 6 years where I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to worry about the 49ers and the cap ever again. First of all, I think Parag Marate is as good as they come when it comes to handling the cap. That's number one. But there was that offseason when Trent Williams was a free agent, and we spent all this time. Oh, my gosh, the 49ers only have $20 million in cap space. Trent Williams is going to take more than that alone. They're going to lose Ward, and they're going to lose Mosley, and they're going to lose all these guys. And then in about an 8-day period, everybody stayed. And I'm like, well, this is just a waste of air. The 49ers know what they're doing on the cap. If they want to keep Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk, they will keep Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk. And I have absolutely 100% zero doubt about that.
Okay, those two, but then you look at the rest of the roster and you start to add up the numbers of the players that they have under contract for next year, and you realize that something's got to give and somebody's got to go. And Parag has been brilliant, the capologist, Parag Marate, of kicking these contracts down the road, but at some point, the chickens come home to roost. And right now, you can hear the chickens, and they're getting ready to come home and start.
Sometimes they come home and just get restructured.
Right, but you get to a certain point where you run out of restructures.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll see. I mean,
Nick Bosa's contract, none worry.
It's going to get done.
But
it'll get done, and it might be at the expense of somebody.
Yeah,
and that's a next year thing.
I don't think so, but
depends on the structure, but that's fine.
Yeah, I look at Nick Bosa and the 49ers, and if they all were motivated for, what's today, say the 2nd? If they were all motivated for Nick Bosa to be there on August 2nd, Nick Bosa would be there. I don't think they give a rip that he's not there on August 2nd. I think that actually helps him. Why wear him out right now? Let's go to Mike in Idaho. Hey, Mike, you're on Willard and Dibbs. What you doing?
Hey guys, love your show. You're what I watch, get through my day at work. Look, I kind of agree with both of everybody. You can be a fan of Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or just the Niners, like I am. Whoever wins, I want them to win. You can be a fan of, the Giants if, Farhan didn't make a trade, cool. But we got Patrick Bailey. It's like, okay, we got some starting things and we have something to sell to free agents. And you flip it into the Warriors, okay, we still have Steph. We still have everybody. Like, this isn't an unattractive team. It's just like, hey, everything could be the same. everybody can be right. You can be correct on if you should get Trey more, throws or Brock Purdy or whatever. But hey, like at the end of the day, hey, how about every team wins? Whoever's the best wins, and it doesn't mean that team doesn't like that person. Maybe that person beat out the other person that you like, i.e., Trey Lance. And hey, then I never heard any Shanahan or Lynch or anybody say they hate Trey Lance or anything like that. So it's like, why does it have to be so like, oh, he's a failure or maybe hey, he got hurt, didn't work out. Okay, we found Trey Lance. Who knows? Again.
Yeah,
I'll just take it off the air.
Mike, thanks. I think that's what we've been talking about all day. I really do. It is none of the things that people make it out to be. It's none of them. It's literally none of the things that people make it out to be. Mike is basically saying, to kind of shorten that up, why does it get personal? I don't know. I have no idea.
It's because fans have attached themselves to one quarterback or the other, and for whatever reason, and when you feel like your guy is not necessarily getting their just desserts in your eyes, it becomes personal. And this feels a little bit to me like the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole situation, not to dredge this up for the 17 millionth time, but in terms of how people felt about it, you were either Team Jordan, he's a victim, or Team Draymond, he had it coming to him. That got divided.
Well,
that's an extreme version of the Team Draymond.
Because that can't be everyone, because neither of those describe me.
But part of Team Draymond also was he helps us win and Jordan Poole doesn't. And part of Team Jordan was he's our future and Draymond's overrated.
How about instead of he had it coming to him, there's more going on here than we realize with regard to the way the team views Jordan Poole.
I sensationalized it for the sake of the bit.
I mean...
But you get what I'm saying in terms of...
Totally.
And this quarterback thing is, if you're Team Brock, well, people might think that you're X, Y, and Z, and if you're Team Trey, you might be Team A, B, and C.
Yeah.
It just depends, because so many people are losing sight of the bigger picture, which is what you've said, and that caller did a great job of saying, which is, I want the team to win. And if Trey Lance comes in, let's say Brock Purdy does get hurt, unfortunately, and Trey Lance comes in and leads this team to the Super Bowl, I'm going to be thrilled as a 49er fan.
Absolutely.
And if Sam and Trey and Brock all get hurt and Brandon Allen comes in the second quarter of the NFC Championship game and leads this team to the Super Bowl and they win it,
amazing.
Going to be thrilled.
Amazing.
Like Josh Johnson last year, if he wouldn't have gotten hurt and they would have beaten Philadelphia, Josh Johnson eats for free in this town.
Yeah, except for, according to Kyle Shanahan, he wouldn't have even started the Super Bowl. Phillip Rivers would have.
Well, that's an interesting thing to say.
Yeah.
I mean, if Johnson leads them to the win, I wonder if Kyle would go off the board to find a guy to replace him.
Maybe he was sort of referring to the fact that once Josh was hurt, too.
Correct.
Although it's funny that he still thought they could win the game at that point.
He thought they could win the game until they went down 31-7. And then he realized, okay.
Which is adorable.
It really is.
It's the cutest thing ever.
But that's
it's
why
not as cute as the Kings.
No, but you got to love it because
it's pretty cute.
He's willing to fight at that level.
Yeah.
And they go down 31-7, and he looks up and goes, I don't know if we can win and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this one might be over.
Even something you said in talking about that, and we hear it a lot, and it still makes my shoulders kind of go up. I get super uncomfortable. Team Brock and Team Trey. Yuck.
No, I'm with you.
Yuck.
But
I want no part of it.
You don't want to be on anyone's team.
I'm not on Team Brock. I'm not on Team Trey. I hate that there are teams. I've heard it. I heard it this week. The Trey people. The Brock people. Oh, God. Oh, yuck. Don't be one of those people. Don't be one of those people. Don't pit the two of them against one another. You have every right to have an opinion on who should play and how things get handled. But let's not create the Trey people and the Brock people. That to me is just unnecessary. Just completely unnecessary.
Well, there's another one that's coming, and I want you to start figuring out what team you're on.
Sam people?
No. There's two of them. One of them is, are you team Debo or team Ayuk? Because
I'm team both.
Well, they may have to choose between the two.
They might, but I actually don't think that they do.
Well, that's actually not an allowable answer when we're drawing up teams.
Well, too bad.
You're going to have to, at some point,
I disagree.
choose up sides.
Why?
Because it's going to be a thing.
It's going to be a thing, but it's not a Sharpie. It's not.
I don't have a strong opinion.
No, I got a very strong opinion. The Niners can keep both. I absolutely firmly believe that. And I believe that they will if Brandon has the year that everyone thinks he's going to have. There's your big if. It's not Brandon or Debo. It's how do we feel about this 6 months from now? What if Debo's awful? What if Brandon doesn't do what he's been doing?
What if both are great and you can't afford both of them? Because Ayuk, the
Debo's already done.
The more likely scenario is both are good. And Brandon Ayuk has another breakout year and he wants that paper.
And I think that they can figure it out.
Oh, boy. You are a dreamer.
I am, but it's not that. It's that I have lived through 800 times where people are like, Niners can't afford it. Niners can't afford it. Niners can't afford it. Bang. There's the tweet. Niners afforded it.
Were you on Team DeForest or Team Armstead?
Now
because
listen,
they had to make a choice.
Now, that's not necessarily true. And I know this for a fact.
Okay.
This is a sourced conversation.
Don't you wag your index finger
I am
at
going to
me
wag
because they couldn't afford both.
Not true. They couldn't afford it because DeForest outpriced himself. There's two different things here. The 49ers, and I know this for sure, there was
second source
offer on the table.
For how much?
That's the problem.
Right.
They felt like DeForest was being completely unfair. And that happens. That happens with every team in sports. A.J. Brown is no longer a Titan. There's a certain point where you go, it has nothing to do with whether we can afford you. It's what, right? Tyreek Hill's not a Chief anymore. Why? You think the Chiefs couldn't afford him? Or the Chiefs went, we think we could win the Super Bowl without paying you $30 million, dog. We got an amazing quarterback who can throw to a number of different receivers.
So when Brandon Ayuk has a better year than Debo this year, and he is a better receiver than Debo by most assessments, and Christian McCaffrey is here now, so you're not going to need Debo to run the ball as much. So Ayuk could have a better year than Debo, and he's going to want Debo's contract plus, and you think that they're going to be able to keep both?
Well,
you think Ayuk is going to limp in and say, I don't want what Debo has?
No, you're creating a scenario. First of all, I'm
creating the most likely scenario.
I don't think so. I'm not telling you that Debo can't be traded. Sure. It is possible that they don't keep both, but we have a whole season to see before we know what the situation is. Did Brandon have this 1,400-yard season? Did he not? Is Debo healthy? Is he not? Does Debo look like he's declining? Debo spent all year or all training camp so far telling us that he stunk last year. Does he bounce back? We got a whole season, and the only thing we know for sure is that we never feel in February the way we did in August. There are surprises and a journey and a story that need to unfold.
Debo's cap number is 28.6 next year.
Is it possible that is it possible that they traded one of them? Trade Debo? Sure, it's possible, but I also think it's very, very on the table that both get paid.
Yeah, I don't think it's very likely that both get paid here. I don't see it. If I look, I'm looking at their cap numbers next year, and we're going to go to the phones because people are excited about this conversation. Trent's at 28, Armstead's at 25.6, Kittle's at 19.8, Trey Lance is at 10.8, Fred's at 24.4. Debo's at 28.6. Javon's at 15.5. Charvarius is at 17.9. McCaffrey's at 14. I haven't even mentioned Nicky Bosa.
You make it sound like they can't fit all those guys. They are right now.
But their cap numbers aren't this right now, Mark.
I understand that. And the cap number in the NFL is going to be bigger than it is right now.
Yeah, but I don't know how much bigger.
I know. There's all kinds of stuff we don't know.
Right now, they're $13 million over the cap next year without Nick Bosa.
You watch my boy Parag do his thing.
Look at you.
You watch.
Team Parag. This
Absolutely.
is stunning that you're siding with management. I've never.
Oh.
you catching me off guard.
Because Parag's done such a crappy job.
He's been amazing.
Thank you.
But at some point, you got to pay the piper.
When are y'all going to see amazing and point it out?
I pointed out.
I can't stand that this medium's only about pointing out the bad. There is amazing all over this freaking town.
I've been praising
There's a
Parag
dynasty. There's a trip to the NFC title game every other year.
Great.
There's a freaking baseball team with 107 wins with apparently no good players. And all you all want to do is tell me how awful all of these execs are and how it won't continue.
You're raising your voice at the wrong guy right now because I've been praising Parag back when all of you thought his last name was Maraith.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
I've been on
So
team.
why did you just call me out for basically being Mr. Exec Protector?
Because I thought that I might be able to get your goat, and I did. Man.
Not really.
They're $9 million under the cap right now, 9.6. So when you sign Nick Bosa and you give him whatever you're going to give him, and right now his number is 17.8.
That's this year.
So you're going to give him 26 this year, and then that number goes up. And I know the cap also goes up, and I know that Parag knows this more than I do.
And restructure, and somebody who underperformed will get cut. His name could be Kittle. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was my point off the top. They're not going to be able to keep all these guys.
But Debo and Brandon might be two of the ones who they do.
Well, you better not throw the ball to Brandon because the better he plays, the more it's going to cost you.
We'll tell Kyle. We'll make sure.
He knows that. He's no dummy
Make
and stuff.
sure that Brandon does not catch more than 3 balls per game, or else everything's ruined.
Brock, do me a favor. Look for Jawan here. It's 3rd down. We're going to...
Well, it's 3rd down, then it's already done.
A lot of Danny Gray this year. He's ARB 2.
Danny
Let's go to
Gray.
the phones.
Dollar Bill in
Sick
the
of you.
city. Dollar Bill, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, boys? All right, listen, I'm a lifelong Jets fan, and I would just like to say that I can recognize another wannabe Jets fan. Gibbs, you would make a perfect Jets fan because you're so good at pointing out problems. The only difference is that as a Jets fan, I've seen my fair share of problems. The 49ers have no problem.
Thank you.
They're doing great. And in addition, like you're talking team Trey or team Brock. I'm not going to say I'm Team Darnold, although I have seen him have shades of greatness. Who I trust Team Shanahan and Lynch to figure it out. They know what they're doing. They've proven it time and time and time again. So that's all I got to say.
Well,
good job, boys. Keep going.
Thank you, Dollar Bill. I miss you on Billions. That show was amazing.
Take that perspective to the graveyard because it's not allowed in America in 2023. Nope. We got to find someone else who makes 0 mistakes because that exists.
You look at him 20 hours a week, dog. Straight across the console.
You think I look at you?
Ask anybody.
I'm staring at YouTube right
You're looking
now.
right through me. You're looking at Grandy who's shaking his head undoubtedly side to side.
Yeah. Like a lot of this does come down to that. And I see y'all. And, I guess, Mark, I guess they just can't make a mistake and we can't have an opinion.
Tell them, YouTube.
You can have any opinion you want. But the bottom line is to stop micromanaging every single thing that these people do and ask yourself if you trust them or not. Do you trust him or not?
I trust him,
Bob Myers didn't get a big man.
He didn't.
Yep. Confetti.
Wow.
3 months later, confetti.
Not last year.
No, not last year. Right? 49ers. Like, my God. You honestly think that the 49ers as an organization are questioning who they've got making decisions?
They're questioning how many quarterbacks they carry on game day because obviously the answer is 11. So, and Kyle's learned his lesson, which is why they have 4 in camp right now.
I don't know. Let's get some people in here.
Let's go to Jeff and Marin while we're at it.
Let's get some people running these teams who won't make any more damn mistakes.
Seriously.
Come on,
Jeff. Help me.
Jeff and Marin.
Help Mark.
What are you doing?
I'm just listening to you guys. First of all, I want to say I think you guys are great together. It's almost like point counterpoint with Dan Aykroyd and Jane I'm waiting for one of you guys to call the other one Mark or Dibs. You ignorant slut.
I came close today, Jeff.
Sounds like something Dibs would say, Jeff, to be honest with you.
You guys are really good together.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you,
Jeff.
Jeff.
You've been around for a minute, haven't you? Anyway, go ahead.
I didn't want to talk about, the numbers because that's all beyond me, quite frankly. I think both of you guys are making good points about that. What I wanted to talk about was Trey Lance and what we think the Niners are going to do. And the one factor that I think people are overlooking is the psychological aspect of it. This is, Shanahan and Lynch went 3 first-round draft picks to get this kid. And to sit there and cut him or trade him now when his trade value is markedly low, or it's got to be, is going to be a huge admission on their part that they screwed up. They made a big mistake in drafting him with that much draft capital. And I think that's something that absolutely will play into it. Now, having said that, I think Purdy looks terrific, but we have a history where our quarterbacks can't stay healthy. What I've been reading from Matt Barrows is that Trey Lance sounds like he's looking pretty good this year, right? That he understands the playbook much better. And I think Shanahan has learned his mistake that he's really not supposed to be using him as a running back, right, as a principal option. He needs to learn how to be a quarterback, to throw from the pocket, roll out, do that. If there's an opportunity to run, go ahead and run, but slide. And again, he seems like a good kid, which is something that's important to them. But he's also a really good athlete, and he's got, just today, Barrows was saying the biggest arm in camp is not Sam Darnold, who came in with that rep, but actually Trey. And
Jeff, speak on it, Jeff. Speak to the people.
First of
Thank
all,
you, Jeff. We're up against it. I apologize.
And maybe we'll get Matt Barrows tomorrow.
Speak life,
because
Jeff.
because he's clearly crushing it in your world. Jeff, look, it's a good call with some good points.
Rack that guy.
But wouldn't we be able to argue that if Trey Lance is simply battling for 2 or 3, that's already an admission of a mistake for number 3 pick overall?
Disagree, and I'll tell you why on the other side.
Oh, wow. That's a campy little tease you have
Couple of those
there.
today.
We're sponsored by
From my
Lucky
A-game.
California. Oh, we'll play the Steph rap coming up next, too.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Only on Willie and Dibby.
Trey's package was wonderful.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points for cash back every time you shop and earn extra savings each week with digital coupons on the Lucky app. This week with digital coupon, select varieties of Breyers ice cream are just $1.
Are you kidding? Listen to me. My gosh. It's nauseating.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's true. There's no two ways about it. I've also noticed a cadence. I think Grandy just feels bad by 5:30. He's taken so many shots at you.
Yeah.
That he gets to 5:30, and right before the buzzer, right before he takes over, when he starts to talk for a full hour about the Willard and Dibs show, he feels bad, and he goes, "I'm going to take a shot at Mark as a cover." So we got sausage flying different places. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
So he's got all that stuff just for 5:45, and he's like, "I'll take a couple shots at Mark, and maybe Dibs won't like storm off after the show."
Well, actually, if you had been paying much attention to the program today, Mark and I are having a great show. We've gotten along. It's been buzzer free, and he and I have been simpatico on many topics. We've been in lockstep, Grandy and I.
First of all, thank you. I was going to say, I don't ever pay attention to the stuff that you say on this show, number one.
It's a fact.
Except for I do hear that there were other buzzers.
I don't recall another buzzer.
And what conversation have you had with him? How would you even know if he's in lockstep? You can't see him. He is behind you, making fun of you all the damn time.
Untrue.
And you don't even know.
Because I will swivel. And
you do swivel a lot.
And occasionally, I only swivel when I make a pun and I want to see what I get on a scale of 1 to 5.
Yeah, please stop encouraging that.
Yeah, exactly.
And most of the time,
Usually,
it's a 2 and a head shake.
No, most of the time they're not even paying attention.
Well,
they're just like, "Oh wait, Dib's looking at us," and then they hold up a number.
Lucas
like,
is running the station,
3?
so I understand that Lucas is busy.
Yeah.
I never get a 3 from Grandy. It's a 2 or a 4. That's
Number
it.
2.
It's usually a 2 and a head shake.
I've not heard any 4s. I do not remember.
I got a
any
4
4s.
yesterday.
You
in
did?
fact,
for what?
I'll have to remember.
Yeah, he's looking at you like we did.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, hit the buzzer again.
It was something
No,
really
he
clever.
didn't. Yeah, that was in your head. You had a dream.
Man, my dreams lately. Good Lord.
Well, there's a lot going on.
Well, not only that, but in whatever. Back in the lettuce era, I wouldn't remember my dreams.
This is when you had hair, you mean?
No.
Oh, what's the lettuce era?
When the hippie lettuce
Oh,
was a
that
part
lettuce.
was a part of the protocols.
I thought you meant when you had hair.
No.
I did not.
What is going on here?
I remember my dreams now are vivid.
Really?
Crazy.
I haven't remembered a dream in months.
Stay off the sauce.
Maybe years.
Really?
Like
That's
I can't-
weird.
Yeah, and the frustrating ones are the ones you do remember. You wake up and you're like, wow. And then the second you see someone that you want to tell about it, you're like, I had the craziest dream. Nope, I don't remember any of it.
You got to write it down. You got to write them down.
Why does that happen?
It's crazy.
I get not remembering it in the first place, but why do you remember it and then not remember it?
It's wild. I think it goes in that short-term bank, and then it goes poof. But I'm going to bring a notepad by the bedside and try to write some of these down.
Good luck to you.
There's been some crazy ones.
Dibs is going to redo the lettuce era starting tonight.
Off the lettuce, kid.
All right. I wonder if Steph will conveniently forget that this happened. Now, have we all decided, because I heard Steiny and Goo talking about this, do we have it confirmed or not that that's him?
We have not. And
Okay.
I'm waffling.
All right. Now, yeah, before the show, you had like a stake in the ground.
I was convinced.
You were like, that is him.
He's doing it in the video, clearly
Right.
singing.
Well,
Right.
this from Steph Curry's Twitter.
Okay.
The official music video for Lil Fish Big Pond from the one and only
Toby in Wigway.
Thank you.
Wigway. Yep, we looked it
just
up.
Wigway.
And
Wigway.
me is live. Check out the full video, YouTube, blah, blah, blah,
Okay,
blah, blah.
but the video,
That's what I'm saying.
It
The
had
official
Steph.
music video is live.
that doesn't mean that that's Steph's voice.
Correct.
It
But
is Steph in the video. It is him moving his lips. But, you know, I remember Milli Vanilli. I don't know who's actually singing. Does that sound like Steph to you? Okay.
Yes,
It does?
Absolutely.
See, I don't think it does. First of all, it's severely auto-tuned. But even beyond that, well, I have questions. And I will tell you this, and I know if you're driving around and you're hearing this, it's hard to gather all of the words. When I was driving in listening to Steiny and Goo, and I hear the reference to a gun, I'm like, well, that's not Steph. But the lyrics are not as hard as they
I can read it. I'm looking at an article on NBC Sports Bay Area.
He's talking about being a great shooter.
My. Look how things have changed.
Yep.
They know I'm the one. Daddy taught me how to flick my wrist. I'm my father's son. Think I'm pistol packing? How that ratchet on me like a gun? They should put the basket in the casket after I am done. And according to this article on NBC Sports Bay Area, Curry opens the song by dropping a few bars before the rapper hopped in and did his thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying that Curry opened the song by dropping a few bars. I don't think he dropped by a few bars. Shout out the old ship. But I believe there. Am I getting this wrong, Lucas? I think that it's actually the chef.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I will say the whole song is about him. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but this is the credit song on Underrated Steph
On
Curry's
Underrated,
documentary.
on the doc. Yeah, I want it to be him, but I don't know. Just the cadence. The cadence does not, and again, maybe this is his musical persona. We've seen before, there are a lot of artists who do this. You know, you got a lot of like British rock. Like if you listen to them talk, right? Listen to Mick Jagger talk.
Yeah.
And then they're just like, I can't get no. Like you can completely understand
Yeah.
it. I don't know if Steph's musical cadence is different, but it doesn't sound like the way that he rolls, man. It just doesn't.
Hit me one more time with that. I think it's him. I think it sounds.
I don't have any great reason to think it's not him. And if they're all saying that it's him, I guess it's him.
I mean, wow.
I'm back. It's him.
I love
You
it.
only had to listen to it 4 times. Is that it?
It's been about 14.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
But I
bet.
know for sure now. It's definitely him.
Damn.
One more time?
One more? One more? Should we get one more?
Yeah.
All right, let's get one more.
Never mind. I don't know.
Okay.
One more?
Yep. No, I don't know.
Joking.
Yeah. I don't know. If it's him, then it's not just basketball and golf. It's music also.
Every article I'm seeing on the internet is intimating that he is rapping on that song.
Oh, then it must
Bleacher
be true.
Report,
If it's
Sports Illustrated,
yeah, if it's on the internet.
even Stereo Gum.
Do you know what? Spin